by the chief and being made the chief minister and remaining as chief minister, I think was a critical factor in the whole social coalition that they were trying to construct of bringing the Maratha vote in. So today will tell us whether actually both these strategies have worked effectively or not. And I think the Mahayuti is hinging its success on these two very, very critical elements.
Right. Coming to you, Neeja ma'am, as far as Jharkhand is concerned, you know, of course, a lot of exit polls have given Mahayuti the edge. But do you see a scenario where the smaller parties will have a role to play in Jharkhand, because there is a tight contest there, according to certain exit polls, between the JM Congress combined and the BJP on the other side?
Yeah, if it is a very close contest, which some believe it will be, because from the beginning it's been billed as a takkar between two sides. But of late, you know, there are both kinds of stories that feedback that has been coming. One, that the BJP had moved ahead because of a variety of reasons: anti-incumbency against Soren, corruption, and also recent days stories have been coming. There is an anti-outsider sentiment. Now, anti-outsider sentiment is of a kind that not the locals, and I don't mean the tribal versus non-tribal, but people from outside have taken leadership in Jharkhand, and there has been a reaction. I don't know how strong this sentiment is, how relevant it's going to be, but certainly there have been voices expressing this.
Right.
If I could just add a point to that. Traditionally, the JMM and its supporters have been doing well in the tribal region, whereas the BJP has been doing well in the non-tribal region. I think the key to the success in this election is how well does the JMM do in the non-tribal regions, even as it holds on to its tribal support, and how well does the BJP-led alliance do in the tribal regions, even as it holds on to its support in the non-tribal regions. So I think the advantage of making inroads into the opposite camp's support base is what is going to be critical in this particular election in Jharkhand.
So that's why we saw the most aggressive campaign of the BJP in both Santal Parganas and Kulhan. They also got Champai Soren on their side. So while we talk about Maharashtra and Jharkhand, there are also bypolls that happened across the country. Let me go across to Harsha, who joins us from Nagaur. Harsha, while the bypolls, the 7 bypolls that happened in Rajasthan are extremely critical for Hanuman Beniwal, the Jat strongman, or for that matter, Kirori Lal Meena, the maverick politician, but also the Bharatiya Adivasi Party, you know, a fledgling party that actually made a lot of mark in Lok Sabha elections and also in the assembly polls. Tell us, how are the smaller parties actually, you know, stacking up when it comes to the possible outcome here?
Well, yes, I'm very glad you asked me this question about the Bharatiya Adivasi Party. Really, you know, in South Rajasthan, there is a new kind of tribal identity that is at play that we can see on the ground. The Bharatiya Adivasi Party started off as the BTP, and now, of course, it's split and it's the BAP. And they really have, made a mark in the south part of Rajasthan, and I think they're going to be a problem both for the Congress and the BJP in the years to come. So that seat of Chaurasi, where you remember Rajkumar Roth, who is the BAP leader, he's become the Lok Sabha MP, the first MP from the party. And there, the kind of identity politics that you can see. I mean, you have the BJP who's saying the tribals are Hindus. You have the tribals who are saying we are not Hindus. Some tribals are saying we are Hindus. So really, that's the fight for the tribal identity in South Rajasthan. Now, as far as Hanuman Beniwal is concerned and the RLP, you're talking about smaller parties. Well, you know, here it's all about the Jat vote. Remember, the Jat vote is very crucial in Rajasthan. And when Atal Bihari Vajpayee put the Jats into the OBC category in the 90s, that's when the party got 120 seats in Rajasthan, which was that election that Vasundhara Raje fought. So, of course, we saw that the Jat vote in the Lok Sabha elections kind of shifted away from the BJP because of the farm law agitation, or even because of the agitation over the Agniveer issue. Now, we are seeing that these seats, which are really crucial, Jhunjhunu, Keemsar, which is where I am, Nagaur, these seats are very, very important, because if the BJP regains these seats, it means that there's again been a kind of a shift in this kind of caste arithmetic. Also, the most obvious is, of course, that, it's a litmus test for the Bhajanlal government. It comes exactly 1 year after Bhajanlal took over as Chief Minister of Rajasthan. Nobody knew who he really was. He was the person, backbencher in the BJP, suddenly catapulted to a leadership role. Vasundhara Raje has not been very active, of course, ever since that happened. So somewhere it's going to be a litmus test, not only for Bhajanlal, the Chief Minister, and 1 year of his governance, but also it will be a litmus test for the entire BJP leadership, because most of them are new faces. So how has that gamble paid off of creating a new rung of leadership in Rajasthan? That's the most obvious fallout of these by-elections. Very crucial, I have to say, for state politics. There'll definitely be political indicators. And of course, that slapgate that we saw, Naresh Meena, who left the Congress, stood as an independent in Devli Oniara talk, made headlines there. That seat is also going to have results coming out this morning.
Right, significant results will come out from Rajasthan there as well. Harsha, stay with us. I'm also joined by my colleague Ratnadeep, who's tracking all the by-elections which took place in multiple seats across the northeast, 5 contests in Assam and 1 in Meghalaya. Ratnadeep, all eyes, of course, will be whether or not BJP and its allies will be able to hold on to the 4 seats that they had, in fact, won earlier in the region among all these seats which had gone to bypolls.
That's right. In fact, as we speak, the counting for the postal ballots continue in the counting centers for this 5 by-poll seats, which actually got negotiated after their sitting MLAs contested the Lok Sabha elections and won. And among these 5 seats, 4 are with the BJP and allies, 1 with the Congress. And the contest is there for that 1 seat, which is with the Congress, Samaguri, a Muslim majority seat, which is a Congress stronghold. Remember, since 2001, Congress heavyweight from Assam, former Minister Rakibul Hussain, who this time contested the Lok Sabha elections and from Dhubri and won with one of the highest margins in the country, had represented Samaguri, and this time he has fielded his son, 26-year-old Tanzil Hussain. But Samaguri had been in news because there have been major pre-poll violence causing death of a person. They have been firing on the convoy of a BJP MLA. The Congress candidate has been attacked. In fact, we were reporting from Samaguri on the day of the polling, and while we were reporting live, there were skirmishes happening in our backdrop that NDTV brought to the viewers in terms of the intense fight that is there between the BJP and the Congress there. The BJP has fielded young leader, State Unit General Secretary Diplu Ranjan Sharma. So BJP want to win that seat back from Congress and make a dent into the Congress stronghold. But what is important to note here is that the rest of the 4 seats where the BJP has an upper hand, there would be a test for the Congress, particularly in the Bihali seat, where you have a BJP turncoat contesting on a Congress ticket, and these is a seat where Gaurav Gogoi, who is seen as the emerging face in terms of Congress leadership in Assam, had campaigned there heavily. So this is a test for Gaurav Gogoi as well. It is a test for the second-rank leadership of the BJP as well, because they had spearheaded the campaign this time in Assam, since Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma was largely busy with the Jharkhand election, though he campaigned at the last moment for party candidates. Sarvanand Sonowal was not seen much, 1 or 2 rallies. So therefore, this is a test for the BJP leadership beyond Sonowal and Sharma in this election versus Congress's emerging face, Gaurav Gogoi. Not to forget the 1 seat which has gone for bypolls in Meghalaya, Gambagre, again a Congress stronghold, where this time the ruling party, the NPP, which leads the the ruling coalition in Meghalaya, their chief and chief minister Conrad Sangma has fielded his wife Mehtab Chandi Sangma as the candidate, her electoral debut. So therefore, she is facing a tough fight, given the fact that there are 3 more candidates, including the TMC candidate, who is a wife of a former minister from during Congress time. So therefore, that seat is a prestige battle, given the fact that the Sangma family, remember, have lost their own backyard, the Tura Lok Sabha seats after years, when Agatha Sangma in the last Lok Sabha election, lost that seat. So therefore, it is a test for the Sangmas as well and Gambagre seat.
Right. Thank you, Ratnadeep, for joining us with those details. 5 crucial assembly polls in the state of Assam, a test for Hemanta Biswa Sharma and also for Gaurav Gogoi, who's emerging as a Congress leader for the state of Assam. Going back to my colleague Anuj, who is reporting for us from Mumbai. Anuj, Maharashtra is where all eyes are on, and the early leads have started coming in, and they are in some way showing a lead for the NDA, although these are just postal ballots being counted. This is a huge state. We'll have to really wait for some time to understand how this consolidation of victory takes place, and even then we will not be really sure if that's actually the government that's going to be formed. Tell us how are political parties getting their preparations in order, because I'm told that there are helicopters on the standby, there are hotel rooms that were booked yesterday. So clearly this is also a projection of confidence, but there's a battle of perception when it comes to Sena versus Sena. How is that battle coming along?
There's a battle of perception throughout the state and also across the different factions here. One thing is for sure is that both the alliances are ready for some sort of unnatural partnerships to take place post the result, because we've seen that there has been some sort of a conflict within both the alliances over several matters. When you talk about Mahayuti, firstly, it's about the chief ministership's face. I mean, of course, in MVA, they made it very clear that, Congress and Rashtravadi did not want to go with the face, but Shiv Sena UBT faction was very much willing to do it. But at the same time, even in Mahayuti, we see that there is not a consensus, because Devendra Fadnavis has been giving hints about coming back to power, but he's also said on multiple times that he's completely out of the race. Then we had Vinod Taude in the center of all the controversies just a day before the polls. We have Eknath Shinde, who made it very clear that Amit Shah had communicated to him that it is under his leadership that the entirety of Mahayuti was fighting the election, which means that the chances of him carrying on as the chief minister, according to the Shinde faction, is very high. But at the same time, they also have the third partner, Ajit Pawar, who's been the deputy chief minister for close to 5 or 6 times and has been very vocal about his willingness to be the chief minister. So when you see all of these things playing out, even in 2019, we saw that one of the major reasons, or if not the actual reason for the Shiv Sena to split away from the pre-poll alliance and part its way away from the Bharatiya Janata Party was, according to them, the BJP not keeping a word of having a 2.5 is to 2.5 years formula as far as the chief ministership is concerned. In this election as well, we can see that just one position of, one executive position can play a very vital role when it comes to deciding the post-poll alliances. Very similar to what happened in 2019. But unlike that, we've seen that especially between the NCP Sharad Pawar faction and the Shinde Sena faction, they both have not really fielded a lot of candidates against each other. And there has been a chatter going around about how, Sharad Pawar and Shinde Sena is keeping their cards open of tying it up with one another if the need comes. One can still not be completely sure about what route is Ajit Pawar faction going to take. Has he parted ways from his uncle for good, or are there ways, for him to make amends? If there's one party which has made its relationship sour with everyone, in the opposition, that is the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena. They have been very vocal and aggressive against, of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Shinde Sena for the very basic reason of the party getting split. So we can see very few or less chances of them teaming up. But then, as we heard someone say before, that this is Indian politics and one cannot really predict anything longer term for this. A lot can change in 24 hours. But as of now, we've seen that although the early leads suggest that the Mahayuti would be inching towards the majority mark, but it's just the postal votes. And secondly, one cannot really guarantee that particular alliance to form the government, even if they get the majority mark.
Yes. Nisha ma'am, you heard what my colleague had to say. The psychological advantage that the Mahavikas Aghadi had when the numbers came out in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, with Congress winning 13 seats, the highest, do you think the Congress did enough to retain that edge when it came to the assembly elections?
Well, the general view is that the Congress's campaign was very, very localized. There wasn't a state leader campaigning all over for various constituencies. Rahul Gandhi went as a national leader and did few rallies, but it wasn't like a blitz. But then this time, the Maharashtra election was more about state leaders and less about the national leaders. In fact, people didn't talk about Narendra Modi or Rahul Gandhi at all. They were more interested in Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde, who would make it, what are the possibilities. So I think, but in a localized election, did they put their best foot forward? Because the political families in Maharashtra who control districts And often they are contending more than one political family pitted against another one. Like Narayan Rane's family, you know, whose two sons are contesting from Sindhu-Durg, as opposed to the Naik family, you know, who are the foes. So there are many local, I have called this a hyper-local election, the Maharashtra election. Therefore, very difficult to, you know, predict because there are too many players taking place in action there. So to answer your question, did they put their best foot forward? People feel they didn't put their best foot forward in Jharkhand, certainly.
Yes.
Because they were given 30 seats in that alliance and 41 to JMM and then to RJD and CPIML. And people felt that, you know, in proportion to what they'd been given, they had not done their best.
But they just campaigned in the seats where the Congress was
that also. But I think it's much more than, it was more an alliance that was there, MVA rather than Congress per se.
Right.
And sympathy for Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray because they'd been betrayed by their parties. The parties had split. That had played out in the Lok Sabha.
Okay.
Now, does sympathy manifest itself second time over in the same manner?
Right.
Then the other thing that went in their favor was Maratha Muslim and Dalit combination. Did that also weaken? Did the Dalit component of it weaken? Even though Marathas, I think, have been with them.
I think Jarange Patil's, decision to not really contest elections, because in Marathwada, the BJP faced one of its worst setbacks, winning just about one seat. Do you think, Professor Shastri, that was one thing that was key to this election outcome, whatever it is, Maratha factor?
The Maratha factor is going to be critical. I think as the day progresses and as the victories become visible, which way the Maratha vote has gone would be visibly seen, along with the vote of other OBC groups, the scheduled caste vote and the minority vote. I think how these four play out will be seen in the result. But let me draw your attention to one more point, a very critical difference between the Mahayuti and the Aghadi. In the case of the Aghadi, the three parties left each party to focus on the region that they were strong in. So you had Sharad Pawar focusing on North Maharashtra and West Maharashtra. You had the Congress focusing on Vidarbha and the Shiv Sena focusing on Marathwada. Now, did this strategy work? Which means all the three have to pull their strengths to be able to do well in the regions given. On the other hand, in the Ayuti, you notice that the BJP has a majority of the seats across regions, whereas the Shinde Sena is in its pockets and Pawar's NCP is in its pocket. So this is a very different strategy the two followed, and which strategy appears to have the upper hand again is what we will know by 12 o'clock today.
That's right. Of course, the early leads are coming in. For our viewers, if we can just refer to the numbers that we can see on the screens right now. These are, of course, postal ballots which are being counted at this point in time, but the NDA getting a march ahead with 88 lead in 88 seats, and the MVA leading in 50 seats as we speak. And as far as Jharkhand is concerned, it's the NDA which is leading in 32 seats at this point in time and 16 seats where the India bloc is leading. But these are very early days.
Absolutely. Remember, counting always begins with postal ballots reserved for specific groups, including those with disabilities, security personnel, and certain government employees who are involved in essential services, after which is when the EVMs, they get opened and their votes get tallied. By midday is when we're told early trends will start emerging. And then, of course, the consolidation of leads takes place. But in Maharashtra, it's a tricky situation, because even if the party manages to get the highest number of seats, we're not really sure if it will be part of the government.
So I think it's very good that we are taking this electoral insurance policy at regular intervals, because I think last time around also there was this excitement about a certain parties doing well in the initial phase and the ultimate result being different. So I think to err on the side of caution is much better, and that's nice that we are doing it today as part of our analysis.
Absolutely. So early trends have started coming in, but they can be misleading. We'll have to wait and watch how this situation pans out. But remember, important elections there, fight for the economy, for the capital of economy, for the financial capital of the country, and also Jharkhand, which is crucial to the tribal identity. Important wars taking place, and of course, 42 bypolls, which will also see Priyanka Gandhi's electoral debut. And if she makes it, all Gandhis will be in the parliament. That itself is going to be interesting.
Right. Time for us to take a very short break, but stay with us. Coming up on the other side, Vishnu Shoma and Maria Shakil.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Cashback has flow, करते नहीं impress. Life हुई easy, कितना कुछ free, only with single ID. ये भी free, वो भी free, कितना कुछ free, only with single ID. Get it free with single ID. कितने सारे apps से मुझसे जुड़े, brands मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Good morning and welcome. In the next few hours, the political landscape of India could shift dramatically as the results from the Jharkhand and Maharashtra assembly elections roll in. With high stakes and even a higher voter turnout, these elections aren't just about local governance, they're a litmus test for national political tides. In Maharashtra, the battle between the BJP-led Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi promises a fierce contest with implications for regional power dynamics.
Yes, that's Vishnu, and I are joining you at a time when the EVM machines would have opened and the counting for both the states and the bypoll that's happening across a number of states would have begun. In Jharkhand, the outcome will signal whether the JMM Congress coalition can maintain its grip or if the BJP-led NDA will seize control. This isn't just about numbers, it's about the direction of development, policy and leadership in these pivotal states. Stay tuned as we bring you all the live updates, analysis, first reactions from the ground, shaping the future of over 250 million people. Don't miss what promises to be
a political spectacle that could redefine state and national politics. Because, Maria, you would agree, it's not just a state election this time around.
Absolutely.
There has been a certain trend, which we've seen in the Haryana elections. Is that going to be something which could be a factor over here? We're going to really see what happens over here, because there are many elections coming up, but we're going to see where this leads us. So we're going to, what you see on your screens right now, with many, many words of caution,
yes,
and should we add a few more words?
Yes.
Is very, very early leads. And these cannot be relied on. These are leads and not results. These are postal ballots which are coming in. These are early trends which are coming in. If you are asking when will results be known, I would suppose by about 12 o'clock we'll get
11:30 we'll get direction clear.
A clear direction, and then in the next few hours, these will translate into results.
Yes, absolutely. So at the moment, as we start this broadcast at 9 a.m., NDA, which is the Mahayuti, at 96, Mahavikas Aghadi at 64, and others become important in case if there is a hung assembly, but not at the moment. It appears a very different picture, but yes, it's very, very early. It's 9 a.m. The counting of the EVM machines would have just about begun in certain counting centers only, not across Maharashtra or Jharkhand. Looking at the Jharkhand picture, the early leads coming in of more than 50% of 81 seats, NDA there at 35, India Bloc at 18. Of course, it is the JMM, which is the incumbent in Jharkhand. Let's bring in the reporters.
Maria, hang on. Let me ask you a quick question.
Please go ahead.
Do you have any word on hotel bookings in Maharashtra?
Yes, so that's an important point. I was speaking to some sources of mine across parties, and they were telling me that there are preparations underway. Still last evening, none of the sides were confident whether this result in Maharashtra, because it's very, very splintered in terms of 6 parties, Vishnu directly in fray. Both the Congress and the BJP have a part of the Shiva Sena and the NCP. So you really do not know which way this election will go. But I think directionally, there is a sense that has come in. Okay, so there's a triple digit now for the Mahayuti.
No, you're talking about hotels, and I'm reminded,
Yes.
since the split of the Shiv Sena was such an important and pivotal moment in Indian politics, about the hotel politics, as it were, when the Shiv Sena split. They first went to Goa, then they went to Assam, then they went back to Goa,
Yes.
right? And then they went to Maharashtra. And
Yes,
we were
finally.
tracking them in various hotels all the time.
So, yeah, I think that becomes tough for us because, there are so many hotels and we tend to finally get the numbers of where... And
Let's
the
hope
number
it
of
doesn't
booking
go there.
importance.
Let's hope it doesn't go
Early
there. Now we
morning,
want clean
certainly not.
elections. That means we get to work a little less also.
Yes, so let's bring in the reporters. Anuj is joining us. We have Radhika joining us live early this morning. And we also have Abira. Let me begin with you, Radhika. As someone who is in Worli, an important contest between Milind Deora and Aditya Thackeray, what are you picking up? Is it, has the voting, counting of the EVM machines begun? I'm sure the postal ballots are over. What about EVM machines? Has that started?
Yeah, that has started. Counting of EVMs has started in Worli, of course. As you said, this is a high-stakes battle that we saw between Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora. It's going to be a close contest. Several predict Aditya win. Many others predict Milind win. But, this is what we've been seeing over the last several weeks. Mahayuti very, very confident of their victory. MVA confident of its victory. And it could be hung assembly is what several people are telling us. But if it's going to be hung assembly, more drama post this. And as you were pointing out, as reporters who've been covering this since 2019, we covered 2019 elections as well, and post that the Sena split, NCP split, we were just talking about hotels and resort politics. We did see, when the Sena versus Sena split happened, the number of hotels that all of them were put up in, first Surat and then Guwahati and then Goa. And the discussions really among reporters is, will we have to go to several of these cities and be parked outside many of these hotels? So that is a concern for reporters also, not just the, candidates, leaders and the political parties. But having said that, yes, it is a close contest. Mahayuti versus MVA, unlikely alliances, a lot of realignments we saw in the last several years. So therefore, 2019 drastically different from 2024. In 2024, we are talking about 6 parties and unstable alliances, as one would say, 2 Senas, 2 NCPs. So therefore, yes, although early trends may give Mahayuti some edge and perhaps later MVA some edge, but we'll have to really wait till the end because it's down to the wire really as far as Maharashtra Assembly elections are concerned. Yesterday multiple meetings took place, Sena meetings, BJP meetings, Congress meetings to ensure that their flock stays together, one, and secondly, if it is a hung assembly, who are the independents, who are the rebel candidates, and which are the smaller parties they could perhaps depend on. So yes, it's all down to the wire as far as Maharashtra is concerned. We'll have to wait for a few more hours to understand if it is going to be a clear mandate either for Mahayuti or MVA, or if it's going to be hung assembly, which means it's going to be chaos and confusion for weeks ahead.
Mahayuti at 110, Mahavikas Aghadi at 68, of course, as we have said, that the counting of EVM has just begun. Anuj continues to be with us. Anuj, where exactly is Eknath Shinde today? Because, it's an important battle for him in particular. Is he at Varsha or is he in Thane?
Eknath Shinde is in Thane here, right at the beginning of the day. Of course, he's expected to move towards the city as the trends become a little clear. And not just him, we can also expect many other political leaders, especially from from the close by areas and from the far off places as well, to travel to the city. From both the factions, because although the early trends suggest that the Mahayuti are having an edge at this particular moment, but we can expect things to get very close, as we approach the 12 noon period, and that is when one can see both the alliances will be inching towards that magical number of 145. But as been reiterated before, even if a party or even if an alliance crosses the mark of 145, that doesn't really guarantee the formation of the government by them, because it will be too ambitious of us to believe that even by the end of the day, the picture will become very clear considering what has been going on across the state in the last 4 to 5 years. We've seen that, there have been several mini contests amongst the larger picture of the Maharashtra
in terms of what the overall
and
situation that you see on the screen right now. Let's just give you the leads position right now. At this stage, the leads have the NDA considerably ahead. Remember, this will be postal ballot counting. At 103 leads for the NDA, the Mahavikas Aghadi at 64. At this stage, the Mahavikas Aghadi is actually 13 ahead in terms of a change from last time around. Of course, the political formations were different, but in terms of the composition, the NDA is down 7. But again, very early days. Let's go across to Abira, who joins us at from Dahisar. Abira, what's happening around you? What's the buzz that you're picking up? And what are some of the key contests where you're reporting from?
Let's first talk about, I think this time Maharashtra is taken over by the women because the percentage of women that turned out to vote was extraordinary compared to, of course, 2019. We have seen how Maharashtra percentage of voters have increased, and we have to give it to the women because 6% increase in the women voter. So, I think here at Dahisar, we have Manisha Chaudhary, who is the sitting MLA right now, who is the BJP candidate. She has an upper hand because she has been campaigning here, talking to the women, of course. But at the same time, we have Vinod Ghosalkar, who has a emotional quotient here because he has sympathy as his son was murdered a few months back. And he has been standing here, so he has sympathy votes here. But we have to say it is the women voters who are ruling Maharashtra. Maybe they will decide who will win this election.
Well, we're also joined by Clyde Crasto of the NCP, Rajesh Ghotian of the Congress, and Amya Kapoor of the BJP. Thank you all very much for being with us. And of course, we've got a wonderful set of panelists coming in throughout this morning. Let me go across to you, Clyde, first. Bottom line, at the end of today, or in fact in the next few hours, voters in Maharashtra, people in Maharashtra will get a sense of the real NCP, right? It is a battle of identity for your party. Clyde, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Did you get my question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I got your question. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
All right, we'll come back to Clyde in a moment. Let's just go quickly across to Rajesh Ghotian of the Congress Party. Rajesh, I know these are very early right now, but it does appear that in terms of the lead situation, the NDA considerably ahead of the MVA. Any quick thoughts that you may have?
See, when I started seeing the counting, I knew it was not possible at all. And if you see, I have been looking at the left side, that is on the screen, at a lot of Marathi channels, one of them being yours, NDTV Marathi. Now, I am having a lead count of, I don't want to just market any other channel on your channel, but I am having the latest on all the 288. It was 137, 135. So what you are showing will finally go there. And as of now, I don't want to be wrong also. It is showing 140 to Mayuti and 132 to MVA. And this is not even the first round. So I'm very sure I was on your channel 2 days back.
Yes.
Hello?
Sajjan, come in on this. When we are looking at these numbers, 120 is what we are looking at for Mahayuti at the moment and Mahavikas Aghadi at 80. Mahayuti down by
No,
12.
I'm giving you the latest.
And Mahavikas Aghadi
you are having at 210.
up by 20. Very early hours, 9-11
Okay,
isn't
I
really the
got
time
it.
we can come to some conclusion, but how are you looking at it?
No, I mean, that's also the down and up is because last time in 2019, the combinations were different. You have just two parties in what you call today Mahayuti, combined Shiv Sena and BJP. So therefore, both the constituents were contesting more seats. So this time, even if it's going down, the lead indicates one thing. If you see the ground scenario, the fact that except Marathwada region, everywhere there was a positive traction for Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme. To Eknath Shinde's image has also taken some sort of upward pull factor. Given that, also if you see in Vidarbha region wherein Congress was supposed to contribute considerably, therein we found that Congress had literally let it go, let it slip out and fall into the hands of the local candidates wherein the Mahayuti has the edge. So overall, I think if more women voters, as the report is there, have voted in this, so therefore the Ladki Bahin Yojana impact is going to give positive traction to the Mahayuti.
Okay, Aditi?
Well, we have to see what role or what the performance of Sharad Pawar is, because this is absolutely a make and break election for him and his party. We have to. I don't know what the reports are from Baramati. I don't know what the reports are from other areas where.
I will just mention that because NCP SP at the moment, their leads are, they are contesting on 64 seats. Lead is in 33. There's a change of plus 21 for NCP SP at the moment.
So which is
They're contesting in 86 seats, right?
86, yeah.
Yes,
86
yes.
seats.
So far we know about
51.
64.
51 so far.
64 we know about so far, yes.
So even assuming that it is
F5 update button, eh?
Yes.
even if we assume that it is around, they're leading in 1 out of every 2 seats that they contested, that's pretty damn good as strike rates go. But we have to see what, I'm really interested in knowing what happens in Baramati.
Yes.
In fact, there's a further update, Maria. You know, I mean, they're contesting in 86, the NCP SP. So far, there are leads in 71. There are leads now in 37. They're leading now in 37.
There's a gain of 24 seats.
And that's very significant.
Yes, that's pretty good. Let's bring in Clyde and get a reaction on this. Of course, as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, Clyde, we saw the results, and Sharad Pawar did give what was seen as a debilitating blow to his nephew when Ajit Pawar's NCP managed only 1 MP while Sharad Pawar dominated the NCP completely. I don't think so. Even in this election, Sharad Pawar, the NCP battle is going to be settled so easily. Mr. Pawar remains that dominant figure in Maharashtra politics.
Good morning, Maria and Vishnu. I hope you can hear me now.
Loud and clear.
Am I audible enough? Am I audible now?
Clyde, you've been audible all throughout. Can you answer the question?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So I heard you. I'm getting my updates, from Baramati.
Yes.
So at the moment, Mr. Ajit Pawar is leading, but overall picture is that, the NCP, my NCP, which is Mr. Sharad Chandra Pawar, we're leading in 45 seats at the moment. That's the update I'm getting from my central office, that we're leading 45 seats. So it's going to be neck to neck, but, like Maria just said, is it going to be settled, which is the real NCP? I have no doubt. I have no doubt we are the real NCP. The election commission may have given the verdict, things have panned out, but we all know who formed NCP. We all know who is the president of the NCP. These things happen, but at the end of the day, people of Maharashtra will decide today what they decided in the Lok Sabha election. We won 8 out of the 10 seats that we contested in. So I think it's going to be a decision that the people have taken. It's going to seal it this time around. But having said that, the updates that I'm getting also, we are neck to neck. The Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi are running neck to neck.
It's a battle of identity for your party. At the end of the day, in the next few hours, people would likely say, okay, I now know who the real NCP is. And therefore, as tall a leader as Sharad Pawar may be, this is at one level an existential election for your party.
Well, I wouldn't call it an existential election because we know we exist. It's the other faction that broke away. They try to, exist and, call themselves the real NCP. But the truth cannot be, hidden. The fact is, we all know where the party stands. Sharad Pawar Saab formed the NCP and we're
Okay, a
going
word
ahead with
on
it. That's what it is.
Shiv
One
Sena
more.
and all other political parties, because we have more details coming in now. The Shiv Sena, which is Eknath Shinde Sena, the leads have come in on 59 seats out of 81 that they have contested leads now. They are leading in 33 of those 59. There is a change or gain of 2. Congress, though, is down minus 13. They are contesting on 101. Remember, in Mahavikas Aghadi, they're contesting on maximum number of seats. Out of 101 seats that the Congress is contesting, the leads clear now in 83. They are leading only in 26. And in 2019, remember, they had won 39. So I think it's not very early trend, but not very clear picture for the Congress at the moment. So as we look at 917, Mahavikas Aghadi at 85, Mahayuti at 136. So that's how the numbers are stacked. Again, let's bring in Anuja Kapoor now of the BJP. Early trends, I know BJP has always been cautiously optimistic, but how are you viewing it?
Jai Shri Ram and good morning. We are very hopeful because this is the government of NDA, and NDA is a cadre-based party where under the leadership of Modi ji, a Modi ji who has been bestowed with the highest honor around the world with 17 awards. This is what we see, where India is called as a Viksit Bharat. You will be seeing in 2045, 40 in next decade. So what we are looking into is why we would be winning this. Because what Modi ji's schemes have been turned up in Maharashtra, what Modi ji's schemes have been turned up in Jharkhand, that is on the ground level. The woman, Dalit, the caste system, what Congress was talking about, where we were talking about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, where we also talked about
because what I'd like to do, and I'll come back to you, is take a look at important strike rates which are taking place in face-offs between various political formations. So if we take a look at the BJP versus the Congress, that's the really big one. The BJP presently in leads, these are leads, not results, we'll say it 100 times, has a strike rate of 70%. The Congress in a direct face-off in Maharashtra across the state is hitting at only 23%. So this is a huge problem, Maria.
Yes, a word on those 75 seats. Out of those 75 seats, there is on which there is a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. 40 are in Vidarbha, which essentially means that the BJP is doing well in Vidarbha region. That's why their strike rate is at 70% in this direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. Early hours, it's 9:20 only.
And also, the other point, of course, is that the Congress is doing, would have concerns at this stage. Of the 101, and as you mentioned, in the MBA, they're contesting the maximum number of seats in that alliance. They're leading in only 25. That's down 14 from last time. Let's take a look at the next face-off, as it were, on the screen. This is the NCP versus the, I think it's the NCP versus NCP. Let's try and pull out those graphics on the screen. Oops. NCP versus the NCP SP, Sharad Pawar. Again, this is the battle for identity. It's almost even Stevens, because Maria, about 30 seconds back, it was 50% each, right? So the NCP Sharad Pawar marginally under, but again, it's almost perfectly evening. The other big battle, the Shiv Sena versus the Shiv Sena, the crisis in Maharashtra politics triggered initially by the split of this party. The Shiv Sena or the Balasaheb Thackeray, right? Again, in the biggest battle of identity, is not hitting at the strike rate that they want.
Yes, so in 53 seats that we are looking at, in which there is a direct face-off between the Shiv Sena and Shiv Sena UBT, it's 53 seats, and most of these 53 seats are coming from Konkan, Thane region.
And Mumbai region.
Yes. Yeah. Sajjan, a word on that?
Yeah, precisely. If you see, there is a generational shift, the generation of the Shiv Sena, which has not seen Bal Thackre's era. Certainly, the sympathy factor doesn't translate into vote automatically. Second, Eknath Shinde, whatever be his tally, but certainly he has arrived as a leader compared to the Lok Sabha election when he was a traitor and banking upon BJP organizational base. Ladki Bahin Yojana is Eknath Shinde's initiative. So 1, 2, he is now considered as a CM who has delivered a lot in a very quick span of time. So that is why he is not only has arrived as a leader, but he is also contributing to the tally of Mahayuti. And if more women turnout is there, which is the case, then mind it, if Yuti sails through, certainly Eknath Shinde is going to be the Nitish Kumar of Maharashtra for BJP.
You know what's interesting? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead.
In what I find interesting is that if these trends translate into results, and you know the gap at this stage is fairly significant, then it goes against what we've seen in the Lok Sabha elections, where the MVA rested 30 of the seats, 48 seats. Right? So it's a complete spin within a matter of few months. Of course, we know that assembly elections and Lok Sabha elections very different. But coming as it does just a few months later.
Vishnu, that was palpable on the ground. What I saw on the ground was that there is no anger per se. 6 months ago, the BJP was being accused of Jod Tod Ki Rajniti. After 6 months, that had gone. So what my reading has been, that if there is anger or if there is sympathy, it manifests only once. And if after the voters are done voting on that issue once,
it has been vented out. They have vented out.
It doesn't repeat itself. Aditi?
Well, yes.
The issues would be broadly similar, though.
The issues are similar. The issues are actually the same. Issues of farmer suicide, issues of socio-economic crisis, issues of investment flying out of Maharashtra to other states, levels of corruption. Those issues are very much in people's minds. They continue to be throughout the campaign. This is what one heard. But I think leadership also matters a great deal. And so this election proves to us how much leadership actually matters. Sharad Pawar continues, according to the result, continues to be a formidable leader in Maharashtra, despite the current situation that seems to suggest that Ajit Pawar is following closely behind him.
Okay.
The Shiv Sena UBT leadership has proved that it is not up to the task, and you can only go so far as up to a point with the theme of betrayal. And the Congress, frankly, has completely
they are underperforming in a very big way.
And I would say Vidarbha in particular, you know, because in that region, it is also proving, if these numbers actually translate into actual results, that even in hyper-local elections, we were seeing this as 288 mini battles playing out in Maharashtra. Even then, there are certain nuts and bolts of an organization which seems to be working here.
Yeah, and you see, don't be surprised if Vidarbha emerges as the graveyard, not for the Congress, but it drags down MVA also, because Vidarbha is where the Congress is supposed to contribute. Largest constituent of all the 6 regions.
Absolutely.
And Congress is supposed to contribute there, and it's almost a direct fight between BJP and Congress.
Yes.
And the way we are witnessing, it seems to be the trend, at least in Vidarbha, that if MBA gets pulled down, primarily it would be on account of the Congress.
Okay, according to leads, at 9:25, NDA has majority in both the states. But this is early, very, very early trends. Let's tell our viewers this would be the first round of counting on EVM machines. So very, very early when we look at these numbers. But the gap seems to be increasing between the Mahavikas Aghadi and the Mahayuti. It's almost 70 seats gap, which is certainly significant. Let's bring in Mr. Singh now of the Shiv Sena. You know, the spotlight will be on Eknath Shinde. 2.5 years of governance, and then he managed to position himself as this leader who can take forward the mantle of a hard Hindutva party such as the Shiv Sena.
देखिए, जो असली शिवसेना की बात थी, तो आज तो ये प्रूव हो गया कि जो है असली शिवसेना
अभी कुछ और टाइम इंतजार करते, शायद आप और 3 घंटे बाद ये कह सकते हैं, पर फिलहाल ये अभी नतीजे जो है ये नतीजे नहीं है, ये लीड्स है सिर्फ।
नहीं, पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट तो है, पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट चल रहा है। और मेरा कहना ये है कि जो शिंदे साहब जो है, मैं इनको 25 ईयर से जानता हूं, और ये बहुत जमीनी नेता है। ये जैसे जो यूबीटी के नेता है हवा हवाई वाले नहीं है कि जो है इधर से मातोश्री में रहना ये नहीं करना जो है
जी
इनको मैं स्टडी किया है। सुबह 8 बजे घर से निकलते हैं, 12-1 बजे 2 बजे रात को घर पे आते हैं और इन्होंने जो लाडली बहना योजना किया जो है उसकी वजह से काफी फायदा मुझे दिख रहा है। और मैं जिस समय वोटिंग था उस समय भी वोटिंग पोल पे गया था। इलेक्शन कमीशन को मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने जो है अलग से महिलाओं के लिए पंक्ति बनाई थी और व्हील चेयर भी रखा था। तो जो शिवसेना साहब का जो काम है इस इलेक्शन में दिख रहा है और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि महायुति की सरकार बनेगी।
What I really want to focus on, and let's just have that graphic up once again on the NCP versus NCP battle, because that to me is the most fascinating battle in the battle for leads at this stage. With the NCP, Sharad Pawar up 23 from last time around, whereas the NCP, the Ajit Pawar faction down 12 from last time around. So, you know, I mean, so that's so we'll update those numbers. But what I'm actually seeing, let's you know, in the face-off right now, no, what I'm actually seeing is the overall seat, the lead position. But in the face-off, that's fine. But let's have that up again. Where are the two against each other? And we'll be updating these graphics as well. It's a 54% to 46%. So the NCP of Ajit Pawar at this stage seems to be going up. But again, that's something that we would want those numbers revised to see whether there's been a change in that in the last few moments as well.
Yes, that's right. But this battle of NCP versus NCP in Baramati and parts of Marathwada.
Yeah, parts of Marathwada and Baramati primarily for the first time, despite all these gossip that there is some understanding between Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. In Baramati, for the first time, you'll see entire Sharad Pawar family is spiritedly, they have campaigned against Ajit Pawar personally to ensure his defeat. Sharad Pawar's wife, who never stepped out in politics, hitherto.
Okay, just a moment. I just wanted to go across to Clyde because the numbers which I'm reading, Clyde, in terms of leads, actually has the NCP SP ahead of the NCP. Is that what you're getting as well? So we'll update those graphics of ours.
No, Vishnu, I'm not taking anything away from what you've got, but I have got my central office, which we are monitoring because I mean, it's not surprising that we are monitoring both these parties. So right now we are leading in 43 and the Ajit Pawar group is leading in 20 seats. That's what I'm getting from my central office. So 43 NCP SP and 20 seats to Ajit Pawar. That's what is the situation right now.
Ajit Pawar and Ajit Pawar candidates are leading in 15 constituencies at the moment in this direct face-off which is happening between the two parties. So Ajit Pawar, who did really badly and poorly in the Lok Sabha polls, is trying to regain, or is he riding on what was seen as sympathy, sentiment done away with? Now it is about strengthening Mahayuti, the government of the day, because if these numbers hold and the gap between the two sides is only increasing, it's a pro-incumbency vote which is playing out across Maharashtra. And a word again on this, Aditi Fadnes. You know, Maharashtra since 1987 has not voted a single party. It has always been an alliance government in Maharashtra. This is again, as we saw in 2019, it was a pre-poll alliance that the voters may be looking at favorably. If these numbers hold, we are saying it repeatedly, this would be first round only on the EVM machines.
But if these numbers are correct for Mahayuti, then Mr. Devendra Fadnavis will be always the bridesmaid, never the bride? Because everybody
is
doing extremely well.
Yeah.
And also, you know, although the BJP has contested the largest number of seats, they will once again be relegated to supporting a smaller party from the outside, which is...
Or maybe initially they'll not rock the boat, and we'll see that now.
Maria, I'm just going to come back to a point I was mentioning earlier on, and according to the updated figures that we have also coming in and we tabulated with the ECP, again, it's the most fascinating fight for me right now is the NCP, SP and the NCP. The leads position of the Sharad Pawar group of the NCP, according to our data, is 32. The NCP is at 27. Remember, the NCP Sharad Pawar is contesting in 86, the NCP contesting in 59. The NCP Sharad Pawar, in terms of all their contests, this is not just NCP versus NCP, but in all their contests, is actually up 19. Now, if you take a look at that compared to where the Congress is, at this stage, the Congress in the leads position is down 15. So in terms of, you know, the big partner, as it were, in the equation, the Congress contesting in 101 seats, it's quite clearly underperforming in a huge way, and the NCP SP appears to be doing reasonably well. Now, is that good enough or not? You know, I mean, that we will get to that later.
But Vishnu, I just wanted to make a small point, which is that the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, I continue to call it the Ajit Pawar faction, has actually not contested on its own symbol in many seats. So granular data could result in a different picture.
You're talking about independents?
I'm talking about candidates of the BJP who are contesting on Ajit Pawar's symbol and vice versa.
Yes. Shaina NC.
Exactly.
You know, she contesting on a Shiv Sena, as a Shiv Sena candidate.
Exactly. So that granular detail is also quite important when we try to assess the positions of relative positions and strengths.
All right. Well, we've got our correspondents out across the field right now, reporting from the BJP headquarters. Who do we have up at this stage? Prabhakar and Aishwarya join us. Let's go straight across to Aishwarya. Give us a sense of what's happening at the BJP headquarters.
Laddu?
You know, the last time this Laddu business happened, I think you and I were anchoring, and there were Laddus in the Congress office. Our dear friend Sunil Prabhu was eating one of them as well, but then the election results. So I would suggest that Laddus might be bad news, but what's happening around you, Aishwarya?
Laddus or jalebis, Aishwarya? What did you get?
Well, this time it is jalebis, and unlike of the Haryana elections where we saw at the Congress headquarters jalebis being distributed, this time since morning what we are witnessing at the BJP headquarters is jalebis being prepared over here, and you know, probably at around 11 or 12 the picture will get clearer, and there had been orders of almost 100 kgs of jalebis. Of course, there are no early celebrations as of now, but preparations are still on at the BJP headquarters. Many leaders have turned up since morning as they are watching these results very closely. The BJP had clearly stated that they're very confident of the Jharkhand polls, but on the other side, Maharashtra is something they would like to wait and watch as to what transpires in the next few hours. But certainly preparations are on, as every elections we see, if Bharatiya Janata Party wins, then it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who comes to the headquarters and address their Karyakartas, and therefore the reason perhaps all the you know, preparations are on, and the orders have been given to the Karyakartas to still wait and watch as to what results transpired. But jalebis is something that is being prepared currently at the BJP headquarters.
Jalebi factory may have been a talking point in Haryana, but jalebis are back as the favorite.
Take a look at Jharkhand. Shall we take a look at Jharkhand, because we've got our colleague Prabhakar as well in Ranchi waiting for us. The overall position right now, the NDA and the India Alliance both contesting in 81. The leads position has the NDA up at 43. That's up 17 from last time. The India Alliance, and this is terrible news for the JMM obviously, is that they're down 13 from last time. So again, very early, the total number of seats is 81. Any early reactions, Prabhakar? Is there a sense of disbelief? Or I mean, at this stage, actually, the JMM is up 4 from last time. So perhaps it is early days. But what are you getting in terms of some reactions on these leads?
I think the leaders from both the factions, they will first wait for the numbers to settle down, and then they would react to the results which are coming in. But as of now, of course, the trends are showing that the NDA is in a leading position, and that would be a big setback for JMM, because they were quite upbeat about it. They were quite positive that they would actually be able to come back in power, and it was basically they were riding on the hope of this Maiya Samman Yojana, which is their flagship program actually to attract women voters. And what we saw on the ground during the polling, that women were there in large number on ground voting, and JMM actually believed that it was because of their scheme, the Maiya Samman Yojana, that women have come out largely actually to vote for them. But if the numbers actually don't go their way, it will certainly be a big, big disappointment. Laddus have been ordered here in Ranchi as well by both the camps, laddus and crackers. We don't know which camp will actually burst crackers or distribute laddus, but certainly we will have one, whichever camp wins.
Good one, Prabhakar there. Let's bring in Tom Vadakkan. Tom Vadakkan, it seems Jharkhand, Maharashtra, both the states could have good news for you, but very early hours, 9:36 only. Mr. Vadakkan, if you heard me, sir.
I will take this opportunity to, to thank our voters and the Election Commission for having conducted an election which is above board. Above board. Whoever wins or loses, this is democracy at full play.
But Tom, you're being terribly philosophical early in the morning.
If you have delivered,
got some very positive
you will win.
leads positions to you in Jharkhand and in Maharashtra. Where is the excitement, or are you in a sense of disbelief that you're doing as well as you are in the leads position in both states?
No, that's not the case. We know we have delivered. We know we have delivered.
No, that's more
and
like
our guarantees and promises people have seen it. So we are not, we are somebody who's surprised with anything. If you work hard and you deliver, your Kalikartas are there and the results are there, then there's nothing to stop you. And if democracy is anything that we can talk about, that is what you deliver to the people, how well you take care of the people, and the promises that you keep and you maintain it.
In these numbers
that is the essential test,
Tom,
litmus test.
That we heard two very women-centric schemes in both the states. In one state, you had about Ladki Behan. In the other, it was about Maiya Samman. In both these states, women voters came out to cast their vote. But if these numbers actually translate into actual results, in one state they voted for the party which gave them that model of governance. The other one, they have voted against it.
Quite right, absolutely, and this suggests that there are many other factors at work in both states. Well, they are very different states, so you can't really equate one with the other. But even though women have come out to vote in large numbers, the factors that have impelled them to vote in certain ways may be different.
And also the tribal voter, we'll have to talk about them. That will become a crucial vote bank now. All that outreach with regards to, Birsa Munda Jayanti and visually impactful images.
It's not just that. It's also what BJP told us is in the Konkan region, where the BJP, which sends 14 seats to the assembly, in the last election, the BJP got 0. Konkan is where Champai Soren comes from.
Right.
That's right.
So it's possible that the base of the tribal JMM-led tribal consolidation, the base of that grouping is completely broken.
Sajjan, that's an interesting point. Hemant Soren in these elections, the fact that he came out of jail as a sort of hero, the fact that the JMM were looking at the entire narrative of how their premier leader has been targeted by agencies. If these leads translate into results, then that entire narrative completely collapses. And I would suggest, perhaps even more than the women voters, it is the narrative of the JMM and Hemant Soren not working out that would go against them and decide the sympathy factor, which would win or lose the election for them.
Yeah, therein comes relatively the core zones wherein the impact of the leader is there. So besides Santhal Pargana and among the Santhals, it has never been the case that JMM has consolidated all the tribes, let alone about the rest of the Jharkhand electorates. Last time what happened that BJP's Chief Minister Raghuvar Das and OBC, he ended up alienating both the tribals and the upper caste middle class voter, like Saryu Rai and others, This time, wherein the BJP, by aligning with AJSU and others, consolidated OBC votes. Upper caste vote also has come, and with Babulal Marandi and others, they have been Urao, Mundas, Ho, Khadiya, lots many tribals. So that way sympathy factor needs to be given some external organizational push to be beyond the quarantined area of Santhal Pargana.
Right.
And when Congress is your ally, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, so Santhal is how many seats there? Santhal Pargana would be how many seats?
In and around, if I'm correct, around 30 or something.
30. That's the dominant. It's similar to Vidarbha. I mean, the region which can make or break.
But you have to remember that tribals are only 27% of
27%,
Jharkhand's
yeah.
population.
That's right.
Now, the other castes,
OBCs.
Particularly the Kurmis, and
yes.
Specifically among the Kurmis, the role of Jairam Mahato, who has emerged as a very major a potential chief minister candidate among the Kurmis. That is also very, very important.
The Congress down last time in Jharkhand from last time.
Yes.
They're contesting a significant 30 seats. They were always being carried along by the JMM, but with this, you know, it's just not worked out.
Okay, so a word on Jharkhand now, and if we can do a party-wise breakup, the BJP is contesting on 68. We have leads in 65 so far. The BJP, of these 65 seats, the BJP is leading in 35. They have made a gain of 11. JMM contesting on 43 seats. We have a picture clear of 41. There is a change of -3. The Congress is down -9. It seems to be certainly bringing down this entire alliance. AJSU, the alliance partner of the BJP there, it is contesting on 10 seats. They are leading in 6. They are making gains of 4. So a word on AJSU.
Yeah, AJSU contributes to especially the Kurmi Mehto.
The Kurmi Mehto, yes.
Hazaribagh and bordering the Purulia, all the regions wherein you have Kurmi Mehtos, and who last time also got alienated. So this time, that is why the women-centric scheme is one factor that should have contributed to the JMM Congress alliance. But when you do not do your homework right about the social base, for example, in Maharashtra, you see, except Marathwada region, wherein the Jarange Patil factor seems to be contributing to, going against the BJP. Everywhere BJP again, consolidated among the OBC base, Madhav Alliance, Mali, Dhangar, Vanjaris, Teli, etc. And that's why you see many of the OBCs are saying that we voted against the BJP because hum dar gaye the because of the constitution narrative. Yeah. But now that the OBC leaders like Chhagan Bhujbal and others, they openly came out against Jarange Patil, and that is why you contribute to the social boost, and then Ladli Bahin Yojana adds up.
And in that narrative of Jarange Patil in Marathwada, here is Jarange Patil not questioning the Shiv Sena. He's questioning his target is essentially Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP.
That's the caste. No, that not Maratha leaders of BJP.
No, yes.
Primarily the Devendra Fadnavis because he's a Brahmin.
Yeah, so I'm saying even then Jarange Patil was selective in his target questioning. So that essentially confused the voters even more. When I met him at his home in Marathwada, he gave me an impression that yes, I'm going to start agitation again, and all his questions was only against Devendra Fadnavis. Right. So the BJP chose that in Marathwada, Devendra Fadnavis will not be in the front line of the campaign. No. He'll be much behind.
I just want to switch very briefly to Jharkhand once again and pick up on the point that Aditi was talking about. I think Jairam Mahato and the entire insider-outsider debate is one of the most fascinating aspects of this election. The fact that he's campaigned on a domicile policy going back to 1932, saying that that is the cutoff when you'd be decided. How significant a player is he in the context of these elections and this particular insider-outsider debate, which has also been core to what the BJP has been arguing?
Look, this domicile thing is already a done and dusted thing. Babulal Marandi way back, 2 decades back.
It comes up, yes.
Now in Jharkhand, more than that, I think his crucial impact would be among the Mehto, Kurmi Mehto community who are sizable in Jharkhand. Because I think this outsider-insider debate has been dusted. It doesn't have the resonance, but because the very demand of being included into the ST category. You know, 1908 when the Kurmi Kshatriya Mahasabha happened, and they were invited, the tribal told them that you are not the Kurmis of UP and that time the plains of Bihar, do not go, but they went there because of the Sanskritization logic.
No, but what is interesting now is that even there, a party like BJP, which had, not really directly projected Babulal Marandi as their face, they are getting acceptance from tribal state. It's a tribal, 28% may not be the completely dominated state, but will be seen as a tribal state.
In terms of the territory,
in terms of territory.
Inhabit.
I think much more important is
The Kurmi factor.
No. BJP got 0 seats in the tribal reserved area.
The Lok Sabha
reserved seats.
In fact, the BJP slogan, "Tom Vadakan batenge to cutting," that is also, something that evidently may be working. It was debatable, it was controversial in a sense. The Congress really took you on that, but you stuck to that, and I mean, at the cost of some suggesting that it was divisive. But would you suggest that that's also perhaps one of the key factors which has worked well, certainly in the case of Jharkhand so far?
As to the question of the slogan,
yes,
I think it is a logical thing that we Indians have to unite against forces that are outside. And if that has been a slogan that has been there in our manifesto in different forms and sizes. Now, I think one thing that is being avoided on your channel, that demographic change in the tribal area is an effect that the tribals have realized that they are being replaced. And especially when the announcement came in from a Congress leader that facilities would be provided to these outsiders. When I mean outsiders, I mean those who have come into the state and have settled there. This is the realization that has hit bang into the tribal psyche, and they have realized that they may be replaced by this new demographic change.
Okay, so we are going
and
back
I think
to
that
the
needs
state
to
of
go
Maharashtra,
on record today.
and we'll start focusing it on the basis of various regions. Maharashtra, as we have been saying, there are 6 decisive regions. Every region has its own set of issues, has voted on its own set of issues. There is no pan-Maharashtra issue which played out. So we are starting to look now at Konkan region. In Konkan, a word on that, in all 39 seats in 2019, the BJP Shiv Sena had won 26. The Congress NCP had won 7. Now, how are the numbers stacked, Vishnu?
Well, if you take a look at the Konkan region in Maharashtra, the NDA up over here, up 4. The MVA leading in just 1 seat. Others are not particularly significant in this concept. It's a runaway success in the Konkan region. Sajan, how would you look at Konkan and the dynamics in Konkan, which are different from other parts of the state?
So Konkan, you have 3 districts, Sindhudurg, Ratnagiri and Raigad.
Yeah.
But when you add 39 seats, it's also have the Thane and Palghar.
Right.
That's combined.
Okay.
In Lok Sabha election, when the generic trend was against BJP, both the seats of Konkan was won by BJP. Narayan Rane is one who is not considered a Maratha leader because he is from Konkan, and because of its continuity to Mumbai, there was more kind of a Shiv Sena base. So that is why Uddhav Thackeray was supposed to contribute here. It was his passion. He should have been the legacy holder. But we saw that during Lok Sabha election also, Konkan went Mahayuti ways. This is one. 2, you see, in this region, there is always the kind of a factor, you see, Hindutva is more strong, but therein also the factor that Uddhav went with Mahayuti. And
okay, so now, a word on that. Mahayuti has reached 202.
Right.
Never before in Maharashtra history an alliance is standing at that number. Aditi, I mean, it's going to be a landslide if that actually
Meanwhile, Aditya Thackeray is leading in Worli. That's interesting.
Yes.
That's important.
Yes, while we look at it.
The Thackeray faction.
Yes, but 202, that's where are the numbers coming from? Let's put out more numbers now there. 202 for, okay, now 203, it's only increasing for Mahayuti. So let's bring in region-wise again, Jui, starting with Vidarbha now. Let's move to Vidarbha because that's an important battle there. In all 62 seats, how are the numbers tagged? Okay, massive gain for Mahayuti there. of, they are leading in 51 seats again.
No, and this is very significant because this is an area which is known for agrarian concerns, and agrarian distress has played out very much in parts of Amravati, Chandrapur, Nagpur as well. Farmer suicides was something which was very, very big over here.
Yavatmal is here. Yavatmal is in Vidarbha.
In Vidarbha as well. If the NDA is doing well in these issues, then the sense that the MVA really held the narrative when it came to addressing farmer issues hasn't held true at all.
No, certainly not. And therein comes that yes, there were complaints about the low productivity of soybean and cotton.
Yes.
Prices were not much, but yet people said that when you, we do not treat ourselves as farmers in isolation, women in isolation, they treat how the household income has been affected. This massive cash schemes that was there between Raksha Bandhan and Deepavali, on an average there was a feeling that 20 to 30,000 has come in most of the household, and that is why not only it neutralized, it gave a positive spin.
Can I just revisit?
Most of these
and
seats,
Maria, you answer this question for me.
In most of these
seats, what people want to know, when do we move away from saying that these are early leads to saying that we are now in a particular direction? It's now 10 o'clock almost in the morning.
I think post 10:30 we will be, because it's not really it's not.
It's consistent.
Because at this stage, for the MVA to turn this around would mean a massive change in the lead's position.
I think that's...
Which is why I'm asking.
It's going
Sorry,
to be
go ahead.
So I think we'll have to wait a little more. We have always been cautious. That's how NDTV, you are the veteran of NDTV, has been functioning. So let's hold our horses. It's not even 10 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, 8 minutes to go. By then, we'll have a clear picture of Maharashtra, 288 seats. The leads would have come in, early leads, very early leads. But yes, it looks like the Mahayuti at the moment could very well be home. But yes, let's look at Vidarbha. We have discussed Vidarbha. Moving focus now to Marathwada. Let's focus on Marathwada region now. In all, 46 seats here in Marathwada. BJP, Shiv Sena, that time around it was the united Shiv Sena, perhaps undivided Shiv Sena at 28. Congress NCP was at 16. How are the numbers tagged now? So again here the NDA, that is the Mahayuti, has taken a lead. They are leading in 36 seats, Mahavikas Aghadi at 9. So that Jarange Patil and the supposed meeting which happened between him and Mr. Sharad Pawar, what really happened to that?
Well, ultimately caste is very, very crucial to a lot of decisions that people take.
I just want to go through some of the key issues in Marathwada.
Yes, please.
Which composes of Aurangabad, Jalna, Beed, Marathwada, drought, underdevelopment key issues, issues of caste politics, water scarcity and agricultural issues. So some similarity with concerns raised in Vidarbha. Again, this narrative appears to be a runaway, in tackling this, seems to be a runaway success in terms of leads for the NDA at this stage.
And interestingly, in Jalna, when Jarange Patil started, so it's 212 now for the Mahayuti there, and the MVA numbers, MVA numbers are only declining. So there is no hung house, there is no chaos among the mind of the voters. One word on the ground was stability. A government that completes 5 years in office, that's what people of Maharashtra have voted for. They did not want any jod-tod. They did not want...
They've had enough of that.
They have had enough of that. So, even if Jarange Patil was angry towards, Devendra Fadnavis, a Maratha chief minister in Eknath Shinde managed to neutralize his anger in a great extent. In fact, what had happened was that soon after, when the protest started, the chief minister had travelled all the way to Jalna to meet Jarange Patil, to send him that message that he is sincere about reservation. He got that 10% passed by the assembly.
Yes,
that made an important impact, that he was seen as sincere to the cause of the Marathas.
Yeah, and also in the last moment, because this seems to be counterintuitive in Marathwada, because Marathas constitute around 30% of the population there. Then you have 18% Muslims. Then you also have the Mahar Buddhist voters who are not much under the impact of Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi. So this triple M, Marathas, Muslims and Mahar Dalits, was supposed to be demographically help the Mahavikas Aghadi, which is not happening, which means that in the last moment also there were conversations that Sharad Pawar had been Chief Minister multiple times. What did he do? Now he is supporting all those demands, and then Jarange Patil being the B team of Sharad Pawar, that narrative also came. But besides that, I think also it was a counter consolidation of the OBCs, because Pankaja Munde is there and lots many other OBC leaders are there. And apart from that, I think women factor perhaps seems to be the X factor in Maharashtra, because the kind of victory you see simply by caste and community demographic, it doesn't make sense. If there is
one of the best signs for Indian politics. We've seen the rise in women voters in the last couple of assembly elections. They were dominant, for example, in the Madhya Pradesh elections, Jharkhand, and this time as well.
Son of Raj Thackeray is trailing in Mahim.
Right.
We haven't discussed Raj Thackeray.
No, we haven't. It was not expected to be a very significant factor.
Absolutely. MNS, what happens to Raj Thackeray after this if his son is also trailing?
His cousin is winning.
Yes, so does it mean end of road? We don't write off anyone, but Amit Thackeray, this was his electoral debut, son of Raj Thackeray, MNS Supremo. He is trailing from Mahim. But let's bring in
Aditya was taking on Milind Deora, right?
Yeah. I'm being told to take Ratndeep now.
All right,
you have to go to Ratndeep.
Oh, there we are. See, so Aditya is leading against Milind Deora of the Shinde Sena. Right.
This is the second time Aditya was contesting from Worli.
So Sena versus Sena over here, and Aditya Thackeray, this is one of the few areas where they seem to be doing reasonably well. I'd be interested to see where some of the other battles, the key battles, the Pawar versus Pawar battles, which are taking place in Baramati. We'll come around to that in a moment. But let's also focus a little bit on by-elections.
Yes, a word from Ratndeep, who's joining us from Guwahati.
And Ratndeep, sorry to have kept you waiting right up off the top. But I can see that the air quality around you is much better than it is in Delhi. So, I mean, you were breathing clean air. But please go ahead.
That's right, we are breathing clean air, and perhaps in the bypolls in Assam, where there are 5 seats which went for bypoll, there is initial good news for the ruling BJP and allies, as out of the 5 seats, the leads that we are getting after round 1, in 3 seats, BJP and allies are leading, and that includes the crucial Samaguri seat, which has been a Congress stronghold since 2001. Since 2001, Congress had never lost Samaguri, but after round 1, BJP candidate has taken an early lead of 2,000 votes. So therefore, remember, this time BJP has campaigned hard there in the stronghold of Congress heavyweight Rakibul Hussain, and his son, 26-year-old Tanzil Hussain, is making his electoral debut there. And there it seems the BJP has been able to make some early inroads in the seat of Bihali, where a BJP turncoat was contesting on Congress ticket, where Congress heavyweight Gaurav Gogoi had led the campaign. There Congress is trailing, and also from Meghalaya, from the Gambagre seat, which is a prestige battle for Congress Sangma's family, with his wife making an electoral debut for his party, the National People's Party. She is actually leading there in Gambagre. There is a multi-corner fight there. So these are the updates coming in. So therefore, good news, early good news for the BJP and allies, not only in Assam, but also from Meghalaya. But all eyes would be on the Samaguri seat, which has seen major pre-poll violence, even skirmishes on the day of the polling as well. And remember, this time, this was the first election of at any level in Assam since 2016, when BJP came to power in Assam for the first time, that Himanta Biswa Sharma, the chief minister, was not leading the campaign. He did campaign for the party candidates because he was busy with the Jharkhand elections. And also Sarvanand Sonowal, the union minister, former chief minister, also was not seen very active in the campaign. So BJP had this time tested the electoral management of its second-ranked leaders in Assam. So therefore, this has been a major test for the BJP itself, and also for Gaurav Gogoi, who was emerging as Congress's face in Assam. At this moment, the initial leads are with the BJP, and that too in Congress stronghold of Samaguri.
Sikkim, both seats have been won uncontested. Some news flashed.
Yes.
Ratnadeep, could you tell us about the Sikkim contest?
Both seats have been won
I confess to not
uncontested.
knowing enough about it.
Yes, that's correct. In fact, in Sikkim, there were 2 seats where bypolls had to take place. In fact, 1 seat was vacated by the chief minister, because in the Sikkim election he contested from 2 seats and won both the seats. So he left 1 seat, and his wife had vacated another seat. And in both the seats, on the last day of withdrawal of nomination, the main key opposition party, Sikkim Democratic Front candidates, had withdrawn their nomination, and the other parties' candidates' nomination was disqualified. So therefore, the ruling Sikkim Krantikari Morcha candidates in both the seats have won unopposed, which includes Aditya Gole, the son of Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang.
Okay.
And with those victories, remember, now in Sikkim Assembly, which is a 32-member assembly, there is no opposition. All the MLAs belong to Sikkim Krantikari Morcha of Prem Singh Tamang, which is a key ally of
Ratnadi, we will
BJP.
talk about Sikkim a little bit later. Let the assembly elections happen over there. These were just bypolls. Let's go straight across to my colleague Radhika. As we do that, just an overall look at what appears to be a runaway win for the NDA.
But a word there, Vishnu.
Still leads. That's my next sentence. But just look at the gap right now. Remember, the magic mark is 145. They are well ahead of that. For the NVA at this stage, to reverse this, the leads position would be fairly extraordinary. There are different rounds, obviously, of counting and rechecks, even of the electronic voting machines. But at this stage, it appears that the NDA in the leads position completely ahead. Let's go straight across to Radhika, who's been tracking all of these developments and joins us now. Radhika, is there a sense of despondency building up among members of the MVA at this stage? Any reactions from the Mahayuti, for that matter?
No reactions from MVA as yet, but when we did speak to leaders of Mahayuti, they are obviously putting up a confident front, which they did yesterday. But as of now, no reactions from the Congress or Shiv Sena UBT faction at this point. They're, of course, waiting and watching. They say that these are early trends. Let's just wait for a couple of hours more before we can call the elections. But I am at BJP headquarters in Mumbai, and these are the scenes here. Of course, several leaders are inside. None of the top leaders have come here yet, but Mangal Prabhat Lodha is inside, along with several other leaders, as well as district presidents also of a few areas. They're also inside having a small meeting. But this is the how the BJP office is looking. In fact, they've put up a huge screen as well, where the numbers are put up for media to sort of take a look. So this is, as far as Mahayuti numbers are concerned, yes, Mahayuti is in lead. And when we did speak to leaders, of course, they attributed to all of the infrastructure projects, and also very particularly on the Ladki Behan scheme. We know for a fact that the number of women voters increased considerably this time, and that has been attributed to the success of Ladki Behan scheme, at least by the members of Mahayuti. One is that, and the slew of infrastructure projects that came into effect in the last, couple of months at least, especially in parts of Mumbai. When we did speak to voters of different kinds in Maharashtra, particularly in Konkan region, Mumbai, Thane, they were talking about the development initiatives, projects that have come in the last couple of years and that are in the pipeline as well. That is something that really did lure voters. And some of the projects did happen, or rather got launched or inaugurated just a few months ahead of elections, particularly the Coastal Road project or the metro. So all that has clearly worked in favor of Mahayuti, certainly, and the schemes for women, as I said, Ladki Behan, schemes for youth, schemes for farmers, that have 100% worked for Mahayuti, is what the leaders are saying. Again, early trends.
Sure.
We cannot, call elections.
Okay, Radhika, hold on a second. I want to go across to Sam Daniel for a moment. You know, we're talking about assembly elections in 2 states, but this is, in a sense, an all-India sort of feel because of the important by-elections. One of the crucial ones is Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, Wayanad in Kerala, looking to make her debut within Parliament. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us for more on this. So, potentially, one Gandhi replacing another. The stakes for the Gandhis are huge. They just have to win this one way or the other. It's a prestige battle like no other, at least in the context of these by-elections. Give us a sense of the challenges that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra faces over there, if any.
Vishnu, certainly in terms of her performance, she's having a comfortable lead, winning more than 70,000 votes. And at the moment, as we speak, both the LDF and the BJP are at a distant second and third position. And for Priyanka, it's a kind of a springboard to replace Rahul Gandhi, who has shifted to Raebareli. And the challenge for her would be to disprove the outsider tag that the opposition has been campaigning during this run-up to the bypoll here, saying that she would not have time to spend in Wayanad. She would spend more time in Delhi, but that's the challenge she has to encounter and disprove it. But for her politically, it's a springboard to emerge as a strong leader for the Congress, one replacing Rahul Gandhi down south, and also to be a stronger voice in the parliament. She's known to be a powerful orator, both in English and Hindi, to be able to take on the BJP, as the Congress calls it. Many in the Congress also look in her a semblance of Indira Gandhi. And while Rahul Gandhi has emerged to be kind of a people's person, traveling across the country to move with the people and to emerge as a people's leader, the Congress feels it's also time to have a strong leader like Priyanka Gandhi, who will have enough time to work on the organizational challenges of the Congress. And they feel with this kind of a mandate, they hope that she'll be able to win with a larger margin than what Rahul Gandhi had won. With that, she'll be able to focus more on the organizational challenges to help the party get stronger to take on the BJP.
Okay, so the story in Wayanad is going to be about the margin of victory of Priyanka Gandhi. Vadra shifting focus to Jharkhand quickly before we return to Maharashtra, because the first round in over 161 seats is still going on. So let's be cautious while we look at these numbers and say, because in an assembly seat, depending on the size of that assembly,
Maria is
on an average,
hope that this turns out to be an extremely close election. From what we are seeing right now, it's a runaway success for the NDA.
But that's what we do as journalists, cautiously waiting and seeing how numbers are turning up. But yes, so in all, there are 13 to 14 rounds. So we'll have to wait and see. There's only one round which is currently still on of EVM counting. Yes, Prabhakar, go ahead. How many rounds over in most seats in Jharkhand?
Yeah, we have just completed one round out here, and the numbers you are seeing on your screen, it's a very early trend, so we should not actually read much with these numbers. But yeah, the early trend shows that NDA is having a clear lead, and they are leading on 45 odd seats, which is a good number. And the JMM camp was till yesterday very upbeat that, and even today when we had a word with them in the morning, they were quite confident that they will be able to sail through, and it's their schemes on the ground which will actually yield results for them. Especially they are banking upon the vote of women here in Jharkhand because of the scheme which they have launched for them, the Maiya Saman Yojana, and they believe that this scheme, because of this scheme, the women, they were there in large number at the polling stations. So we'll have to wait for the numbers to settle down, maybe a few more rounds, and then we'll actually have the figure actually which way the wind is blowing here in Jharkhand.
Shastri, how long does it typically take for a round to be counted? Because there are 13 rounds, as Maria pointed out. It's an electronic process. So it's almost instantaneous, right? It's a process of rechecking.
Yes. My own sense is that by around 11. We should get the final trend, because I think Maria's word of caution to us flows from two things. What happened in Chhattisgarh and what happened in Haryana. You see, in both these states, we saw initial trends of one party leading. In Chhattisgarh's case, in both the cases, the Congress, and then you ultimately had a different result. So I think it's only from that perspective that this insurance policy is being taken, that things could change. Things could remain the same also, of course. As Vishnu was saying, maybe these trends get further expanded. But I think it would be useful, especially in the case of Jharkhand, given the proximity of the contest, that we wait for some more time for any definitive point to be made.
Okay. But initial trend, 10 a.m. right now, Aarti Jairath?
You know, for me, the most shocking thing about these trends is how badly Sharad Pawar's party is doing, and how Ajit Pawar seems to be claiming the legacy of NCP in Maharashtra. All reports, and even the Lok Sabha results had suggested that Ajit Pawar was, kind of finished, and after the Lok Sabha defeat, his party kind of broke up. There was an exodus to the NCP, and yet we find that Sharad Pawar seems to be doing badly, and Ajit Pawar seems to be ahead. And to me, this is really I'm not surprised about the BJP versus Congress because we saw in Haryana that when the Congress faces the BJP, it just completely collapses. The
No,
BJP
but
does well.
interestingly, Aarti, right now we are looking
Maria,
at
if I
those
could
numbers.
just make a small point.
Yes, sir.
The Congress seems to be the factor pulling the alliance down, both in the case of Maharashtra and in the case of Jharkhand.
Okay, can both of you hold on for half a second? We need to go across to our colleague Radhika, who's been, where there's a lot of action happening around her. In simple terms, Radhika, what's happening where you are? Are there celebrations in the Mahayuti camp, or what exactly are you seeing right now? All right, she's walking into an office is what I'm told.
Okay, so let's wait for that.
In fact, just a
And she's
while
walked
ago,
in. Go ahead.
we did see, packs of laddu being brought inside the headquarters here. I will just try and show you that because they just went inside with those packs of laddus. But yeah, those are the packages that are kept inside the BJP headquarters here. So clearly indicating that they are confident of a win. Of course, Mahayuti is in lead. The numbers are looking great for Mahayuti, especially for BJP, which is why BJP headquarters at this point is buzzing. Those are packs of laddus that are kept inside to be distributed perhaps in an hour or two. They are being cautious, clearly. It's not getting distributed at this point, but perhaps in an hour or two, we could see that happening. But yes, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, we know that landscape changed, and therefore there was a lot of confusion and chaos when it came to results. There was uncertainty. It was not really easy to predict, which is why pollsters gave different predictions. Of course, most of the pollsters did say Mahayuti would win, but there were pollsters who also gave prediction of hung assembly, and some also giving advantage to MVA as well, which is why it was hard to predict. Also because of the number of parties in fray this time. In 2019, just 4 parties. It was BJP, undivided Sena, and of course Congress and undivided NCP. It was a straightforward election at the time until Uddhav Thackeray decided to break away, and then things changed from then on, and then of course all the splits, which is why this is the first assembly elections, of course, post these splits, and therefore things have changed drastically, which is why all kinds of permutations.
Just hold on for half a second. I think Aarti wanted to make a really important point.
Yes, and we'll come back to you.
We'll come back to you. Stay put. Stay put, don't go anywhere. What you were mentioning is the battle for the heart and soul of the NCP, which Sharad Pawar, in what possibly his last election,
absolutely,
he's 84. He's turning 84 next.
He's 84. This is his last election. He has been the doyen of Maharashtra politics for the last 4 decades, dominated either in front as chief minister or as a power behind the throne. And now we see a near wipeout of, so far at least, unless things change, we're looking at a wipeout of the Sharad Pawar NCP.
Let's
and,
have the
clearly the
NCP
legacy
versus
is going
NCP
to
graphic.
Ajit Pawar.
We're going to have the face-off, as it were, or the NCP versus NCP.
Okay, so we have now
graphic
the
on
trend
stage.
in all 288 seats in Maharashtra. It's 10-15. Mahayuti leading in 217. This is, of course, the first round which is going on. Mahavikas Aghadi at 58. They're only slipping. NDA seems to be going ahead. If this holds, then it's a wave election in favor of Mahayuti.
Landslide, if this happens. But this is
a wave election.
Aarti was talking. Professor Shastri, you want to take this question? The NCP versus NCP, the strike rate of the NCP, Ajit Pawar at 66 versus 24%. Of course, these are the face-offs, direct face-offs between the two, but the number of seats that they've contested overall are different. The NCP contesting in 59, and the Sharad Pawar cap, I'll give you the numbers. 86.
No, if you look at this face-off and the trends as it stands today, very clearly we have a reversal of what happened in the Lok Sabha elections.
Absolutely.
And Sharad Pawar's NCP seems to be taking a backseat.
Okay.
Even other indications are that the lead is something like 35 for the Ajit Pawar NCP and 9 for the Sharad Pawar NCP. So clearly, what we had seen in the Lok Sabha election with regard to NCP is being reversed in the assembly election.
Okay.
And
so,
this is definitely a setback for Sharad Pawar.
No, I think in all the Mahavikas Aghadi, people may have voted for revenge sympathy in the Lok Sabha, but they realize that perhaps that can happen only once.
But one point which is emerging, the weak link
weak
in
link.
both the alliances seems to be the Congress
Yeah,
party.
absolutely.
The JMM is doing reasonably well in Jharkhand,
Yes.
but the alliance is being pulled down
down by
simply
the
because the JMM contested only 41 of the 81 seats,
Yes,
and
and the
30
remaining
seats
was-
were with the Congress party.
No, and of those 30 seats that the Congress contested in Jharkhand, the bulk of them were against the BJP. So once again, you know, what is being proved is what happened in Haryana, that when the Congress faces the BJP, it's
In a one-on-one
just
fight.
on a one-on-one
Okay, let's
fight,
just go
it's
across to
unable to hold its
our
ground.
political guest, Raju Wagmare of the Shiv Sena. Shinde joins us. We've got
Dolly Sharma from
Dolly
the
Sharma
Congress.
of the Congress party as well.
Arvind Tiwari from NCP SP.
Arvind Tiwari of the NCP SP.
And Rohan Gupta. And Rohan Gupta from the BJP.
Dolly Sharma, let me come across to you first. And sorry to keep you waiting, but you know, I mean, these are of course early leads. But you know, it's 10:16. The sense is that within the next 45 minutes or so, unless there's a very dramatic reversal, it seems that in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand, the Congress or your alliance in deep trouble. How do you see what's happening now?
See, this is too early to comment. Like you must have seen in last elections also, early trends saying something else and the results were different. So we are very positive. And also, like, you know, in the election, the muscle power that was used and the conflicts and divisions were instigated between the Marathas and OBC communities. The ruling party employed criminals and misused government machinery to further, you know, its agenda. Voter lists were manipulated. BJP extensively used power and money all over. And this was why, you know, in open you could see how money is being distributed. It's not a matter
Response
to
from the
laugh
BJP,
upon.
Rohan Gupta.
Everybody has seen the way they've
Rohan, would you
misused the
like to
power.
respond to that? Money power is the allegation made by the Congress.
So Vishnu, I am very happy that even after so many defeats, opposition hasn't learned the lessons. See, after Lok Sabha, there was an indication that their narrative on the name of reservation or constitution was getting little traction. But what happened in Haryana, what is happening today, it is a clear-cut message that the opposition parties are totally against the ground narrative. They don't know what the people of country want. They don't know what the state of Maharashtra wants because they are completely in their own, like Alice in Wonderland. They don't know what is the ground situation. Two things. One important thing which I would like to tell you. On the last day of the election, if the opposition leader has to react to the narrative set by the BJP, it clearly shows that they don't have faith on their own narrative. All their reveries or guarantees, people won't believe that because one day before the election, you get the message that Himachal, which is ruled by Congress, Himachal Bhavan is on sale. So people won't trust the people who give the guarantee and cannot fulfill, number one. Number two, on the other side, Ladli Behna Yojana or other schemes of NDA government, they were successful on ground. People were getting benefit of that. So as far as local narrative was there in Maharashtra, absolutely opposition party completely failed. On the other side, on national narrative also, their leader was completely taken aback. Because that appeasement thing and division of Hindu votes, this successful strategy of Lok Sabha, it proved boomerang to them in state elections because they could not understand how the ground is changing. They could not understand how people are responding to it.
Rohan, hold on. Let's go across to Arvind Tiwari of the NCP, Sharad Pawar. Mr. Tiwari, thanks very much for being with us. It's not looking very good for you at this stage, is it? You know, I mean,
No,
this is, yeah, go ahead.
No, it is not the situation as of now. It's the early trends, and you will see the situation drastically changing in an hour or two. As soon as the count increases, as soon as the rounds increases, you will see that the situation in Maharashtra has drastically changed. And I believe very strongly that whatever is the trend at this moment, it is going to be exactly opposite. And what my friend was now saying at this point of time, the narratives that they had set in Lok Sabha, there was a different narrative because at that point of time, that was the issue before the country, because that was what was being told by the BJP, their own leaders, that the constitution is sought to be replaced. The reservation was at stake. That was the situation at that point of time. In Maharashtra, at this point of time, the problems were the women's security. That was the major problem. You had seen wherein the women security had become a biggest question. You saw the issue of Badlapur, where The government was very much busy in publicizing its
But
landly banner
the
for
elections
6
are
days.
over.
For 6
Now,
days.
I take
For
all the
6 days
points
they
that
were
you're
not even
mentioning, but maybe this could have been stated a couple of days back. I mean, just
Correct,
looking at
but
this Leeds
see,
position, unless there is a very dramatic reversal, because look, let's face it, it's 10:20. Professor Shastri Bita said by 11 o'clock we should get an idea of the general leads that are happening. He doesn't get things wrong mostly. That being the case, you've got just about 30 minutes or so to 40 minutes or so to turn things around. Now, given that it's a landslide, it's headed towards a landslide if these leads translate into results, you might just be staring at an existential crisis for your party and a complete loss for your alliance. Is that your worry at this stage, or are you still hoping against hope?
No, right. It's not the question of against hope. We are not only hopeful, we are confident that we will be in a very much better position.
Fair enough. You have to put up a strong front there.
Fair
Mr.
enough,
Wagner,
yeah.
please come in on this. How are you looking at the numbers stacked up right now?
I think we are very happy to see the numbers which is coming through, and we was very confident about it that the Mahayuti will come into the power with a big majority, because the main situation is this, that the opposition completely lost the track or lost the connections with the voters and the people of Maharashtra. When we came out with a Mukhyamantri Ladki Behan Yojana, it was such a powerful and such a big, you can say, the program to get a woman on standing on their own feet, giving them confidence. Rather than supporting that, the opposition came out and they was blaming women that who was taking participation in this program. And you will surprise, in women voters, if you look into the voting percentage, 6.5%.
What is taking place now, Dr. Wagmare, would be looking at the leadership issue post the declaration of results. If for a moment we believe that the NDA or Mahayuti is headed for a win in Maharashtra, do you believe that the issue of leadership is something?
Shift.
Just one sec. Do you believe that there would be a real question on leadership and who leads, given your position relative to the BJP?
See, this election has been fought in a leadership of Mr. Eknath Shinde, who is our leader, and the popularity of his
There's a complete reverse.
Okay, hold on,
There's
sir.
a complete
breaking
reverse
news.
which has
Maria, go ahead.
happened in Jharkhand now. We were seeing even Steven or perhaps NDA leading. What has happened now is that India has taken a 17-seat lead at 1023 from NDA.
Do we have Prabhakar with us?
There is a complete reverse which has happened in Jharkhand now. I think that's going to be a fascinating battle again. We have been saying, just hold on to your horses. This is too early to say anything. But what is becoming clear is that if these numbers actually, because it has turned in a matter of few seconds.
They lead in
49.
49. And the NDA leads in 30.
Yes, so there is a gap.
A huge gap building in
18
favor of
seats.
India.
Building in favor of Hemant Soren, I would say.
I would absolutely.
The entire narrative of Soren having failed has now failed us.
No, I mean, so I think we really should not be, sort of jumping to conclusions right now, because it is very early.
Absolutely.
But I think Hemant Soren is really holding ground among the tribals. And that, I would say that, for the BJP, that would be a big disappointment, because they tried very hard for the tribal vote, using the infiltration narrative and, all sorts of other things. But I think Soren, there was a sympathy factor, his Maya Yojana scheme, and the issue of tribal identity.
So I
think
say,
that is the
when it is about the women voter, when they came out, we were, discussing that still an hour ago. They have gone with the schemes in both the states. If it is Maya Samman or Ladki Behan, now it is 50. They're only gaining now in.
But Maria, I would say that apart from the women factor in Jharkhand, I think the tribal identity was very key. For those tribal seats.
So what happens now?
This would be a simple majority.
I was saying before you both came on the show in the first hour, that today we will see the clear predictability of an unpredictable verdict.
Okay, Rohan Gupta, how are you looking at Jharkhand? Now it's a reversal, clear reversal for you.
When we are looking at your numbers, I am looking at the EC side that only first round has been counted. out of 20 rounds just because Jharkhand counting has started late. So hold your horses. अभी तो ballot हुआ है और वहाँ पे जो हरियाणा में हुआ वो झारखंड में आपको अभी थोड़ी देर में दिखेगा.
Rohan, is it your sense that the counting in Jharkhand has been a bit slow compared to Maharashtra? Is that on the basis of data that you're seeing?
Absolutely.
What it looks like?
Yes. Yeah.
And
yeah,
Rohan,
so
do you have
only
any?
First round, only first round.
And in how many rounds, according to you, have been done in Maharashtra, by the way?
Around 7 rounds, 7 to 8 rounds.
7 to 8 rounds, right? And there are 13 total, correct?
Must be more in Maharashtra, I would say.
How many rounds?
16. On an average, 16 rounds.
Yeah.
On an average, 16 rounds.
Yes, so there is still a long way to go, but I think Jharkhand picture, because it has been a reversal, 51 now, that gap is consolidating in favor of India. It's 10-30 now, so we can tell our viewers that this is how the numbers are stacked up. Both the states, the trends have come in on all the number of seats, 288 in Maharashtra, 81 in Jharkhand. On these 288 seats, Mahayuti comfortably holding on. They are only increasing. They are above 200. So they are leading in 216 seats in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, it is India bloc, which is standing now at 51. So it could be one good news for one bloc, India. The other one could be for the NDA. But I think...
Almost like Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, right? 1-1.
Except that I would say that the Maharashtra elections are perhaps more crucial in terms of the national picture.
Yes.
Because it is the second largest state after UP in terms of representation in the Lok Sabha. Also the Mahayuti had done very badly in Maharashtra.
Yeah.
And I think that this really is a tribute to the way the Mahayuti hunkered down.
Flip from the Lok Sabha election.
To flip it in just a matter of 3 months, 4 months.
So we need to also look at certain parliamentary by-elections.
Yes.
In Budni, in fact, the Congress is leading, the seat which Shivrajji is vacating.
Right.
And in Karnataka. Yeah.
Ajit Pawar leading in Baramati, not much of a surprise because he had said that in the Lok Sabha, the mood was that Tai in Lok Sabha and Dada in Assembly. And he also, admitted during the course of that interview that he gave to us that during the Lok Sabha, it was his mistake to field his wife against Supriya Sule. So I think...
So Ajit Pawar leading in Baramati. There are along expected lines over there in a Pawar versus Pawar fight. It's all in the family. That is expected. We'll take a look at some of the other big faces. Let's keep rolling those graphics so that we go through some of the other big faces in the Maharashtra elections. Nana Patole, Sakoli, he is leading. That's some good news for the Congress party. Chhagan Bhujbal leading in Yevla is in fact trailing. Devendra Fadnavis leading in South Mumbai, Nagpur Southwest, sorry. Prafulla Gudade, Nagpur Southwest is trailing the Congress party.
Because in most of these seats in Vidarbha, Vishnu, it's a direct face-off between the BJP and the Congress. Go ahead.
And Nawab Malik is trailing as well of the NCP. So a prominent face of the NCP in this area, trailing Aditya Thackeray. Some good news, at least for the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction. He's up against Milind Deora of the Shiv Sena versus Shiv Sena battle is losing.
But that's the contest. That's the contest.
That is one of the most high-profile
Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora.
Sort of contests in Mumbai, certainly. Professor Shastri, the one point that people watching this broadcast would want to know is, again, we've seen in the case of Jharkhand a quick turnaround. We're told by the BJP that only one round of polling is now taken place and things might change. How does the process of counting rounds in an electronic voting machine scenario, how does that actually work?
They do it area by area, and the reason why you sometimes see a dramatic shift across rounds is that you get the EVMs opened in places where a particular party dominates, and that shows the shift in the trend. So in the past also, if you have seen a shift in the trend, it is largely because newer areas see the ballot paper opening, and within a constituency itself, there could be patterns in terms of voting. And that sometimes is reflected in this change across the across
you
the
know, I remember one very dramatic election in Delhi in 1991, I think it was, the New Delhi seat, and LK Advani was trailing. He was trailing till the last round when they opened the ballot boxes from Lajpat Nagar. And then he surged ahead by 2,500 votes. So, and he won that seat. So, it depends because, there are areas...
He won by less than 3,000 seats in that election.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That was thanks to Lajpat Nagar.
Yes,
so, Lajpat Nagar has traditionally been an RSS, BJP
and that, of course, voted
So that's why, when you see if ballot boxes are open from A area, it could be in favor of one party, then it goes to another area, suddenly there's
a word from Dolly Sharma now. Dolly Sharma, forget about, I'm sure you can have a view in which not look at Maharashtra, but look at Jharkhand. Jharkhand seems to be bringing some reasons for the India bloc to cheer. Early, yes, but still, it has reversed completely.
Like I said earlier, it is a pro-people agenda won the day. In Jharkhand, there were many issues, and like BJP did in Maharashtra, in Delhi, and now, and also in Jharkhand, the way they arrested the Chief Minister, Hemant Soren, everybody had seen that. And now people know, people of Jharkhand had voted for the government which worked for the people, which was ready to solve any problem that was there, whether it was women's issue, whether it was youth, whether it was any other issue. So they will definitely vote for India Alliance, and we will form government in Jharkhand for sure.
Okay. Let's look at region-wise now in Jharkhand and move from one region to another. We are looking at North Jharkhand now. India leading in 19 seats. They are up 5 from 2019. NDA down 3, leading in 14 as of now. That we are looking at 34 seats of 81 right now in north of Jharkhand. Shifting focus to Santal Pargana, this is 18 seats, India down 2, NDA leading in 3. Shifting focus now to South Jharkhand, 29 seats in all, India down 1, but NDA up 2. So the maximum number of seats are coming from North Jharkhand. Which are these areas? Is it Bokaro and all those urban pockets?
Urban pockets and also places where you have a significant non-tribal population. If you see where there is a strong tribal population, the JMM seems to be doing much better. So what we have been saying, that the NDA, BJP-led NDA alliance's prominence is in the non-tribal regions, whereas the JMM is more in the tribal regions. And we had said that the victory would be his or be of that party, which is able to do better in the pockets of the rival alliance. And obviously, if these trends hold, that's a big if these trends hold, the capacity of the NDA to break into tribal areas has been limited. If these trends hold, that's what it would be.
We're going to again go to the other part of the country now, Maharashtra. My colleague Anuj outside Eknath Shinde's residence at this stage. Anuj, give us a sense of what's happening around you.
Eknath Shinde is expected to leave for Mumbai in a short while, and here in Pakhadi, this is the home constituency of Eknath Shinde, and behind me you see this is Eknath Shinde's personal residence. The number of supporters here is increasing slowly, and we'll eventually see more number of people thronging not just to this part of the city but also to also to the office of the Bharatiya Janata Party of Shinde Sena and of Ajit Pawar faction of NCP there in Mumbai, considering that the Mahayuti is on its way to get an unprecedented lead here in the 2024 Maharashtra State Assembly election. We've already seen or gotten hints of supporters making their way. You can see that the Shiv Sena flags, people holding Shiv Sena flags are here holding, trying to gather outside Shinde's residence. While on one hand we've got the supporters of the Mahayuti parties beaming with confidence and excitement and joy. On the other hand, we also have the Mahavikas Aghadi leaders who have started casting doubts over the procedures on reason why they believe that this isn't the mandate which would be given by the Marathi Manus or the electorate of Maharashtra. But numbers as of now suggest that Mahayuti is having a clear-cut lead, as compared to Mahavikas Aghadi, which is falling short of not just Mahayuti but also the Bharatiya Janata Party's number.
Eknath Shinde house in Thane. That's where Anuj was joining us. In Thane, a very fascinating battle because in Panchpakari, Kokri, where the Chief Minister is contesting from, he's up against Kedar Dige. Kedar Dige is the nephew of Anand Dige, who was the mentor of the Chief Minister, that is Eknath Shinde, Kopri, Panchpakari, the Chief Minister leading, not much of a surprise there, Kedar Dige trailing, and that was expected. Kedar Dige saying that Chief Minister was missing in action. On ground, it felt that Thane and the people of Thane had this sense that there was a sudden influx of projects, infrastructure projects in particular in Thane, because it was now the Chief Minister's district, home district. But Eknath Shinde, the man of the ground, I met him at midnight for the interview, and he gave me that impression that, certainly he was up the whole day, holding 7 to 8 rallies, clocking it across Maharashtra, and then sitting down for interviews. And in Varsha, it had opened up, the gates had opened up for the Janta. So the CM, he had rephrased it and said it was common man Chief Minister. CM for him was common man Chief Minister. So does it mean that the common man Chief Minister, Mr. Sirsa, could have the last laugh here? Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment, if these numbers hold, you'll have to give him all the credit for Ladki Behan.
No, definitely it's a collective credit, and it is a credit to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The people in the entire country vote for him. Definitely when the Chief Minister is there, it is not that his share is not there. It is always there when the Chief Minister's face is there and our Chief Minister is there. But people want a double-engine Sarkar, and for that reason, the policies of the Honorable Prime Minister has given a good impact in the Maharashtra, and at the same time our alliance has worked day and night, and that is the reason that we are getting these good results.
Translate into results. Aren't you at a point?
Yeah, Vishu, I think you asked a very interesting question because, this is the whole point. They did, the Mahayuti did not project a chief ministerial face during the elections. But, clearly the BJP is doing really well. Its strike rate so far seems to be,
so there'd be a BJP chief minister next time.
So will it be a BJP chief minister, or will it be
way ahead?
They are. But I think, as Maria pointed out, that, Shinde, had become sort of very much the face of this alliance.
In the mass
and
leader.
a very acceptable.
And unlike Maharashtra politics, Maharashtra politics is about flamboyance to a great degree as well.
That's right. So can you just rule him out as a chief ministerial candidate post election?
Look at the lead.
I think that's a really interesting question.
Which is much more than the combined Mahavikas Aghadi.
Correct. If I could just make a point here, it's going to be if these numbers hold, it's going to be very difficult for the BJP to convince its cadres that we don't have the chief minister at this stage. Yet, you cannot rule out the fact that the Shinde's leadership in Maharashtra over the last recent times has helped the party consolidate its position. The Maratha vote is critical. So, I think it's if these trends hold, it's a very difficult decision which the alliance will need to take, its leadership will need to take with regard to who becomes the chief minister.
And I think this Ladki Bahin scheme is very much identified with Shinde.
Yes, he's very much identified.
Absolutely. He inaugurated the scheme. The BJP did not seem to be too enthusiastic about it actually initially. So, can you really rule him out as a possible chief minister?
But it's quite clear that
But yes, the BJP is doing far better. Its strike rate is far better,
yes,
no question.
And interesting observation, really at 1040, the BJP is a lone number is twice that of Mahavikas Aghadi. So their strike rate, of course, is almost 70-80% in that alliance. They had contested on 149, leading in 125. In 2019, it was 105. There is a gain of 20 plus seats. So, but it's a fascinating thing what has happened there. Shiv Sena, again, they contested on 81 seats. That is Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, the chief minister there, leading in 55. In 2019, it was 41. So they have also made a gain of 14. And the weak link here is actually Ajit Pawar. He contested on 59, his party, that is the NCP. They are leading in 35, so they are -6. But it is the BJP which is actually holding on this alliance. The anchor, the word that you used, Professor Shastri, it's very clear that the BJP is holding on. And similarly, it is -23 for the Congress. So the anchor certainly seems to be pulling this up. And at the same time, it is Eknath Shinde who's helping that rise.
Can I just say that, there have been, it's SOP versus SOP. We see this in election after election. And in as much as we talk about the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the Mahayuti had offered more through the Mahalakshmi scheme, 3,000 rupees versus 2,100 rupees. But this is a space which the BJP has completely taken. Because of implementation, for example, in Madhya Pradesh, where they rolled it out, it was absolutely fascinating. This is a narrative that they built up which works across the country.
Vishnu, the key word you used is implementation.
Yeah.
These schemes have been promised by different parties over the last 15, 20 years, and many of them have not been able to do well because of the promise. That's because of the past experience of the people with the implementation of programs. Here, what we are noticing is a perception that a particular party which promises a scheme is actually implementing the scheme, therefore we go back to that party. So I think it's more a perception on implementation rather than a perception on promise.
Okay, just hold on one sec. Let's go across
Jain,
to...
Mumbai BJP Vice President is joining us. Hitesh, you can say I told you so. It's not just about Mumbai alone, where you, of course, were part of the strategy, but it appears that across Maharashtra, it is good news for the entire alliance. What do you think worked in this alliance?
Well, I think multiple factors. One, there was this alliance who really projected to win the election. They were on the front foot. The policies was there. The campaign was there. It was a comparison between a 2.5 years of speed breaker of MVA versus 2.5 years of campaign of Mahayuti. Now, when you look at the campaign of MVA, it was only negativity. And negativity, Maria, as you know, as you have been an experienced person who have looked at the campaign and all, negativity does not really sell. What sells in Maharashtra, and if you look at the track record of the Maharashtra since 87, the pattern of voting and all, and I remember at the time when the exit polls, just right after the election, as soon as the voting percentages was coming, when it was like 63, 64, people were trying to give all sorts of narrative, kaate ki takkar, this thing. I said the day Maharashtra is given a historic mandate, you are going to see a historic result and mandate on the counting day, and which is what is being seen on the ground.
Mr. Jain, I'm just curious to know that, when it came to the Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme, we were talking just now about implementation. As I understand it, 5 installments of payments of 1,500 rupees have reached a whopping 2.3 crore women already in Maharashtra. So do you believe, just in terms of implementation and not just election promises so far, people are saying, look, I've already got this money, it's come in on time. Delivery is something which goes in your favor.
There is one more point. So implementation, delivery, but Vishnu, when 1,500 rupees were announced, Ladki Bahin Yojana, what was MVA doing? MVA was opposing. MVA was telling the state treasury is empty. Where are you going to give the money? They went to the court to stop the scheme. And look at the irony. When their campaign came, they said not 1,500, we are going to give you 3,000 rupees. Now look at the crisis of credibility of the MVA leadership. They say state has no money. It is not the question of Mahayuti's intention. They were telling that the state has no money to give 1,500 rupees, and here is a party going ahead and trying to give making a promise of 3,000. Then there were some election panditris who were trying to compare, oh, this is a scheme that was given only on the eve of the election. It's not like Shivraj Singh Chauhan. They tried to compare with Madhya Pradesh. It ran for 5 years. So this is not going to be a factor. People were trying to bring like soya bean. People were trying to bring jarange. People were trying to bring localized seat by seat and all. But if you will look at the mandate and the manner in which the results will come at the end of the day, when the leads will get firmed up, it was a victory across Maharashtra, across the board. And I think what people in Maharashtra has really brought is the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
So Mr. Jain, leadership was my next question, and I think Aarti also wanted to get clarity on this. Now, assuming for a moment that these leads translate into results, you have a very effective chief minister right now. You know what the question is, but I'll ask it nonetheless. You have a very effective chief minister in your alliance in Eknath Shinde right now, but you have done very well if these leads translate into results. Would your cadre be satisfied with a non-BJP chief minister?
Vishnu, I anticipated this question, but just to give you the same answer which was given by our senior party leader Amit Shah ji in Mumbai. He said that post-mandate, all the three leaders of all the three parties, Mahayuti, will sit together and then they will decide and they will take the decision accordingly.
Very diplomatic. That was the right thing to be said, Mr. Jain, at this stage.
All right.
But Mr. Sirsa,
we have always said, I think all throughout the campaign, we have said the right things.
Okay.
I think our campaign was positive and we had a lot of support from the organization also.
Mr. Sirsa, now you're looking at these results, leads, I should say. You know, the MVA trailing massively at this stage. The Congress party itself is down 21 in terms of leads at this juncture. There would be many more rounds, perhaps more than 8 rounds, which would have been counted. We are progressively getting into the stage when we can point at a direction these elections are taking. How would you respond or look at the overall situation in Maharashtra?
So it is not just when it is a two-third with a two-third of majority. And one must always appreciate that we were there almost from two and a half years.
Right.
In spite of saying by the opposition कि यहाँ तो कुछ किया ही नहीं, यहाँ तो कोई काम ही नहीं हुआ, ये तो प्रदेश के अंदर
Okay, so
पैसा
just
ही नहीं
one
है,
second. Can I just put that question across to Dolly? Can I just put that question across to Dolly? How do you see the numbers, Dolly, at this stage?
Yeah. See, like I said earlier, the way BJP misused the power, we have seen them distributing money, use the muscle power, and also you must have seen last election. केन प्रकारेण चाहे सरकार बने ना बने, बीजेपी को तो सरकार तोड़कर भी, पार्टियां तोड़कर भी अपनी सरकारें बनाई हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने. सो इट्स ऑब्वियस कि जो वो लोग, उनको किसी भी तरीके से सरकार बनानी होती है. तो ये जो रिजल्ट है आपके सामने है, वो हमने पूरे महाराष्ट्र में देखा कि किस तरीके से खुला नोट उन्होंने बांटा और इलेक्शन कमीशन आंखें मूंद कर बैठा रहा. I think this also you must discuss in front of the people.
Hitesh will respond to that. Hitesh, you know that entire Vinod Tawde incident, was that an embarrassment for you all?
Till yesterday they were saying.
Not only Vinod Tawde, there were other incidents happened in Pune,
Maria, there were,
in Nagpur.
I mean, I think, you know, as I mentioned to you,
money. It was not one incident of Vinod Tawde.
Yes, please, Hitesh, go ahead. Was that an embarrassment? Of course, he filed a defamation suit, but it was caught on camera.
The time for posturing is over. They made a charge that Vinod Tawde was found with 5 crore. That was the statement that was made. Nobody saw the 5 crore rupees, where it came from and all. On the contrary, Maria, on the contrary, more than 20 leaders of NBA were caught distributing money in their different constituency. But be that as it may, there are larger issues to be discussed. Not this. Of course, they have to clutch on the straws to explain their embarrassing defeat. But you know, Maria, one of the very important campaign statement we should not overlook is Aditya Thackeray. When we were looking at Mumbai, we were looking of coastal road, we were looking about metro. His campaign was so regressive. He says, Uddhav Thackeray said, we will remove MMRDA, we will stop the large
leading, by the way, Mr.
And
Jain.
what we will offer is BEST buses to the people of Mumbai. Now, this is the city where, the former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had promised that he will make it like a Shanghai and all.
Okay.
And what is the vision they were offering was the vision of offering BEST buses to the people of Mumbai.
Okay, Mr. Jain, half a second. It does need to be said that when I looked last time around, Aditya Thackeray was actually leading over Milind Deora. But there is, some reactions now coming in from the Mahavikas Aghadi. The Shiv Sena's UBT leader Sanjay Raut says, and I quote, they've done some gadbad, they've stolen some of our seats. This cannot be the public's decision.
Okay.
Even the public does not agree with these results. Once the results are out, we will talk more.
Okay.
So a sense of denial now creeping into the MVA.
Well, Vishnu, I think people should give less importance to what Sanjay Raut was saying. I think for 5 years he was entertaining all the people, all the journalists is concerned. And one more point I would like to make. Like Sanjay Raut, there was a section of a journalist in Maharashtra also who amongst them was saying about the MBA is leading the narrative of MBA and all. It is, I think this verdict is also somewhere they will also have to introspect. You know, they used to use the words like Kurogami and all, and they did not realize Maharashtra has moved ahead. Maharashtra is aspirational. Maharashtra doesn't want to get into the caste conflict. Maharashtra wants development, and Maharashtra wants to compete at a high. I mean, you have Mumbai, you have a Maharashtra, which is a very important state. And if you again look at the campaign, that is the difference today. Mahayuti was talking about taking Maharashtra ahead, giving the speed to the progress and development of Maharashtra. While, as I was speaking to you earlier, Aditya Thackeray was promising BEST buses to people in Mumbai. All these hard questions, nobody was asking the NBA leaders. They were, I think the journalists in Maharashtra also were asking, like, about the family, about it was just about the families, the dynasts and all.
All right, Mr. Jain, I get what you're saying. Aarti, it almost seems, if you look at what Sanjay Raut's statement, which I read out a little while back, is what we saw with the Congress party in Haryana, the sense of disbelief, then going to the election commission, writing letters even before the day was done, saying that there's something terribly wrong over here, you messed up here, there.
I think this preemptive...
It's sort of that preemptive, good word, effort at going out to the EC or feeling out the EC seems to have begun.
I mean, that stealing of the mandate, I think that's overdone now.
The gadbad, they have done some gadbad.
I mean, that gadbad thing, that should apply also in Jharkhand.
If it was a narrow victory, I think, maybe, that argument may still have had some, some sense. But in this kind of a victory, it is a sweeping victory. They're heading towards a 2/3 mandate.
Never seen before in Maharashtra.
Mr. Jain, how many rounds according to your data? How many rounds according to your data has been counted in Maharashtra? Do you have an update, Mr. Jain, in front of you? How many rounds has been counted in Maharashtra?
Well, Maharashtra, you have like 5 to 7 rounds that are counted, and most of the places, I will give you one more data which I have in front of me. Most of the candidates of Mahayuti are winning over 15, 20, 25,000. The leads are consolidating. And if you look at the leads of MBA, they still have some 15 to 18 seats where their lead is not more than 1,500. Aditya Thackeray himself is only leading by some few hundred votes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's fascinating.
Okay, but
7 to 8 rounds.
Look at the bypolls at all, because
those
there's a
elections,
very
right.
interesting one happening in Karnataka.
Let's thank
Karnataka, where this
Channapatna.
Channapatna, which
and
is
even Uttar Pradesh.
and Uttar Pradesh. So let's look at Channapatna, which is sort of Kumar Swami's.
Okay, so let's thank
to the Congress.
now.
Congress
Thank you, Hitesh, for joining us.
JDS
let's
stronghold.
Continue to have other guests and shift focus now to bypolls.
But can I just jump in for half a second, because
Yes,
that's
please.
what I do. The strike rate is phenomenal. In the Mahayuti strike rate right now is 84%.
84% of the BJP.
84%. The
Shiv Sena.
NCP has, the Shiv Sena Shinde is 71%, the NCP at 62%. The MVA strike rate for the Congress is a dismal 19.2%, and for the NCP, Sharad Pawar is an even more dismal 11.6%.
Which is the most shocking thing, actually.
You didn't
For
expect...
me, I didn't expect. No, I expected Sharad Pawar to do well. I did think that the Congress was the weak link in MVA, but I certainly did expect Sharad Pawar to, pull his weight, because he has been such a dominant figure.
Yes.
I think what happened here...
It's really surprising,
what happened here, Aarti?
he's being wiped out in his own stronghold, Western Maharashtra.
Exactly.
He's done so badly
What
there.
is becoming clear here is that if it is about stability, the people of Maharashtra thought that they should give the mandate to the entire Mahayuti. It should not be only about one party or a particular party. In case of Mahavikas Aghadi, it is a no confidence to all three of
As
them.
we have been stressing, if it was in the Mahayuti, it was the BJP which needed to do very well. Whereas in the case of the Aghadi, for any success to come to power, it needed all three
of them to do well. Okay, so first set of reactions coming in of Shaina, NC and Rahul Narvekar. Let's listen in.
I have never played divisive politics. I've tried to take everyone along in every sense. But having said that, there are certain parties that only appease vote banks and play pseudo-secular politics. I think we need to move beyond that. The time has come to only talk about development, and the younger generation understands that.
और बापा के चरणों में यही प्रार्थना की है कि इस राज्य को महायुति की सरकार प्राप्त हो, जिससे राज्य की जनता को न्याय मिले और राज्य प्रगति पथ पे चलता रहे। मेरे हिसाब से 175 पौने 200 सीट महायुति जीतेगी।
Okay, Rahul Narvekar there, who is the candidate of the BJP from Kolaba. He's of course leading Shaina NC. Let's from Mumba Devi. Let's switch that plate to look at her picture and what is her scene in Mumba Devi. It appears that she was of course fighting a tough battle. Whether she's trailing or leading, we'll know about it in just a bit. But you know, Rahul Narvekar, we have seen how. Okay, so she
continues to trail at this stage.
Yeah, so because this.
So she was an import. She was an import from the BJP into the Shiv Sena.
Factors here.
BJP and the
There are two factors here. One, she was brought into the party. Number two, it's a seat which has traditionally been with the
Congress
seat. Yeah.
So now it is only Mahayuti all the way. As we look at 11 a.m. now, we can clearly see now that it is consolidating for Mahayuti. Mahavikas Aghadi at 55. A word now from Radhika. Radhika, you know, two questions to you. Where is Mr. Devendra Fadnavis? Is he in his constituency in Nagpur or is he in Mumbai? And what about the central leaders, you know, Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav? Are they sitting in Delhi and monitoring it, or are they very much in their Mumbai office?
You know, until yesterday, Bhupendra Yadav was in Mumbai. Devendra Fadnavis is in his residence, is what we are hearing. There is a possibility he will come to our BJP office where we are standing. Perhaps he may take a press conference. This is obviously, you know, although we're not calling elections yet, this is a, you know, the early leads are suggesting that it is a landslide victory of sorts for the BJP. You know, excellent strike rate for the BJP and very closely followed by Shiv Sena. So yes, Fadnavis expected to come to BJP office, not entirely certain when. Eknath Shinde also expected to make an appearance. Of course, Anuj is standing there where Eknath Shinde is in Thane, post which of course he will be making his way towards town, and there could be a joint press conference after things become clear. But you know, as far as the Mahayuti is concerned, the next step will be chief ministerial post. We know that both Shinde Sena as well as BJP have done remarkably well, at least so far as the initial lead suggests. If this is what the trend is going to be, and if it is the Mahayuti that is going to come out victorious, then it will be a discussion on who the chief minister is going to be. Remember, 26th is when the term is ending. So by 26th, if they have to take oath before 26th, on 25th perhaps, then they will have to come up with a name for chief ministerial position. Is it going to be Devendra Fadnavis? Or is it going to be Eknath Shinde? That is a question that will remain. But at this point, I'll just show you around. This is the BJP office here. A lot of movement, a lot of leaders had been going in and out of this particular place, holding small meetings and discussions. There is a huge projector monitor as well, which is showing results too. So this is where all the celebrations could also take place. Some time back, as I was pointing out, laddus were also brought in, which clearly indicates that they are sure of a victory even after multiple rounds that will complete in, say, an hour or two. So yes, this is the situation as far as Mahayuti camp is concerned. Certainly celebratory, victorious. Sanjay Raut in denial, saying there is foul play, this can't be it, these can't be the real numbers, or something he's been saying, which is expected from MVA, considering the abysmal numbers that are showing as far as the MVA camp is concerned.
The picture becoming clear at 11 a.m. on the top of 11. In all 288 seats, of course, 6 to 7 rounds of counting is over. The Mahayuti are 223. If these leads consolidate into actual results, it would mean that Mahayuti is heading for a landslide victory in Maharashtra, never seen before in Maharashtra's history. So for the first time in perhaps several decades, a government would be coming up with a landslide victory. In Mahavikas Aghadi, all the three alliance partners' strike rate is below 20% at the moment. The Congress, the the Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and also of NCP Sharad Pawar, all of them performing really poorly. And as far as the strike rate of Mahayuti is concerned, it seems to be in upwards. BJP at 84%, Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde at 71%, and NCP at 62%.
Before we go back to our reporters in Maharashtra, let's also at top of 11 o'clock talk about the situation in Jharkhand. Absolutely fascinating. At one stage it appeared that the NDA was up ahead. But let's bring out the numbers on Jharkhand for a moment and let's just go through it before we come across to our reporters. The India Alliance at this stage, and remember what is taking place in Jharkhand is a slower round of counting than it is in Maharashtra. The India Alliance is leading at 51. The NDA in 28. So the change is the India Alliance up 3, the NDA up 1 as well. The others that are a factor are down 4 from last time around. But again, very early days. My colleague in Ranchi, Prabhakar, joins us. He's outside the Chief Minister's residence. Give us a sense of what's happening over there and how many rounds of counting are you aware of which have taken place? Prabhakar, go ahead.
Yeah, the last update with us was of 4 rounds of counting, but the numbers are cementing now. And it's going India block way. We all know that the India Alliance is going India Alliance way. But we are parked right now at the Chief Minister's house. Here, the celebration has not started. Even at the JMM office, they are holding their horses. They are probably waiting. They'll wait for some more time actually for numbers to settle down, and then you'll see the laddus and the crackers being distributed here and crackers being bursted here. But as of now, it's a mega comeback. It has never happened in Jharkhand, and it seems that the way
over there, we'll try and get that back in a moment. But just in terms of the overall situation in Jharkhand, it is fascinating because the JMM has done well. The BJP, in terms of the lead situation, is where it was in 2019. The Congress is down 4. That was somewhat expected in Jharkhand. They were always riding on the back of the JMM in a sense. But it does believe that the overall situation is one which favors the India Alliance quite clearly. Do we have Prabhakar back with us at this stage? We'll try and fix that audio with him. But let's go back to Maharashtra, where it's the opposite scenario with many more rounds counted. 288 of 288 seats, the counting has begun. At least I would suggest 8 rounds would have been done by now. The NDA ahead, many would suggest that this will start firming up sooner than later.
I think we should go to the man of the moment, which is Eknath Shinde. What is happening at his Thane residence? Anuj, give us a sense. Have the supporters of Eknath Shinde started arriving, or is he very much locked inside his house, away from all the limelight?
As of now, he is pretty much, locked up in his house, but he's expected to come out anytime soon. And as you said, that close to 8 to 10 rounds, have been counted all across the state on all the 288 seats. And one direction that all of these early trends are showing, I am saying early because time-wise this still is early, but the gap between the NDA and the India Alliance, that is the Mahavikas Aghadi here in Maharashtra, is increasing. And I'm outside Thane residence of Eknath Shinde, and as you can see, the activity around this place has increased. The number of supporters coming here has increased, and one can expect Chief Minister to walk out of his residence any point of time. We've been interacting with a lot of Shinde Sena leaders since last few days, and they are very sure of the fact that it is not just the Mahayuti which will be coming back to power, but it is also Eknath Shinde who will be, laying his stake, claiming his stake very strongly for becoming the Chief Minister of the state. It is under his leadership that they believe, schemes like Maji Ladki Bahin have been popularized across the state. Mind you, it is not just Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana, but it is Mukhyamantri Maji Ladki Bahin Yojana, which means that the name of the Chief Minister has been going around with that scheme all across. Besides that, Eknath Shinde has gained a very good reputation all across the state amongst different categories. He comes from the Maratha community, which is why he's seen as a safer bet by even the BJP RSS cadre when it comes to the growing anticipation and the protest of the Maratha reservation protest. He comes from a farming background as well, and he's got a very good hold over the farming community in the western Maharashtra. In Mumbai and close by regions, he's got a strong hold over the Marathi Manu sentiment, and that was one of the conflicting ideas even in the Lok Sabha elections, where the doubt was whether the core voters of Shiv Sena are going with UBT or are they going with Shinde faction. While it was quite, quite divided in the 2024 June elections, but right now the picture seems to be much clearer, where all the places where the Shiv Sena had their core voter base, be it the Western Maharashtra, be it Konkan region, or several other pockets where the Marathi population vote is higher in number, most of these places seem to be going with Shinde Sena, making him, validating his presence and his position of chief ministership here in the state.
Okay, so Chief Minister, Chief Minister Mr. Eknath Shinde, who will be credited for this victory to a great extent. He was seen as the person who was among the people, a Maratha leader who neutralized the Maratha agitation, ensured that Jarange Patil, who was against Devendra Fadnavis, his deputy, continued to back the chief minister, who was a Maratha chief minister. So Eknath Shinde, the man of the moment, we are yet to hear from him. Perhaps he is also getting some feedback from his team, because I've been in touch with his team. They are suggesting that this number is only likely to consolidate. But the larger picture here is becoming clear. This is a landslide victory for Mahayuti. And if these numbers consolidate, it would only mean that for the moment it is Eknath Shinde, but will the BJP, which is of course at 84% strike rate, up in digit numbers on its own, will its cadres be okay with a non-BJP chief minister? So we'll try and get that answer from the panelists who are joining us on the top of this hour. But Vishnu, what a fascinating battle. I'm told...
I suspect that Eknath Shinde's place is pretty quiet at this juncture, primarily because they're thinking about that CM issue. Because with leads in a situation like this, more than 8 rounds of counting, if there is going to be a flip starting at 11 a.m. in the morning, it seems very difficult whichever way you look at it. Nija Chaudhary joins us as well at this stage. Nija, we look at both Maharashtra and Jharkhand in a bit. But at this stage, with at least 8 rounds done, I think it's safe to say that, and this gap, that it appears that the NDA is headed to coming back to power, that also with a landslide.
Yeah, I think given the gap that there is, it's a given. What is of interest is not that the Mahayuti is going to come back to power. What is interesting is who is going to be the chief minister now, given the convincing numbers that the BJP has. And remember, Maharashtra being, as we've often said, financial hub, corporate world is there, MNCs are there are development plans. Would the BJP now like its own chief minister? Amit Shah had said this to Eknath Shinde at the beginning of the campaign, that we have made sacrifices for you, now we hope you will make the sacrifices. And the way Mr. Fadnavis was projected during the campaign and backed, of course, if the numbers had been different, suppose it was 80 for the BJP and 50 odd or 60 for Eknath Shinde, it would be a different story. But now I think Mr. Devendra Fadnavis's chances to become CM have improved.
But let's put that question across to BD Singh. He's the spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde group. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. I think at this stage it's pretty clear where these elections are headed, with the NDA at 220, 221. But Mr. Singh, in terms of the entire leadership issue, do you believe that it's Mr. Eknath Shinde who should be chief minister still? Or do you believe that there could be a change, in particularly if the BJP continues to do as well as they're doing? Mr. Singh, go ahead.
Yes. जिस तरह से अगर माननीय शिंदे साहब का देखा जाए, ये जो शिवसेना से अलग हुई ज्यादा दिन नहीं हुआ, 2.5 साल का सफर है। इस सफर में इन्होंने जिस तरह से परफॉर्मेंस किया, ये जो है, जो भी आपके रिजल्ट, सारे रिजल्ट आए हैं, उसमें सबसे अच्छा रिजल्ट जो है माननीय शिंदे साहब का है। और दूसरी तरफ से ये बोला जाए कि अगर असली शिवसेना या नकली शिवसेना की पहचान की जो सील थी, जो इलेक्शन कमीशन ने दिया था, जो है वो प्रूव हो 100% प्रूव हो गया कि असली शिवसेना माननीय शिंदे साहब है।
और लीडरशिप के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, बीजेपी के जो लीड्स है इस वक्त वो भी काफी स्ट्रांग है, उन्होंने आपसे ज्यादा सीट्स पे कंटेस्ट किया है। तो अगर चीफ मिनिस्टर का पद के लिए एक बातचीत शुरू होता है आप दोनों के बीच में, आप लोग मानेंगे कि शायद बीजेपी का चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना चाहिए इस बार?
देखिए, ये तो क्या है कि जो महायुति की सरकार है उसमें डिस्कशन होगा। डिस्कशन के बाद ही ये डिसाइड होगा कि कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेगा। उसके बाद ही सारा डिसीजन होगा, क्योंकि ये जो है महायुति सरकार जो है काफी मतलब केंद्र से भी चलती है, तो उस पे मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। लेकिन ये है कि जो जिस तरह से मैं एक कमेंट और करूंगा कि जिस तरह से बाला साहब ठाकरे ये बोलते थे कि जो है अगर मुझे कांग्रेस के साथ जाना पड़ा तो मैं अपनी दुकान बंद कर दूंगा, लेकिन आज जो है उद्धव जी ने वही कांग्रेस के साथ जाकर के अपना शटर गिरा दिया।
जी, all right, Nija, shall we flip this now, take a look at Jharkhand, or
I think we should concentrate more on Maharashtra, because Nija, I've just been told that Maharashtra has largely seen fractured mandate, and not this scale of victory ever in the state. Perhaps it was last in 1967-72. I mean, this kind of victory for an incumbent of 2.5 years, and an incumbent which only 5 months ago faced a massive setback in the Lok Sabha. They did course correction, and then they have come back, and how?
Look, I have only one simple, I keep saying this, it's one factor responsible for this, and that is women.
Ladki Behan. In
Ladki Behan and money.
Samman and Ladki Behan.
Yeah, in both places, women have emerged as a major factor in the electoral process of the country, as a constituency, yes. That the way we not regarded them. And remember, money in the hands of women is different from money in the hands of men.
That money has actually come in the case of...
Money has come for 5 months in the hands.
5 installments of 1,500 rupees.
And Vishnu, I keep...
2.3 crore women.
That's right. Absolutely. And as I've said this several times, I did not meet a single woman who said, I have not got money.
No.
It was random.
So implementation has been fantastic.
So
as
implementation
it was in
has been fantastic, and this, the people in the Mantralaya tell you. The officialdom tells you how hard they've had to work.
Nija, let me ask you this. You know, I mean, it may be the women's factor which actually decides which way the election has gone, but there is a battle of identity which will be decided. Yes. Who's the real Shiv Sena? I have suggested that it's an existential question for both the Sena and the NCP. The women's vote we've focused on, and this being India's second largest state, the national sort of scenario over here, should the NDA win, it's huge. So let's talk about the battle of identity first. What would this potentially mean for Sharad Pawar, and what would this mean for the Shiv Sena or the Bala Sahib Thackeray?
Look, you cannot write off anybody in politics. So even Uddhav Thackeray, very weakened Uddhav Thackeray, will remain there. And bide his time for the future. If people get disgruntled this side, they may want to move over. Sharad Pawar, it's now the last battle, and he's the patriarch of, you know, not just... Huh? Maharashtra, the tallest leader of Maharashtra. He's done his bit. There was sympathy for him last time, and that sympathy played out. Sympathy doesn't play out again and again. So yes, he will be there. Again, let's see what, you know, suppose you have a disgruntled Eknath Shinde's group and a disgruntled Ajit Pawar group, if they are not satisfied in the new government.
We have been discussing that. Is there a possibility of a potential realignment post this result? With this kind of result, do you still sense realignment?
No, you know, they cannot move wholesale and form an alternative government. And once you're in power, then it's that much more difficult to say, I'm moving to the other side. The other side has very little to offer you, whereas the ruling side has much more to offer you.
Anil Antony of the BJP joins us. We also have Mr. Chavan of NCP Sharad Pawar. A massive setback for you, Mr. Chavan? Disappointment?
Yes, definitely. It is disappointing and unexpected. Nevertheless, we humbly accept the mandate given by the people of Maharashtra, and we are committed to reflecting to the results with sincerity and introspection.
Sir,
this is what I can say at this moment.
These elections? Is your party officially conceding these elections?
You see, the thing is, the results are there in front of you, and I don't know what to react at this moment, because as I said, it is really unexpected for us. So we need to wait and really introspect. This is what I can say at this moment.
All right. Let me go across to Mr. Antony. extraordinary leads, and if these leads translate into results which will start happening anytime now, then we need to look at the next stage. That would be government formation. Now, we've been debating this for the last hour or so. You've had an excellent Chief Minister in Eknath Shinde. However, you've done extremely well in these elections yourself. The BJP has done extremely well. Would your cadre demand a Chief Minister from your party?
Thank you, Vishnu. First of all, the Bharatiya Janata Party would very categorically say that this is a great day for India, not for India Alliance, but definitely for India. For India, this is a great day. Maharashtra was one of the states where during the Lok Sabha elections, the opportunistic India Alliance had done better than what they had expected, where almost 30 seats went to the Alliance and 17 for NDA. But within 5 months, we have come back in a very comprehensive manner. There's a win for our people's desire for a double-engine government and people's faith in our Prime Minister. Now, talking about the government formation, first of all, again, let us not forget the fact that we went as a formidable alliance. We had 3 major players, and even though we have 3 major factors, and irrespective of the numbers, we went together as an alliance, and the people showed full faith in the alliance. It was a victory for the state units and also the desire of the people to have a double-engine government in Maharashtra also. So after the election results, the leaders of all the 3 parties will speak to each other. They will be, our central leadership will also be speaking to our 2 alliance partners. And finally, one thing we can assure is that we will have a government, a very stable 5-year government that will be ensuring that the welfare of the people of Maharashtra and the development of the state
you will be looking at Maharashtra because that is the big prize.
A stable government will be there.
But what about Jharkhand? It seems that the tribals who did not vote for you during the Lok Sabha polls have again not gone with you in these elections. Although it turned to be a different picture completely in Maharashtra. But in Jharkhand, you'll have to work a little more on the tribal voters, that constituency, which is still not convinced with your policies and ideas.
No, there are elections happening across India today. There are by-elections happening in many states, including my home state in Kerala. And Maharashtra is definitely a comprehensive result. Jharkhand, yes, at this moment we are slightly behind, but let's say it's a difference of 8-9 seats can change a lot, and 6-7 rounds of counting is left. So let us not come to conclusions there.
Giving you, I shouldn't be giving you hope at the moment because Jharkhand looks like that it's 49 for India bloc, that is JMM. And
so they're ahead of the simple majority mark if these leads. But Anil, I'm just trying to understand over here.
Simple majority, they are ahead.
Yeah, so it does. So if we take a look at what's taking place in Maharashtra now, would you suggest there was any one deciding factor which has resulted in your being in such a decisive lead? Was it the factor of women and schemes? Because Maharashtra is fascinating, from agrarian distress to the women's vote to the demands of an increasingly young Mumbai, to caste identity, to Marathi pride, right? It's a hugely diverse state. What won it, or what is potentially winning it for you?
So it's a combination of many factors. It is an outright rejection of the divisive politics that was put forward to the people of India by the India Alliance. It is a thumbs up, a huge thumbs up for our Prime Minister and his vision for Vikasit Bharat. It is also a very good sign of a desire by the people of Maharashtra to have a double-engine government. And then, like you rightly mentioned, a lot of schemes. We have done a lot of development in Maharashtra. The opposition was trying to create narrations, non-existent narrations, including projects, Maharashtra not getting in a projects, etc. But all this was rejected by the people.
Okay.
Everything that the opposition perhaps projected got rejected in Maharashtra?
Mahima, go ahead.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
I would say it is not that... Jai Hind, am I audible?
Yes. Mahima, go ahead, we can hear you.
Yeah, so thank you for having me on your show. Yeah. So Maharashtra and Jharkhand both, in fact, were eager for a change. But what happened in Maharashtra, now the trends are becoming clearer, is certainly, going to be a victory of the rhetoric, the high decibel rhetorical campaign run by the BJP. While in Jharkhand, it is the people's issues, the fight for the people's issues that the Congress and our allies had put up is right at the center of the victory that is imminent for us. But Maharashtra, I would certainly say that, it's quite a misfortune of kinds for a democracy like ours. Because it was a government that was formed by backstabbing. It was a government of intrusion formed by the BJP, betraying people's trust, breaching people's mandate. There was a major trust deficit. In spite of that, if this is happening, it is extremely unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. And which is what our alliance partners, spokespersons are also speaking about. You must have heard Mr. Sanjay Raut talk about it. And of course, what's happening on the ground, the kind of poaching that has already happened, the kind of factionalism that has happened. A BJP who was accusing Nawab Malik of, linking with Dawood Ibrahim, having links with Dawood Ibrahim, fielding him as their candidate, accusing Ajit Pawar, Mr. Modi accusing Ajit Pawar of 70,000 crores of corruption and then fielding their party. And this kind of mandate is not only unacceptable, Maria and Vishnu, I would say it is also indigestible. We can digest it, but whether the people of Maharashtra will digest it is a larger question. At the end of the day, it is about people's rights, it is about people's voice.
Yes, I think this was the larger sentiment in Maharashtra. This is reflecting on the vote in Maharashtra right now if these seats actually consolidate. People had moved away from anger of 6 months ago. They had moved away from that sympathy of 6 months ago. Maharashtra today is sending that message that they vote differently in the Lok Sabha and Assembly, yes, but it's also a pro-incumbent mandate.
Maria.
Let's accept it and go ahead. That's the beauty of Indian democracy. Yes, we have been focusing on the women voter. Legacy debate, yes. But let's not shift the spotlight from Eknath Shinde. Ma'am, here is someone who has managed to do what somebody from the Thackeray family could not. There was a rebel in Raj Thackeray when he created MNS. He has done what Raj Thackeray could not.
You're absolutely right. It shows how India has moved on.
Yes.
And India that appreciates somebody who comes from humble beginning is the Modi phenomenon. Yeah. And claws his way up and uses Sam Dam Dhand Bhed, has fire in his belly, will to power. Yeah. People somewhere respect that. And therefore, you compare it to entitlement, you got it, through the family name.
If I can jump in, what I find the most amazing part of Eknath Shinde's journey is when the Shiv Sena split, there was the entire hotel drama taking place. He broke the party. Nobody thought it would work. People thought that this is just going to be utterly disastrous and all these Shiv Seniks are going to come back to the main group, as it were. He took them to Goa first. From Goa, he went to Assam, came back to Goa, put them on a bus, came back. He became chief minister and might well be chief minister once again. It is an incredible performance. Where does this leave the original Shiv Sena?
You're right. I mean, it will be very difficult now, if they're in power, for them to even think of splitting. Yeah. Much more difficult to move back to somebody who's not got power.
It could be the other way around. I mean,
it could be the other way around. Also with the NCP, let's
yes.
see. Even though there's Sharad Pawar this side, and he's known to pull things out of the hat at various moments, but still, would people go to a group that is in power with all the loaves and fishes that's going to offer and perks that it's going to offer to them? So, and with, of course, Ajit Pawar was leading, and one expects him to win in Baramati, actually.
Yes, but Neerja, again, that was the sentiment that during the Lok Sabha it would be Tai, and during the Assembly it will be Dada.
I came across this.
That was the sentiment, and that also Mr. Ajit Pawar believed in, that fielding his wife against Supriya was a mistake.
No, not only that, every single person who was opposed to him, for him, would say, Kaam to kiya hai.
Kaam to kiya hai.
So that was an acknowledgement.
Five-term MLA, who has delivered on the ground. So, but overall, Ajit Pawar's performance may not be as good as Eknath Shinde's. So, will this be the same troika that will return in Maharashtra politics with Eknath Shinde and his two deputies in Devendra Fadnavis and also Ajit Pawar? That remains to be seen. But we have Mr. Singh of the Shiv Sena joining us. What's your assessment?
यस जो है जो शिंदे साहब का जो जमीनी ये था इससे पूरा इलेक्शन में दिख रहा है और जैसे इसमें मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि भले बड़े भाई की भूमिका में बीजेपी है लेकिन क्या है कि जो है जो इंडियन कल्चर है इंडियन कल्चर के अनुसार जो है बड़े भाई हमेशा छोटे भाई का ध्यान देते हैं जिस तरह से राम का राज्याभिषेक होते होते उन्होंने भरत जी को राजगद्दी पे बिठाया था इसी तरह से हम लोग उम्मीद करते हैं कि छोटी भाई का भी बड़े भाई ध्यान रखेंगे
Okay. I just want to, for our viewers joining us now at 11:26 a.m., let's just quickly go through what the scene in Maharashtra is and also in Jharkhand. Let's remember in Maharashtra, the magic mark is 145. That's what they are seeking right now. The NDA at this stage is more than double that of the MVA. At 221, I think it's safe to say that they're going to be forming the next government in the state. At least 9 to 10 rounds of voting would have taken place. The BJP, the dominant party in Maharashtra, they are up 23 compared to last time in terms of leads. They are at leading in 128. The Shiv Sena up 12. And this is the Shiv Sena affiliated with the BJP, the Shinde Sena at 53. The NCP is down 5, but still at a commendable 36 in terms of their leads. But it is the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray group, the original Shiv Sena in a sense, though that's disputed who's original and who's not, they're up 4 from last time, but they are nowhere compared to the Shinde faction. The NCP Sharad Pawar is exactly where they were at this stage in terms of leads. 13 now, there were 13 last time around. They contested in 86 seats, so there is no change. But it's Ajit Pawar and his NCP, which seems to, really be holding the cards. Now, that's what the overall situation is. Let's turn our attention now to Jharkhand. And in Jharkhand, there have been fewer rounds of counting. The counting started, as we understand it, a little bit later in Jharkhand. But after the very initial trends suggesting that the NDA was coming up, it now appears to be the absolute opposite, with the India Alliance leading now in 48. Both India and the NDA contesting in 81, the NDA at 31, the India Alliance, that's the JMM Alliance, leading in 48.
So what does it do to the momentum which was built by the India bloc?
Yeah.
Immediately after the Lok Sabha is the big question.
Correct.
So will that momentum then, or the Lok Sabha results, be seen as an aberration, Mahima? Mahima?
Sorry, who do we have joining us at this stage?
Mahima, let's quickly get a word from Mahima. Mahima?
Could you repeat the question, Maria?
Will the momentum which was seen after the Lok Sabha polls in favor of India, when BJP was down to 240, below the majority mark, be seen as an aberration, that result as an aberration, because you have one victory after another and decisive victories, Haryana, Maharashtra?
I would, before I delve into your question, Maria, I would actually, because I was looking at the Jharkhand trends and, the leads that we are getting there, it's quite interesting because the kind of high decibel campaign the BJP ran with Himanta Biswa Sarma at the helm of it as the ambassador was quite intriguing in an uncomfortable, in a rather adverse way. Yet what you see in Jharkhand is a victory of people's rights, people's issues, and that is what we expected in Maharashtra also. Lok Sabha was not an aberration. Rather, it was the reality. You see, the BJP had upset its ideological father, the RSS, and that is when you saw the real people's issues come to the fore. This time around, whether it was Haryana or the Maharashtra, BJP, which was a few months ago telling the RSS to take a back seat because the BJP can stand on its own feet now, is actually, having to rely upon the appendages of its allies that it has broken apart, it has excoriated to the extent of, extinction of the real ideology. So the BJP, that is basically the khichdi of BJP, which is being cooked today, which apparently is gaining these leads today, is setting in a major identity crisis in our society in the forthcoming years, Maria, and that's worrisome. And that, why I'm saying this is because, as I said, it is a misfortune. It is unfortunate, the kind of trend we are seeing, whether it was Haryana or Maharashtra, because people will not accept the results. Although the BJP may have succeeded, the Congress may at the end of the day go back to its drawing board. Our alliance partners may go back to our drawing boards for Maharashtra while we celebrate Jharkhand.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it is the people whose
just bear with me for a moment.
trust
I wanted to
was
go back,
backstabbed by the BJP.
Yeah. I wanted to go
miserably.
back just briefly to Neerja. Neerja ji, let's look at 4 or 5 key factors in these elections. A, there's a thumbs up for the Prime Minister's infrastructure push. Obviously, the women's scheme, the Ladki Behan scheme, Ladki Behan, Ladki Behan, right? That's done. Okay, that's done dramatically.
Ladli, that has become Ladki in Maharashtra.
In Maharashtra, that's done well. The Shinde has settled the issue within the Shiv Sena on the legacy debate. And whenever there is, and this is what fascinates me, whenever there is a direct contest between the Congress and the BJP, the Congress is not in the picture. What does it say about the Congress in these direct contests, I mean, from a national standpoint?
Well, I think if you look at it, the Congress tends to drag the alliance down. And now look at, Jharkhand, they're saying 5 RJD people are leading. They got 60 tickets. Right. Congress got 30. Now I think it's not so bad that they're leading in 13. Earlier the figure was much lower. So final figure will be interesting. But overall that is correct. So I think Congress, even though there may be a sentiment as in Jharkhand, does not seem to take advantage of it as it should. And
is not the dominant party.
It's not the dominant party.
Even if you look at Jammu and Kashmir, we don't talk about them. They were supposed to do much better in Jammu. They've not. They hardly. The question was whether they would get any births at all.
Organizationally, they are so weak that I think that's where they need to, put their effort. Also, sometimes I feel Congress has forgotten how to work hard. It's become a drawing room party.
In fact, congratulatory messages, Neerja, have started now.
Who's congratulating who?
Yeah, first set of visuals coming in now of Devendra Fadnavis being congratulated by his mother. But let me bring in Radhika now. Radhika, so, should we expect some kind of a big celebration in Mumbai office? Or will the leaders be going and collecting their certificates and then postponing it and letting the Delhi office have all the spotlight, the BJP headquarters where Prime Minister is expected later tonight?
7 p.m., right?
Yes.
Well, certainly there will be celebrations at Mumbai office, which is why I showed some of those laddu boxes. At some point, that has to be kept out, that has to be taken out. So that will be expected in a bit from now. Yes, Devendra Fadnavis is certainly celebrating in his residence. So those are the visuals from his residence of his family member, his mother, calling him and congratulating him. And this is the movement, or rather the activity at BJP office here. We just saw Vinod Tavde a while ago in this particular place, which is the BJP headquarters. He will be taking a press conference in a bit. In fact, he spoke to us off camera. He did speak about, of course, he did not speak about the allegations against him, but he did speak about the factors that have been attributed to the victory of BJP and Mahayuti in general. So far as the schemes are concerned, be it the Ladki Behan scheme, some of the farmer-centric schemes that have been announced, and the hard work put out by the leaders just ahead of elections, be it in terms of organizational structure, be it in terms of, coming out with numbers, the candidates, seat allocation, all of them being done in a structured manner, which is what led to the victory. And besides that, he also pointed at how Shinde Sena took the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray forward successfully, which was abandoned by Uddhav Thackeray, which did not go down well with the people of Maharashtra. So these are some of the reactions coming in. Vinod Tavde inside, more leaders expected here. Devendra Fadnavis also expected to take a press conference, perhaps a little later, once things become clear, once, you know, multiple rounds are over. That is when that will happen. And in Worli constituency, very interesting.
Radhika, any idea on the number of rounds which have been counted so far? Because at this, we should be in a situation soon to call this election, particularly with this gap. Do we have an idea of the number of rounds?
I think in both the states now.
Radhika, any idea of the number of rounds?
You know, yeah, what I'm hearing is at least about 8 rounds have been completed.
No, but that's been going on for a while.
Okay, so let's listen in to the first reaction that is coming in. Devendra Fadnavis in conversation with his mother.
Hello. Hello. मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो तो यस यस चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे तुम्हाला हॅलो हॅलो मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो तो यस यस चला धन्यवाद आशीर्वाद दे तुम्हाला हॅलो हॅलो मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो
So let's listen in now. And Radhika, just what exactly is the conversation that's in Marathi? Please translate it for our viewers.
Hello. मी येतो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निपटवतो मी येतो हां मी कळवतो
All right, so Devendra Fadnavis gets a congratulatory message from his mother. There is another picture that is coming in now of Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president of the BJP, with Devendra Fadnavis. I'll ask the producer to put that photograph also on the television screen. So the celebrations indoors clearly right now has begun. But let's not forget that the BJP strike rate is the highest in this election. Their tally is much above the entire MVA, twice the MVA, and also the combined strength of their own alliance partners, that is the Shiv Sena and the NCP Ajit Pawar. So Mr. Bawankule and Devendra Fadnavis exchanging a hug, embracing each other with joy. That picture will be coming up as well. So BJP in this election has sent the message that they can also ensure and turn the tide completely after 6 months. So that is Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president of Maharashtra, and Devendra Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis, a Brahmin leader, the BJP experimented with him in 2014 for the first time, and we saw after 5 years there was the pre-poll alliance of Devendra Fadnavis and the Shiv Sena won, but then the entire turn of events happened. But Anil Antony continues to be with us. We have other guests as well. But a word on the BJP's organization, how this picture should be read.
On this,
yeah.
You know, sometimes maybe it's so
Okay, Nitya, we've got Shaina NC with us. I'm so sorry. Shaina, thanks very much for being with us. You know, I mean, we've been seeing your own leads situation go up and down. Where do things presently stand for you, Shaina?
So honest to God, Vishnu and Maria know that mine is the toughest constituency in all of Maharashtra. It's hardcore, 140,000 Muslim, 1 lakh Hindu, and we have worked tirelessly to try and make a developmental agenda reach out to the people, because for 15 years you saw no development at all in Mumbai. No cluster redevelopment, no schools, no colleges, even water, electricity issues, sewage, parking, the works. I mean, it's really the most congested constituency. So having said that, I have worked tirelessly this 1 month, and I hope that the people accept me as their future MLA. But I don't want to go into any overconfidence. As Maria says, manifest, manifest. So I will manifest till the end. But having said that, I think the work done by the Mahayuti has really impacted lives. If you look at the Chief Minister's Ladki Behna Yojana, where 2.5 crore women have got 7,500 rupees directly into their bank accounts. This is incredible, as has been with the Ladki Behna Yojana, even in Mumbai Devi, where 40,000 women have got money in their bank accounts, and of which 15,000 are Muslim ladies. So obviously, this kind of work percolates down to the poorest of poor, and that makes it part of stunning Mahayuti sweep, because this historic
China, let me
mandate.
ask you this. You know, your own personal journey has been quite interesting. You've been for years and years with the BJP. You've been a spokesperson of the BJP. You've grown within the BJP ranks. Now, of course, I have to remind myself that you aren't in the BJP or in the Shiv Sena, and despite the color of the sari that you're wearing. So what I must ask you, therefore, is, your own political journey. Do you, in a sense, regret the fact that you aren't still in the BJP, or was this a natural progression for you?
Or maybe an understanding for you to be fielded on a different ticket, because you realize that Shiv Sena was better placed than BJP in that constituency?
No. I don't think any of these speculative questions have an answer, because this is the Mahayuti leadership that decided that I should fight from Mumbai Devi, and I have adhered to it. And I thank the Honorable Chief Minister for the opportunity, irrespective of it being the toughest constituency, because I truly believe that if we can make it here, this is going to be history in India. 15 years you have had a Congress MLA who has done absolutely nothing for the constituents, and that is apparent, because if you go to the constituency, you see how backward it is. And I don't say this with pride, I say this with shame, because we as an inclusive society should make sure that every constituency gets the basic infrastructure. Sure. So I think the decision of the Mahayuti to field me is something that the leadership has decided, but it's like going from one house to another. The joint family continues to be the same, and the ideology continues to be the same. We haven't flunked the ideology.
Just be with us, China, for half a second. A little bit of breaking news, which I noticed a little while back. Professor Shastri, interesting. Bengal, 6 bypolls over there. The Trinamool leading in 6 out of 6. It comes on the back of the entire RG car situation. There was an expectation that it might hit Mamata Banerjee very hard. If those leads translate into results, it would be significant, because she faces huge troubles in Bengal right
Vishnu, I think by-elections need to be seen from a totally different lens. Very often the ruling party in the state does well because of the specificities of that by-election. And this is proving true in West Bengal, it's proving true in Karnataka, where the last trend was all the 3 by-elections the Congress was leading. So there is that trend, other factors being equal, that the ruling party has a slight advantage.
How would you look at this, Neerja? Trinamool leading all 6 seats in Bengal, quite unexpected?
No, not. I agree with him. The incumbent government has the advantage as far as bypolls go. And that's the case in UP also. We are seeing happen, and West Bengal. Rajasthan, of course, the government, the chief minister was, had to take away. Last time the BJP lost 11 seats in Rajasthan, so they had to make up. I don't know what the tally is there, what the situation is there.
We'll try and get the tally in Uttar Pradesh as well. Maria?
Yes, we'll try and get details, because bypoll results are equally important.
Last I saw was that the BJP was leading in 6 and 1 RLD, and the SP only in 2.
Yes, so I think there is a great shift from the Lok Sabha.
Yeah, there is a shift. But as I say, bypolls it'd be very surprising if bypolls
are lost by the party in power.
Yeah, they normally go towards the party in power. And of course, Mr. Yogi Adityanath was, it was a prestige battle for him after, the setback in the Lok Sabha elections, to show that his popularity is undimmed in Uttar Pradesh.
So perhaps Mr. Yogi Adityanath has also settled that discussion within his party.
Whether he'll be moved to Delhi or somewhere else.
A lot of speculation around him as well. So, but TMC leading in all 6 seats in Bengal, they did very well in the Lok Sabha polls. So TMC continuing with that trend. But yes, we have seen bypolls after bypolls, it is the government of the day which tends to win those bypolls. State after state, election after election. But shifting focus again to Maharashtra, I would say, because that's where the big story is. Professor Sandeep Shastri is joining us at this hour. It's settled in favor of Mahayuti. We are still not calling the election, because as journalists, we are not supposed to be calling elections. We are just reflecting what the numbers are showing. But, 220, my sources are saying that last time this mandate came was in 1967 or 72. After that, it has always been fractured mandate in Maharashtra, but never a landslide of this nature.
What you referred to earlier was also possibly a single party getting a majority because of a particular sweep. This possibly would be the first example of an alliance doing so well. The numbers may settle little less, little more around where we are, but it indicates a clear trend which is in favor of the NDA in Maharashtra, and which is in some senses a reversal of the Lok Sabha verdict that you had in that state. And as we have been discussing on this channel for quite some time, assembly verdicts are different from Lok Sabha verdicts, and here I think the performance of the state government clearly has played an important role. The caste coalition they were able to create has been successful for them. And thirdly, I think working as an effective alliance has been important for the NDA here. As we have been saying, the BJP was the main partner in the alliance, whereas in the opposition, all the three were contesting more or less equal number of seats, and nobody was really seriously driving the coalition as the BJP was driving the coalition in the case of the Mahayuti.
Zafar Islam of the BJP is joining us. Zafar Islam, of course, as someone who is from Maharashtra, from Mumbai, do these numbers come as a surprise? I'm sure you will say no, but you know the internal functioning of the BJP. You work very closely with Home Minister Amit Shah.
If you see my tweet in this morning, rather I gave it by to ANI, and that was aired on many channels. At 8 o'clock in the morning, I said century for BJP, half century for Shiv Sena, quarter century for Ajit Pawarji's party, and put together double century for Mahayuti. And this is something which is coming true. And it is primarily because of the Modi magic which actually works. All these other strategy they have, the FVA, has actually not worked because they are not connected with the people. Because I worked for 2 months in Maharashtra, as you know, that we exactly know that which party was connected with the people. Even though if you can see that even in Uttar Pradesh, Samajwadi at least has some connect with the people. That's why they are at least leading in 2 seats. But as far as Congress and Uddhav Thackeray's party, Bata, they were absolutely away from the ground, and they were more on television and fighting with each other and criticizing each other. And Sanjay Raut in particular of Ubata actually made life difficult for all the political parties of FVA, because every morning it was his strategy to target our leadership, target Mahayuti leadership of no reason and rhymes, and that is something has gone really bad with the people of Maharashtra. They decided, they made up their mind that they will definitely bless Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti, and this is something which is in front of you. And I give credit to the people of the state who has given us blessing, the Karyakarta of Bharatiya Janata Party and Mahayuti. And one more thing which is very important, our leadership has very clear instruction that we have to fight on all 288 seats without exception. So we were fighting not in 149 seats which was allocated to us, but we were fighting in all 288 seats. Yes. And that is why even other Mahayuti partners, they were also fighting in 288.
Zafar Bhai, can you hear me?
We were able to transfer
Zafar Bhai, Vishnu here, can you hear me?
And the result is for everyone to see. Yes.
Great. Zafar Bhai, how many rounds of polling is actually done? Do you have that data with you? It's almost 12 o'clock.
No, see, in some constituency, yes, 9 rounds. Some, like for instance, Worli, half an hour ago I checked that only 4 rounds was done at the where Mahayuti candidate Milil Dera was trailing by merely 400 votes. So in some constituencies, the 9th round, 4th round, 5th round, but put together, I'm saying there is still many rounds left. in some constituency, even 27 wants to be counted. So I think we need to wait for some time, but the trend is set. Trend is very much set now. It may be 2 seats here, 2 seats there, but the victory for Mayawati is done and dusted. It's all settled.
Yeah, so it's a massive victory. I mean, 219, and you know, there is this analysis, which is an interesting analysis, that Sharad Pawar's party has 15 seats as of now, leading in those seats. This is Sharad Pawar's worst ever performance in his political career. He has a strike rate of just 11.6% in 2024. I mean, Sharad Pawar, the doyen of politics, someone who's known to be making multiple comebacks.
But there's another piece of breaking news, Maria.
Yes.
That big breaking news is that the exit polls got it right.
Can I give you one statistic?
Yes.
Can I give one
Zafar,
statistic?
go ahead, Zafar bhai.
Vishnu. See, so the strike rate, since Maria was talking about the strike rate, BJP has strike rate as per the current
84%.
86%. And Congress has 86%.
Okay.
Congress has 19%. Shiv Sena, Shinde group, 71%. As against Shiv Sena, Ubata, 21%. And NCP, Ajit Pawarji is 62% as against 12%, 11.6% of NCP Sharad Pawar group. That shows which parties was the preference of the people of Maharashtra.
Let's go full frame with those visuals that are coming in.
They have
Flowers, laddus, patakas, firecrackers, all have started arriving at the Mumbai office of BJP. The celebrations have begun. Those are the pictures of the two men who are fronting it in Maharashtra, in the state. You know, Devendra Fadnavis and Mr. Bawankule, who is the state president. You can see Prime Minister Modi's picture and also Mr. Nadda's
And
image.
Devendra Fadnavis.
And Devendra Fadnavis.
Very much the man of the moment as well, you know, I mean, in all of this. Along with Shinde.
Yes, along with Eknath Shinde. You can see Devendra Fadnavis and Prime Minister Modi's image together. But across Maharashtra, when I was traveling, I did see both of their images on posters. So if it was a big picture of Prime Minister Modi, Devendra Fadnavis was also there. Although his own personal acceptability may not be high, particularly in Marathwada because of you know, because of the Maratha agitation, but largely this kind of victory requires togetherness or strategy working at multiple levels.
I think 2 levels, I would say. The RSS is back with the bank as far as campaigning went. Door-to-door, distribution of checks. I think they, unlike the Lok Sabha elections, when they held back, that's one factor. And I think the RSS may also have a say in who becomes chief minister. Number 2, I wonder, was there a inherent sympathy for Devendra Fadnavis that manifested itself for this chief minister who was downgraded to deputy chief minister? And somewhere people have voted for the BJP. Was there a factor like a vindication of his honor?
I do believe that despite all of the arguments and debate that we've had, that it will be Devendra Fadnavis as the next chief minister. It seems unlikely that it wouldn't be the case.
Shom, Vishnu, in a poll that we did, when we asked people, are you voting for party candidate or leader? Nearly half the respondents said candidate. It's the candidate who makes the difference, then the party, and then the leader. So I think Fadnavis has got the benefit of a party which was on the upswing and a right set of candidates being chosen, and the two factions supporting what the BJP wanted. I mean, the two parties in the alliance supporting what the BJP wanted, that worked to their advantage. Where I think there was a lot of division within the 3 partners in the opposition alliance, which is seen in the type of results that we are getting.
I mean, I'm just saying that 6 months ago, it was a different story altogether.
Absolutely.
I mean, the same alliance was seen as cohesive. Maha Vikas Aghadi's differences
The
sorted
narrative
out.
in our politics has changed completely,
Absolutely.
right?
I mean, the BJP is on the upswing again. They are
From
getting
Rahul Gandhi saying, I think the day after the Lok Sabha elections, that we have reason no longer to fear the Prime Minister. Then, you know, campaigning hard and yet losing decisively in Haryana, doing very poorly as a party in Jammu. And now it appears that they've not done well over here as well. So in terms of the momentum which the Congress believed they had picked up, many would suggest that that may not be the case, though yes, there is a strong possibility that they may win Jharkhand.
Also, you know, the consolidation of the OBCs behind the BJP has been very, very strong. And possibly the consolidation of the Marathas behind the MVA has not been that strong.
Yes, Marathas behind the Chief Minister, perhaps.
Chief
Maratha Chief Minister.
There is a split in the Maratha. See,
Yes,
the
Maratha
Maratha vote
behind
last
the
time was
Maratha Chief
consolidated with the Aghadi. But now with the projection of the Maratha Chief Minister and Shinde being very visible in their campaign, I think a segment of the Maratha vote, a big segment has shifted to the
And perhaps
alliance.
the fact that he appeared to be more sincere by giving the 10% reservation which got passed by the Maharashtra Assembly.
And nobody else has taken any other position.
Nobody
they
has
said
taken
in excess to 50%, we'll give 10%. They're not agreed, any of them, to making them, you know, in the Kundi vote.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at what the overall situation is, and let's have the strike rate numbers up as well. We are gradually getting to a scene where the trends are now going to fast become results, and it appears quite clearly that the NDA is winning Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis is likely to be the next chief minister. We would wait, of course, for a formal series of conversations between the alliance partners.
Vishnu, you spoke too soon on Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief minister. For the moment, it appears that the BJP could very well go with the same formula of having
Are you hearing
Eknath
that?
Shinde.
Are you hearing that?
That clearly has been the indication as of now.
All right, so we'll see where that goes.
Yeah.
But for now, that's what the situation.
No, they haven't said it, but the indication.
I got an indicator that it could be Fadnavis. Maria, we'll go with her word. She covers this much closer than I do. But we're going to take a short break. And then when we're back, when Team NDTV is back, we'll be looking closely at Maharashtra and Jharkhand. In many ways, an equally fascinating election, but one that seems to be headed to the India alliance. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking,
and I swipe it there. Pawar rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? cyberfraud.com. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Mahayuti is poised towards a comfortable victory in the state of Maharashtra. It's a restive state that has not seen one party touch the majority mark on its own in the last 5 assembly polls. And in the last 5 years, it has seen 3 chief ministers, 4 deputy chief ministers, multiple wars for symbols and names. But leading in over 127 seats, the BJP also seems to have really put on its best performance. But how does that change the dynamics? What are the large implications of this win? All of that is going to be keenly watched.
Good morning, and it's just not a victory, it's a tsunami for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. I mean, for all those who were thinking it's going to be a keenly contested match, just take a look at what's happening at this moment. If you talk about the MVA, I think it's that's the man of the moment at this moment, isn't it? What's the Devendra Fadnavis
with the BJP president of Maharashtra, Mr.
Bawankule, and possibly poised to be the next chief minister, because with these numbers, there is no way that Devendra Fadnavis and of course the Bharatiya Janata Party would not be staking claim as a chief minister seat is concerned. 127, in a way, it's the choice of the BJP who they want to go ahead with, and the partners would have more or less no say. Though I must say, it was just not the battle between the BJP and the Congress, it was also the battle between the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray versus Shiv Sena Shinde, and of course NCP Ajit Pawar, Sharad Pawar. In all those battles, the Mahayuti has checkmated their opponents.
And the other important state, Jharkhand, the India bloc has managed leads in 50 out of 81 seats. Of course, NDA, as per the leads we have now, is ahead in 30
That's the
seats.
solace.
Yes.
That's the solace for the India Alliance, because the route after Haryana and the route now in Maharashtra and the kind of numbers that we are seeing, it will be in fact a mayhem as far as the India Alliance is concerned for the Congress party, an embarrassment at this moment coming in there from Maharashtra. So we'll get you all the latest details, but let's quickly start with the headlines.
Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man in Maharashtra. Fadnavis stars in BJP's stunning show, specifically in the seats of Vidarbha.
NDA set for a landslide victory in Maharashtra. Stunning feat by the BJP. Contested 149 at this moment, leading on 127.
Some relief for the India bloc. Its source in Jharkhand widens its lead, defying anti-incumbency. Hemant Soren most likely to retain power.
And in Wayanad bypolls, as expected, Priyanka Gandhi on her way for a stunning debut, leads by a margin of over 1 lakh votes.
Results of bypolls that took place, 42 of them are also coming in. TMC and BJP maintain lead in West Bengal, UP respectively. In Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party leads in 3 seats, Congress in 1. Well, the Mahayuti seems to be all poised towards a comfortable victory in the state of Maharashtra. Remember, it has been a restive state. It's been a state that has seen a lot of political developments in the last 5 years. But this was a battle that the BJP and its allies took head on. Of course, in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the party faced a major setback. Mahayuti won just 17 out of 48 seats, with the BJP putting on the worst performance. But now, tables seem to have really turned, and it is in Vidarbha that the party has performed really well. In fact, not just with her, also in Marathwada, also in North Maharashtra, specifically Nashik, and also West Maharashtra, and specifically in Konkan. It's the BJP and its allies that have put on a good performance.
Absolutely, it's all regions, and that is reflective exactly on the numbers that we are seeing at this moment. 225 is what the Mahayuti is leading at. So it is across Maharashtra and riding largely on what the game changer scheme was, the Ladki Behan Yojana, and then of course the massive election management of the Bharatiya Janata Party at its best being displayed as we talk about these numbers. In just about 4 months from the Lok Sabha elections, the reversals and the way, in fact, in all the areas where the party was weak, whether it is now the reversal of the Dalit vote coming to them. Look at it, even by the context of the Dalits, the OBCs, even the Marathas, the Maratha agitation impact also not at this moment denting the party. So where on the one hand, the MVA thought that after the elections result of the Lok Sabha, their victory was given. The BJP and their allies went back to the drawing board, completely different strategy, and riding on the back of the women vote of the Ladki Behan Yojana have stunned with these results.
And also, I think, Ankit, the most important takeaways would also be the fact that apart from the Ladki Behan Yojana, the BJP also took a lot of corrective measures and took its allies along with it. And there was a lot of focus on the Maratha factor, which was in some ways reflected in Eknath Shinde's leadership. And like we were talking before the show began, Eknath Shinde also projected himself as this common man, somebody who understood, issues of common people, contrasting that with the image of Uddhav Thackeray, completely accessible person, somebody who threw the doors of Varsha open to common people. So completely, a lot of these, it's a battle of perception in Maharashtra, and that is where the Mahayuti seems to have really pulled it off.
Let's go across to our colleagues right now. It's more or less the results, the leads have settled, and this is how the result would look like, more or less, barring a few seats up and down. Radhika joins us from, this moment from BJP headquarters, where a lot of action, Radhika, behind you. Jitendra is also joining us. Let's very quickly first go to Radhika. Radhika, the BJP, asked the voters, their supporters there, their karyakartas, I'm sure they didn't expect to wake up to this result this morning, isn't it? It's an absolute tsunami.
Absolutely. It is an absolute tsunami, a landslide victory of sorts. Of course, a lot of people did predict a Mahayuti win, but maybe not this kind of a win. Even pollsters, some of them did predict a Mahayuti win, but not perhaps 220 odd seats. That was something that none of the pollsters predicted. Nobody really wanted to take a chance with that. Even Mahayuti didn't predict. The leaders said it could be 180, 185, but not beyond that. Let me show you where I am. Yes, I'm at BJP headquarters, and as you can see, these are the flower decorations that have been put up. This was put up just about half an hour to an hour ago. Flowers here, and of course a huge banner has also been put up by the BJP just about 10 minutes back. This poster, or rather the banner, has been put up, which says that this is a great victory for the BJP, for Mahayuti, and a huge round of congratulations to all of the winners. That's what the banner here says. And saffron wave is what we are seeing outside the BJP office. BJP flags all around. This is the decoration that just started coming up about half an hour back, flowers all around, BJP flags all around, and banners in every corner of BJP office. And a lot of karyakartas are here in and around. They were seen sloganeering as well. I will try and go across to some of them. But this is the scene here, and predictably, expectedly so, considering the landslide victory that we are talking about. It is a clean sweep for BJP. Very few seats lost by BJP, and it obviously puts the MVA in shame, and obviously a time for them to perhaps introspect. But this is the situation outside the BJP office, and I will go across to a few कार्यकर्तास. आप बताइए, आप इधर आए हैं, आप विक्ट्री के बारे में बताइए. तो लैंडस्लाइड सुनामी टाइप विक्ट्री हो गया.
बहुत बड़ी जीत है, बहुत बड़ी जीत बोलता हूँ मैं तो मेरे लिए.
आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया इतना नंबर्स? 180, 185 तक तो सब लोग कह रहे थे.
इससे ज़्यादा की उम्मीद थी. इससे ज़्यादा की उम्मीद थी.
नहीं, उम्मीद से ज़्यादा हुआ ही है.
और इसमें जो है हमारी लाड़की बहनों ने बहुत अच्छा वोट दिया है, जिसके लिए मैं हिंदू भाई बहनों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दे रहा हूँ कि उन्होंने अच्छे तरह से मतदान किया और इसके लिए हम इतने अच्छे से जीते हैं।
ये तो बस झांकी है, लोकसभा बाकी है। यहाँ के जो मतदाता भाइयों ने हमको सहयोग किया है, विशेषकर मुस्लिम महिलाओं ने, जिन्होंने लाड़की बहन योजना का फायदा लिया है, उन्होंने हमको वोट दिया है और ये नतीजा आपको दिख रहा है।
So a lot of this attributed to the schemes by Mahayuti. We know for a fact that there was Ladki Behan scheme, a huge hit among women. One of the reasons why, at least pollsters and several of the experts feel, one of the reasons why the number of women voters increased immensely this time is as a result of these schemes for women. Besides that, there were farmer-driven schemes, schemes for youth, including internship programs, scholarships. All that seems to have wooed voters towards BJP and, of course, in particular towards Mahayuti. So it's a great strike rate as far as BJP and Shinde Sena are concerned, and even NCP, Ajit Pawar for that matter, he was seen as the dark horse in this particular equation. But he also felt...
Anuj joins us from outside Sena Bhavan. Anuj, that's Eknath Shinde speaking, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The Chief Minister is also leading from his constituency, Kopri Pashpakadi, and also a strong man there, a Maratha strong person. But of course, the BJP doing well on its own this time.
But also, you know, one of the big winners of the day, Eknath Shinde, who transformed the image. You know, if you would have asked somebody 2 years back, who is Eknath Shinde, many people in Maharashtra would not have been able, to tell you who Eknath Shinde is today. He transformed the chief minister to the common man. His house is also open all the time, and that is something that Shiv Sainiks would have always wanted. He's speaking at this moment. Let's listen in. Oh, all right, he's speaking in Marathi. I don't think Vasudha and I are capable of translating that for our viewers. As soon as we get a translation, we'll put those,
But Ankit, I think this ideological divergence that people talk about, with respect to Uddhav Thackeray not really aligning with the Hindutva ideology, betraying that, was something that Eknath Shinde managed to turn it around on him, because he was often called the Gaddar. But he said that, you were the one who really didn't stick by values that we were brought up with, and hence what I did was the right thing to do.
I think for Uddhav Thackeray, we've been seeing, and that's the problem with the Mahavikas Aghadi. Right from the Lok Sabha election, whatever worked for them, they continued with that. Rahul Gandhi continued with his constitution plan. Uddhav Thackeray still continued to try and gain some sympathy, calling him Gaddar and Pachas Koka, so on and so forth. That trick worked once, did not work in this election. And of course, with the Ladki Behan Yojana riding on the popular women vote, I mean, there has been an increase as far as the women voters are concerned in Maharashtra. And Eknath Shinde, he was able to present himself as an absolute contrast to what Uddhav Thackeray was standing at. And if this election was in any way a referendum on who the real Sena is after the Lok Sabha, possibly the voters, especially the Marathi Manus, who the Uddhav Thackeray faction was banking heavily on, has answered that.
Somebody in the BJP told me that Maharashtra does not need mass leaders. Like if you talk about Yashwant Rao Chavan or Shankar Rao Chavan or Mr. Nayak or... Okay, we have Anuj with us to translate what Mr. Shinde is speaking about.
नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती या महाराष्ट्रातल्या जनतेने आम्हाला दिलेली आहे. खरं म्हणजे आता आम्ही 2.5 वर्षात जे काम केलं, आता पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे.
The people of Maharashtra have validated all the work that we have done, but this also puts us under more responsibility to work even harder in the next term.
सर्व कार्यकर्ते मनापासून काम करत होते आणि म्हणूनच हा विजय एवढा मोठा.
All the workers worked very honestly for this fight, and that is why this victory has been possible for the entire Mahayuti.
मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो की खूप मोठ्या लीडने, मार्जिनने त्यांनी मला.
I would like to thank to all the workers and all the people of Maharashtra for giving us such a huge and unprecedented lead.
पुन्हा एकदा सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. मनापासून सगळ्यांचं सर्व मतदार.
I'm thankful to everyone, all the workers and all the people of Maharashtra.
आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है। ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है। इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है, इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ।
Chief Minister. Sweet victory for him as the Chief Minister of Mahayuti at this moment. Whether he continues or not, that is going to be $1 million question with the kind of numbers that the BJP has got.
But you know, he has proved his utility. He's a Maratha face. You remember the Maratha protest that took place under Devendra Fadnavis. The Peshwai allegation is often there. But you know, remember that it is because of Devendra Fadnavis and also because of Nitin Gadkari that Vidarbha has really turned around for the BJP. So while the BJP is the real winner there, they cannot really deny the utility that Mr. Shinde brought to the table.
Yes.
But what is going to happen to Ajit Pawar? Let me also tell you that Ajit Pawar has actually performed better than Sharad Pawar's teammates, except of course some of his leaders, which include Chhagan Bhujbal and a couple of leaders here and there. Of course, Nawab Malik seems to be trailing, but other than that, most of his leaders, most of his influential MLAs seem to be really retaining their hold over their seats.
Now the big problem for that is what we were discussing, and we'll go into that. The big problem would be with these kind of numbers, whether whatever number of MLAs are winning for Sharad Pawar and also for Uddhav Thackeray, whether they are going to stick around or is there going to be another, it will be easy to break those and go back and bolster the claims of Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde. But we also at this moment, let me introduce our other guests who are joining us. Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, political analyst, is with us at this moment. Zainab Sikandar, political analyst, is also joining us. Dr. Shama Mohammed, national spokesperson of the Congress party, is with us. Pradeep Bhandari, BJP national spokesperson, also joining us at this moment. Thank you so much to all of you and welcome to the broadcast. Let me, Mr. Sushil Vyas, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena Shinde faction, is also with us.
Sanjay Gupta, who's the leader of the Shiv Sena UBT, also joins us. Thank you all of you for joining us on this broadcast. To you, Shama Mohammed first. Shama, what really do you think went wrong with the Maharashtra campaign of the Congress party? Because just about 5 months ago, the party emerged as the party with the highest number of seats, 13 seats in all, and it was supposed to be this driving force, the anchor of the MVA, but clearly there are things that went wrong. Do you think that it was also the allies that in some ways pulled the Congress down with the kind of demands that they made with respect to seat sharing?
First and foremost, I myself am shocked when what I'm seeing in Maharashtra. I was there. I mean, you can have a difference, but not this much. Now, one thing they are saying is the Ladli Behna or Ladki Behna scheme worked. But even if it worked, it can be 156, 160. But this sort of landslide is very unbelievable for me. I mean, I don't want to blame anybody. I don't want to blame my alliance partners or any of those things. We have to see exactly, talking to the leaders, what exactly went wrong, because it's very shocking. Farmer distress was huge, unemployment was huge, businesses going out of there was huge, women's security, many issues as such were very big. So yes, there was a Ladli Behna scheme, and when it came itself, I was at the opinion that we should really take it up, in the sense as it was given 3 months before, and we knew that the election, which when somebody wants one nation, one poll, normally last election, Jharkhand, Maharashtra and Haryana all go together. So why it? Of course, we knew it was for this. But as you know, I mean, I'm not going to blame anybody, but there is no independent election commission in this country. That is a very big issue. And you cannot say polarization worked because the same polarization was done in Jharkhand. It did not work. I mean,
but it's the same election commission also conducting the elections there, ma'am.
No, let me just finish. Let me finish. Despicable ads were put on where Muslims are entering a Hindu house, they're taking over, showing us Guspetias, and JMM Hemant Soren outside his photo that he's allowing this. I mean, that's despicable. So that did not work there. All right. So they cannot say that ek hai to safe hai worked. I will not believe that. That is not the.
But okay, what did not work for the Congress party? Before I go to our other guests, because like you are saying, even if you call out the election commission, the same election commission has conducted the election in Jharkhand, where your alliance is coming back to power. The route in Maharashtra is there a feeling that the Congress party, like you were saying, there have been so many issues. And just 3 days before people voted, the Congress did a press conference, and that's the time they announced, 7,000 rupees for the soybean farmers. Were you not able to, in fact, your messaging continued from what happened in Lok Sabha? You thought after Lok Sabha election, it's a given that you are going to win, while the BJP was able to reinvent itself.
So just one point. I'm not blaming the election commission for anything, but for the dates of the election, when they say, one nation, one poll, you can't tell festivals are there and then change dates. That I don't agree. We all know festivals. In the beginning of the year, we get the calendar. So we know when festivals are. The other thing is, yes, I agree with you and admit, in Telangana, the guarantees were given much before. The guarantees itself came 2 weeks before. It was very late. The people, I was in Pune, many of the candidates did not even publish those, get the guarantee cards to give it to the houses. So guarantees were released very late. I agree on that. In Telangana, it was done 1.5 months before. We were up to there. We gave it to the people. Yes, there was a coordination issue in Maharashtra. I saw it. So there are definitely issues.
So the coordination issue is important here, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Pradeep Bhandari, the Prime Minister and a lot of BJP leaders have been extremely critical of freebies. But of course, what is happening is state after state, we see the BJP actually offering a lot of guarantees. Okay,
I think Pradeep is not able to hear us. Yes. We'll go back to Pradeep.
Let me go across to Sanjay Gupta, who comes from the UBT Shiv Sena. संजय गुप्ता सर, आपको लगता है कि जिस तरह उद्धव ठाकरे ने एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा पर्सनल अटैक सेंट्रिक कैंपेन जो चलाया था, इतनी बार जो एकनाथ शिंदे को गद्दार बोला उन्होंने, आपको लगता है कि दैट एक्चुअली मेड एन इम्पैक्ट एंड दैट एक्चुअली लेड टू अ लॉट ऑफ एंगर अमंगस्ट पीपल कि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे एकनाथ शिंदे भी तो एक कॉमन पर्सन थे, कॉमन शिव सैनिक थे, वहाँ से वो एक चीफ मिनिस्टर के पद पे आए थे.
देखिए, एकनाथ शिंदे जी गद्दार नहीं, वो बागी थे. उन्होंने बगावत की थी, और बगावत जिस बात पर की थी, इस बात को हमारी पार्टी के सीनियर लीडर्स ने कई बार बोला. मनोज जोशी जी ने बोला कि हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस बीजेपी है. प्रताप सरनायक जी ने भी बोला कि हमारा नेचुरल अलायंस बीजेपी है. और हमने भी कई बार इस बात को चेताया कि जिस तरह से हवा दिखाई नहीं देती मगर जीवन उसी से होता है, ठीक इसी तरह से हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी अपनी विचारधारा पर टिकी होती है. लेकिन जब हम बोलते थे तो अक्सर हमसे पूछा जाता था कि आप किस तरफ हो. तो जिस विचारधारा को छोड़ करके पार्टी ने जिस तरह से कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन किया, इस बात से हमारे उद्धव गुट में भी 90% लोग ऐसे हैं जो आज भी ये चाहते हैं कि हम कांग्रेस के साथ गठबंधन में ना रहे और हम बीजेपी के साथ ही गठबंधन में रहे, क्योंकि हमारी पार्टी
चुनावों के नंबर्स का असर है. अभी से इस तरह की आप बात कर रहे हैं, कल आपके जो एमएलए दोनों जीत के आ रहे हैं वो भी अगर बीजेपी के साथ चले जाएंगे, वो भी वापस चले जाएंगे शिंदे जी के साथ. तो उद्धव ठाकरे का जो पूरा सवाल था कि असली शिवसेना कौन है, वो क्या आप इन चुनाव से जवाब मिल गया है?
बिल्कुल. देखिए, किसी भी बात का सबसे अंतिम निर्णय लोकतंत्र के अंदर जनता ही लेती है. और मैंने हमेशा किसी एमएलए ने क्या कहा क्या नहीं कहा, मैं इस बात को नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन मैंने हमेशा इसी बात को कहा कि जो भी 5 साल के अंदर महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में घटा, उसका अंतिम निर्णय महाराष्ट्र की जनता ही लेगी. और महाराष्ट्र की जनता जो निर्णय लेगी वही सही निर्णय होगा.
First impact of these elections, Vasudha, where the spokesperson of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena at this moment somewhere conceding to the fact that we may have made a mistake by
Absolutely.
going to Congress party.
Pradeep Bhandari, you know, often we have seen the Prime Minister and also BJP leaders actually, you know, call out this idea of providing welfare and calling it freebies, ravedees. But state after state, we are witnessing the BJP also offering very similar welfare programs and saying that this is empowerment of women. I completely agree that it is empowerment of women. Women need that kind of money, especially, you know, in times like this. But do you think that's become a blueprint for the BJP? And now that also doesn't put you in a position to criticize the Congress for its guarantees or even question, you know, how irresponsible it is?
Well, thank you so much, Vasudha and Ankit, for having me. Well, there is a difference, Vasudha, here that when we give a guarantee, we complete and we ensure that the guarantee, we live to our what we promise. And there's a difference because the Congress party, whatever it promises, the Congress party does not deliver. Look at Karnataka as a test case of Congress party and look at Maharashtra as a test case of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA. In Karnataka, the Congress party could not provide Greh Lakshmi. Congress party has increased the price of milk. Congress party has increased the price of water. Congress party has ensured that the land of the farmer is given to work. So we can go on to our political debate. Today I want to focus on a very important point, Vasudha. I was listening to Shama and she could not even concede. She started to blame the election commission and was saying that the result is unrealistic. Please look at this last history. 2014, the same individual said the result was unrealistic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came with full majority. 2019, the same individual said that the result was unrealistic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came with full majority. 2024, they said that they're coming in absolute majority. We repeated the government for the third consecutive time. In Haryana, they said that it is impossible for the Bharatiya Janata Party to come. We came back and defeated all odds. In Maharashtra, they were claiming victory. We've got a landslide victory. The commonality in all of this is that we get a pro-governance vote, we get a pro-welfare vote. And in all these elections, the good part for a democracy has been, whether even it is Jharkhand, that the women voting in the democratic process has increased substantially. For the first time in Maharashtra, since 1962 onwards, the women vote surges more than the men vote surge. So in our democracy, it is the women which is the swing vote, and the women is going with welfare and development.
Pradeep, may I just you know, come back to you in just a fraction of a second, because our colleague Prabhakar is joining us from Jharkhand at this moment. Jharkhand, of course, Pradeep, interesting things to talk about as well. As interesting as Maharashtra is, you know, this is the only solace as far as the India alliance is concerned. Prabhakar, for Hemant Soren, now, not only does he emerge as one of the biggest tribal leaders, not just in Jharkhand, but across the country, he has also done something which is not usual in Jharkhand. 5 years we have seen the government changes. This time he has been able to make sure that the alliance crosses that victory mark.
Yes. And is it more of an emotive vote? Because, you know, like Ankit said, that he is, Hemant Soren is the, you know, most popular tribal, in fact, the only tribal chief minister that the country has. He was also jailed for a few months. What is an emotive vote, or was it also the welfare push and also...
Maya Samman, I mean, the women voted once again.
And the campaign around tribal identity, protecting Sarna Code, is that all, you know, all these factors, did they play an important role in this, in making the voters, you know, go for Hemant Soren's party, or at least as of now, we think that's where the leads are showing us to. Those are the visuals there of...
Hemant Soren has certainly made a history. I mean, so Hemant Soren certainly has made a political history, and it has never been done in Jharkhand before. He is a chief minister who served for 5 years, and then he made a comeback which was never seen in Jharkhand before that. We are right now at the chief minister residence, though it wears a deserted look as of now, but we are told that as time passes, you'll see laddus and crackers, all laddus being distributed here and crackers being busted here. Now, what actually worked for JMM on ground is something very interesting. Hemant Soren was from day one playing a victim. He said that he was a tribal chief minister, a tribal leader, and the way BJP had not only targeted him, but he was sent behind bars. So he went to his voters actually claiming to be a victim, playing a victim, and that seems to have worked on the ground. As far as BJP's effort to dent into that tribal vote bank of JMM, which is considered to be their vote bank, it did not work on the ground. We saw the narrative of the infiltrators, the Bangladeshi migrants all being floated on the ground by BJP, but that actually did not seem to be working on the ground and did not work for BJP at all. And most importantly, the women voters. Remember, Maiya Samman Yojana is the flagship program of JMM, and they have been giving 1,000 rupees stipend to women living below poverty line, 1,000 rupees monthly, and they've already given away four installments. Now, JMM has promised that if they are voted back to power, they would increase this stipend from 1,000 to 2,500 rupees. What we saw on ground was women voters lining up, and we saw it in data also released by the Election Commission that almost 80% of the constituencies, actually, the women voters outnumbered men. So is it because of the women voters who stood in the line and voted for JMM? So we'll have to actually dig deep into this data, but as of now, JMM seems to be all smiling. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us at this moment. But Neerja ji, let me ask you this. Does this now present the blueprint for, for every political party, for every alliance?
Yes.
We have seen the whole women voter, and especially trying to give the direct benefit of cash incentives to the women voters, state after state. If you are in government, if you start doing this, even if it is just 6 months before the election, that becomes the most formidable thing. Whether it is Madhya Pradesh, whether it is now, of course, in the state of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Whether what you do in 4.5 years matter less, what you do in the last 6 months with these direct cash transfers to the women, is that the way forward for every political party?
And also two more things, sub-classification in the Dalit category, in the SC category, something that we saw in Haryana also, and also in Maharashtra, and of course, electricity for farmers. So I think these are the three things that the BJP has managed to crack, and they feel that that is one thing that gets voters on their side.
And you see, if women are almost 50% cutting across caste, and I saw in Maharashtra, Dalit women, OBC women, Maratha women being excited by this, what money they had got in their hand. Yes, the answer to your question is yes, this may well become the blueprint. And even in Maharashtra...
I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Mr. Vinod Tavre is speaking at this moment. The man was in a lot of controversy 24 hours before the voting. Let's listen in.
Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra ji Fadnavis, Ajit Dada Pawar, आणि रामदास आठवलेंचे RPI या सगळ्यांनी जे एकत्रित या राज्यात काम केलं आणि माझं तर स्पष्ट मत आहे की अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेव्हलपमेंट, रस्ते, पाणी, वीज, वंदे भारत, मेट्रो म्हणजे अप्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण आणि प्रत्यक्ष लाभाचं राजकारण म्हणजे लाडकी बहीण, शेतकरी सन्मान निधी, शून्य बिल या दोन्हीचा बॅलन्स एकनाथजी शिंदे, देवेंद्रजी फडणवीस आणि अजितजी दादा या तिघांनी केल्यामुळे जनतेला यांच्यावर विश्वास बसला. दुसरं मला असं वाटतं की भाजप शिवसेनेची जी नैसर्गिक युती होती ती शरद पवार साहेबांनी, उद्धवजींनी 19ला तोडली. त्याचा एक वेगळा राग विशेषतः माननीय बाळासाहेबांच्या मतदारांच्या मनात होता. रोज सकाळी राज्याचं राजकारण कलुषित होणारं वक्तव्य भांडूपवरनं यायचं आणि ज्यावेळी एकनाथ शिंदेनी बाळासाहेबांचं हिंदुत्वाचं धनुष्यबाण, हिंदुत्वाचं शिवसेना नाव हे हिंदुत्वाच्या मूळ प्रवाहात भाजपबरोबर आणल्यामुळे एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांना बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांची मतं ही बीजेपीच्या बरोबर मिळाली. मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्रातला हा विजय बिहारमध्ये पोटनिवडणुकीत 4 पैकी 4 जागा एनडीए पुढे, उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये 9 पैकी 6 जागा भाजप पुढे आणि तसंच राजस्थानमध्ये 4 जागांवर भाजप पुढे. त्यामुळे देशातल्या या सगळ्या निवडणुकांमधलं चित्र हे सांगतंय.
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, BJP is leading not just in Maharashtra but also in the bypolls of the other state elections as well.
जनतेने आपला विश्वास दाखवलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्रातला विश्वास अभूतपूर्व आहे. तुमचा पुढचा प्रश्न असणार मुख्यमंत्री पदाचं काय, तर एकनाथ शिंदेजी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजितदादा पवार आणि भाजपचा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व निर्णय घेईल. आज महायुती म्हणून आम्ही खूप खूप धन्यवाद.
त्यांनी बोलल्यानंतर मी काय करू?
महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को
Sanjay Pugalia, who's the CEO and editor-in-chief of NDTV, has his analysis on what went right with respect to the Maharashtra elections and how did the narratives pan out. Let's listen in to what he's saying.
सोबत आहे विनोद भी अपने साथ. इनफॉर्मल चर्चा भी कर रहे हैं इस पूरे इलेक्शन के बारे में. हर कोई अपनी अपनी राय दे रहा था, हर कोई अपने अपने प्रेडिक्शंस बता रहा था, पर शायद ही आज के जो आंकड़े आए हैं वहां तक कोई भी प्रेडिक्शंस पहुंच पाया.
बिल्कुल सही है. ये चुनाव का जो रिजल्ट है वो वास्तव में कई कारणों से ऐतिहासिक है. बीजेपी की जो डोमिनेंट पार्टी बनने की एक मुराद थी वो कई सालों के बाद इस चैलेंजिंग चुनाव में पूरी हो गई है. मराठा वोट और गैर मराठा वोट को एक साथ लाने का असंभव काम भी उन्होंने करके दिखाया है. उनका स्ट्राइक रेट करीब करीब 85-90% का है सीटों के मामले में और वोट शेयर करीब करीब जाएगा 50%. ये ऐतिहासिक है. आप ये सोचें कि शतरंज की जितनी चाल इन्होंने खेली और जब खेली पिछले 2 साल में या 5 साल में महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति को कैसे डोमिनेट करना है या कैसे जीत के लाना है, उसमें उनकी हर चाल, हर स्ट्रेटजी और हर टैक्टिक्स कामयाब हुई है. शिंदे को तोड़ करके लाना, अजित पवार को साथ में लाना, शिंदे को प्राइमेसी देना और उसके बाद ऐसे मुद्दे गढ़ना जिसमें एक तरफ विकास और दूसरी तरफ उससे भी बड़ा महिला वोट बैंक, ये जो था उन्होंने इनके लिए कमाल किया है. इस तरह की विजय की तो बीजेपी को खुद को भी उम्मीद नहीं थी. ये बात मैं आपको बता सकता हूं. तो इस चुनाव का जो सबसे बड़ा आउटकम है वो ये है कि लोकसभा चुनाव महाराष्ट्र के मामले में एक एबरेशन था. वो आप पाएंगे कि इस बार सभी वर्गों के, हम लोग कह रहे थे कि पिछड़े वोट मिलेंगे क्या, दलित वोट मिलेंगे क्या, हिंदू दलित वोट संविधान के नाम पर चले गए थे उसका क्या होगा, वो सब वापस आते हुए दिखलाई पड़ रहे हैं. ये चुनाव स्ट्रेटजी और टैक्टिक्स के लिए इस पूरे बीजेपी, मोदी, शाह, संघ, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, शिंदे, इन लोगों के काम करने के तरीके का पीएचडी का विषय होना चाहिए विपक्ष के लोगों को जो आज धूल चाट रहे हैं.
संजय सर, एक सवाल यह है कि जिस तरह से बीजेपी को इस चुनाव में जीत की ज़रूरत थी, मगर इस जीत की वजह से कुछ सवाल भी खड़े हुए हैं. स्पेशली उनके जो दोस्त है शिंदे, उन्होंने अच्छी नंबर्स लाए हैं और साथ में अजित पवार. बीजेपी इस तरह से उभर के आई है कि इस दोनों दोस्तों में से एक दोस्त काफ़ी है उनको सरकार स्थापित करने के लिए, दूसरे दोस्त की उतनी ज़रूरत नहीं है. कुछ सवाल खड़े किए, ये जब मैं बोलता हूँ तो इन दो दोस्तों का इसके बाद क्या हो सकता है?
देखिए, बीजेपी जब बहुत बढ़िया से जीत के आती है तब भी वो गठबंधन का धर्म निभाने में जितनी ज़रूरत है वो सारा काम करती है. आप पाएंगे कि इन तीनों लोगों को वो लोग अच्छे से रखेंगे, गुड ह्यूमर में रखेंगे. मैं मानता हूं कि ज़रूरत नहीं है. इसीलिए दरअसल ये शिंदे को और अजित पवार को सोचना होगा कि बीजेपी के साथ बने रहने के लिए, विश्वास का संबंध बना के रखने के लिए वो क्या करें. बात बिल्कुल सही है कि अब शिंदे की उस तरह की ज़रूरत नहीं है, लेकिन बीजेपी आप मान के चलिए लॉन्ग टर्म पॉलिटिक्स करती है. उनका हमेशा था ना, आप सुनते थे ये महाराष्ट्र में सीनियर पार्टनर, जूनियर पार्टनर कौन है. अब वो डोमिनेंट सीनियर पार्टनर बन करके आई है. इसीलिए मुझे लगता नहीं है कि एलाइज के साथ उनकी कोई भी प्रकार की वेवलेंथ में कोई मिसमैच होगा, ऐसा मुझे बिल्कुल नहीं लगता है. ये बहुत अच्छा फार्मूला निकालेंगे, अच्छे से पावर शेयर करेंगे, उसमें मुझे कोई दिक्कत नज़र नहीं आती है. ये जरूर है कि घटनाएं होती हैं, इससे हम संकेत पढ़ते हैं, उससे संकेत पढ़ते हैं कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, लेकिन ये इतनी बड़ी विजय है कि उसमें ये सारे सवाल गौण हैं. कुछ दिनों का सेंसेशन रहता है.
मगर अभी जिस तरह से एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने बयान दिया है, उन्होंने कहा है कि कुछ फॉर्मूला तय नहीं है सीएम के बारे में. एक तरह से बड़ा बयान उनका माना जा रहा है, बीजेपी को एक तरह से चैलेंज दिया जा रहा है.
मैं ऐसा नहीं देखूंगा. उनका काम है वो पोस्चरिंग करें कि भाई मुझे मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए. अच्छा, ऐसा कर लेते हैं कि आधा आधा कार्यकाल बांट लेते हैं. मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, मेरे चेहरे पर चुनाव लड़ा गया, लाड़की बहना स्कीम को मैंने एक तरीके से पायलट किया. ये बात सही है, लेकिन ये सब बीजेपी की ही स्कीम थी। तो शिंदे का पोस्चर करना, बार्गेन करना बिल्कुल बनता है, वो बिल्कुल करेंगे और उनको करना भी चाहिए, ताकि पावर शेयर जब तक बीजेपी ठीक से नहीं करेगी तब तक अलायंस का धर्म निभेगा नहीं। लेकिन मुझे इसमें यह कहना है कि देखिए, ये ऐतिहासिक विजय बीजेपी के लिए क्यों है। हाईएस्ट एवर सीट्स है उनकी, तीसरी बार 100 के ऊपर का आंकड़ा इन्होंने क्रॉस किया है। 50% के वोट शेयर में अगर 30% का वोट शेयर बीजेपी का है तो ये हिस्टोरिक नंबर है। तो पब्लिक मैंडेट को आप ईमानदारी से डिकोड करेंगे तो सीएम का पहला हक तो बीजेपी का बनता है। उसमें आप कैसे कहोगे कि मैं जूनियर पार्टनर हूं इसलिए आप मुझे बनाइए क्योंकि मैं मुख्यमंत्री था, तो ये बहुत लॉजिकल नहीं है। इसमें मुझे लगता है शिंदे साहब को थोड़ा सा पीछे आना ही पड़ेगा अल्टीमेटली, और वो भी खुशी से आएंगे।
मगर बिहार में एक है कि तब की जरूरत, जब शिंदे साहब को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया गया था तब की जरूरत, आज की जरूरत, तब के आंकड़े, आज के आंकड़े, तब की राजकीय परिस्थिति, आपकी आज के, इसमें बहुत सारे। लेकिन आपने जो कहा कि शिवसेना को वो अपने साथ रखेंगे, इसमें मैं ये सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ कि हिंदुत्व का जब भी मुद्दा आता है तो बीजेपी ये चाहती है कि शायद वो मुद्दा हमारे पास रहे या फिर जो उस मुद्दे के साथ जा रहे वो हमारे साथ रहे। शिवसेना इसी तरह उनके साथ थी और जैसे ही शिवसेना ने हिंदुत्व का मुद्दे से थोड़ी सी फरकत ले ली तो फिर एकनाथ शिंदे को उन्होंने साथ में ले लिया। मनसे की भी वही है, मनसे ने जैसे ही हिंदुत्व का मुद्दा उठाया वो बीजेपी के साथ जाते दिख रहे थे। तो क्या ये मुद्दा है जो शिवसेना को और बीजेपी को साथ बांधे रखेगा आगे भी?
मैं समझता हूं कि आपका एनालिसिस बिल्कुल सही है। ये लोग बिल्कुल साथ बने रहेंगे और उनको मालूम है कि बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है और आगे सीमेंट करने के लिए उनके पास एक जगह और मिल गई है। क्योंकि इसके बाद क्या होता है, महाराष्ट्र एक ऐसा राज्य है जहां महानगर पालिकाएं बड़ी होती हैं, लोकल चुनाव भी बड़े होते हैं, तो सबका अपना अपना स्ट्रेंथ एरिया है, सबको अपने रीजनल कंसोलिडेशन करने पड़ेंगे। तो पावर में बने रहें और ये मोमेंटम मेंटेन कर पाएं, इसके लिए इन एलाइज में मुझे कोई बहुत दिक्कत नहीं आती है। एक ही बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बात है इसमें ऑन अ लाइटर वेन कि महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति अभी कैसे भी आप शेप कर लीजिए, पवार तो उसमें रहेगा ही।
एक तरह से ये जो मैंडेट आया है, आप सोचते कि क्योंकि बीच में जिस तरह से फडणवीस जी ने बयान किया था कि हाँ मैंने ये पार्टियाँ तोड़ी है, उनको एक सबक सिखाना ज़रूरी था, इसके लिए मैंने ये किया, उसके विषय में ऐसे कहा जाता था कि लोग इस तरह से बीजेपी को देख रहे हैं कि ये पार्टी तोड़ने वाली पार्टी है। मगर जिस तरह से मैंडेट आया है उससे आपको लगता है कि जनता ने अभी नकार दिया है, बीजेपी को माफ कर दिया?
बिल्कुल। पॉलिटिक्स में देखिए ये तोड़ना फोड़ना क्या होता है, इट इज आर्ट ऑफ पॉसिबल एंड यू डू एवरीथिंग टू गेन पावर, दैट इज व्हाई यू आर इन पॉलिटिक्स। तो मुझे लगता है कि पब्लिक ने बिल्कुल, हम जो कहते थे ना कि तोड़ दिया, सरकार चोरी कर ली, हाईजैक कर लिया, इन सब बातों को नहीं माना गया। और सबसे बुरी बात क्या है, मैं इसके कुछ जो दूसरे पक्ष हैं उसको देखिए, हमने बीजेपी पर चर्चा की और अभी किस प्रकार का अलायंस बनेगा, मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा इसकी चर्चा की। लेकिन इस चुनाव का जो दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबक है वो है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए। चुनाव कैसे हारें ये आप राहुल गांधी से सीखिए। उनकी कमेंट्री आपको क्या याद है, आप बताएं, आपको क्या याद है कि उन्होंने यहाँ की जनता से क्या वादा किया, ये आप सोच करके देखिए। एक मुद्दा जो कि सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रोल का मुद्दा था, तो जब लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन अपने को ट्रोल बना ले, सिंगल मुद्दा पार्टी बना ले, पूरा मीडिया में उसकी सेंसेशन के कारण डोमिनेट करना चाहे और सोचे कि महाराष्ट्र में वो अच्छा कर लेगा, इससे बड़ा सबक नहीं हो सकता जो महाराष्ट्र ने सिखाया है। और वो ये है कि विदर्भ जो उनका गढ़ होता था, जहां संघ का मुख्यालय है, संघ कभी भी और बीजेपी कभी भी विदर्भ में ये डोमिनेंस नहीं बना पाई थी जो आज उन्होंने बना लिया है। तो कांग्रेस को हारने की कला इतने शानदार तरीके से आती है, ये इसका दूसरा उदाहरण है। वो झारखंड में भी कोई बहुत अच्छा नहीं कर रहे हैं, इसीलिए कांग्रेस पार्टी को यह सोचना पड़ेगा कि इस प्रकार का लैकलस्टर, स्टैमर करने वाला, हकलाने वाला नेतृत्व लेकर के वो कौन सी पॉलिटिक्स कर रहे हैं, उनकी स्ट्रेटजी क्या थी, उनकी टैक्टिक्स क्या थी। और चुनाव में जितना एफर्ट उन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में लगाया, क्या उतना या उससे ज्यादा उन्होंने वायनाड में नहीं लगाया? वायनाड जीता हुआ चुनाव था, पूरा का पूरा कैडर अपने नेता को चेहरा दिखाने के लिए वहां पर बिजी था। इसीलिए मेरा यह मानना है कि महाराष्ट्र में कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए बहुत बुरी खबर है, ये कांग्रेस के ध्वस्त होने की खबर है, ये राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व के ऑल राउंड फेल्योर का मैसेज है इसमें। और मैं पुराना कांग्रेस बीट रिपोर्टर हूं, इस नाते ये बात बहुत अधिकार के साथ कहना चाहता हूं और पोलाइटली कहना चाहता हूं कि राहुल गांधी जिस पॉलिटिक्स को परस्यू कर रहे हैं, ये पॉलिटिक्स षड्यंत्र की पॉलिटिक्स है, ट्रोल की पॉलिटिक्स है, इस पॉलिटिक्स का इलेक्टोरल कन्वर्जन नहीं है। दरअसल आज तो बीजेपी और संघ का नेतृत्व हो सकता है राहुल गांधी को बहुत बधाई दे रहा हो कि आप जो अडानी अंबानी कर रहे थे, आप सिंगल मुद्दे पर बने रहिए, उसमें आपको वोट नहीं मिल रहे हैं और हम ऐसी हिस्टोरिक लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री के साथ आने वाले हैं। दूसरी तरफ आप उद्धव ठाकरे की हालत देखिए। बाला साहब ठाकरे की लीगेसी को उन्होंने कैसे निभाया, इसको समझने की कोशिश करिए। उनकी बातों में भी कर्कशपना था, एंटी डेवलपमेंट बात कर रहे थे, प्रांतवाद को फैलाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। अब ये कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या जा करके गुजरात में कैसे वोट मांगेगी, ये सोचने की कोशिश करिए। और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे अब के नाम पर कैसे उद्धव ठाकरे आगे की राजनीति करेंगे। 20-20 सीटों की पार्टी हो गई है ये महाराष्ट्र में। ऐसा जमींदोज इनको किया गया है और बीजेपी की चुनाव लड़ने की महारथ जो है उसकी वजह से किया गया है। और वो कोई सीक्रेट प्ले बुक थोड़ी है, वो सब पढ़ते हैं, सब जानते हैं। आप उसको कॉपी करते हैं, लेकिन कॉपी करते हैं तब तक 5 साल का आपका एक चुनाव निकल जाता है। तो ये चुनाव राहुल गांधी के पर्सनल फेल्योर की सबसे बड़ी मिसाल है, सबसे बड़ा सबूत है। और ये बहुत गंभीरता से ये बात हम आपको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि देखिए, लोकतंत्र चलना चाहिए। बीजेपी का ऐसा डोमिनेंस किसको चाहिए? कोई पब्लिक नहीं चाहती है कि ऐसा डोमिनेंस हो। लेकिन अगर अपोजिशन ऐसी एंटी डेवलपमेंट, ऐसा एंटी नेशनल, ऐसा एंटी बिजनेस एंड नो प्रो पीपल क्या कर रहे हैं? उन्होंने 3000 रुपए दिए, मैं 5000 रुपए दे दूंगा। ये कोई पॉलिटिक्स होती है क्या? इसीलिए मेरा कहना है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी अभी भी, अगर आप लोगों को ये लग रहा है मेरी बातों से कि भ्रम हो रहा हो कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जागेगी इस झटके के बाद भी, तो इसको भूल जाइए। क्योंकि जब तक राहुल गांधी का नेतृत्व है, कांग्रेस धराशायी होते रहेगी, इसी तरह से टूटते रहेगी। और आखिरी बात, 2029 अगर ये इस ट्रोल पॉलिटिक्स से लड़ना चाहते हैं तो भूल जाएं।
कांग्रेस के प्रचार में जो एक बात दिख रही थी वो ये दिख रही थी कि कोई भी महाराष्ट्र व्यापी, जिसको आप पैन महाराष्ट्र कह सके, ऐसा मुद्दा लेने की वजह एजेंडा सेटिंग लग रहा था। ऐसा लग रहा था कि जो मुद्दे कांग्रेस लाना चाहती थी वो पहले से तय किए गए थे और उन्हीं को कांग्रेस आगे लाना चाहती थी। पर बदकिस्मती महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया।
मतलब जनता से जुड़े सवाल भूल के कांग्रेस कुछ अलग सवाल उठा रही थी।
वही प्रॉब्लम है ना कि जनता सोच क्या रही है। इनको पीपल पल्स का कुछ नहीं मालूम था ना। ये अगड़े पिछड़े की राजनीति नहीं समझ रहे थे, इलाकों की राजनीति नहीं समझ रहे थे। हमारे पत्रकार लौट करके सोया कपास को बड़ा मुद्दा बता रहे थे। कौन सा मुद्दा निकल करके आया? कोई रिजोनेंस था ही नहीं इनकी बातों का। क्या कह रहे थे? आप लोगों ने इतनी कमेंट्री की, आप लोग मुझे बताइए। मेरे इस सवाल का जवाब मैं आप लोगों से लेना चाहता हूं। आपको कांग्रेस का कौन सा इशू याद है? कोई एक इशू याद है आपको जो पब्लिक में रिजोनेट करे? किस राज्य में? महाराष्ट्र, जहां पर की कांग्रेस मजबूत थी, जहां शरद पवार का साथ था। ये तो शरद पवार हैं, इसलिए आपको एक सेम्बलेंस ऑफ चुनाव लड़ने वाला फाइटिंग मोड थोड़ा सा नजर आया, वरना कांग्रेस की क्या हैसियत थी इस चुनाव में सामने आ गया है ना। उद्धव ठाकरे किस तरह से तितर बितर होकर बिखर करके पराजित हो गए हैं, सामने आ गया है ना। मेरा यही कहना है कि अगर आपका ऑब्सेशन कॉरपोरेट दुश्मनी और एक ऐसी आवाज, अमेरिका का चुनाव, लिबरल अमेरिकन डेमोक्रेसी का हम एग्जाम्पल देते हैं, आपको दिख नहीं रहा है वहां पर कि क्या बयार बह रही है, आमतौर पर पब्लिक क्या सोच रही है? आप अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को रीएडजस्ट नहीं करेंगे क्या? और चूंकि आप अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को रीएडजस्ट नहीं करेंगे तो ऐसा ही नतीजा आएगा जिसमें आप जमींदोज हो जाएंगे। इनको पब्लिक पल्स का कोई आइडिया ही नहीं है। ये सोशल मीडिया के ट्रोल को पॉलिटिक्स समझते हैं और सोशल मीडिया के ट्रोल में ये जब तक फंसे रहेंगे, कांग्रेस पार्टी का भविष्य अत्यंत ही अंधकारमय है। ये मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। आप सोचिए, ये बैठ करके ब्लैक बोर्ड ले करके अपने प्रवक्ता के साथ जब इनको चुनाव प्रचार में गली मोहल्ले में घूमना चाहिए तो वहां बैठ करके कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी का, जैसे नहीं होता व्हाइट बोर्ड पर कोई बड़ा स्ट्रेटजिस्ट अपने को समझ रहा है, बैठ करके कोई डिजाइन बना रहा है, उस प्रकार का बीच चुनाव में कैंपेन के दौरान अपने आर्म चेयर पर बैठ करके ज्ञान दे रहे हैं। तो मेरा यह कहना है कि इस वक्त एंटी डेवलपमेंट पॉलिटिक्स के ये बड़े चेहरा बन गए हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात है, लोकतंत्र मजबूत में कांग्रेस मजबूत हमको चाहिए, लेकिन ये तो नहीं दे पाएंगे। इसीलिए इनका पब्लिक में कोई रेजोनेंस नहीं दिख रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में, महाराष्ट्र कौन है? सबसे बड़ा सोशल रिफॉर्म वाला राज्य। महाराष्ट्र कौन है? सामाजिक रूप से सबसे जागा हुआ राज्य। महाराष्ट्र कौन सा राज्य है जहां इतनी जातियां, धर्म, सबके बावजूद ये एक ऐसा मैंडेट ला करके आपको देते हैं? आपकी कौन सी थ्योरी सही निकली, आप ये बताइए ना।
क्या फ्यूचर देखते हैं तीन पार्टियों का जो बुरी तरह से हार रही है?
ये जो रिजल्ट है उसके बाद कभी भी पॉलिटिक्स में ये नहीं कहना चाहिए कि कौन सी पार्टी उठेगी या नहीं उठेगी, लेकिन पवार लेड जो पॉलिटिक्स चली थी इस महाराष्ट्र में, और पवार का मतलब होता है पूरे देश में एक खास तरह की पॉलिटिक्स, पवार लेड पॉलिटिक्स का ये आखिरी अध्याय है। ये दुख की बात है। पवार साहब की पॉलिटिक्स को जिंदा रहना चाहिए और सक्सेसफुल होना चाहिए, ये दुख की बात है। और उसको फ्लॉप किसने किया है? ये दो कमजोर खिलाड़ियों ने, जो लोग कॉरपोरेट दुश्मनियों के कारण और छोटे मोटे जिसको कहते हैं ना गुदगुदाने वाले अचीवमेंट के कारण एक ऐसी पॉलिटिक्स को परस्यू कर रहे थे जिसका जनता ने करारा जवाब दे दिया है। ये लोग ब्रीफ पर काम करने वाले लोग हैं, ये लोग ट्रोल करने वाले लोग हैं, इसीलिए इनकी इतनी धुनाई हुई है।
एक तो
इनका फ्यूचर बहुत खराब है।
एक तो आपने मुद्दों की बात की, लेकिन अगर हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के तौर पे बात करें तो भी कांग्रेस कुछ अच्छा करती नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। जिसको हम कैडर मोबिलाइजेशन कहते हैं, जिसको हम वोटर मोबिलाइजेशन कहते हैं, उसमें भी कांग्रेस कहीं नहीं दिख रही थी। कहीं ना कहीं इसका भी खामियाजा कांग्रेस को इस इलेक्शन में भुगतना पड़ा।
इसीलिए क्योंकि आपने कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता को ये एहसास दिला दिया है कि समाज सोशल मीडिया पर ट्रोल करने से चुनाव प्रचार हो जाता है, तो पूरा कैडर घर पे बैठा रहता है, इनके नेता घर पे बैठे रहते हैं, इनके जो प्रभारी बन करके आते हैं चुनाव लड़ने के लिए वो ड्राइंग रूम में बैठे रहते हैं। ये लोग ग्राउंड पे हैं कहाँ? इनको मोबिलाइजेशन आता कहाँ है? इनका वोट है, उनको ये बूथ तक ला नहीं सकते। ये आप पिछले 10 साल की हिस्ट्री नहीं है, उससे ज्यादा की हिस्ट्री है। पब्लिक मूड थोड़ी ही कोई बीजेपी के पास 60% है, 40% ही है ना नेशनल लेवल पे, 60% दूसरे साइड में है ना। फिर ये अपोजिशन वोट मोबिलाइज क्यों नहीं कर पाता? इसलिए नहीं कर पाता क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये गेम खेलना आता ही नहीं है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का जिस प्रकार का नेतृत्व है वो कहता है कि हम तो पावर लेने के लिए चुनाव ही नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, तो घर बैठो यार, घर बैठा दिया पब्लिक ने।
राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व पे जो प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाया जा रहा है लोकसभा के दौरान थोड़ा सा कम होता दिख रहा है, पर लोकसभा के बाद जो जो चुनाव हो रहे हैं उसमें वो प्रश्न चिन्ह और गहरा होता जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव में उसमें एक और मोहर लगा दिए।
बहुत अच्छा सवाल है। भारत की जनता अपनी पॉलिटिक्स को शेप करती है, उसमें एक बड़ा नेतृत्व होता है, वो उसको क्राफ्ट करके एक फ्रेमवर्क देता है कि मैं आपको विकास की राजनीति दूंगा, मैं आपको ऐसी राजनीति दूंगा, वैसी राजनीति दूंगा, जो भी है। इनके पास पब्लिक मूड को पढ़ने का कोई तरीका या पैमाना ही नहीं है। इसी कारण इनकी ये परिस्थिति हुई है कि लोकसभा में जो अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट हुई थी इसको इन्होंने गंवा दिया। हरियाणा में जीता हुआ राज्य था, तो अगर आप हरियाणा में नहीं जीत सकते, आप राजस्थान जैसे राज्य में, मध्य प्रदेश में जहां लगातार 3 बार बीजेपी लौट के आई है, वहां आप अपनी नई शुरुआत नहीं कर सकते, तो बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। अब ये क्या करेंगे मैं बताता हूं। मुझे नहीं मालूम कि इनको चिंतन मनन शिविर इस बार कहां लगाना चाहिए, बारामती में लगाना चाहिए या बैंकॉक में लगाना चाहिए। लेकिन ये सोचने की बात है कि आप अपने कैडर को ब्लेम करेंगे। आप जानते हैं क्या कहेंगे? अब नेतृत्व को इंसुलेट करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी के नहीं नेता ये कहेंगे कि जी लोकल नेतृत्व पर डिसीजन छोड़ा हुआ था। कोई लोकल नेतृत्व पर डिसीजन नहीं छोड़ते, सब जगह फ्लुक में बैठ के कहते हैं इसको लड़वा दो, इसको हटा दो, इसको सबक सिखा दूंगा। घर के अंदर ही अशोक गहलोत और पायलट की राजनीति को लोग ठिकाने लगाने में लगे रहते हैं। उस प्रकार का इनका काम है। इसीलिए ये पॉलिटिक्स जो बॉटम ऑफ पिरामिड सिटीजन के खड़े होकर के डेमोक्रेटिक अपरेटस को अपने हाथ में लेने की राजनीति है, वो राजनीति इनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। ये एलीट पॉलिटिक्स है, ये फैमिली डायनेस्टी ओरिएंटेड पॉलिटिक्स है। उसके आगे इनका कोई बहुत ज्यादा एम्बिशन है भी नहीं लाइफ में। ये प्रॉब्लम है।
अगर जिस तरह से चुनाव के नतीजे आए, आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? लोगों को क्या चाहिए? मतलब इस मैंडेट का क्या अर्थ निकाले हम?
इस मैंडेट का जो सबसे बड़ा अर्थ है वो ये है कि भारत की पब्लिक ने ही, जो आपने सवाल पूछा उसका एक सप्लीमेंट्री आंसर ये है कि भारत ने ही लोकसभा के चुनाव में भारत की पब्लिक ने ही एक कोर्स करेक्शन किया। तो ये उसके विल का कोर्स करेक्शन था कि आप गवर्न करिए एनडीए, मोदी जी की ही सरकार हमको चाहिए, लेकिन हम थोड़ा सा चेक एंड बैलेंस आप पर लगा रहे हैं। ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी को अगर अपोजिशन भुना नहीं पा रहा है तो ये भारत के लिए, लोकतंत्र के लिए दरअसल ऑन अ सीरियस नोट चिंता की बात है। लेकिन ये पॉलिटिक्स में अपोजिशन आएगा कहाँ से? ये जो अपोजिशन लाना है, क्या ये काम कांग्रेस पार्टी कर पा रही है? अभी तक का रिकॉर्ड बताता है कि नहीं कर पा रही है। क्या उनके कुछ रीजनल छत्रप कर पा रहे हैं? उदाहरण कर्नाटक, हाँ शायद कर पा रहे हैं। तेलंगाना शायद थोड़ा बहुत वहाँ कुछ हो पा रहा है, लेकिन ये इसलिए हो पा रहा है कि वहाँ की लोकल पॉलिटिक्स को आपने थोड़ा सा स्पेस दिया हुआ है। रीजनल पार्टियां बनी रहेंगी, वो कहीं नहीं जा रही हैं। डेमोक्रेसी का बैलेंस बना रहेगा, कहीं नहीं जा रही है। लेकिन अगर इस डेमोक्रेसी को कोई पहला थ्रेट है, जो अपोजिशन का काम बचाने का होता है, वो पहला थ्रेट राहुल गांधी लेड कांग्रेस पार्टी से है।
ये बहुत बड़ी बात कह दी है सर आपने कि लोकशाही है वो वैसे ही रहेगी, डेमोक्रेसी है वो वैसे ही रहेगी, बैलेंस भी बना रहेगा, बट वो बैलेंस बनाने की जिम्मेदारी जितनी सत्तारूढ़ पार्टी की होती है उतनी ही वो ऑपोजिशन की भी होती है। तो जितना हमें सत्तारूढ़ पक्ष मजबूत चाहिए उतना ही मजबूत चाहिए अपोजिशन, अगर डेमोक्रेसी हमें जैसे है जिस स्पिरिट में चाहिए वो अगर इस देश में रखनी है तो। सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस पूरे बातचीत के लिए। या विशेष चर्चेमध्ये आत्ता वेळ झाली आहे इथेच थांबण्याची.
All right, so that is Editor-in-Chief Sanjay Pugalia. In fact, his analysis over what happened in Maharashtra. Of course, Maharashtra is a big state, will be spoken about for many hours. But don't forget, there is another state in the reckoning today, and it was Jharkhand, where at this moment 50 leads coming in for the India Alliance led by Hemant Soren and the BJP. I mean, this is also in a way quite an aberration, because in Jharkhand we have seen more or less after every 5 years the government changing. Hemant Soren has been able to in fact bring his alliance back into power. That's a big deal there as well when it comes to the election results.
Absolutely,
this
but
morning.
going back to Maharashtra, because that's where a lot of interest is. Neerja Chaudhary, let me just take you through some numbers. Of the 53 seats which saw a direct fight between Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde led Shiv Sena, and of course Shiv Sena led by UBT. The UBT faction is leading on 14 seats and Shinde faction is leading on 38. And when you talk about NCP Sharad Pawar versus NCP Ajit Pawar factions, 41 direct contest in which 31 is where Ajit Pawar is leading on and 8 is where Sharad Pawar is leading on. So clearly that's a reversal of what we saw in Lok Sabha. This is so much about legacy and pursuit of legacy. Tell us what are the larger implications for Uddhav Thackeray and of course Sharad Pawar?
I think for both it's a huge challenge. As I say, you can never rule out anybody in politics, never write their obituary. They have a tendency to bounce back. But it is a very difficult situation because Uddhav Thackre's party having almost 1/3 of what Shinde has. Not only is it an endorsement of Shinde as a leader of the Shiv Sena, and he would say as a legatee of Balasaheb Thackeray's politics. Even though Uddhav Thackeray during the campaign had said, why is he using my father's photograph? Why doesn't he use his photograph? But that's not the way, legacies are determined. So one, of course, is, he has fought back. He's projected himself as a Maratha leader, new Maratha star, and also become a champion of social welfareism. He's thanked my Ladki Behnas for the trust they've reposed in him. So he has carved out a new profile for himself as a leader of the future. Right. Now, and he's accessible, he's helpful, he's doled out money, he's very generous with giving money, I'm told. So smaller number with Uddhav Thackeray, Eknath Shinde with not only numbers, ground support, people support, as well as power.
Neerja, does this mean that these smaller numbers can even shift?
That's the point I'm making. It'll be more attractive for the smaller numbers to split and break and go there rather than for those in power to move to no power.
So days to come, we may see further consolidation.
Erosion in their ranks, and this may also happen to the NCP.
Yeah.
Right. As long as Sharad Pawar is alive, there are people there who are very loyal to him. And I would also say, Sharad Pawar had said to me during the Lok Sabha campaign that regional parties like his would very soon merge with the Congress, associate more closely with the Congress. Now, is that something that may be on the table for him?
There's a very famous interview of Neerja Chaudhary.
It's a very interesting thing.
Maybe that's the only way for him to survive.
Because
Ajit Pawar,
solution to
and because Ajit Pawar now has established himself, he is at least in the state politics, he has taken the mantle away from Sharad Pawar, whether after the results of the Lok Sabha, at least in Delhi politics, they have an upper hand, but in the state politics, it's Ajit Pawar who established himself.
And he could also devour the party.
Absolutely. So possibly the only safeguard is to try and align with the Congress party and see a way forward. These are very important questions.
Do that when the Congress is, not feeling very great or strong. But Sharad Pawar is 84. But he is probably the real Chanakya of politics in India today who understands the system.
Like people steeped in politics.
Can he bring together elements of India closer together? Possibly facilitate other parties also merging in the Congress to strengthen
And
the
he played a pivotal role in this. Also, like people steeped in politics always say.
I'm sorry. We have been told we have to take a break at this moment completely. We're slipping into a very short break. We'll keep coming back with very, fantastic insights that we have at this moment. Stay tuned. We are coming back on this 360-degree coverage of the election, last election result day of 2024.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
This week on India Ascends. Why is Africa crucial to India's strategic and geopolitical calculus? Will COP29 address climate catastrophes, or will the deadlock in negotiations hurt global climate goals? What does thaw in India-China ties mean for business and regional security? And big global voice on India Ascends this week, Ian Bremmer on Donald Trump 2.0. All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Mahayuti seems all poised for a comfortable victory. In fact, a sweep in the state of Maharashtra, a state that's known for being so restive. It's a state that has seen 3 chief ministers in the last 5 years and also 4 deputy chief ministers, multiple wards for symbols and name. But of course, there's some sense of clarity that's coming in now. The BJP out there putting on its best performance. Remember, Devendra Fadnavis, the first BJP chief minister of Maharashtra, is at the center of all of this celebration. Also because in Vidarbha, 62 seats, the BJP has put on a remarkable performance. Also in direct contest with the Congress has failed to make a mark. Also with regard to Sharad Pawar-led NCP versus NCP-led by Ajit Pawar. It's the Ajit Pawar faction that has managed to get 80% of the seats. And in Shiv Sena, that's led by UBT versus Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, it's the Shinde faction that has surged ahead.
That's right, and the celebrations, of course, have erupted in the NDA camp. You can see on your screens right now, Eknath Shinde there holding up the victory sign. We've also seen Devendra Fadnavis there, being congratulated. Of course, congratulatory messages have also gone from the BJP High Command to all the 3 top leaders in the NDA in Maharashtra. Their celebrations have already begun. Of course, there is this tough question about whether or not Eknath Shinde will be retained as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra or not. These are some of the aspects that we'll discuss along with our panel of experts, as well as go across to our ground reporters there. But first, let's take a look at the top headlines.
Celebrations erupt as NDA is all set to sweep elections in Maharashtra. BJP wave stuns Mahavikas Aghadi.
BJP's best ever show in Maharashtra, leading in about 124 seats out of the 149 seats that they contested in the state. Devendra Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man in Maharashtra, stars in BJP's stunning show.
Home Minister Amit Shah congratulates Mahayuti leaders. The Home Minister has spoken on the phone to Eknath Shinde and also Devendra Fadnavis. He has also spoken to Ajit Pawar.
Big win for India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in the state.
Congress's Priyanka Gandhi on her way to win the Wayanad bypoll leads by a margin of 3 lakh. Finally, all Gandhis in the parliament now.
Right, and we are, of course, looking at the battleground state of Maharashtra first, as we have, in fact, seen BJP scoring their biggest ever victory, win in a way in the state, but it's the NDA camp which is, of course, celebrating over there. All the three parties over there of Shiv Sena as well as the NCP doing remarkably well in order to get this stunning victory by the NDA. At the moment, there's, of course, we are looking at a landslide victory of the NDA in Maharashtra. Vasudha.
Absolutely. And Tanima, you know, if you look at the different issues that played out in this election, there were slogans like "Ek hai to safe hai." There was also "Batenge to katenge." But at the same time, there was a lot of social engineering attempt that the BJP put in. In fact, Bhupendra Yadav, Ashwini Vaishnav, the in charges of from the BJP side, had this whole mandate to ensure that the OBC castes are with them. They also tried uniting the Marathas and also going to Dalit bastis to ensure that the Congress's narrative that the constitution can be changed is something that is worked upon. So a lot of corrective actions is what the BJP took. This is after the BJP faced its worst setback in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, winning just Mahayuti winning just 17 of the 48 seats. But major takeaways there. For that, we have with us Aarti Jairat, senior analyst and senior journalist, and we have Mayank Mishra, who's also with the NDTV.
Hey.
Thank you, both of you, for being here. To you, Mayank Mishra, first. The Congress clearly is the weakest link, because if you look at Bidhar, it looks like the BJP has put in a lot of effort there. It's winning more than 70% seats there. Tell us, what are your big takeaways from the election outcomes as far as what we see right now?
I will give you some data which I picked up from Election Commission. Congress vote share, Congress got fewer votes than all other parties, all 5 parties, major parties. Congress vote share is at 10.6% as of 12:30 from Election Commission. NCP, both the factions of NCP got more votes than Congress. UBT faction got more votes than Congress. And Shinde faction also got.
Right.
So undivided,
Okay,
Shiv Sena had.
Mayank, I'm really sorry to interrupt you there, but we will, of course, finish that point. But let's go across to my colleague Radhika, who is standing on the ground there. Radhika, what's the latest on the ground where you are reporting from?
That's right. It is an incredible victory for Mahayuti, and BJP is, of course, celebrating. I'm outside BJP office. A stage has been erected where all the BJP top leaders are expected in just a bit. Devendra Fadnavis, Chandrasekhar Baukule, and several other winning candidates will be taking over the podium in just a bit. You can see saffron all over, and of course, people here celebrating, sloganeering. बताइए, नहीं बताइए आप
आज की जो महाराष्ट्र की जो कामयाबी है, ये हर कार्यकर्ता ने मेहनत किया है और महाराष्ट्र शासन में जो माझी बहन लाड़की योजना लाई, उस तरफ से बड़ी कामयाबी मिली और महायुति का मुख्यमंत्री भी बनेगा। भाजपा और महायुति बहुत बड़ी कामयाबी मिली और महाविकास आघाड़ी तो पूरी खत्म हो गई।
क्या रीजन एट्रीब्यूट करेंगे, क्या रीजन है ऐसे वाले विक्ट्री के लिए?
देखिए क्या है, देवेंद्र जी ने नारा दिया था धर्म युद्ध का, धर्म युद्ध हो चुका है, अभी धर्म स्थापना की बारी है। नरेंद्र जी के माननीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी महायुति की सरकार आ रही है और हम 2 दिन के बाद मुख्यमंत्री हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी जी के ही बनेंगे और देवेंद्र जी ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
वुमेन कार्यकर्ता,
देखिए लाडली बहन जो योजना बनाई मुख्यमंत्री शिंदे जी ने और उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी ने, वो काम में आई। लाडली बहनों का भी आशीर्वाद मिला है। फिर बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, एक है तो सेफ है। और हमारी जो मातृशक्ति है भारतीय जनता पार्टी की संघ वाले, उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से ये मुद्दा उठाया था कि हिंदुओं ने अपना वोट करना था, वो भी एक कामयाब हो गया। जैसे मुस्लिमों ने फतवा निकाला था कि मुस्लिम ने महाविकास आघाड़ी को वोट करना चाहिए, तभी हिंदू जागृत हुआ कि अभी हमें महायुति को लाना है। और उस प्रकार से एक विकास और हिंदुत्ववाद, ये पूरा और महिलाओं का जो लाडली योजना है, ये पूरा फैक्टर है जो आज महायुति के।
So those are the reaction and responses from BJP Karyakartas here. Of course, victory sloganeering is what we are hearing, and we also heard some firecrackers, laddus being distributed. So all that taking place outside BJP office, a lot of movement activity going on. And of course, as this, this particular person was in fact commenting, it is the development factor as well as women's schemes that seems to have worked well as far as Mahayuti, particularly BJP and Shinde Sena are concerned.
So Radhika outside the BJP office and reporting all those visuals there. Radhika, tell us, this is the best performance of the BJP when it comes to Maharashtra. And of course, the party is leading in more than 129 seats. Tell us what is the demand of the BJP workers? The Prime Minister is also expected in the BJP headquarters today evening. There will of course be a lot of meetings today. This is not something that the BJP will let go of, and there will be a lot of power play that we can see in the next few days.
But as I was saying before, 2019 and 2024 are starkly different, and we couldn't really predict the results this time. We thought it would be a hung assembly. Some of them did predict Mahayuti win and some did predict MVA win, but did not predict a landslide victory of this time. That is something that was unexpected even for leaders within Mahayuti. They did say a number of 170, 180. As far as MVA was concerned, they were speaking about numbers ranging from 160 to 170. But above 200 was something that even pollsters perhaps did not predict as far as Mahayuti's performance is concerned. And all this, just a couple of months after the Lok Sabha elections saw a defeat of sorts as far as Mahayuti is concerned. And we saw what happened to Devendra Fadnavis. Soon after Lok Sabha defeat, Devendra Fadnavis decided to resign as the Deputy Chief Minister. He wanted to concentrate on strengthening the organizational structure of the BJP obviously, his resignation was not considered by the BJP top brass, but he continued to work for the organizational structure. And this time around, what was different from Lok Sabha is that, of course, there are unlikely alliances, unlikely parties within Mahayuti as well as within MVA. During Lok Sabha, there were a lot of disputes, bickering over seats, candidates. BJP as well as Shinde Sena announced candidates and seats in the last minute. That really cost them dear. Constitutional narrative by the Congress, that cost them dear. But this time, they made sure that those narratives did not adversely impact Mahayuti, one. And secondly, they made sure that the candidate selection, the meetings, all of them happen in a very structured way and much before the election. So they were very careful in terms of planning for these elections, and certainly the campaigns and all the schemes seem to have worked wonderfully well as far as BJP, Shinde Sena and Ajit Pawar NCP are concerned.
Right. Thank you, Radhika. We'll keep coming back to you. Joyce, celebrations happening there at the BJP headquarters. We also have GVL Narasimha Rao from the BJP joining us. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for joining us on NDTV. The Mahayuti faced its worst setback in the state of Maharashtra in Lok Sabha elections 2024, winning just 17 out of 48 seats. But today the tables have been completely turned. Can you tell us what are the corrective measures that the BJP took, and also this welfare pitch? It seems like the BJP will no longer be able to blame the Congress for its guarantees, because welfare has also become your hallmark.
Yeah. Good afternoon to you and all the viewers watching NDTV. First of all, we'd like to thank people of Maharashtra for giving us such a massive mandate. I think first let me explain the significance of this mandate. For over 4 decades, a magnitude of this magnitude has not been given by the people of Maharashtra. This is the largest seats tally for the BJP. This is the lowest tally for the Congress and the opposition. And the most important, the headline point is, there will not be any party which can really claim the leader of the opposition status in Maharashtra Assembly. Congress will fall in the same league as they have in Lok Sabha. For 10 years, they could not claim a leader of the opposition post. So this is the, and then we have polled close to 50% votes. Last time when we won the mandate in 2019 with Shiv Sena, we polled only 42%. Together, this time we polled 50%. So a big voter, big support from the public across segments, various sections and segments. I think in the recent elections, we are seeing people cutting across the geographic divides, the demographic divides. They're voting for development, they're voting for Vikas, they're voting for welfare. And this is, the welfare pitch of the BJP is different from that of the Congress. Because for Congress, welfare is deceit. They've only been making empty promises. They've done that. They have won elections in Karnataka, Telangana, Himachal, making such promises which they never fulfilled. On the contrary, BJP has fulfilled every promise that they have made, that we have made. So that certainly there is a credibility gap for the Congress party, whereas the BJP under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and the state leadership in Maharashtra has the credibility. Today, the Congress has plunged to its lowest ever tally because the Congress suffers a serious credibility question.
Okay,
they have
Mr.
made
Rao, first of all, also congratulations,
promises,
given that, you know, the
but
BJP has
people have not
performed
believed them.
remarkably well. You know, can we also expect the party to, you know, to really align with the alliance dharma? But, you know, this is politics, and given that the party may not really need two of the allies who have also not really performed that badly, what can you tell us about what is in store for the future? Because this is politics, and I'm sure BJP, I mean, this is also BJP's chance of making Maharashtra BJP yukt, you know, something that the state has not been in the last many years.
No, but in between 2014 and 19, it was a BJP-led government with Mr. Fadnavis as the chief minister. So it's not that BJP had never led government in Maharashtra, but this time certainly the central leadership of the BJP, the parliamentary board of the BJP, in discussion with the state unit, will take a decision, and that will not be a problem at all. You've seen how BJP has been able to elect governments without any murmur. So certainly this is not, today is a day to understand and also to swallow the victory. And a government formation has never been difficult for the BJP. It will not be difficult now. It will certainly be a decision that will be collectively made by our parliamentary party in discussion with the state unit. But another important thing, today the Shiv Sena, the NCP, another major takeaway from today's election is people have decided which, you see, there has been a discussion all through this campaign that people might vote against Mahayuti because certain Shiv Sena split and NCP split. On the contrary, people have given legitimacy to the Shiv Sena led by Mr. Shinde and NCP led by Mr. Ajit Pawar. They have given legitimacy to them. They have clearly given their verdict that they consider them to be the real parties. And they have punished these parties, Shiv Sena particularly, for betraying the mandate of the people in 2019 and siding with the Congress party, which was defeated in 2019 polls. So this is a result against Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray's betrayal of the mandate of 2019, and it's certainly some sort of legitimizing. The constitutional authorities, Election Commission, Supreme Court have already given the legitimacy, but today people have put their stamp on it. So certainly in all respects, it's a huge victory for the Mahayuti and the biggest setback for the MVA ever.
Right, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for joining us on NDTV. Quite a remarkable victory for your party. Congratulations on that. Going back to our guests, Aarti Jairath and Mayank Mishra. Mayank, you were saying you were talking about the big takeaways from this result.
It was one headline, stunning headline is stunning rejection of the Congress in Maharashtra, and I was going through some of the data. Undivided Shiv Sena had polled 16% votes. Now, if you combine the two factions together, it comes to around 23%. So everybody else has gained and Congress has lost. BJP remains intact. And second takeaway is whoever has allied with BJP, BJP has pulled them up,
Right.
whereas Congress has pulled everybody down. That is one. On Jharkhand, I would like to say it is Hemant Soren's victory, not India Bloc's victory. Hemant Soren has gained 4 percentage points in terms of vote share, which is huge in a multi-corner contest. Everybody else stays either at the same level or has gone down, except JMM in Jharkhand. So it is not India Bloc's victory in Jharkhand, it is Hemant Soren's victory, and it is rejection of Congress in Maharashtra and BJP lifting all its allies.
The same thing happened in Kashmir with National Conference saying that, it was our victory and Congress's. Aarti Jairat, what would you say with the BJP actually surging ahead, registering this remarkable victory? Now what happens to Mr. Shinde and of course to Ajit Pawar? They have proved their utility because if you look at numbers, 53 seats, Sena versus Sena. UBT-led faction is leading in 14 and Shiv Sena led by Shinde is leading on 38, which means that Shinde has actually performed very well. He's the face of the welfare. He's the Maratha face of the Mahayuti. What do you think is going to happen in the next few days?
So I think, well, there's really not very much time. The new government has to be in place by the 26th of November. So swearing in ceremony by 25th, I think. So they've got just 2 days in which to take the decision. Now, it depends on how the BJP decides to play this. Are they going to sort of settle for continuity, which was the mantra after the Lok Sabha elections, and coalition dharma, in which case, maybe Shinde will be the chief minister. Alternatively, they have several bargaining chips in their hands, actually. If you look at the numbers, they can form a government without Eknath Shinde, just, Ajit Pawar's faction and the BJP together. That's a bargaining chip, as far as Shinde is concerned. Secondly, they can also accommodate Shinde at the center. Like Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh, he was supposed to be the face of the Ladli Behna scheme, which is supposed to have won the BJP that election in Madhya Pradesh. Then they brought him to the center as the agriculture minister and gave him several other important, jobs. So they could accommodate Shinde here and make Devendra Fadnavis, the chief minister, because the BJP's tally is no question. It is the highest, their strike rate is the best. And while the allies played their part, I think he's right. It is the BJP that pulled the allies, up.
Yes.
So, that has to be acknowledged in some way. So, I think the decision really will rest partially on what Amit Shah and Narendra Modi decide. Amit Shah particularly because he's been so deeply involved in the Maharashtra elections. And I think also on inputs from the RSS, which behind the scenes has played a fairly crucial role on the ground, to help the BJP, with this Samvidhan Yojana that they started, which was basically to counter the Lok Sabha campaign of the MVA, that these people were against the constitution and they'll take away your reservation and so on. So, but, as I said, they don't have much time. So, we will see a decision very soon. So hopefully none of those midnight dramas that we saw last time.
And the results are also interesting because, the satraps or regional leaders seem to have really done well regardless of, whichever party they come from, although most of them are from the BJP or Shinde-led Shiv Sena. And Jayant Patil, who is from NCP-CP, one of those tallest leaders. Dilip Valse Patil, somebody who worked very closely with Sharad Pawar. And Sharad Pawar, emotively campaigned against him. He is winning this time from Ammegaon. So clearly, a lot of it is also...
Right, sorry to interrupt there, but I believe we have Mr. Prakash Javadekar who has joined us, senior BJP leader and former union minister who is joining us live directly on the broadcast there. Mr. Javadekar, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. The big question, of course, congratulations, of course, on the decisive victory that BJP is seeing in Maharashtra and, of course, the NDA alliance in total. But everyone has that big question up now, like whether or not there's going to be a change as far as the chief minister is concerned of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis is being seen as the comeback man. He is actually the person who has led the party from the front in the state, and whether or not he's going to be awarded with the top post in the state. That is the question on everyone's mind. So what would you say, what is your first reaction to this?
See, this is not the correct analogy. I'll tell you, in 14, BJP was the single largest party and ruled for 5 years under Devendra Fadnavis on its own. Shiv Sena backed it. Then, in 19, Shiv Sena and BJP were in alliance, and people gave the same mandate, very good mandate. But Shiv Sena wanted chief ministership, so they went with the enemies of the alliance, and now they are repenting. They must repent, because people punish such acts. And what people have now, this is the third consecutive victory in a way, I will say. What people have seen that in 5 years they have seen 2 chief ministers, Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. It is exactly negative and positive. So negative was Uddhav Thackeray's when there was no development, when all the developments were stopped, and now is development and welfare both. That is very important. And one factor I must tell you, people reminded, Shiv Sena earlier in 19 ditched the people's verdict. So people have punished. That is the simple thing.
Right. I mean, of course, that is, we have heard Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao also before you talk about the fact that this is, of course, the entire alliance which has come together to deliver this sort of a win in the state. But there's, of course, a lot of curiosity around the question of the top post in the state, Vasudha, as we have in fact seen, that it is the best ever show that BJP has put up in Maharashtra by far.
Right. Mr. Javadekar, also one question for you, sir. There was a lot of emphasis on Karyakarta ka josh ya morale, you know, because there was a belief, there was an understanding that in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, a lot of Karyakartas, a lot of workers, in fact, also those with the RSS did not really come out. That also led to the kind of results that we saw. What did you change with respect to working with party? Because this time, all BJP leaders were very clear that though Eknath Shinde was being projected as the leader of the alliance, it was very clear that that's something that will be decided later. Was that also a strategy to ensure that every party brings out its supporters and workers in huge strength?
Strategy apart, but fact is that BJP is a 24/7 party. I have come to Delhi just to attend the yesterday's meeting, which is about organizational elections. We don't stop. And therefore, after Lok Sabha, from the very next day, Maharashtra Karyakartas, leaders and everybody started working hard, understanding what has gone wrong somewhere, and we found out many things, and many things were corrected also, and that is how things happen. People who are ready to think and learn always make progress, and people like Sanjay Raut who are never are ready to think again, introspect, or accept the mandate, will always be on the wrong side of the things.
For joining us on this very important day. Also, congratulations on your party's victory. Also, apart from Maharashtra and Jharkhand, there were 42 bypolls that were held across the country. We will take you to one of them. Gurpreet joins us. Gurpreet, important bypolls that took place in Punjab, specifically the prestige seat of Gidarbaha, which saw the battle between Amita Waring, the wife of Raja Waring, the state president of the Congress party, versus Manpreet Badal, the former finance minister of Punjab. He had actually taken a break of sorts from politics, and this is a comeback of sorts. Tell us what is happening there and also the significance of these bypolls.
Well, we have seen in 4 bypolls, three bypolls result have already been out, and what we have seen from the Congress stronghold, Dera Baba Nanak, Aam Aadmi Party is able to win, and from Chabbewal, Aam Aadmi Party has managed to win that 2 seats from there. But a stronghold of Aam Aadmi Party from Barnala, where they have lost that seat to Congress Party, and Congress Party was able to win. We are reporting from Gidraba at this point of time, and we are showing all the statistics and calculation how these rounds are happening here. So total 13 rounds are required, and 9 rounds have already been done, where we can see Amarta Vring, who is wife of Congress chief, she is able to get 36,561 votes, whereas Dimpy Dhillon, Hardeep Singh Dimpy Dhillon, who is the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, he has got 49,772 votes as of now. If we can talk about Manpreet till the time 9th round, he is able to win only 10,245 votes. And if we can talk about the margin, we can see 13,211 margin here in Giderba, and this counting is already underway. It's a 9th round which has just been finished, but as of now we know this is the prestige battle here in Giderba. One side we have seen the former finance minister Manpreet Badal, he was contesting from the BJP, whereas from Congress we have seen Congress chief's wife Amrita Vring, she is contesting from here, and Amrinder Singh Raja Vring was able to win this election multiple times, 3 times from the same constituency, but this time we have seen there is a lot of anti-incumbency against him, and Hardeep Dhillon, who has just joined from Akali Dal to Aam Aadmi Party, he is able to manage to win, and so far we are seeing these trends. We have seen he is leading from this Giderba. So in Punjab, if we can talk about overall bypolls elections, we have seen Aam Aadmi Party has already won from 2 constituencies, it's Chabbewal and Dera Baba Nanak, and from Barnala, the Congress candidate is able to win election from here, and from Giderba, the counting is still underway. So let's see, because these elections, bypoll elections, are very important for Aam Aadmi Party ruling government. It seems the way they have already got mandate, it seems from the way Aam Aadmi Party is leading from here, also Giderba, it seems Aam Aadmi Party is able to get mandate, and we have seen all the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, they are going to address their supporters and celebrating this victory of Punjab in national capital. So let's wait for more time to understand how this political calculation is going to happen in Giderba. Back to studio.
So comeback of sorts for Aam
Aadmi Party in Punjab there, yes.
Very critical, I think, because Delhi elections are coming up in February. So, you know, if they win 3 of the 4 seats, it's going to be a big morale booster for Aam Aadmi Party, which is pretty much down in the dumps after all its top leaders have gone behind bars.
And I can notice one more trend. After 2019, BJP lost votes and seats in all assembly elections, most assembly elections. Now, this time there has been a trend reversal of sorts. In Haryana, we saw BJP making a comeback, in huge comeback in Maharashtra, and BJP did not do so badly in Jharkhand. And now Aam Aadmi Party reversing its Lok Sabha.
So we used to think that BJP performs very well only in Lok Sabha elections, and that trend is getting reversed because they're performing better in assembly polls. Also, let's go across to Ratnadeep, my colleague. Ratnadeep, tell us about these important bypolls that took place in the state of Assam. 5 bypolls. Himanta Biswa Sharma found time to campaign despite being the Jharkhand in charge, and also the importance of Gaurav Gogoi, the significance of these bypolls with respect to the kind of prestige that is attached to both Mr. Sharma and also to Mr. Gogoi.
That's right. In fact, as we speak, the counting is underway. There were 5 seats for which bypolls have taken place, of which in the assembly elections of Assam, 4 were with the BJP and allies and 1 with Congress. And that 1 seat is Samaguri, where in the run-up to the polls, we saw massive pre-poll violence. There was death of 1 person. And Samaguri is a seat, remember, which is a strong hold of the Congress since 2001. Congress has never lost there. Congress heavyweight Rakibul Hussain, a former minister, this time chose to contest the Lok Sabha election and won with one of the highest margin in the country. And this time in the bypolls, his son Tanzil Hussain is making his electoral debut. He is just 26-year-old, and at this moment till round 4, Tanzil Hussain was leading with about 4,000 votes. But from round 8 onwards, the BJP candidate is closing on that gap. Remember, BJP has tried a lot in terms of the campaign campaign to try to win this seat, which is a Muslim majority seat in Assam, Congress stronghold. In the other seat, Bihali, where Gaurav Gogoi had campaigned for Congress has actually lost that seat. BJP has been able to retain that seat, so that has been a setback for Gaurav Gogoi, who is seen now as the emerging face of Congress in Assam. The BJP is leading in another seat, which is Dholai, which it was its MLA who was elected in the last election, and its allies AGP and UPPL are also leading in two other seats. So at this moment, BJP and allies are leading. BJP has won one seat and 3 seats. Its allies and BJP is leading, and Congress is leading in 1. However, let me tell you, this election was one election after 2016 Assam Assembly election, when BJP came to power for the first time in Assam, that the campaign of the party in Assam was not led by Himanta Biswa Sharma because he was busy in Jharkhand. Perhaps the Jharkhand result would be also a setback for Mr. Sharma. Remember, ever since Mr. Sharma delivered Assam elections for the BJP in 2016 and subsequently helped BJP and BJP allies to form governments in several states in Northeast, his services were taken for states like Odisha, where the BJP had done well, and this time he was he was made the co-in-charge for Jharkhand, where the BJP, however, could not, as of now, is trailing. So this might be a setback for Mr. Sharma. But having said that, there is good news in neighboring Meghalaya, where Chief Minister Conrad Sangma's wife, Mehtab Chandi Sangma, who made her electoral debut in the by-election in Gambagre seat, she has won her seat. So this is going to be a good news for the ruling NPP in Meghalaya.
Right. Ratnadeep there, thank you so much for joining us with that update of the Northeast bypolls, the bypolls which are taking place in Assam and Meghalaya there. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm also being joined by Mr. Arshpreet Karyal of the Congress party. Mr. Karyal, thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast on NDTV. Even till yesterday, there were murmurs being made by several people from your party that Congress would be leading the MVA in terms if they get a favorable result in the Maharashtra elections today. But now we can see that Congress has actually registered probably its worst performance.
It is the worst.
It is the worst performance that we are seeing coming in from Congress in Maharashtra. So do you think, and there have already been a lot of questions being raised about the way Congress managed its campaign, both in Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand. So in hindsight, do you think more effort needed to have been put in by the Congress leadership in the battleground state?
Well, a couple of things to that. First and foremost, the Bharatiya Janata Party is one a state and India Alliance one another state. So it's 1-1. Let's see it for what it is. Number 2, the Bharatiya Janata Party has registered Guinness Book of World Records record as in the maximum number of malpractices have been witnessed in this election. We all saw how the General Secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, if there's a BJP spokesperson here, he should tell us, was Mr. Vinod Tavade got on camera influencing votes, distributing money, or was he not? Number 2, the Operation Lotuses that have taken place under the BJP regime, everybody's witnessed that. Number 3, the misusage of the agencies, whether it be the IT, the ED, the CBI. We've all seen how the arm twisting happened and how all the complaints that went vis-a-vis the violation of the Model Code of Conduct, all of them went unaddressed. We did not get any substantial action taken against any BJP leaders that were violating it. And these things have been caught on camera. Despite that, there's been no action, number 1. Number 2, it's very important for the Bharatiya Janata Party, if there's a BJP spokesperson, to tell, could you please enlist 5 things that the BJP has done in the last couple of years, the Mahayuti has done in the last couple of years in Maharashtra? 5 things they could not tell. I've been asking spokespersons of the BJP and they could not enlist 5 things. And number 2,
Arshpreet,
now that they are
back-to-back defeats both in Haryana, then Maharashtra, and of course even in Punjab, which is where you come from, it's the Aam Aadmi Party that's surging ahead in 3 seats. Congress, of course, is leading in 1. Don't you think all of this is, in a way, sort of really problematic for the party and for its workers?
Not really. See, winning and losing is a part and parcel of the game. What matters is the people's work should be done. And the question here is, will the 15 lakhs be given? Will the 2 crore jobs a year that the BJP promised would be given? Will the doubling of farmers' income by 2022, which was supposed to happen 2 years ago, will happen now? Will the inflation decrease? The diesel, petrol, dal, dahi, doodh, paneer and whatnot, will the prices come down? Will the rupee be better as compared to the value it has against the dollar? All these things are what is what matters to the people of India. Winning and losing of a political party is irrelevant to the people. They want their work done. They want to be able to sustain themselves. They want good governance, and the BJP has not been able to do that. And the question is, now that you have won this, now that you've won Maharashtra, will you be doing the promises you made a couple of years ago? Because you made new promises. Number two, you talked of Haryana. In Haryana, the vote percentage was 39%. And if the Bharatiya Janata Party had won Haryana, at the same time, India Alliance had won Jammu and Kashmir. If this time the Bharatiya Janata Party has won Maharashtra, India Alliance has won Jharkhand. And in the other states, the bypolls, we have swept Karnataka bypolls. Everybody's seen that. We have swept it. And the BJP's questions, the allegations that they were leveling against our government, all of them have gone out of the window. And very soon you will see that the other seats, the other bypolls where we have either won or where we are leading, the Congress party will make a significant development in all the other bypolls which are happening. In totality, if we were to talk of the results in Maharashtra, in Assam, we have won 1. In Gujarat, 1. Karnataka, 3. Kerala, 1 with a massive lead. Lakhs. There's a margin and there's a difference of lakhs of votes. In Punjab, there's 1. In Rajasthan, there's 1. In Jharkhand, there's 15. And so on and so forth. So basically, the fact of the matter remains that will the Bharatiya Janata Party start delivering on their promises, or will they keep on coming up with hollow promises and hollow statements?
That's an important point. Thank you, Ashpreet, for joining us with your views. Aarti Jairat, what happens now? Because, 2024 Lok Sabha elections, we saw a different sentiment. But now, clearly, that blemish of 2024 is going to be forgotten because that will be seen as an aberration. It's the Haryana mood, it's the Maharashtra mood that is going to be there. That's going to be projected by the BJP as mood of the nation. Also, what explains this massive victories? I saw this in Gujarat, 156 seats. We've seen that in UP in the past, not this time, of course, and then Haryana and now this. So what explains, so many people voting for one party?
Well, if we look at the strategy of the BJP in the Lok Sabha polls and the strategy they adopted both for Haryana and Maharashtra, the Lok Sabha polls were all about one man. He actually led the show and nobody else was given any kind of space. In fact, Yogi Adityanath's big complaint was that he was not given a say in the polls in UP, which is why the BJP did so badly in UP. This time, the BJP went back to its roots, which is letting local leaders, take front stage. This is what the BJP has always been about. The old Vajpayee-Advani BJP was about nurturing and letting local leaders flourish. All the people you see today, starting with Narendra Modi, whether it was Vasundhara Raje, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Sushma Swaraj, Arun Jaitley, they just, they nurtured and developed younger leaders, local leaders, and that was the party's biggest strength. I think it kind of lost its way somehow during the Lok Sabha elections, and I think it is now going back to its roots. And if you saw that in the Maharashtra elections, both Modi and Shah didn't address as many rallies as they used to. In Haryana also the same thing. So they forefronted their local leaders, and I think that really helped, which is probably why this time they're doing better in local elections rather than earlier when they used to win the national elections, but they didn't do so well in local elections.
That is the beauty of BJP.
Yeah.
Despite being the incumbent for 10 years, successful people are expected to be least flexible, but BJP is most flexible party we have known in years. They always change their strategy. Whereas in the case of Congress, and we heard the spokesperson, they blame everybody except themselves. See, same agencies worked in Maharashtra, same agencies worked in Jharkhand and elsewhere, in Wayanad also, and we have different outcomes. Why can't they understand that people have rejected them in some places, they have accepted them because of different issues altogether. So brushing everything under one carpet and saying that agencies are to be blamed, this is...
But again, to go back to this issue of local leaders, the only place where the Congress is doing well actually is Karnataka, where they're winning 2 of the 3 bypolls. And that's because that's one state where they still have strong local leaders.
An organization.
And an organization. You know, everywhere else, I mean, Maharashtra, for instance, they've lost everybody. Either they have passed on because they were too old, or people like Ashok Chavan have left, you know, and they don't have local leaders left. So, I mean, I think really the BJP, Congress needs to learn some lessons from the BJP about the flexibility, adaptability, you know, reading the mood on the ground, and, you know, when necessary, push your local leaders forward, when necessary, push your national leaders forward.
Ma'am, on that aspect of local leaders being at the forefront, you know, another important thing which is of course coming out is the legacy war that everyone was talking about. You know, how Uddhav and Sharad Pawar had the sympathy wave in their favor in the Lok Sabha elections, and the tables seem to have turned this time around. So in terms of these two big political stalwarts in Maharashtra, this mandate, what would it mean for their future career?
Well, you know, I mean, honestly, for me, the biggest shock in Maharashtra is not the poor performance of the Congress, because I really wasn't expecting the Congress to perform well, you know, when challenged by the BJP. For me, the really big story is Sharad Pawar's complete eclipse in these elections. In his home turf of Western Maharashtra, you know, his nephew's party, breakaway party, has done better than him. This, I mean, he has dominated Maharashtra politics for 4 decades. You know, for me, this is, and he had said this is his last election. So it's his eclipse, and maybe the eclipse of the NCP, because I really don't know who can take his legacy forward now that, you know, Ajit Pawar seems to be in the driver's seat as far as NCP is concerned. So, yeah, I mean, this is the most shocking story. And, you know, it's also very, it'll have an impact on the India alliance, because, you know, Sharad Pawar was a major strategist for India through the Lok Sabha polls. Now with his eclipse and his failing health and his age and everything, I mean, they don't really have anybody left anymore to, you know, do a kind of national strategy for them.
Right. Asif Pamla of the BJP also joins us. Asif, when it comes to, Asif, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. Also, congratulations. I was
Thank you. It's a good day for us.
Yes, I was looking.
Thank you to all the media people as well for, you know, bearing us at many times of challenges as well. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, I was looking at some numbers, but before that, tell me, is Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief minister, or is it going to be Eknath Shinde?
वेल अभी थोड़ा सा सस्पेंस भी रखना चाहिए ना. अभी सारी बातें आप लोग को अभी बोल देंगे तो क्या फिर आप लोग हमें बुलाना ही बंद कर दोगे. But in all possibilities, it looks like he's on the driving seat. And it's not that he's on the driving seat now. He was always on the driving seat. I mean, if you know, in the last time, in the last time we got the mandate for 5 years. But apparently हमारे पीठ पे खंजर पोपा गया था और उन्होंने जाकर अपना अलायंस तैयार किया. 2.5 साल all the progress of the state, all the infrastructure projects, all were pushed to the back burner just to show Devendra ji down. And of course, after 2.5 years, when they themselves, being in the ruling, their own people left them and went away. And they preferred to join us not being in power. And when we came in power, we got the trail back. But then again, after that, Lok Sabha came. And after Lok Sabha's victory, they saw no end to themselves. And to an extent that they were so trumpet about the fact, although देखिए क्या झूठ ज़्यादा टिकता नहीं है. आपने संविधान की बात की, वही किताब जिसके अंदर पन्नों में कोई संविधान के बारे में जानकारी नहीं, आप वो दिखाते रहे, मराठा आरक्षण बरगलाते रहे आप. तो ये चीजें जो है उस समय उन्हें बहुत फायदा हुआ. Except that we in all humility we accepted our defeat. लेकिन आज वो फिर से मौका आया. और यही नहीं, 2.5 साल में देवेंद्र जी ने वो कहते हैं ना गम खाकर, a man who's been a successful, वो कहते हैं development Fadnavis in his time for 5 years had to go as a deputy chief minister. So he was not interested to even come into the chair. But the party gave him, and with all the huge numbers that we had, we went and we compromised. No, that was in the interest of the state. और यही लोकसभा के बाद आपने देखा इनके तासुरात क्या हो गए. यही लाडकी बहन योजना जो हमने लाए
लाड़की
उस पर
बहन
वो
योजना,
कह रहे थे,
which
give
is
me-
being seen as the
give me-
reason, one
give
of
me
the
10
most
more
important
seconds, please.
reasons.
Give me 10 seconds on that.
Yes.
That was what was passed. तो
Yes.
इतना हुआ रेवड़ियां बांटी जा रही है, अरे नेशनल एक्सचेकर पे इतना प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा, where do we get all the money from? और तुरंत you take a U-turn on that and say no, they're giving you 1,500, now we will give you 3,000 rupees.
Right.
So तब national एक्सचेकर पे भार नहीं होगा, state एक्सचेकर
Right.
So these
Asif ji,
things,
valid
the
point there, but
standards
देखिए,
are
you know, ये
the
जो
reasons
लाड़की
which
बहन
have
योजना
got
थी, you know, which is
us
being
to
seen
power.
as one of the reasons for your win, उसका जो face था, the face of that was also Eknath Shinde. आपको लगता है कि you know, the Mahayuti alliance will also remain collective, you know, और सबकी utility जो है will be taken into account when decisions of the government, you know, are being taken, and also उसमें भी you don't have too much time because the government has to be in place by the 26th.
देखिए महायुति की अगर आप बात करें तो you come back again. Sorry, I just got a little airy with the question.
I'm saying that the face
about about Eknath Shinde. Yes, of course. We are all together. Eknath ji ho, हम हो. We are not like the शिवसेना. आपस में उनके ही अगर आप देखो तो परिणीति शिंदे के वहाँ शिवसेना के लोग उनके बैनर फाड़ रहे हैं. तो ये भूमिका हमारे तीनों लाइन में, though we had a lot of differences also, but we never had a situation like that. And let me tell you, लाडकी बहन का संकल्प था मध्य प्रदेश से भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक कामयाब you know कैंपेन रहा, जिसका एंड रीच लोगों का रहना जरूरी है. आप स्कीम्स बहुत लाते हो, लेकिन it doesn't reach to the end person. If you see, all the mahilas had a smile on the face when they went to the election. I remember in Bandra I stay when we went for the campaigning of Ashish Shelar ji, महिलाएं कहती थी अबे आप क्यों आ रहे हो हमारे दरवाजे पे, आपने अपना काम कर दिया, अब हमें अपना काम करने दीजिए, हम आपको दिखलाएंगे. और आज उन्होंने चमत्कार दिखाया. You know that's why it's women's first, and I'm happy that you are interviewing us and you are there on heading this debate also. So this is the Ladki Behan charm and the charisma that was well crafted. And not only that, we also understood the mood on the ground. You know, we didn't live in the denial, which of course Mahavikas Aghadi lived in, like a Sanjay Raut coming in the morning and blabbering, you know, from all the worst things. We said, हमें तो पार्टी से भी आदेश दिया गया था कि भाई as a spokesperson आपने संयमता बरतनी चाहिए, आपने ये नहीं कहना कि कौन सीएम बनेगा. That's all. हमें महाराष्ट्र चाहिए, महाराष्ट्र की प्रगति और उन्नति चाहिए. सीएम अभी जो भी हो वो आला कमान और पार्लियामेंट्री वोट तय करे.
Right. You wanted to come in at the point?
सर ये बताइए, चीफ मिनिस्टर के नाम पे सस्पेंस रखा जाए आपको जब होगा सुविधा, लेकिन ये अरेंजमेंट है कि एक चीफ मिनिस्टर और 2 डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर, ये अरेंजमेंट रहेगा इस बार मैंडेट एकदम से इस मैंडेट के बाद?
देखिए आज का दिन तो बहुत ही खुशी का दिन है, तो हम बड़े खुश मिजाज हैं और आगे क्या होगा वो कोई इतना अहमियत रखेगा जरूर कल के बाद. लेकिन आज तो मैं स्वयं पार्टी ऑफिस जा रहा हूँ 4 बजे. देवेंद्र जी आ रहे हैं वहाँ, तो बड़ा जोश खरोश और जोश उल्लास से हम आज के दिन को, क्योंकि मेहनत भी इतनी लगी हम सबकी. देखिए हमने जो है वो कहते हैं ना, जब हम हारते हैं तो हम इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करते हैं. लोकसभा में हमारी जो हार थी उसका हमें बड़ा खेद और दुख रहा, और हमने यातायात उस पर हर दिन काम किया. और देखिए आप युवा हो, महिला हो, अपना किसान हो, लाभार्थी हो, सबको हमने साथ लेकर चलने का एक प्रण लिया कि नहीं, ऐसा कोई we didn't leave any stone unturned to reach to a magic figure.
Absolutely, Asif Bamla ji, thank you so much for joining us.
That is the blessings that the blessings that Maharashtra by Ladki Behna and all of us given us in the form of coming back to power. Thank you.
Yes.
Right, that was Asif Bamla there of the BJP, of course. Let's also turn our focus to one of the states which saw very crucial bypolls taking place, and that is, of course, the state of Uttar Pradesh, in which the BJP seems to have stolen a march ahead of the Samajwadi Party. And I have my colleague Ranbir, who is standing by to give us the latest. So, Ranbir, it's the BJP which is leading in in most of the 9 constituencies which had in fact had the bypolls earlier this week. Yes.
BJP is
6
leading
out of
on 7 seats out of 9, and 2 Samajwadi Party is winning 2, Karhal and Sisamawa of Kanpur. So the ratio between BJP and Samajwadi Party is 7:2, and that ratio is expected because exit poll says that the situation is that BJP can win 6 to 7 seats, and today after the trends we can say that BJP is in condition to win at least 7 seats out of 9. So it's a setback for Samajwadi Party because in 2022 Samajwadi Party won 4 out of these 9 seats, and this time it shrinks to 2. So the number, one is Karhal, from where Akhilesh Yadav was MLA in 2022, but now it's time for Tej Pratap Yadav, who is winning from Karhal seat, and another one is Sisamawa of Kanpur, where Naseem Solanki, she has almost won that seat by around 8,500 votes. And rest of the 7 seats, including Ghaziabad, Khair, Kundarki. And the most interesting one is Kundarki because at least 65% voters are Muslim community, and BJP is winning that seat by at least margin of more than 90,000. So that is very interesting seat. And if we talk about Majhwa, if we talk about Katehri, if we talk about Phulpur, all these seats, BJP is in a condition to win these seats. So the ratio between BJP and Samajwadi Party is 7:2, and that's a setback for obviously for Samajwadi Party.
So the bypolls of UP being seen as a semi-finals before the 2027 assembly polls, also seen as a test of the sentiment that existed in UP, where the BJP faced a setback in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, to know if that sentiment actually existed, because that's when Sapa Samajwadi Party got 39 seats, reducing the BJP to 31 seats, so clearly 27 seats. So clearly this was an important set of elections. Also in Maharashtra, like we know, while the BJP and the Mahayuti focused a lot on micromanagement, there was also a trend. There were also many leaders, top leaders, addressing public rallies in various parts of the states, very strategically designed program in which what we understand is that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed around
11 rallies, and
in which the strike rate has been 82, which is where the Mahayuti has won about 9 out of 11 seats that he addressed, and so the strike rate is around 82%. For Rahul Gandhi, he addressed around 7 rallies in which the Maha Vikas Aghadi has won 1 seat, which means the strike rate is around 14%.
Right. And let's also take a look at other leaders there. JP Nadda there's 3 out of 3, which means in all the areas that he campaigned, BJP has in fact won all the 3 seats where JP Nadda campaigned, the BJP president there. Also, let's take a look at Amit Shah's strike rate, 93%, which means out of the 15 seats, the regions that Amit Shah campaigned, BJP has managed to win 14 out of those 15 seats.
And Amit Shah was the BJP leader who addressed the maximum rallies, because he had taken this as a personal project for himself, both Haryana and Maharashtra.
Yeah, let's shift focus away from the BJP leaders. If we look at the MVA and its performance in Maharashtra, Priyanka Gandhi, out of the 5 seats, the regions where Priyanka Gandhi had in fact campaigned, Congress has managed to win 2 out of those 5 seats, the strike rate of 40%.
In fact, her last rally was in Vidarbha, which is where the Congress has performed the worst. Ajit Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, he addressed around 36 rallies. In fact, that was credited to him because he visited apparently every village in the sugar belt bastions, and that the strike rate has come to 67%. In some ways, also responsible to the 31 seats that his party is leading out of the 41 direct contest with his uncle's party.
That's right. So interesting data there. Also, let's take a look at Uddhav. Right, we'll have to cut across live now to Uttar Pradesh, where Dimple Yadav is speaking.
अभी हम सफाई में है, करहल में जिस तरह से शुरू से ही बढ़त बनाए हुए थे, क्या लगता है कि क्योंकि 27 का एक तरीके से सेमीफाइनल इस तरह से माना जा रहा है कि आगे देखा जाएगा?
नहीं, अच्छा है क्योंकि जहां यहाँ पे प्रशासन ने और जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को खुली छूट दी गई कि मतदान के दिन वो घूमें, और बाहर से भी दूसरी विधानसभा से भी लोग आके गाड़ियों में यहाँ घूम रहे थे, और जहाँ 3 या 4 गाड़ी चलने की अनुमति होती है, वहाँ पे 10-10 गाड़ियाँ लेकर लोग चल रहे थे। और जिस प्रकार से पूरा माहौल रहा, उसके बावजूद भी समाजवादी पार्टी का जो परफॉर्मेंस रहा है वो सही रहा है।
लगता है अभी और सीटें आ सकती हैं, कई राउंड बाकी हैं।
हाँ, मैं समझती हूँ कि हम लोग अनुमान लगा रहे हैं कि 4 सीटों पे हम लोग अभी भी जीत सकते हैं।
थैंक यू
सो मच।
Right.
So Dimple Yadav there alleging that the BJP had a free hand. In fact, is also suggesting that it's the UP police's role that was instrumental in BJP actually leading in 7 out of 9 seats. Remember, 5 of those seats were won by the Samajwadi Party earlier. Those are details about the bypolls that were held across the country. But of course, all eyes are on Maharashtra and Jharkhand, even as Mahayuti in Maharashtra is all poised for comfortable victory. A sweep, never seen sweep before in the state of Maharashtra, even as Hemant Soren is all likely to come back as the Chief Minister of Jharkhand.
Right, and at this moment we'll head into a short break, but Ankit Tyagi coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India's
number. If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options?
Hello and welcome to NDTV, our continuous coverage of the last election result day of 2024. And how has this day turned out to be? A massive landslide, something that we have not seen in Maharashtra probably since 1995. The kind of victory that the BJP-led Mahajuti alliance is enjoying at this moment, and all those doles and the lovely dance moves that you are seeing on your screens are the BJP and Shiv Sena Shinde supporters celebrating the massive victory. It's not, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, something that you call a wave. It's an absolute tsunami that has hit Maharashtra in favor of the BJP and the Mahajuti at this moment. The MVA, the opposition alliance, relegated to just 55 seats. On the other hand, some good news coming in there for the India alliance from Jharkhand, where Hemant Soren is making a comeback in the state. We'll get you all the details. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines. Mahajuti landslide in Maharashtra. Saffron surge drowns Mahavikas Aghadi. Celebrations erupt as the NDA camp is all set to sweep the elections in the significant state of Maharashtra. BJP's best ever show with a phenomenal strike rate. 124 leads out of 149. The BJP contested Devendra Fadnavis, the ultimate comeback man. Now has his eyes all set to become the Chief Minister of Maharashtra for the third time. Big victory for the India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in the state. It will be the third Gandhi in the parliament with the victory of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra at the Wayanad bypoll. Stunning debut for Priyanka Gandhi, surpasses Rahul Gandhi's victory margin. TMC's massive sweep in first bypolls after RG Kar case. TMC wins 3 seats and leads in the other 3 in the state of West Bengal. Yogi Adityanath firmly in lead in Uttar Pradesh, leads 6 seats out of 9 in Punjab. The ruling Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 3 and the Congress on 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the most significant state of Maharashtra has fallen to the BJP. The incumbents are coming back, and with this, a lot of questions that were being asked about who's the real Shiv Sena, who's the real NCP, probably these elections have answered those questions. But what a turnaround has this been in the state of Maharashtra in just 5 months, from 2024 Lok Sabha election, where the BJP was stunned by the margin of the victory of the opposition alliance and possibly went back to the drawing board. And then, of course, the Ladki Behan Yojana coming in and making sure that the Bharatiya Janata Party is home in style, romping home in style, with Devendra Fadnavis now, in fact, eyeing a third term as the chief minister. I mean, these visuals are of celebrations across, in fact, in the state of Maharashtra, where the BJP has won, even in areas where the Bharatiya Janata Party traditionally found itself on a weaker wicket. Marathwada, Vidarbha, the Bharatiya Janata Party, which was absolutely clean bowled in the 2024 elections of Lok Sabha, has made a stunning comeback. And one of the big winners is the man of the moment at this moment, the man that you see on your screens, Eknath Shinde, the, in fact, chief minister. He has won and possibly has answered a lot of questions about his legitimacy and his claim as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned. Let me very quickly go across to my colleague Radhika, who is joining us at this moment. There is, we'll also talk about the bypolls and also the state of Jharkhand. The solace there coming in for the India Alliance in the state of Jharkhand, where Hemant Soren is making a comeback. Prabhakar is joining us from there. Radhika, coming to you. Celebrations have just begun. It is going to be a long day of celebrations for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay, I'm not able to hear your question, but I can show you the scenes around. It is very, very loud here, but certainly celebratory. In fact, celebrations are peaking outside BJP office. As you can see, doors and drums. People are dancing all around. There is saffron wave throughout outside the BJP office here. Top leaders have already started coming in. They are inside holding meetings. After some time, we'll see Devendra Fadnavis also holding a press conference. We know for a fact that at Varsha, there is going to be a joint press conference of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well as Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, post which celebrations will turn to BJP office here, and multiple activities, celebrations, firecrackers, saffron flag, BJP flag all around. And we've been, speaking to several of the Karyakartas here. Of course, they are ecstatic. Several candidates, leaders have already started coming here. Winning candidates will also be felicitated in a bit. I have some women Karyakartas here. Ma'am, आप बताइए विक्ट्री के बारे में. इतना एक्सपेक्ट किया था ऐसे मार्जिन विक्ट्री?
हम लोगों ने तो एक्सपेक्ट किया था. हमें पता था कि लाड़की बहन हमें साथ देगी और ज़रूर साथ देगी.
लाड़की बहन योजना ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और हम आगे भी सपोर्ट करेंगे उनको, इसलिए हमें उन्होंने सपोर्ट किया है इस पर.
क्या फैक्टर्स, व्हाट फैक्टर्स वर्क फॉर बीजेपी?
बटेंगे तो कटेंगे मुद्दा और लाड़की बहन दोनों ने कमाल कर दिया है.
कटेंगे तो कटेंगे campaign as well as Ladki Behan. That's what has worked for the BJP, is what these karyakarta are telling us. But you know, a lot of factors did work. We know for a fact that post Lok Sabha defeat, BJP had been very careful in terms of projecting itself as a party, in terms of projecting itself as a coalition, alliance in itself. We saw all kinds of schemes being launched, not just Ladki Behan, but multiple other schemes for youth, farmers, senior citizens, and then of course the campaigns such as Ek Hai To Safe Hai and so on. Besides that, the development projects, we know for a fact that over the last 6 months especially, there have been multiple infrastructure development projects in Thane, Konkan, especially in Mumbai, be it the coastal road, be it metro. So all that has in a way contributed. Even when we spoke to voters, they just had to speak about the infrastructure development project that has made their lives easy. And of course, Ladki Behan, that has changed the lives of lakhs and lakhs of women, especially in rural parts of Maharashtra. I'm not able to hear you clearly at all. It's very, very loud here. But in a bit from now, all the top leaders of the BJP and, of course, leaders from Mahayuti will be descending to address the media, to celebrate along with winning candidates. And that will happen in just a bit. Of course, this is a landslide victory, no doubt, as far as Mahayuti is concerned. Unprecedented and something that even the BJP or even the Mahayuti did not expect.
Absolutely, it's beyond expectations of many. The margin of this victory, 227 plays 56 of the Maha Vikas Aghadi for the Mahayuti. All the components of this alliance firing all cylinders with the BJP, of course, over 127 leads that they have at this moment. But for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a breather from Maharashtra, and where of course overwhelming emotions for the winners and the losers. But let's just take a look at Jharkhand as well. That's the other big state, the last, as I said, of the 2024 election results. And Jharkhand also, the incumbent is making a comeback. Here also, what we are seeing out of 81, 55. By no means, I mean, of course, both the states in geography, in the strength of their assembly are different, but make no mistake, out of 81, if you are getting 55, this alliance is also winning big. Prabhakar, massive victory there for Hemant Soren-led alliance, and Hemant Soren firmly puts himself in the driving seat. He is, make no mistake about the fact, the biggest tribal leader in this country at this moment. All the sympathy, along with the Maya Saman Yojana, seem to have working for Hemant Soren.
Yeah, indeed he is. Indeed, he is one of the tallest tribal leaders, and especially after this victory, he becomes one. He becomes even taller. And remember, he has created a political history of his sort, because this is the first time an incumbent government is coming back to power. This is the Chief Minister house. He is the man of the moment. The man himself is parked there. He's parked with the family, and we are just waiting for him to walk out maybe a few hours from now. He's actually waiting for the scores to settle down, and then probably he will be coming face to face with the media. Now, the reasons what actually worked for him on the ground, because we were speculating for last 1 month regarding the Bangladeshi illegal immigration issue, which the BJP was raising time and again. Batoge to Katoge was the narrative by BJP on ground. But whether these things were working for BJP on the ground, we were speculating about it. Now it is clear that it did not work for BJP. BJP was not able to A, dent into the tribal vote bank, B, it was the woman factor which worked in favor of JMM, because they had floated a scheme called Maya Saman Yojana, where the women folks were given 1,000 rupees monthly stipend, and JMM has promised that stipend would be increased to 2,500 rupees if they are voted back to power, and now they are voted back to power. And most importantly, what the JMM cadres feel on the ground, and even BJP leaders used to concede, that sending Hemant Soren into prison on a corruption charge was a bad decision actually, because that backfired. He was a tribal leader, he was a chief minister, he was an elected chief minister, and BJP people believe, the message to the tribals were that this was BJP which was victimizing him, and he was sent behind bars. So the BJP was not able to tolerate even one tribal chief minister in the country.
And even in the very important Santa Kolan area, where even for Champai Soren, who who defected from the JMM, went to the NDA. Even in that point of time, he has not been able to create any impact for the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, it just seems that the tribals have firmly gone with Hemant Soren. They have accepted him as the leader. Even the defectors have not been able to work for the NDA here.
Not really, because Champai Soren, remember, is a localized factor, because we know about him, we talk about him because he became the chief minister here. Otherwise, Champai Soren basically is a leader in the Kolhan region. Now, talking about tribals, see, it's the Shibu Soren who's the tallest tribal leader out here. And remember, Jharkhand is one state where if tribals don't vote for you, you can't ever actually dream of coming to the power. So Shibu Soren is the man actually, and the baton has been handed over to Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren has successfully taken over the baton. So now the Soren family, I would say, is the tallest leader as far as the tribals are concerned, and they still associate themselves with the Soren family, and that has this time again been proven on the ground. Yeah.
Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with all those details. What a day has this been. It seems for the opposition alliance, 55 is the magic number. Whether they are winning or losing in Maharashtra, they are at 55, and they are losing in Jharkhand, it's 55, where they are winning at this moment. So they are stuck with 55 on this election day. Prabhakar, thanks for joining us. Let me very quickly get a word in from Sam Daniel as well. Sam has been keeping a close eye on Wayanad. Wayanad, Sam, in many ways was a given result. I mean, it was expected that Priyanka Gandhi is going to win, but the margin was something that people were talking about. Massive victory for Priyanka Gandhi, and probably Wayanad is the only place where the Congress put in all their energies more than even Maharashtra or Jharkhand, and the result is there for us to see.
That's right, Chanket. Her victory was a kind of a foregone conclusion, but the margin speaks volumes in terms of the kind of springboard this mandate has given Priyanka, who's making her electoral debut in politics this time. And she has exceeded the margin of Rahul Gandhi. As we speak, she is nearly 6 lakh. She's leading with a margin of nearly 6 lakh votes. The second and third, the UDF and the LDF candidates, the NDA candidates are at a distant second and third with 1.95 lakhs and little over a lakh in the case of the NDA candidate. And the Congress is quite ecstatic about this, and they look at it in a different way. They say, while another Gandhi family member has now been elected from the south after Rahul Gandhi moved to Raebareli, this would also, they say, catapult Priyanka Gandhi to be a strong woman voice for the Congress in the parliament. They say she'll be articulate both in Hindi and English, and she'll be a good bet to take on the BJP, as they say. Many Congress leaders also look as a slice of Indira Gandhi in Priyanka Gandhi, and that way they say, besides her performance and tackling of the issues in the parliament, they hope she would also be able to spend considerable time working on the organizational challenges of the Congress. They look at Rahul Gandhi as a kind of a mass leader who likes traveling across the country and emerging as a people's leader, listening to people, understanding their problems. And they look at Priyanka with the strength to fix the organizational challenges of the Congress in a bid to strengthen the party and take on the BJP in a more effective way. And they hope she'll spend more time working with the AICC leaders and taking on the challenges. But as an MP of Wayanad, the larger challenge could be also to spend enough quality time as an MP in Wayanad, as the criticism against her during the campaign by both the BJP and the left was that she could be an outsider. She's an outsider, she could continue to be an outsider, and she could abandon the constituency. So she has to disprove that and live up to this mandate she has won. So that's a big challenge for her. But certainly for the Congress, which lost Maharashtra, here is something big to be happy about.
Some solace for the Congress party, and more they are consolidating in South, whereas in North India and West India, now we are seeing a complete decimation of the Congress party. Gurpreet China also joins us. We'll talk about Punjab in just a short while. Gurpreet, just give me a moment. Let me introduce my guest. Sajjan Kumar is joining us at this moment. He's a political analyst. Mr. Brij Mohan Srivastava, National General Secretary of the NCP. Ajit Pawar faction is also with us. Subhashini Yadav, spokesperson of the Congress party, is with us at this moment also. Thank you. Mayankji is also with us at this moment, our in-house political expert. Mayankji, the Congress party, like I said, more and more relegated just to the south of India.
South or Wayanad?
South. Also, right now Telangana and Karnataka is with them. They won all the 3 bypolls in Karnataka. But the fact remains, if you look at and analyze the numbers like you have been doing, even in terms of the vote percentage, this is warning bells for the Congress party after Hindi heartland states in Maharashtra as well. Maharashtra, though the Congress has not been able to perform like they used to at one point of time in their dominance of the 80s, but even then, the Congress party had pockets of massive influence. They have been decimated in those pockets as well.
And we have discussed this before, and not in the studio and outside of it. Case of misplaced priority, and we have discussed this. Congress party gave everything in Wayanad and left everything else. See, in Jharkhand, all big leaders of Congress put together held 11 rallies. And I think they held very few rallies in Maharashtra also.
Yes.
And we had discussed this, what is Congress's priority. See, Maharashtra is one state where Congress has always been very strong. Even till late as 2024 Lok Sabha election,
Yes.
they had 16% vote share, despite contesting fewer number of seats. But now they are reduced to just 10% vote. Just 10%, which is less than all 5 major parties. Less than BJP, less than both the factions of NCP.
So of the 6 major parties, Congress has
the
number
vote
6
share
right
is,
now.
yeah, in terms of vote share. Even though Congress contested more than 100 seats. So this is stunning reversal or stunning rejection of the Congress.
Would you attribute that largely to the way the performance of the Mahavikas Aghadi has been, the Congress party not being...
Congress has pulled everybody down. Congress has let its allies down. Maharashtra is rejection of Congress. It has never happened before. Maharashtra is rejection, and because of negativity around Congress, everybody else failed.
Let me just to ponder on this point further. Subhashini ji, Rahul Gandhi, like Mayank ji was making a point. Rahul Gandhi held 8 rallies in the state of Maharashtra. Was an important state. After Haryana, people were thinking that there will be a renewed Congress which will try and pull its weight as far as Maharashtra is concerned. 8 rallies, 2 of them were closed-door Samvidhan Sabhas. Has the Congress party, in fact, relied too much upon the narrative that they had 5 months back in the Lok Sabha election, not been able to reinvent itself, and the BJP has learned from what happened in 2024 Lok Sabha and has completely decimated the Congress party? The situation is that none of the opposition would not even have a leader of opposition in the Assembly of Maharashtra.
Certainly, we are a bit disappointed with the results which has come out in Maharashtra. This is not we were expecting. Why? Because as you just mentioned, there were a lot of rallies, programs, and I myself was there during the Samvidhan Sammelans. I am one of the organizers for them. We got the support of the people. And it was a narrative set by BJP that they will be changing the constitution, and their leaders used to say during the general election, and they themselves took this back and they took their Nara back, Ab ki baar 400 par. It was the reason why, because there was a threat to constitution. Our leader Rahul Gandhi ji is adamant to safeguard the constitution, and he has taken this promise that whether his life is there or not, but he will be protecting the constitution. It's not about how it has worked amongst the people in Maharashtra or anywhere else. It's about when we were on the ground, people supported us. They were organic people who attended our programs. We did not manage anything like how we saw a few days ago. The people of Maharashtra, BJP Maharashtra leaders were distributing money. So we were not managing things. We were fighting on the ground. Now, whatever the results have come, with due respect, we accept this and we are disappointed. We will get back to the drawing board and we will check whether where we have not, fulfilled the gaps, and we will again come back.
Your own supporters,
definitely
even
this
for
is
your own
disappointing,
supporters, your
but,
party cadre,
not every...
after Haryana, much more would have been expected from the Congress party. I mean, you are saying, all those factors, money and all. People have answered that.
No,
People have answered those questions. Is it time for the Congress party just not to go back to the
You
drawing
never
board,
know.
but
No,
also
you
to think how
cannot,
they want to lead the kind of
no.
issues they want to pick up?
I would like to intercept in this that it is not like that it has not worked. You never know what changed the tide. There was, your media channels were showing that we are winning Haryana till last minute. The media channels were showing till yesterday we were neck to neck. We also rely on the surveys, the same survey which you conduct amongst the people. The party also rely on those surveys.
But
whatever
the elections
feedback
are
we
not
were
fought in
getting,
the
it was
television
like
studios,
that
they are
only,
fought on
that
the ground. At this moment, it
anyway
seems that
around.
on the ground, the people of Maharashtra has completely rejected
They
you.
are
I'm just
fought
going
on
to come back to you.
I gave my view on that.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
gave my
It's a
view
tough
on
day
that.
for
We
the
fought the
Congress. I
elections on
understand
the
that, ma'am.
ground.
Just
We
give me a
went to
moment.
the people, and the people, wherever we went, people were supporting us.
Okay.
People said that we are going to change this government. If something has happened, of course we will sit and look into this.
Ma'am, this is
I am
not just
accepting
something, this is
the
as I said, a
defeat. I am
tsunami
not
of
saying that we are not
proportions that
accepting
Maharashtra
it.
has not seen in a very, very long time.
Absolutely.
Gurpreet, our colleague, is also joining us. Maria joins me at this moment as well. Gurpreet, very quickly, a word on Punjab. Aam Aadmi Party leading on 3, Congress on 1. There also the incumbent, and it was also a prestige battle for Bhagwant Mann. A lot of questions were asked about his leadership. For the Aam Aadmi Party, this will be, especially for the Chief Minister, some sort of vindication, isn't it?
Well, yes, of course, in Punjab we have seen crucial 4 bypolls are happening, and if we can talk about Aam Aadmi Party, in 2 bypolls they have already been won the election, and now in the 3rd election from where we are reporting at this point of time, showing these visuals from the Giddarbah, where we can see that a huge number of the supporters from Aam Aadmi Party, they have already been reached here, and we are joining us son of Dimpy Dillo, who is the candidate from Aam Aadmi Party, who is winning at this point of time. How do you see this victory in Giddarbah? Because before that, we have seen Congress bastion here, and before the Congress, it was the Akali bastion here. So, no Aam Aadmi Party is able to make base here. How do you see this victory?
First of all, I would like to thank the people of Giddarbah who have made us win today in a huge margin, with a huge margin. And the people who call themselves like the upcoming CM, like our opposition of Congress used to call himself the upcoming CM.
You are talking about the Congress chief, Amrinder Singh Raja?
Yeah. In his own mind, he was the upcoming CM. But now that wishes are gone. So I would just like to say this.
Your Dadiji has also made an appeal to the people of this constituency, and that was very emotional appeal when she was talking to her. Do you think that has also worked in the emotions of this election?
For sure, my grandmother was very emotional in this election because for the last 2 times, we were defeated, and she was very emotional when she campaigned in the city. But finally, God has listened to us today, and it's a very blissful day, and yeah.
So thank you so much for talking to NDTV. So once I'll request my video to just show all these visuals from the ground, what is happening at this point of time. We can see huge number of Aam Aadmi supporters. They have already started celebrating the victory from Giddarbah, and somewhere down the lane, what we have learned, Aam Aadmi Party says it seems the people had again given mandate, because out of 4 bypolls, 3 of bypolls, Aam Aadmi Party is able to win from the various constituencies, and 1 Barnala seat.
Right.
Yes, we are shifting focus now from Punjab to Maharashtra, and we have a newsmaker joining us. Naresh Arora was the strategist of Ajit Pawar. Mr. Arora, congratulations on what will be seen as an election which has settled the NCP debate. Which way is NCP heading? It is Ajit Pawar who will be carrying forward the mantle of the party.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. I don't know about that settlement because elections do keep coming back in circles. But yes, for now, this round has gone to the Ajit Pawar faction.
Naresh, hi Ankit this side. I just wanted to ask you, remember one interview I read about, I was seeing somewhere, and you said it is a change, Ajit Pawar. In 5 months, whatever happened in Lok Sabha, forget that. It's a change, Ajit Pawar. I have taught him how to smile. He's smiling more little these days, and pink is going to work. So the Ladki Behna, pink and Ajit Pawar, finally your strategy coming through.
First of all, Ankit, thank you for noticing the interviews I have given, but I have never said that I have made him smile. It's just that he has not been visibly smiling. So this time round, he was visibly smiling. He could be seen around smiling. And regarding the color pink, of course, we were wanting that NCP needs to have a distinct identity apart from the blurring clutter of the colors that they are already there with the 6 parties in Maharashtra. So they needed to stand out. And with the Ladki Bahin Yojana coming in, the kind of scheme that it was connecting with the women household and women workforce, so it was required something which could give them a presence for which they could just feel that there is a happiness in their camp rather than the gloom of the Lok Sabha results.
But Naresh, the question here is that in terms of strike rate, of course, the NCP within the Mahayuti is done really well, and it would be seen as cohesive, fight where all the 3 alliance partners came all guns blazing. I mean, all the cylinders firing here. What do you think changed in the last 5 months? From a party which received a debilitating blow at the hands of Sharad Pawar to now, where the strike rate of NCP, Ajit Pawar is much better, much better than NCP Sharad Pawar. Over 60%. Over 60%.
Yeah, of course, Maria, they are going to be nearing 70%. There are a couple of seats which we are on very tight trail at the moment, but I think they'll also come through. So we'll be touching some 40 seats. Regarding the changes in the 5 months, what I would say is that the first was a realization that they need to pull up their socks. Because till now, I think the way NCP functions for the last 25 years, they have been winning in their own bastions, and there has never been a requirement for them to work as a party. So another thing was that Mr. Sharad Pawar used to play the role of that vote getter. He was the one who used to be the public face, and Mr. Ajit Pawar was the one who was running the administration. And he runs the administration so efficiently that even his critics approve of his administrative skills. And if you talk to any bureaucratic setup, they will also have the same words for him. So Mr. Ajit Pawar was to realize that his role has changed now. He needs to function as a party president and not just as the deputy chief minister. He enjoys the role of being an administrator very much, but he had to come out of his comfort zone, which he did. And another thing which people have not been knowing about it, that Mr. Ajit Pawar is a very hardworking politician who gets up at 5 o'clock, starts meeting people at 6 o'clock, but has never been doing it in a way that people would be seeing it that, okay, fine, this is one mass leader. So once he realized that there is a change of role required, and he came into his own, the Jan Samman Yatra, the adoring of the pink color, and of course the big smile, which is now, again, I think the bigger one has been pasted on his face today after the results. But these all things work together, and then there was the concentrated approach towards the number of seats to contest, because generally the jostling and the tug of war amongst the alliance partners always that who will get more seats to contest. So my role here was the first thing that they should be contesting the seats which are in winning distance, where we have a winning shot, because the numbers today are going to matter, not the numbers on the day the tickets were announced. Once that was clear, then the candidates were worked upon, the right candidate selection happened. He did give in to, he had to give up, in fact, sorry, I should say that he gave up a couple of candidates with whom he had emotions attached, because he could see that they might not be able to make through. Right. So some tough decisions on the course, hard work which he showed on the ground, and it motivated his candidates as well, because when the Lok Sabha results were out, I remember my conversations with the MLAs that how were they feeling at that point in time. And 4 months down the line, once the elections were announced for Vidhan Sabha, the mood was completely different. And confidence is a big thing in politics, that how you think that how are you going to make it or you're not going to make it. There were certain candidates who were not even willing to contest at one point in time. And now today they are winning by 28 or 30,000 votes. So this is the kind of confidence that came back. The party worked unitedly. The presence was felt. The campaign was, by all accounts, I would say, on a positive note.
More or less, of course,
one major change
factors
all
coming together to make that kind of victory. But Naresh, very interestingly, like you were saying, how in 5 months, you've been able to bounce back, recreate the whole image and the way things were functioning. But can I ask you, because Interestingly, you worked at some point of time with the Congress party as well. Where did the Congress party and the opposition fail? Were they not able to answer the narratives that you and the Mahayuti was able to create?
And was it them holding on to an old narrative? I mean, Constitution khatre mein hai, may have worked in the Lok Sabha, but how does it work in a state election? That narrative of caste census, it may have worked in the Lok Sabha, it did not work this time around. Or do you think their strategy was wrong from the word go? Or there was too much of confidence, I mean overconfidence as we keep talking about, or complacency?
I should not be commenting on their strategy now that I'm not working with them, but because this question has been asked and I am on the opposite side, what I see is that they were complacent to start with. After the Lok Sabha, they thought it was a done deal. And based on that, I could see that in the last 5 months, the playground was left open for the youth players to have a field day. And Congress or their alliance partners came to the playground very late in the game. By then, I think the match was already over. The Ladki Bahin Yojana had penetrated and disseminated in the way that they could not have an answer to it. With the Ladki Bahin Yojana also, they were very confused. Initially, they opposed. Then they said that this will not be coming again. This will be just one installment thing. Then they said that they are doing just for elections. So they were not clear that how to first of all react and then to set their own narrative. And by the time they decided to have their own narrative, there was just 20 or 18 or 20 days to polling, which is very little time for any narrative to come along. And yes, the constitution narrative or other such narratives were not holding ground, especially because the elections are localized. And in our party, we try to localize elections as much as possible with the local manifestos, etc., so that we can see that the narrative is specific to the constituency and the candidate, and not, if anything negative comes around, we can be able to hold our fort.
So are you giving, many are saying that one singular factor which dominated this election and is responsible for this kind of landslide for the Mahayuti is Ladki Behin. And the fact that there was DBT, direct benefit, which happened to most of these women across Maharashtra. So they had tried that party, and that is the reason why they went ahead with it. How much of Ladki Behin was the factor in this election for this kind of victory, Mr. Arora?
Oh, definitely. Ladki Behin is the clear runaway winner. And I think if opposition, what they tried to do with Ladki Behin was something they should have considered, that they have been implementing such kind of guarantees or schemes in their own states as well. So to criticize them, they should have thought about it twice. Because if the schemes are getting implemented and there are electoral benefits or political dividends that the party is reaping, they should have thought twice before criticizing it. First they said that it is going to be withdrawn, then they said this is buying of votes, then they said there are multiple installments not going to come in. And credit to Mr. Ajit Pawar and the UT partners that they were able to I think disburse 5 installments of it, which lent credibility that this scheme is there to stay, number one. Number two, with the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the schemes don't win elections on their own, and the governments don't win elections. It is the parties who take those schemes to the voters, and in a cluttered political space as cluttered as Maharashtra with 6 symbols on display, it was very difficult, I can tell you, for the ladies to understand that which symbol they need to press, because they were going to vote for Ladki Bahin Yojana, that was a given. But which symbol to go and press, for that the credit should be given to all political parties of the UT alliance, that they were able to convey to the voters.
I think that's the central pivot around which a lot of other strategies also came through. You know, the micromanagement, as Mr. Arora was also telling us. Thank you so much, Naresh Arora. Thank you so much. Congratulations today. You and the party that you're working at this moment, the leader you're working at this moment, are one of the big winners of this election in Maharashtra. Thank you for joining us here on NDTV. You know, Maria, very interesting. Like we were talking about the Ladki Bahin Yojana, it almost now has become like a some sort of a textbook case for any incumbent government.
And huge recall value. Across Maharashtra, there were huge posters, be it of the BJP, be it of Ajit Pawar's NCP, or of Shiv Sena. Everybody had 1,500 rupees and the party symbol and the faces. Because they understood if the pink voters, the women voters come out in their favor, the X factor are the women voters. Let's not forget, it's the same Maya Samman, which has actually got Hemant Soren that victory, that emphatic victory in Jharkhand.
And Sajjan Kumar, you know, let me bring you in on this. We've seen a jump in the women voters in Maharashtra. We've seen that same in Jharkhand. And just go back, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal for Mamata Banerjee.
Nitish Kumar Bihar.
Nitish Kumar. Women voter now is
and Prime Minister Modi.
Prime Minister Modi. From 2014, we have seen a concerted effort to cultivate women as a vote bank. Which cuts across religion, which cuts across your caste arithmetic, which cuts across everything, which is paying dividends specifically for the incumbents.
So if you see the shift, what happens that when we analyze it during the elections, we tend to treat voters as either community or as farmers, as women, as youth. What happens that voting is decided at the household level. And in household level, who is the pull factor? Is it going to be the women? Is it going to be some patriarch, male elderly men? So we have seen in the case of Madhya Pradesh, 6 months before the assembly election, there was perceived anti-incumbency and criticism against Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But come closer to the election, not only the women became the pull factor, they also ended up pulling in many of the male households, along. So the same thing happened in the case of Maharashtra, because the extent of victory clearly indicates that women did not just voted more for Mahayuti, but they also influenced the voting behavior within their household of the male members.
Maria has to go, but before Maria leaves, let me ask you this. In a way, this election result, and Subhashini, I'm just coming to you, in a way, this election result once again reinforces the fact that whether it's the 2024 Lok Sabha election was indeed an aberration.
Yes.
And the BJP has the ability to learn and bounce back, something that we are at this moment not seeing in the opposition parties, especially the key opposition party, that is the Congress.
Yes, absolutely. BJP knows how to do course correction because they have the nuts and bolts of party which works on the ground. They get feedback from the ground. These are netas which are not parachuting in and out of Delhi. They believe in issues which will resonate with the Janta. And I think welfareism, yes, but that faith that here is Prime Minister Modi at the center and a BJP plus government in Maharashtra which can ensure double engine. So, across Maharashtra, what was palpable there was, Ankit, stability. Buzzword was stability, a government that will complete 5 years in office. They had this faith that Prime Minister Modi's governance model will ensure that there is infrastructure projects in urban centers and the concerns, be it of farmers, be it of women, and of various voting blocks are addressed. And what added was Eknath Shinde, almost like a pepper on this cherry on the cake, I would say, where he ensured that the Maratha constituency, because he himself was a Maratha, a Maratha addressed the concerns of the Maratha constituency and completely neutralized that entire talk of the Maratha agitation.
The Marathi Manus that the Shiv Sena stood on, that pillar, has been completely taken off under the feet of Uddhav Thackeray, even in a Worli seat where there is a concentration of a large Marathi-speaking population. Aditya Thackeray is finding it very tough. I mean, last I checked, he was trailing by about 600 votes. I have to take a very quick break. Subhashini, I just need a moment from you. Once I come back from this break, okay, she's left. Tough day for the Congress party, but let me say, Jharkhand also, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, Maharashtra, of course, a victory of mammoth proportions. But in an 81-member assembly, Hemant Soren is making a comeback with 56 members at this moment. And that's also a huge victory.
But that is also because of Hemant Soren and JMM, not as much as the Congress party.
Sure, but so it also tells you the bigger narrative of 2024 as we end the last result day of 2024. Don't count the regional satraps out yet. It's not all done and dusted. Like after 2024 election, people started saying it's once again going back to the bipolarity. Congress will need to pull up its socks much more before we can once again have that kind of bipolarity in elections of India. Quick break, we are coming back. Stay tuned, our coverage continues.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond.
Welcome back. The big result right here on NDTV. 2 important state elections ending the election cycle of 2024. Maharashtra and Jharkhand, where Maharashtra and Jharkhand both have given a very clear, emphatic mandate, a tsunami for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra and a fantastic way for Hemant Soren in Jharkhand as well. 56 seats out of 81 assembly and 230 is where the Mahayuti is sitting. BJP clocking in their best ever performance in the state of Maharashtra. Their strike rate almost touching 80%, if I'm not mistaken, at this moment. Brijmohan Shrivastava also joins us, National General Secretary of the NCP, Ajit Pawar. Mr. Shrivastava, does this now settle the debate over the nephew and uncle tussle? Who has the real NCP? Now Ajit Pawar can go out and claim NCP is his.
Actually, no need to claim now, because the Election Commission of India already recognized us as a Nationalist Congress party, headed by Ajit Pawarji and headed by the working president Praful Patel Sahab. So it's very loud and clear. But no doubt, this time the peoples have given us mandate, and they have clearly announced that the real NCP is run by the Ajit Dada Pawar. And this election has also given a clear-cut mandate to the Mahayuti leadership that work for Maharashtra and keep all promises, whatever we have done with the peoples, should be work for them to get the result of those promises. And on behalf of through your channel, I want to assure the voter of Maharashtra that whatever they have given us, we are very thankful to them. And humbly we want to pay the respect to the voters that they have recognized our leadership for serving the people of Maharashtra.
Shrivastava ji, let me ask you this as well. Now, of course, there will be all talks about a government formation. Ajit Dada Pawar always wanted to become the chief minister, still harboring that dream, but has been the perpetual deputy chief minister of Maharashtra. So, chhati baar bhi are we going to see him as the deputy chief minister? Because with these numbers, the bargaining power of both the Shinde Sena and Mr. Ajit Pawar is considerably less with the BJP. Unke khud ke paas 127, 128 vidhayak hai. So, your bargaining power is less. Does this mean that Ajit Pawar will settle to a comfortable deputy chief minister, sir, in the new government formation?
Actually, I am not agree with his word bargaining. There is no bargaining. Actually, we are the united force as a Mahayuti party. So we do not bargain each other. Our leadership will decide the total. All our MLAs will decide. They will sit together, and the parliamentary board of all the parties will sit together, and they will decide who is the right person for this time for Maharashtra, because the selection of chief minister doesn't it is not limited to the number of MLAs. It's the leadership also minutely analyze the political need of the state also. So
श्रीवास्तव साहब, एक सवाल मैं आपसे और पूछना चाहूंगा। इस रिजल्ट के बाद क्या अजीत पवार जी कोशिश करेंगे शरद पवार जी वे भी साथ में आ जाएं? उनके लिए अभी भी कुछ रास्ते खुले हुए हैं, या फिर उनके जो एमएलएज हैं 12-14 जो एमएलए हैं उनको तोड़कर अपने साथ लेके आने की कोशिश, या उनके लिए रास्ता खुला हुआ है, उनके लिए कम से कम दरवाजा खुला हुआ है अगर शरद पवार जी की पार्टी से कुछ एमएलएज आपकी तरफ आना चाहें तो?
देखिए, मैं एनडीए और महायुति की ओर से एक बात बहुत स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूं। कोई भी व्यक्ति जो महाराष्ट्र के विकास के लिए महाराष्ट्र की सरकार के साथ या महायुति की सरकार के साथ काम करना चाहता है, ऐसे किसी भी व्यक्ति का हम लोग स्वागत भी करेंगे, सम्मान भी करेंगे, क्योंकि ये जो जीत हुई है, ये जीत निश्चित रूप से महायुति के नेतृत्व की हुई है। लेकिन हमारा कमिटमेंट पूरी महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए है, और इतने बड़े विशाल प्रदेश के लिए हम सब लोगों को मिलजुल कर जब तक हम काम नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम महाराष्ट्र को देश के सबसे बेहतरीन राज्यों में से एक नहीं बना पाएंगे, जिसको हम लोग जानते हैं। तो अगर कोई भी साथ देना चाहता है, कोई भी काम करना चाहता है हमारे पार्टी प्रोग्राम को लेकर, पर जो सरकार की नीतियां उनके लिए अगर कोई भी समर्थन देगा, तो हम लोग निश्चित रूप से उसको स्वीकार करेंगे।
Okay. Technically, if you look at these numbers, and Sajan, if I may bring you in, the BJP technically, can in fact form the government on its own as well with the help of some independents, because they are at this moment at 130. 55 for Mr. Shinde, and if I'm not mistaken, some 38 or something, 39 for the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP at this moment. So the bargaining power goes less, and B, with this kind of mandate, there is zero doubt that the BJP will have its own chief minister. I mean, it's not going to be allies dictating the terms at all.
Not only that, in fact, it would be very difficult for Eknath Shinde to, insist that he should be the chief minister. He should continue as the chief minister, because the kind of mandate BJP has got. Now see the permutation and combination, just for the, hypothetically. Uddhav comes in, BJP forms the government minus Ajit Pawar, minus Shinde. Ajit Pawar just retains, comes with the BJP, BJP forms the government. BJP manages some independent, and here and there pulls through, it forms the government. So that way BJP has. But the real question is, one, at this point of time, the kind of mandate is there, the kind of social ambience by Jarange Patil factors, Sharad Pawar factors, etc., though it has been decimated. But I think BJP would be quite careful at this moment to carry everyone along and try for some internal adjustment, despite the fact that they can go alone at this juncture.
I'm sure. I mean, because the mandate is for the Mahayuti. Of course, the BJP is the biggest component of the Mahayuti. They have performed exceedingly well. Fought 149, have at this moment leading on 130. It's remarkable strike rate.
But also do not forget that Ladki Bahan Yojana, if that is the X factor and game changer, then despite the lesser performance, Eknath Shinde has to be credited, because he was the one, not only he was the one who insisted for its implementation, while the report goes that Ajit Pawar was not very keen on that.
Right. One factor is that, but let me also ask you this, larger ramifications or indications of this result, both Jharkhand and of course Maharashtra. Are we back nationally to the 2019 Lok Sabha position? The realization that 99 for the Congress party is only 99, it's not 199 or 272. And for the BJP, the 240 at this moment will at least be weighed over 272 of their own.
Exactly, and decisively, if you see the implications, it seems as if 2024 Lok Sabha verdict, which was a dashing hope for BJP, was an aberration, because in terms of the narrative wherein Congress had started acting as if it has the mandate to insist on policy direction, certainly has taken a setback after Haryana Assembly election. Then comes Maharashtra. certainly it is going to further kind of augment the policy direction which the BJP government at the center would like to have. It will also have its implications on the Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, who would like to have a better pedestal in their respective home state, while at the center they would be giving free hand to the BJP government. Also, it will have the implication on all the leadership transition debate that was taking place as a subtext within the BJP.
Right.
So that way you see, I mean, from everything in terms of the policy direction, Congress is further demoralized, and I think that will be reflected in the parliament session that is about to begin.
Right.
And policy direction will go the BJP's way.
If you leave the southern states, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, of course, they are in government with an alliance, but Karnataka and Telangana, the Congress party still, despite the fillip that they got after the 2024 Lok Sabha election, is finding it extremely tough to take on the BJP on its own. And it's dependent largely on the alliance partners for its performance, whether it's Jammu and Kashmir or now in this case Jharkhand. So the Congress dependence on Jharkhand, their bargaining power with their allies goes further down, with the BJP in fact coming on its own, and its bargaining power even at the center with its allies will significantly rise after these results. Let's very quickly also bring you some reports that our colleagues have sent from various bypolls. Interesting, because these bypolls are also sending out a message, ladies and gentlemen, in those particular states for the ruling alliances. In Punjab bypolls, 4 assembly constituencies, the Aam Aadmi Party is in fact leading on 3. And after the disastrous performance of the Aam Aadmi Party in the Lok Sabha elections, it was a very important election for Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann.
In Giderba bypolls, we have seen it was one of the hot seats where there was 3-corner contest, and we have seen Aam Aadmi Party was able to win this seat from the Giderba, and it's the mandate from the people of Punjab to Aam Aadmi Party in Giderba constituency. We can see these visuals here that how this victory is being celebrated by the supporters of Dimpy Dhillon, Hardeep Singh Dhillon, who had contested election from Aam Aadmi Party. He was earlier contesting from Akali Dal, and here in Giderba we have seen high-stake battle was between Aam Aadmi Party, BJP and Congress also. From Congress we have seen that there was a high-stake battle which was going on there. One side we have seen Congress chief Amrinder Singh Raja winning. He was one who was his wife was contesting from here. At the same time, what we have seen from the BJP, the former finance minister, he was contesting from Giderba. So as of now, what we are showing from the ground, how this victory is being celebrated by the supporter of Aam Aadmi Party on the dole beats. They are also celebrating this huge victory here in Giderba. So as of now, what we can understand, the party was able to maintain its own mandate in the people of Punjab. If we can talk about bypolls which are happening in the state of Punjab, and specifically from Giderba, what we have seen, the Aam Aadmi Party is able to make a historic victory from this seat. With Vijay Rajesh Kumar, this is Gupta Singh Chinna.
Okay, let me very quickly take you to Maharashtra, where one of the big winners today, Devendra Fadnavis, the man who could be the next chief minister, is speaking at this moment.
त्या फेक नरेटिव्हच्या विरोधात लढणाऱ्या ज्या वेगवेगळ्या संघटना आहेत राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या, त्या संघटनांचा विजय आहे. आणि विशेषतः जे मतांचं ध्रुवीकरण करण्याचा प्रयत्न या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाविकास आघाडीने केला होता, त्याच्या विरोधात लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती करणारे आमचे विविध पंथांचे जे संत आहेत, त्यांचा देखील हा विजय आहे की ज्यांनी महाराष्ट्राला एक ठेवलाय. अशा सगळ्यांचा हा खऱ्या अर्थानं विजय आहे. गावामध्ये, पाड्यामध्ये, तांड्यामध्ये, वाडीमध्ये, वस्त्यांमध्ये सगळीकडे जाऊन ज्यांनी हा अलख जगवला त्यांचा विजय आहे. आणि खऱ्या अर्थानं महाराष्ट्रातले आमचे महायुतीचे जे लाखो कार्यकर्ते आहेत, या कार्यकर्त्यांचा विजय आहे. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदेजी, मी, अजितदादा, आमचे रामदास आठवलेजी, आमचे सगळे मित्रपक्ष, आमच्या एकजुटीचा हा विजय आहे. त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की प्रचंड मोठा अशा प्रकारचा विजय आज मिळालेला आहे. या निमित्ताने मी निश्चितपणे आमच्या देशाचे गृहमंत्री अमितभाई शहा यांचे देखील मनापासून आभार मानतो की ज्यांनी या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येऊन आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांमध्ये ऊर्जा भरली.
He was here to instill a lot of energy in all our volunteers.
आमचे राजनाथ सिंह जी असतील, नितीन गडकरी जी
Not
असतील,
just him, Rajnath Singh, Nitin Gadkari, all the national leaders
अतिशय चांगल्या प्रकारे मार्गदर्शन केलं.
helped us a lot throughout this process.
या ठिकाणी आमच्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पियुष जी असतील, भूपेंद्र जी असतील, आमचे सगळे
Especially Maharashtra, Mr. Bhupendra, Piyush, Goyal sir, all of them were very instrumental in getting all of the volunteers together and helping us win the election.
पुढे आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत. याच्यापेक्षा जास्त आज
I bow down in front of my voters.
अक्षरशः साष्टांग दंडवत महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला, ज्या महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने हे प्रेम दिलेलं आहे. आणि मला असं वाटतं की
I bow down to the people of Maharashtra who have showered us with so much of love.
त्या प्रचाराला महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने आपल्या कृतीतून उत्तर दिलेलं आहे. आणि म्हणून अशा
They
जनतेचा
tried to run a lot of negative campaigning, but the people of Maharashtra gave an answer to them through their action, through the ballot paper.
की आम्ही आधुनिक अभिमन्यू आहोत, आम्ही चक्रव्यूह तोडून दाखवू. तो चक्रव्यूह तुटलेला आहे. आणि
They tried to put in a Chakravyuh for us, but we are the modern Abhimanyu. We know how to break the Chakravyuh.
आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है. और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है. और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहाँ पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ. क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है. विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजितदादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है. जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं. और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है. लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, हमारे नड्डा जी है, हमारे राजनाथ जी है, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी है, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी है, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री है, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई. और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ। हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है। ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ, चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ। हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। मला असं वाटतं की कुठल्याही लोकशाहीमध्ये एक चांगला विरोधी पक्ष असणं हे गरजेचं आहे। त्यामुळे जे काही विरोधी पक्षाचे लोक निवडून आलेले आहेत त्यांचा आम्ही सन्मान करू। त्यांचा आवाज छोटा असो की मोठा असो, ते ज्या योग्य गोष्टी सांगतील त्या योग्य गोष्टींवर आम्ही त्यांना प्रतिसाद देऊ। मराठी हो जातो फिर
ईव्हीएम वापर फोडताय, हिंमत असेल तर बॅलेट पेपरवर निवडणुका घ्या आता असं विरोधक म्हणतात, काय सांगाल?
आम्हाला ते माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ परफेक्ट एकदम जनमताचा कौल लोकशाहीचा विजय। आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे, ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेम मध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर झालेला आहे। मला असं वाटतं की कुठेतरी अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आत्मचिंतन केलं पाहिजे आणि खरी कारणं काय आहे। मला काय त्यांना सल्ला द्यायचा नाही आहे, मी तेवढा मोठाही नाही आहे, पण कधीतरी त्यांना खरी कारणं काय आहेत याचा विचार करावा लागेल।
मुख्यमंत्री पदाची स्वप्न पाहिली असे राष्ट्रवादी आणि काँग्रेसमधल्या बड्या नेत्यांचे या विधानसभा निवडणुकीमध्ये पराभव झालेला आहे।
असं लोकशाहीची हीच खरी मला असं वाटतं गंमत आहे की लोकशाहीमध्ये कोणाला जनता डोक्यावर घेईल आणि कोणाला जनता धाराशाही करेल हे सांगता येत नाही। या निवडणुकीने पुन्हा एकदा ते दाखवून देईल।
मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये यश मिळालेलं आहे। मागच्या वेळेस दातृत्व दाखवत भाजपाने एकनाथ शिंदेना सीएम पद दिलं, आता सगळ्या तुमच्या लोकांच्या अनेक राजकीय नेत्यांचे बाईट्स येत आहेत किंवा प्रतिक्रिया येत आहेत की भाजपाला आता यश मिळालं तर भाजपाने मुख्यमंत्रीपद घ्यायला हवं।
या बाबतीत माननीय अमितभाई शहांनी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये क्लिअरली सांगितलेलं आहे, मुख्यमंत्रीपद हे कुठल्या निकषावर नाही, मुख्यमंत्रीपद तीनही पक्षाचे नेते एकत्रित बसून ठरवतील। एकनाथराव शिंदेजी त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत, अजितदादा त्यांच्या पक्षाचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत आणि आमचे जे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आहेत त्यांना आमचं पार्लमेंटरी बोर्ड हे ऑथराईज करतं। ते बसून जो निर्णय घेतील तो निर्णय असेल, कुठलाही वाद नाही आहे, कुठलाही विवाद नाही। सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। बाबा आता पूर्ण रिझल्ट संपू द्या। आता मी आणि अजितदादा आता सीएम साहेबांकडे चाललो आहे, आम्ही बसून जरा पुढचा काय कार्यक्रम करायचा तो चॉकआउट करू आणि तुम्हाला नीट सांगू. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से लोगों ने अपना मैंडेट दे दिया. लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है. बाला साहेब ठाकरे की हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहेब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है उसकी लेजिटिमसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमसी अजित पवार जी को मिली है.
या निवडणुकीमध्ये कास्ट पोलरायझेशन करण्याचा प्रयत्न महाविकास आघाडीकडनं आवर्जून केला गेला, विशेषतः मराठवाड्यामध्ये आणि विदर्भामध्ये पण वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अशा स्वरूपाचा प्रचार केला गेला. तरी देखील विदर्भ आणि मराठवाडा याच्यामध्ये प्रचंड भाजपला यश मिळताना दिसतंय. याचं प्रमुख अॅनालिसिस
मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा वारंवार तुम्ही एका व्यक्तीला एका पक्षाला टार्गेट करता त्यावेळी तुम्ही जे टार्गेट करता त्यातली हवा पण निघून जाते आणि त्याची तीव्रताही कमी होते आणि लोकांना त्याचं सत्य समजतं. लोकांच्या मनात त्यानंतर एक प्रकारची सहानुभूती तयार होते. लोकांना लक्षात येतं की चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं टार्गेट केलं जात आहे. तसंच आम्हाला महाविकास आघाडीने ठरवून या ठिकाणी टार्गेट केलं. पण मला असं वाटतं की हळूहळू लोकांनी लक्षात आलं कारण आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड चांगला आहे. आम्ही नेहमी पॉझिटिव्ह काम केलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड पाहून लोकांनी या ठिकाणी मतदान केलं आहे. मला असं वाटतं की या निकालाने एक गोष्ट स्पष्ट केली आहे. हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांची शिवसेना ही एकनाथराव शिंदेजींची शिवसेना आहे किंवा एकनाथराव शिंदेजी ज्या शिवसेनेचे प्रमुख आहेत तीच शिवसेना ही आता या ठिकाणी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची आहे. त्याची लेजिटिमसी जी आहे ती आता एकनाथराव शिंदेजींकडे आलेली आहे आणि तशीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची लेजिटिमसी जनतेनं अजितदादा पवारांना दिलेली आहे.
आईसोबत आणि अमित शहा
आईचा तर फक्त आशीर्वाद घेतलाय. आईने आशीर्वाद दिलाय आणि अमितभाईंनी खूप आनंद व्यक्त केला आणि अमितभाईंनी या ठिकाणी आमचं अभिनंदन देखील केलं.
मराठा आरक्षण को लेकर बड़ा मुद्दा बना. इसके बावजूद आपकी पार्टी बड़ी जीत यहाँ पर हासिल करी. आपके ऊपर चूंकि एक तरह से आरोप हुआ, आपको अभद्र शब्दों में आपके खिलाफ जो है आलोचना करी गई, क्या ये उस वजह से मराठा आरक्षण का जो एक आंदोलन था वो फेल हुआ और जो मैंडेट था वो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोगों के फेवर में?
देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा था कि लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमको 43.6% मिले थे, उनको 43.9% मिले थे. तो अगर मराठा समाज ने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो क्या हम 43.6% पर पहुंचते? मराठा समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. ओबीसी समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. सारे समाज. आज आप जब इसको डिसाइफर करेंगे, जब आप इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि सब समाज हमारे साथ में. देखिए, हर समाज की अपनी इच्छाएं होती है, आकांक्षाएं होती है, लेकिन उनको ये भी पता होता है कि अपनी आकांक्षाएं पूर्ण करने के लिए प्रामाणिकता से काम कौन कर सकता है. तो लोगों का विश्वास हम पर.
2019ला मराठवाड्यातील वर्षावर एक प्रेस झाली होती. त्यानंतर शरद पवारांनी तेल लावलेला पैलवान हे वाक्य बोललं होतं आणि तुमचं आलेलं माइंडेड गव्हर्नमेंट पाडलं गेलं होतं कालांतराने. त्याचा बदला घेतलाय का आता? तेल लावलेला पैलवान
कुठलाही बदला मी घेतलेला नाही. राजकारणामध्ये जनता ठरवते कोण जिंकेल कोण हरेल. कधी कधी एखाद्या गोष्टीचा नापसंती ही जनता कळवते. त्यामुळे यातनं जनतेने कदाचित नापसंती कळवली असेल आणि आमच्या बाबतीत पसंती कळवली असेल. मला असं वाटतं की याला वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं पाहण्याचं कारण नाही आणि नंबर्स काय आहे याच्या आधारावर मी विरोधी पक्षाचं मूल्यमापन करणार.
नीतीवरतून जी चर्चा सुरू झालेली आहे, महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य म्हणून शरद पवारांचा उल्लेख वारंवार केला जायचा, आता महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य बदलला आहे.
बदलला असेल तर मला माहीत नाही. फक्त मी एवढंच सांगू शकतो की मी तरी चाणक्य वगैरे काही नाही. मी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा साधा कार्यकर्ता आहे. माझा पक्ष मला ताकद देतो, माझ्या पाठीशी उभा राहतो, म्हणून मला हे सगळं करता येतं. आमच्या पक्षातले जे वेगवेगळे नेते आहेत हे सगळे नेते माझं नेतृत्व मान्य करतात, म्हणून मला पुढे जाता येतं. त्याच्यामुळे चाणक्य वगैरे नाही. सर्व सांगितलं, हे जे काही आम्ही जिंकलो आहे ही एकत्रित भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा हा विजय आहे. याच्यात देवेंद्र फडणवीसचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन हे फार लहान आहे.
गैर कानूनी जीत ये कह रही है, संजय राउत ने स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि गैर कानूनी जीत है, इस जीत को नहीं मानते क्योंकि जनता आप लोग के खिलाफ थी. और सर, और इसी से एक सवाल इसी पे कंटिन्यू कर लेता हूँ सर, क्या देवेंद्र फडणवीस के रूप में समंदर वापस आ गया है? जो लोग घर किनारे पे बसाए थे बह जाएंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ये है कि संजय राउत, इनके ऊपर मैं कभी प्रतिक्रिया देता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन आज आवश्यकता इसलिए दे रहा हूँ. मुझे ये पता है कि झारखंड में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा जीता है तो बहुत लेजिटिमेट जीता है. वहाँ चुनाव एकदम फेयर हुआ है, वहाँ पर इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया है, वहाँ पर ईवीएम इतना पक्का था कि वो हैक ही नहीं हो सकता. वहाँ लोकतंत्र का विजय हुआ है. और महाराष्ट्र में अगर हमको लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री मिली है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन भी बायस हो गया है, यहाँ का ईवीएम हैक हो गया है, यहाँ पर लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो गई है. देखिए, कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करने की आवश्यकता होती है. जो आत्मचिंतन नहीं करते जिंदगी में वो समाप्त हो जाते हैं. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए और इस प्रकार से वो बात करेंगे तो क्या लोगों का विश्वास बैठेगा? चलो, थैंक यू.
सर, एक फोटो
उद्धव ठाकरेंनी खुनशीपणे म्हटलं होतं, एकतर तू राहशील किंवा मी तरी राहील या निवडणुकीमध्ये. काय उत्तर द्याल त्यांना?
मी त्याच वेळेस उत्तर दिलं होतं की तुम्ही राहाल आणि मी राहील. राजकारणामध्ये कोणीच कोणाला संपवू शकत नाही. जनता तुम्हाला कमी अधिक करते, त्याच्यामुळे मी आहेत आणि तेही आहेत.
थैंक यू सर. समंदर वाला जवाब नहीं दिया सर आपने. समंदर वाला जवाब. समंदर सर, क्या देवेंद्र फडणवीस के रूप में वापस आ गया है और जो अगल बगल क्या वो बह जाएंगे? बड़ी चर्चा सर आपके इस बयान.
देखिए, समंदर 2022 में ही वापिस आ गया. अभी हम सब लोग मिलकर यहाँ पर सरकार स्थापन करने वाले हैं, इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि कोई अब इसमें बहुत शेरो शायरी करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. मैं एक गोष्ट मला या निमित्ताने सांगायची आहे, जी निश्चितपणे सांगितली पाहिजे, की आमचे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे यांच्या नेतृत्वात गेल्या 2 वर्षात पार्टीने खालपर्यंत जे कार्यक्रम राबवले त्यामुळे पूर्ण पार्टी जिवंत झाली आणि पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी ही निवडणूक अंगावर घेतली. म्हणून मी बावनकुळेजी आणि आमच्या पार्टीच्या बावनकुळेजी और पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. इन कार्यकर्ताओं ने हमारे बावनकुळेजी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 2 साल लगातार नीचे तक जाकर पार्टी को प्रस्थापित किया. पार्टी के कार्यक्रम उन्होंने वहां पर संपन्न किए और उसके कारण पार्टी में एक नई जान आई.
Devendra Fadnavis speaking to the media there, one of the very strong contenders for the chief minister's post in Maharashtra, and he said that there is no infighting over the chief minister's post, and the alliance partners will sit together and decide as to who becomes the next chief minister of Maharashtra. Well, it's an impressive win for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, with the Mahayuti standing at 231 seats.
But Kitty, you know, notice what, while he was saying that there is no fight about the chief minister, he's speaking like the man who smells that seat. He's speaking like the man who is all set to take the oath as the chief minister. Devendra Fadnavis vilified, got a lot of brickbats after the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, was the chief minister, twice had to come back, demoted to a deputy chief minister, to a junior partner. Eknath Shinde was in his government as a minister. He worked under him. This is his moment, and that's how this long press conference, the man of the moment, Devendra Fadnavis there. There is no denying after 132 that the BJP is leading at this moment, that Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP will not claim the chief minister's seat. Absolutely, all right, yes. Let's. We have our colleagues just to get you a sense of the mood after this massive tsunami of the victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party-led Mahayuti alliance. On the other hand, of course, a very impressive victory, a wave at least I can say for Jharkhand, JMM-led India alliance there. But Radhika, Devendra Fadnavis there, absolutely happy, confident, radiating, looks like the man who's ready to take on the Chief Minister's chair.
This is certainly man of the moment. BJP clinching 132 so far out of 149 seats it's contested. So he's hardly lost that number of seats. Of course, Shiv Sena also putting up a great strike rate. So is NCP Ajit Pawar. A very embarrassing situation as far as MVA is concerned. They have a lot to introspect on. But certainly man of the moment is Devendra Fadnavis and of course Eknath Shinde also. But Fadnavis could be poised as the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Not entirely certain because he says that there will not be any disagreements over Chief Ministership post. But we'll really have to see how the next few hours will pan out because Eknath Shinde is also in a way man of the moment. He is the one who broke away from Sena, made sure that the government is formed along with the BJP. The reason why BJP came to power is as a result of Shinde and his set of MLAs. And of course, after he became the Chief Minister, the slew of initiatives that he undertook under his Chief Ministership. So that has also contributed to this victory. So therefore, as much as this is Devendra Fadnavis' victory, this is also Eknath Shinde's victory. And we saw what happened after Lok Sabha defeat. Fadnavis was ready to step down as Deputy Chief Minister. He wanted to concentrate on organizational structure of the BJP. He took responsibility of the defeat. However, he did not do so after he was convinced by the top brass. And then, of course, there was no looking back as far as Devendra Fadnavis is concerned. So we'll really have to see how this will pan out. He says there's no disagreement. He, of course, has said the reason for the victory is due to blessings of Ladki Behan. And, of course, fake narrative of the opposition has been busted. This is a win against the fake narrative of the Congress party, of the MVA, is something that Devendra Fadnavis has once again emphasized. So, yes, I am at the BJP headquarters in Mumbai. A lot of activity, movement, as I was been showing you since morning. This is buzzing, of course. There is a huge banner that has been put up. Number of people have assembled here. A lot of winning candidates are also expected to be here. Fadnavis will take over the podium along with several other winning candidates and top leaders. Earlier, Piyush Goyal was here, but not too many of them are speaking to the media at the moment. It started with Fadnavis, and then perhaps after this, many more leaders will perhaps come out and give their victory speech. But this is the, this is how the BJP headquarters in Mumbai looks like. We did speak to a lot of,
in the BJP headquarters
okay, so आपने
in
सुना
Mumbai.
फडणवीस जी के जो भी मीडिया में एड्रेस की, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्या है contributing factors for the win of BJP? Reasons बताइए, मैडम. क्या बोल रहे थे? हाँ, क्या है?
सबसे महत्व की बात आपके माध्यम से मैं पूरी महाराष्ट्र की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करूंगी जिन्होंने महायुति के ऊपर विश्वास रखा। दूसरी बात, जो महायुति ने विकास की गंगा 2.5-3 साल में जो चली थी उसके ऊपर लोगों ने वोट दिए। तीसरी बात, जो लाड़की बहन योजना जो मुख्यमंत्री ने लाई थी तो महिला शक्ति ने भी उसके ऊपर विश्वास रखा, ये तीसरा फैक्टर। चौथा सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर जो योगी जी ने हरियाणा में एक नारा दिया था, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, और दूसरा नारा मोदी जी ने यहाँ पे रखा था, एक है तो सेफ है। ये दो नारे जो हिंदुत्व के थे कि हम बट रहे तो हर टाइम कट रहे तो।
एक है तो सेफ है, बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, and of course Ladki Behan schemes and multiple other schemes contributed to this victory is what several of these women karyakarta are saying. But yes, great day for Mahayuti, but who will be the Chief Minister is the next big question.
Absolutely. 53 lakh more women have voted in this Maharashtra election in comparison to 2019. That's a 6% vote percentage, yes, up by, the rise in the vote percentage that we have seen in comparison with 2019. And of course, it looks like the female voter has rewarded the Mahayuti for the Ladki Behan Yojana, and that's of course has come as a big boost for the BJP here. All right, let me go across to Prabhakar also. Well, Prabhakar, we do understand celebrations are taking place in the JMM camp as well, but the RJD of course here has also sprung a surprise with the party leading in about 5 of the 7 seats that it contested.
Yeah, very interesting, and those seats actually are the districts which are adjoining Bihar. So RJD very carefully chose those seats where it already has a stronghold and where it has an influence because those districts are adjoining Bihar. Now remember, we are right now at the Chief Minister's residence. This is where the man of the moment, Hemant Soren, is resting with his family, and he's expected to talk to media maybe from few hours from now. He'll be talking to media. So they are waiting for the numbers to settle down, and after that he would actually make a statement and talk to media. He has made a political history of a sort. This is the first incumbent government which has repeated its repeated comeback to power after completing 5 years in power. So it's a big day for him, and he was fighting a very tough battle. We saw the narrative on the ground when the BJP was talking about the illegal immigrants, when there was a similar like a Ladli Bahna scheme. Go Didi Yojana was promised by BJP here, where a 2100 rupees monthly stipend was to be given. But what worked for him on the ground was that he was able to sell to his voters, especially to his tribal voters, that BJP was victimizing him because he was the lone tribal chief minister of the state, and that's the reason why he was sent behind bars on the corruption charges. The tribal voters stood by him, and see the Maiya Samman Yojana, which is again a similar Yojana like Ladli Bahna Yojana, which JMM has launched around 6 months back, and they have already paid 1,000 rupees per month stipend to lakhs of women. So that actually worked on ground. Then women actually, they had to choose between promises being made vis-a-vis something which has already been delivered, and they chose the party which actually delivered money into their accounts. And remember, just 4 days before the last the first phase of polling happened in Jharkhand, that is on 13th. Just 4 days before that, 1,000 rupees had hit their accounts. So, and lakhs of women are beneficiaries of it. So these things, the women, the tribals, and the playing victim as a tribal leader, actually worked in his favor, and he's again back in the power with a thumping majority. I would say this is a very clear and a very clean victory he has achieved.
Very significant verdict, to say the least, in Jharkhand. At this moment, 57 of the India bloc led by JMM placed 23 of the NDA. So the entire narrative, which people were calling a divisive narrative, a polarizing narrative, may possibly have had some resonance in Maharashtra, but absolutely rejected there in Jharkhand. But what a contrasting picture, Kitty, there in Maharashtra. BJP, going completely overboard with their celebrations, and where
Yes,
Prabhakar is standing absolutely stunned, silence there in the JMM quarters as well. But let's shift our focus from these two big states to the other story, the other headline of the day. Priyanka Gandhi winning Wayanad. It was expected, but the margin was something that people were talking about. She'll be the third Gandhi now in the parliament. This will also be, Sam, some solace for the Congress party, because, Kerala is the state where elections are due next year, and possibly the Congress would hope with the victory of the Wayanad, they can keep the momentum on. And eventually, in southern states where Karnataka, Telangana, and if Congress wins Kerala, they are able to establish themselves as a party which is still dominant in south of India.
That's right, Ankit and Kitty. It's a stunning margin with which Priyanka Gandhi is leading in Wayanad as we speak now. I'm not able to give you the updated figure, but it could be closer to 6 lakh votes margin, and the LDF and NDA are at a distant second and third positions. And in that sense, it's certainly a huge victory for Priyanka, who's making her electoral debut to be in the parliament, and certainly by exceeding the margin of Rahul Gandhi, who has been elected here twice. She also emerges as a strong Congress leader representing the Gandhi family in the south, and also to be a strong vocal leader on the floor of the House and the Parliament. Many say she's articulate in English as well as Hindi, and the Congress here bets on her to take on the BJP in that sense. Many also look at in her a slice of Indira Gandhi, and they say, besides emerging as a strong woman leader of the Congress, they also hope that Priyanka Gandhi would be able to spend more time at the organizational challenges of the Congress in Delhi at the AICCE, so that they'll be able to fix all the challenges, the problems, and make the party more stronger and effective to take on the BJP in that sense. They say, unlike Rahul Gandhi, who's seen to be a kind of a mass leader who likes to be traveling across the country and understand the people's problems, they look at Priyanka with another set of skills which they hope she'll be able to help the party get strengthened in that sense. But the challenge, of course, would be for her to spend quality, adequate time in Wayanad, because all through the campaign, both the left and the BJP have been targeting her, calling her an outsider, that she will abandon the constituency and she will not be able to spend time here. And now she has to disprove those allegations, that criticism, and make sure she lives up to the huge mandate with which she is leading here at Wayanad here.
And her vote margin has, I think, already crossed Rahul's margin as to the vote margin that Rahul got in 2024 election in Wayanad.
All right. Thanks, Sam, for joining us. We are also being joined by our guest, Jayant Manikar, a senior journalist who keeps a very close eye on Maharashtra, is joining us at this moment. We also have Dr. Kartikeya Batra, political researcher, analyst, traveled extensively across Jharkhand, I may add. And we have Ruchika Agarwal of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Welcome. Sajjan Kumar continues to be with us here in the studio. I just request all of you to indulge us for a couple of more minutes. I have to take a very quick commercial break. I'm coming back. We have lots of questions for you to decode this election result. Coming back in just a short while. Stay tuned.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con. NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज़्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland. The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts.
To go straight to Mumbai, from where senior BJP leader Vinod Tawade is joining us live here on NDTV. Mr. Tawade, thank you so much for your time here. इस जीत को आप कैसे देखते हैं, मिस्टर तावड़े? तावड़े साहब, इस जीत को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
नहीं है कुछ.
Okay, we'll try and connect with Mr. Vinod Tawade in just a bit. But Vinod Tawade, of course, was in the eye of the storm. There was a lot of controversy around him 12 hours before Maharashtra went to polls. We'll try and connect with him in just a bit. But what has emerged from this election is that as far as the BJP is concerned, they had their nuts and bolts right, they had their issues right, they knew what was resonating with the people of Maharashtra, and that is the reason why this mandate across Maharashtra has been in favor of Mahayuti. The BJP, the NCP, and also the Shiv Sena getting this emphatic victory, a historic victory never seen before in the history of Maharashtra. We will try and connect with Mr. Vinod Tawade in just a bit. But, okay, Vinod Tawade ji, if you can hear me, you're live on NDTV, sir. My question is जीत को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
ये जीत जो है, मैं मानता हूं कि पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट एंड पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ इनडायरेक्ट बेनिफिट, एक तरफ विकास के काम और दूसरी तरफ लाडली बहना योजना, किसान बिल जीरो होना, इसका एक बैलेंस जो किया एकनाथ शिंदे, देवेंद्र फडणवीस, अजित दादा ने, मैं मानता हूं कि इसका है. सेकंड पॉइंट इज दैट इन 2019 when Sharad Pawar took Uddhav Thackeray away from Hindutva and Uddhavji went with them, the voters of Balasaheb Thackeray who were for Hindutva were annoyed. When Eknath Shinde get back with BJP with the symbol bow and arrow and the name Shiv Sena, these votes came with Eknath Shinde and they have voted with Mahayuti because Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena is in the mainstream of Hindutva.
Vinodji, this kind of mandate has never been seen in the history of Maharashtra. You know, 230 is something that perhaps NDA or Mahayuti also did not calculate or estimate. From where did these seats come?
In the last 5 years, the way politics was deteriorating in Maharashtra, the basic persons behind there were Sharad Pawar ji, Uddhav ji and Congress leaders. Maharashtra is of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Shahu Phule Ambedkar, Savitri Bai. They will not accept this deterioration of politics, so they have punished the people who have done it.
But what about the Chief Minister's chair? Is it settled or will there be talks around it? You have functioned as a senior party functionary in Delhi. You know the minds of the party leadership. You know the minds of Mr. Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi and also BJP President JP Nadda. Do you think the Chief Minister's question is still open or is it decided?
I think Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Dada and our central leadership, they will sit together. They had discussed this before the elections also, and now after the result today, they will have a meeting and they will come out with a final decision which will be out by a day or two.
Since you are saying that it could be all settled in a matter of 2 days, because the fact is that the tenure of the Maharashtra Assembly comes to an end on 26th, sir. Do you think you'll be working against time to ensure by 25th perhaps the question of Chief Minister is done and settled?
I think the way mandate is there, it is very much clear, and we as three parties have good understanding. They will sit together, discuss together and come out with a decision in a day or two.
And Mr. Tawade, you know, hours before Maharashtra went to polls, we saw that entire controversy surrounding you. Of course, you have filed a defamation notice, but would you say that that was really not an issue in this election?
I think that was the issue in that election where both of them have lost father and son. because they unnecessarily made out the issue targeting a middle class politician like me, which have never tried such things in my own election also. So people have given their mandate against such type of gimmicks in elections by Thakur, father and son.
Congress is saying that you have used money power in your favor, and that is the reason you have got this mandate.
Thank God Congress has come from EVM to money power. Slowly they will accept all the things that they didn't have their leader. The leader they projected was asked to go back again. There was infighting on seats which Mahayuti did not have, and more than that, the public mind was against Congress, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar.
Will you be continuing to pursue the defamation case that you have filed against Mr. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi?
Of course, I am going to pursue it, because this type of gimmicks, using the channels, using media to malign anybody's image is very bad. At least senior leaders should have confirmed what happened there. Before that they start tweeting and coming on media is a very bad practice which Maharashtra never experienced. So I am going to pursue it for sure.
As someone who has fought several elections in Maharashtra, Mr. Tawde, let's look at the party's performance. A strike rate of 85%. I mean, this is BJP's best ever performance as well. Why do you think the people have come out with this kind of mandate in favor of your party?
Number one, I think people believe in Prime Minister Narendra Modi a lot. The way he is working, taking ahead the country, all the states, so people believe him a lot, number one. Number two, at the time of Lok Sabha, Maharashtra 4-5% voter missed it because they thought ab ki baar 400 par, so Modi ji is going to come. So this time they were very vigilant that Modi ji should not get less seat. So all thumpingly came out to the person who is trying to develop the nation, who is trying to take the nation's name at a top level.
My last question to you, of course you are saying that in the matter of next 2 days we'll know who the chief minister is. How much of factor was Ladki Behan? Because one thing is becoming clear, that women were the X factor in this election, because in Jharkhand they are responsible for your loss, because they have voted for Maiya Samman and in favor of Hemant Soren. Here they have voted for Ladki Behan and in favor of Mahayuti.
I think as I said, the politics of direct benefit and politics of indirect benefit balance was the main reason. But yes, in Ladki Behan, the women in Maharashtra got that money in their hand. On other way, when Congress first opposed it and then declared 3,000, they did not believe Rahul Gandhi, because he had declared same in Karnataka and Himachal, which he failed to pay. So they know Congress only give false promises, which BJP, Mahayuti doesn't. So they believed it, and women voters have voted for us for sure.
Vinod Tawde ji, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Senior BJP leader there, Vinod Tawde, doing his analysis of this election. We are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's digital news report.
Welcome back after the break. It's a Maha blockbuster in the state of Maharashtra with the Mahayuti at 229 seats and the MVA trailing at 54 seats at this point in time. We have guests on the panel here, Congress spokesperson Neeraj Mishra joining us on the broadcast, senior journalist Jayant Manikar, Dr. Kartikeya Batra, political researcher, as well as Sajjan Kumar with us in the studio here. If I could go to the Congress spokesperson here, Neeraj Mishra first. Neeraj Mishra, one of the biggest takeaway of this election is the stunning rejection of the Congress party actually. The Congress party stands at 18 seats, if I'm not wrong, out of the 101 seats that it contested. What's gone wrong for the Congress party? How do you see the results here?
So, there were two elections in the country, not only one in Maharashtra. In Jharkhand, we have a strike rate of almost 60%. But yes, we need to ponder upon what has gone wrong in Maharashtra. What we feel at the onset is that the deceitful campaign which the BJP was doing in Maharashtra, it I think struck a chord with the people, I don't know why. And also because this fiscal disparity which has been showing throughout the state when it comes to the federal relation of the center and the state, people of Maharashtra must have thought that whatever policies or freebies as BJP calls them, they are getting, it might get hindered if MVA comes to power in Maharashtra. That is one reason which we think is the most prominent one. But later on we will have a discussion on this. 5:30 we have a press conference at AICC headquarters.
But you're
also.
Satisfied with the
And
results
then we'll ponder upon what were the
You're satisfied
factors
with the results
that
in Jharkhand. You're saying that the BJP has managed to deceive the people and has tried to steal votes or done what in Maharashtra. But the results in Jharkhand here, you're satisfied with that. There's nothing gone wrong in Jharkhand.
No, in Jharkhand, there was also a scope for more improvement. But at this point in time, we can tell you that we had a coordinated campaign in Jharkhand where we only talked positive. We were not there experimenting like they did in Assam or Tripura. They had outsourced their campaign and they were primarily hanging on this infiltration issue, which they were successful in doing in Assam and Tripura. But Jharkhand, because people came to know that there is no border with any international country, there is no international border.
Right.
So this kind of experiment failed there, and the positive campaign of Hemant Soren, Kalpana Soren, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi and entire political parties came together and the result is there.
Sir, anyway, otherwise it become a very big discussion about the top leadership campaigning, because we saw hardly the top leadership campaigning, Mr. Rahul Gandhi himself in Maharashtra and Jharkhand in that sense. But Kartikeya Batra, if I may bring you in at this moment, Jharkhand also by no means is a small feat. I mean, if it's a tsunami in Maharashtra, it's a wave in Jharkhand for sure, led by Mr. Hemant Soren. What worked in Jharkhand? One thing is very clear, that both the incumbents, the direct cash benefit to the women seem to be the underline which worked in both the states, Maharashtra also and in Jharkhand also. But let me just ask you for the Congress party, riding here at least, romping home on back of Hemant Soren, in a one-on-one fight with the BJP in their strongholds of Marathwada and Vidarbha in Maharashtra, they have been decimated. What worked for the Congress or the opposition in Jharkhand that they could not replicate in Maharashtra?
Ankit, first of all, let me start by saying that I penned on an op-ed also some days back saying that whoever wins Jharkhand with as much conviction, the reality on the ground is that of despondency, lack of opportunities, lack of jobs, etc. So we may celebrate a wave or a tsunami, and maybe even in Maharashtra, I have not been on the field, but actually the realities are far away from any sense of political euphoria. Having said that, what worked for the opposition in Jharkhand were 3-4 very broad points. I think one you mentioned was a slew of these welfare schemes, not just the Maiya Saman Yojana, but also electricity bill waivers, which was striking a chord not just with the women but also men, cutting across caste lines. That is number one. There were other such schemes like housing and KCC waiver, but their impact was limited, more muted. The second thing was that the BJP fought the campaign using the central leadership. So Himanta Biswa Sarma and Shivraj Singh Chauhan had been deputed, whereas the JMM had a very strong rooted local face. If you went into the tribal areas or the non-tribal areas also, even if you found a BJP voter, the resonance was not so much with a Babulal Marandi or an Arjun Munda or a Raghubar Das. It was more with either the lotus symbol or with Mr. Modi. That is number two. Number three is the rise of the JLKM, Jairam Mahato's party, which may have absorbed some of the anti-incumbency amongst the youth against the JMM. And so that vote, instead of going to the BJP, ended up with them. So that probably was something that might have benefited the JMM, although in some pockets, it may have dented them as well. And fourth, Ankit, I think most importantly, when I was in Jharkhand, I had the chance of talking to some of the people who were working on the JMM campaign. There was this very big hunger to win, as if it was all about survival. So they did not leave things to chance. They fought a very tough campaign. I mean, I remember them micromanaging every response to the BJP's tactics.
Kartikeya, I'll just come back to you. We had these latest visuals coming in of Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, as well as Ajit Pawar in the same frame here. And celebrations, of course, are taking place at the BJP headquarters in Mumbai. And here, all leaders here, all three big leaders of the Mahayuti celebrating as well, giving mithai to each other. Well,
I think, you know, one important theme, Kitty, like you were saying, in celebrations they are together, one important theme and one important difference between the Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi in the run-up also has been that Mahayuti has been able to somehow project a united front. These leaders on more than one occasion have been able to stand together, come together and send out that message, while the Mahavikas Aghadi, barring one rally in Mumbai, we did not see them coming together, all the top leadership, senior leaders standing together. And then, of course, there was a lot of bickering as well. I think they're just about to begin.
Yes, this kind of bickering has been going on. And it was happening yesterday also, when we've seen about the Chief Minister's post. There were different statements coming in, one from Sanjay Rao, then Nana Patole. Somebody said that the Chief Minister would be from the Congress party if the MVA comes to power. But of course, that hasn't happened.
Right.
But on the other hand, you had Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Rao saying that, no, that is not happening. There is, of course, going to be a discussion. So, of course, that bickering right from the campaigning that was happening and till now was clearly visible. And today, well, the results are very much clear. The picture is quite clear. The Mahayuti has secured an impressive win in Maharashtra with 229. The official results, of course, are going to be out in the evening. But looking at the picture here in Maharashtra, it's very much clear that the NDA is forming the government, and the BJP, of course, has emerged as the single largest party, and the strike rate. All right, I'm being told that the press conference has started now.
आज सकाळी काउंटिंग सुरू होईपर्यंत प्रत्येक जण आपापले परीनं अंदाज व्यक्त करत होते. काल तर मी स्वतः वेगवेगळ्या चॅनलला बघत होतो. म्हणजे आम्ही तिघं कशातच नसल्यातच जमा होतो. बाकीच्यांच्या गाड्या फिरवणं, ड्रायव्हिंग करणं, इकडे जाणं, तिकडे जाणं, इतकं काही सुरू होतं की आम्ही पहिल्यांदा 1:45च्या पुढे जाऊन
counting began, everyone started giving their own predictions.
त्यानंतर आम्हाला वाटायला लागलं की आपण कुठेतरी खाली जातोय का काय. परंतु
with all those predictions, even I was thinking that sometimes we were in the lead while sometimes we were trailing behind.
प्रचंड अशा प्रकारचं जे यश प्राप्त करून दिलंय त्याबद्दल महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेचं.
But finally, I would like to thank the whole state of Maharashtra wholeheartedly for giving us something victory on behalf of the entire Mahayuti.
उमेदवार राबले, सगळे सहकारी घटक,
all the workers, all the cooperative parties, all the candidates, all of them worked very hard for this result.
स्वतःची निवडणूक आहे असं समजून त्या ठिकाणी काम.
Most importantly, everyone thought that it was their own election.
योजनांच्या बद्दल बरेच थोडीशी चेष्टा मस्करी करण्यात आली.
We brought in policies and those policies were made fun of by the people, especially by the opposition.
टीका टिप्पणी करण्यात आली की
even criticized these policies to a fair extent, to some extent.
जाहीरनामे बाहेर आल्यानंतर आम्हाला ते दिसलं की हे काय चाललेलं आहे, कसं चाललेलं आहे, कुठलाही हिशोब न ठेवता.
But when their promises came out, we saw that they were basically using our own promises to garner votes, that too without really thinking about the treasury of the state.
निमित्तानं आम्हाला मोठं अपयश आलं. म्हणजे महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
We faced a huge setback during the Lok Sabha election. We didn't really expect that kind of a defeat earlier this year. But we accepted the defeat and then we tried to work wherever work was necessary.
आम्ही सरकारमध्ये तिघांनी मिळून काही योजना जाहीर केल्या.
After that, we tried to bring in some policies.
त्याच्यामध्ये लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे
all of these policies became so popular, especially the Ladki Bahin Yojana.
असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले.
All of the Ladki Bahins came on the street and helped us, and that surprised everyone.
जबाबदारी वाढलेली.
But now the responsibility on us is more, especially because we've been given such a strong mandate by the people of Maharashtra. 222 or 225 is something that no other alliance that I've seen in Maharashtra has received up until now. This might have happened in the earlier days when the Congress used to ally with other partners, but I haven't seen this happen in recent history.
जसं आम्हाला समजतंय तसं तर एवढं प्रचंड यश हे
This is an unprecedented success for us.
पण जाणार नाही आणि आम्ही अतिशय जमिनीवर पाय ठेवून आता म्हणजे जसे
we'll promise you that we'll keep our feet on the ground and we'll not take this victory for granted.
मी देवेंद्रजींना पण फोन केला तेव्हा म्हटलं देवेंद्रजी खूप काही काम करावं लागेल. एकनाथरावजींना पण तसं सांगितलं की फार आर्थिक शिस्त आपल्याला त्याच्यामध्ये आणावी लागेल आणि आम्ही आणू. त्याच्यात आम्हाला हे नवीन नाहीये. आम्ही सगळे अनुभवी माणसं, आम्हाला त्याच्यामध्ये कुठली काही अडचण नाही आणि शिवाय आमच्या पाठीशी केंद्र सरकार आहे. तो आम्हाला
After these results, I dialed the chief minister, the deputy chief minister, and told them that we have to work a lot and we'll surely work because we are experienced people. And more importantly, it is also important to note that we have our own government at the center as well, so that will help us.
बॅलेट पेपरनी घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. मग बॅलेट पेपरने लोकसभेला पण घ्यायला पाहिजे होतं. लोकसभेचा निकाल लागला.
The opposition now is saying that the election should have happened with the help of ballot people.
मग मशीन काय ईव्हीएम
But what if the same thing would have happened during Lok Sabha? The Lok Sabha election was using the EVM. But that result was accepted by everyone, and this result is not.
महाराष्ट्रातल्या विशेषतः महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
We did not say anything when we lost the Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra.
मराठवाडा, विदर्भ, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र, कोकण, मुंबई अशा सगळ्या वेगवेगळ्या रिजन मध्ये नाशिक सगळीकडेच तुम्ही बघितलं तर सगळीकडे महायुती जोरात चालली.
In all the different regions of the state, we've seen that Mahayuti has been leading everywhere.
मराठवाड्याने दिला आमची एकच
It is not like we were only leading in one or two places, while in the rest of the places the Mahavikas Agadi is on the lead. But it is Mahayuti which is leading everywhere.
आणि तसं ह्या वेळेस झालं नाही. तुम्ही जर अंदाज घेतला तर सगळीकडेच चांगल्या प्रकारे महायुतीला यश मिळालं. काही जागा गेल्या त्या फार थोड्या मतांनी त्या बाबतीमध्ये गेलेले आहेत.
Some places which we have lost are because of the difference of some 100 or 1000 votes.
पण प्रिंट पण मीडिया आहे. मला एक कळत नाही, तुम्ही खऱ्या बातम्या देत चला ना. जे खऱ्या देत नाही त्यांना मला म्हणायचं तुम्ही बाकी सगळे खऱ्या बातम्या देतात, त्याच्याबद्दल दुमत नाही.
I would urge the media to spread
अजित पवार पोस्टर
correct news.
माग मी विचारतोय तिथं फोन करून ते म्हणले नाही दादा आपण पुढे. आता माझं लीड 1 लाख.
There was a lot of news about who is trailing and who is not. Most of it was incorrect. But media should refrain from showing news which is not proven correct.
वाढत नाही. अरे तुमच्या टीआरपीला आम्हाला का मातीत घालताय, आमची का बदनामी करताय. त्याच्यामध्ये मी नंतर
Why are you using us as props to increase your TRP?
पोस्टल बॅलेट मध्ये पण आम्ही पुढे होतो आणि रेग्युलर मतदानामध्ये पण पुढे होतो. सांगायचं तात्पर्य की
We have been ahead ever since the counting started. Even when the postal ballot votes were being counted in the first half an hour, since then we have been leading in the election. Until now we are leading.
पण बाकीच्यांवर फार विश्वास आहे. माझं एवढंच म्हणणं आहे की खऱ्या बातम्या दिल्या तर काही वाईट होणार नाही. पण खूप चांगलं यश मिळालं. अजून पण काही काउंटिंग चालू आहे. काही ठिकाणी
recounting is still on some places.
प्रत्येकाचा अधिकार आहे.
Recounting has been called in certain places and that is their right.
राज्यातली जबाबदारी महायुतीवर वाढलेली आहे.
But now
उलट आम्हाला
the responsibility is even more.
बारकाईने इथून पुढे काम करावं लागणार आहे. कारण एवढं दैदिप्यमान यश.
We'll work even hard now because, as I said before, this is an unprecedented success that we've gotten.
म्हणजे काय आता त्यांच्याकरता म्हणजे त्यांच्या ऋणातच आम्ही राहू इच्छितो आणि 5 वर्ष अक्षरशः
We would be ever so thankful to all the people of Maharashtra for giving us such a huge victory. We'll make sure that your trust is not broken in the future. We will all work for development. Development has been the epicenter, has been the fulcrum of all our work since the last few years, and it will continue to be so in the future as well.
मी आपल्या पत्रकार मित्रांना पण देतो आणि आपल्या मार्फत महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेला देतो. पुन्हा एकदा मतदार बंधू भगिनींचं सर्वांचं मीडियाचं
I would once again like to take this opportunity to thank everyone, all the voters, all the candidates, all the people in the media for supporting us. Thank you.
अरे मराठी मातृभाषा अभिजात भाषेचा दर्जा आत्ताच दिलाय ना, लगेच विसरायला लागला. नाही ते दिल्लीत बोलतात.
मी माझी भावना मगाशीच मांडली आहे.
I've already told what I'm feeling a while back.
महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेसमोर आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत.
We bow down in front of the people of Maharashtra.
खऱ्या अर्थानं हा विजय
They've given us a historical mandate.
वाढवणारा विजय आहे.
But this victory is going to increase our responsibility even more.
महाराष्ट्राने दाखवलेला विश्वास आहे आणि त्यामुळे आता आम्हाला खूप काम महाराष्ट्रामध्ये करावं लागेल.
We'll have to work a lot in the state to prove all the trust that you've put in us, right?
एकदा महाराष्ट्रातल्या सगळ्या मतदारांच्या चरणी आम्ही नतमस्तक होतो.
I once again take the opportunity to bow down in front of all the voters
त्यांनी
who
जो
gave us
विश्वास
this
दाखवला
success.
त्या विश्वासाला आम्ही तडा जाऊ देणार नाही. सगळ्यांचे अतिशय मनापासून आभार.
Thanks to everyone.
खरं म्हणजे आजचा हा महाराष्ट्रातला ऐतिहासिक दिवस आहे.
This is historical day for Maharashtra.
ऐतिहासिक विजय देखील आहे.
And
आतापर्यंत
historic victory.
अनेक वर्षांच्या निवडणुका आपण पाहिल्या.
We've seen a lot of elections till now.
ही निवडणूक लोकांच्या हातात घेतली अशा
People
प्रकारची
took this election in their own hands, and that is the difference that I saw this time around.
जो काही विक्ट्री आपण म्हणतो ऐतिहासिक, याला काय शब्द वापरायचे मला कळत नाही, परंतु लोकांनी
received a landslide victory this time around.
महायुतीवर केला.
People have showered us with a lot of love.
लाडकी बहीण असेल, लाडका भाऊ असेल,
बीट लाडकी बहीण योजना, बीट लाडका भाऊ,
एकंदरीत सगळ्याच घटकातल्या
or many other schemes.
यावेळेस महायुतीवर प्रेम
All the sections of society showered their love on Mahayuti this time around.
धन्यवाद देतो.
I would like to thank all of them for doing that.
ऐतिहासिक विजयासाठी साष्टांग दंडवत घातला पाहिजे अशा प्रकारचं काम मतदारांनी केलेलं.
Even I would like to bow down in front of all the voters for all the love they've shown us.
गेल्या 2-2.25 वर्षामध्ये
in the last 2.5 years,
अजित दादा,
all three of us,
या राज्यामध्ये की शिवसेना, भाजपा, राष्ट्रवादी, आरपीआय, आमचे आठवले साहेब इकडे आहेत आणि आमचे इतर घटक मित्रपक्ष, आणि जे निर्णय आम्ही घेतले ते निर्णय आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये न भूतो न भविष्यते असे होते.
The way we worked in all the
विकास केला आम्ही, डेव्हलपमेंट म्हणजे जे 2.5 वर्षात महाविकास आघाडी सरकारने जी काही कामं बंद पाडली होती, स्पीड ब्रेकर टाकले होते, सगळी कामं थांबवली होती. तुमच्या काळातली जी कामं, जसं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार 2019ला आलं त्यानंतर ती सगळी कामं बंद पाडली, त्याला स्टे दिले आणि ते स्टे आम्ही सगळे काढले आणि कामं सुरू झाली. मग अटल सेतू झाला, समृद्धी झाला, आपला कोस्टल झाला आणि मेट्रो झाली, कारशेड झालं आणि मोदी साहेबांच्या शुभ हस्ते त्याचं आम्ही उद्घाटनही करू शकलो. ज्याचं भूमिपूजन मोदी साहेबांनी केलं त्याचं उद्घाटन करण्याचे भाग्य आम्हाला मिळालं आणि त्यामुळे कामाला आम्ही प्राथमिकता दिली, विकासाला आम्ही प्राधान्य दिलं आणि आम्ही त्यामध्ये एकच डोळ्यासमोर ठेवलं की या राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास. आणि राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास करत असताना सर्व घटकांना आम्ही समोर ठेवलं आणि पाहिलं की जे 2.5 वर्षामध्ये जी कामं त्यांनी थांबवली
development of the
आणि
state.
2.5 वर्ष त्यांनी
We've never really tried to barricade any sort of work in last 2.5 years.
किती वेगाने आम्ही सुरू करू शकलो.
All the work that was restricted by the former government, we took that work on war footing
पाहताय सगळी
and
लोकांना
tried to end it successfully.
समृद्धी दिलं, अटल सेतू दिला,
Be it Samruddhi Expressway, be it the Atal Setu Bridge.
कल्याणकारी योजना आम्ही केल्या. कल्याणकारी योजने
Along with that, we also invented a lot of social welfare schemes like Ladki Bahin Yojana, Ladka Bhau Yojana, Yuva Prashikshan Yojana, Free Gas Cylinder Yojana,
योजना केली, शेतकऱ्यांची आम्ही योजना केली, शेतकऱ्यांना
policies for farmers, policies for unemployment. We waived off the electricity bill for all the farmers.
किती 7.5 HP
3, 5, 7.5
हा 3, 5, 7.5 आणि त्या पंपाचं वीज बिल माफ केलं. शेतकऱ्यांना आम्ही 2.5 वर्षामध्ये 2.25 वर्षामध्ये
In the last 2.5 years,
आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये जेवढा मोबदला दिला नव्हता 15,000 कोटी रुपये होते.
the amount of
त्यांच्या योजनांसाठी 45,000
the amount of money that we have provided to farmers through different policies is unheard of, at least in Maharashtra.
विकास आणि दुसरीकडे कल्याणकारी योजना.
On one hand, we focused on development. On the other hand, we made sure that there were several social welfare schemes that were brought in.
आमचा उद्देश एवढाच होता की या राज्याला पुढे न्यायचं. या
Our aim is simple. It is to take this state forward.
प्रत्येक घटकाला काही ना काही
Every element of this state
आधार मिळाला पाहिजे.
should receive help from state government in some way or the other.
सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार.
And that is why I say that this government belongs to the common man.
सर्वसामान्याला काय मिळालं याचा विचार आम्ही केला.
A common man's government can only be judged on what does the government give back to the common man.
केंद्र सरकारने देखील आमच्या पाठीमागे उभे राहिले ताकदीने.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the central government also stood behind us. They helped us whenever needed.
आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणावर
They agreed to a lot of our proposals.
10 वर्षामध्ये
And in the last 10 years,
या राज्याला 10
they've tried to help this state as much as possible.
वर्षामध्ये देखील आम्हाला लाखो कोटी,
especially in the last 2.5 years, they've given us lakhs and crores of rupees for several different projects.
वेगवान सरकार,
That is why the double engine government is so important. It was such an aggressive government that it took all the important decisions in no time. We took up and finished most of the projects on time.
124 सुप्रमा दिल्या. म्हणजे एक फक्त उदाहरण की अशा प्रकारचं काम आम्ही केल्यामुळे या राज्यातल्या जनतेने सर्वसामान्य माणूस आम्ही केंद्रबिंदू मानला. म्हणजे त्याच्यामध्ये
While doing all the work in the state, we tried to keep the Maharashtrian at the center. Be it the women, be it the youth, be it the unemployed, all the backward. They were our major point of concern here, and all of our policies were centered around them.
बहिणींना विकत घेताय का, काही लाच देताय का.
They made a lot of fun of our schemes. They said that we are trying to buy out the votes of our sisters. They even went to the court against our policies.
त्याचबरोबर शासन आपल्या दारी, आम्ही याच्यापूर्वी शासन आपल्या दारी आम्ही केलं. डायरेक्ट तेव्हाही योजना होत्या पूर्वी.
Besides Ladki Bahin Yojana, we also brought in a new scheme where we made sure that the government reaches out to people. Whereas the case was different earlier. Earlier people used to come to the government, now the government goes to the people.
आपल्या लाडकी बहीण योजना यामुळे एकंदरीत लोकांनी विश्वास ठेवला की हे देणारं सरकार आहे.
Because of all these things, people put a lot of faith in the government as they knew that this is a government which gives and does not necessarily take.
आणि कल्याणकारी योजना ज्या केल्या आम्ही,
It was this and the social welfare schemes which we implemented.
बहिणींच्या खात्यात टाकले सुद्धा.
We just didn't make claims, but we've also given 5 installments of Ladki Bahin Yojana in the accounts of all the women.
नोव्हेंबरच्या पैशामध्ये अडकाटी आणतील म्हणून आम्ही ऑक्टोबरमध्येच आचारसंहिता लागायच्या
We knew that the MCC was going to be implemented, which is why we gave the money for the month of November and October together in advance.
कागदावर योजना ठेवायच्यासाठी केलं नाही.
We don't bring policies to just keep them on paper.
या राज्यामध्ये सर्वसामान्यांचं सरकार सर्वसामान्यांसाठी काहीतरी करतंय ही भावना.
It was basically a common man's government which tries to do its best for all the common people here in the state.
कॉमन मॅन आता कॉमन मॅन ने आम्ही ठरवलंय की त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये काही बदल घडवून चांगले दिवस आणून त्याला सुपरमॅन करायचं.
Now we've decided to bring a lot of changes in the life of common man and to make them or to transform them into Superman.
आशीर्वाद दिले की लोकांनी एवढंच आहे की यामध्ये बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी स्पष्ट झाल्या.
lot of things became clear in this election.
राजकारण स्वीकारलं.
People have accepted the politics of development.
द्वेषाचं राजकारण झिडकारलं.
People have rejected the politics of hatred and criticism.
लोकसभेत फेक नॅरेटिव्ह वगैरे सगळं केलं, काय काय केलं,
all the fake narratives were put in place during the Lok Sabha, be it the division amongst caste, be it the fear about the constitution, all of it fell flat on its face this time around.
आता ते म्हणाले जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ, आम्ही जनतेच्या दरबारात जाऊ. लोकसभेच्या वेळेस पण गेले, पण शेवटी एवढं करून, एवढे सगळं खोटं नाटक सांगून, लोकांना घाबरवून पण
after all these stunts and after fearing or scaring the people so many times, now they faced another defeat.
दरबारात जाऊ.
They said that we will go to the court of people
जो काय
to prove which Shivsena is right, but then the people have given the mandate that they had to give.
पूर्णपणे विकासाला आणि कल्याणकारी योजनांना
What we can say that the people have finally accepted and voted for a progressive politics and for social welfare schemes.
सरकार पडणार. रोज आम्हाला
As soon as we formed the Mahayuti government, they used to talk about how the government is going to come down in no time.
त्याचा उच्चार करू इच्छित नाही, पण चौथा शब्द होता का? नाही. पण आम्ही त्याला आरोपाने उत्तर नाही दिले.
We did not answer the criticism with another criticism, but we answered them with our work.
लोकांना भावलं की बाबा हे काम करणारे,
and that is what hit the people at the right spot. People knew that we are working for them.
सीएम म्हणजे चीफ मिनिस्टर आहे, मी म्हणायचो कॉमन मॅन आहे.
And as I always say, CM is not a chief minister but a common man. And I would always live with the common man. It is not just me, but also the two deputy chief ministers. All of us would work with the people by staying with them. You cannot run a government by staying at your home. You cannot run a government via Facebook. You have to be with the people.
शासन आपले दारी आम्ही घेऊन गेलो.
We have to go to the people, and that is where the government looks the best.
आज बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारांनी आम्ही सरकार स्थापन केलं 2019 ला. मोदी साहेबांच्या आशीर्वादाने. आणि
in 2019, keeping the ideals of Balasaheb Thackeray in mind.
स्थापन व्हायला पाहिजे होतं, ते सरकार स्थापन झालं नाही.
But in the state, a similar government should have been formed, but that did not happen. And people haven't forgotten that.
या निवडणुकीत देखील कोण कुठल्या पक्षाचा, आता तुमचा कुठला पक्ष आहे? तुमचा राष्ट्रवादी. आता तो कोणाचा आहे ते लोकांनी ठरवलं. आणि
शिवसेना
now people have put all these debates down. They made it very clear whom does Shivsena belong to.
त्यामुळे आता बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी त्या स्पष्ट झालेल्या आहेत.
A lot of things have become clear now.
आणि मला समाधान आहे की 2019 ला 56 जागा आल्या होत्या.
I'm satisfied that in 2019 there were 54 places,
चालू आहे.
54 candidates won, and now the number has increased even more, while the counting on some places is still left.
आता अमित भाई
people have voted for development.
जे आहेत, केंद्रीय मंत्री आपले भूपेंद्रजी आहेत, राजनाथ सिंगजी, बऱ्याच सगळ्या लोकांनी, आठवले साहेब तर आपल्या सोबतच आहेत. आठवले साहेब सोबत 100%. तर एकंदरीत आपण सगळ्यांनी या निवडणुकीमध्ये एकत्र येऊन काम केलं. आता एकत्र
all the people came together and worked for this election.
काही लोकांनी म्हणा त्याचा अर्थ वेगवेगळा काढला. मोदी साहेब म्हणाले एकत्र या, विकासासाठी एकत्र या. आता लोकांना
when Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave a call for unity, many people started trying to bring out different meanings of that sentence. They tried to make it communal, a statement which was only meant for development, only meant for the progress of this state. He called for the unity of all the people, for unity.
टक्केवारी वाढली, मतदानाची टक्केवारी वाढली.
And people did listen to that, because we can see that there has been an increase in the voting percentage.
टक्केवारी कमी असायची पुरुषांपेक्षा.
Earlier we've seen that women used to vote less in number as compared to men, but now the trends have changed.
सावत्र भावांना चांगला जोडा दाखवलेला आहे.
And now we can very safely say that the Ladki Bahins have shown the stepbrothers their own place.
ही निवडणूक जी आहे, ही निवडणूक विकासाच्या अजेंड्यावर, कल्याणकारी योजनांच्या.
Finally, this election was fought on the agenda of progressive politics, of development and of social welfare schemes.
मोदीजींची जे काही जो त्यांचा सपोर्ट आहे.
We run these parties keeping in mind the ideals of Balasaheb Thackeray under the guidance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
लोकांना आरोप प्रत्यारोप नको आहे. लोकांना सुडाचं राजकारण नको आहे. लोकांना हवंय.
What they need to understand is that people do not like criticism, rudeness and hatred. All they need is development in different sectors of life.
किती आरोप केले, खोटे बोला, आपण रेटून बोला. आता अजितदादा मगाशी म्हणाले की तुम्ही पण काय काय ते बातम्या अशा सकाळी तर अशा बातम्या चालल्या होत्या.
They made a lot of baseless claims while criticizing us.
काय कार्यक्रम होतो का काय?
आमचा करेक्ट कार्यक्रम करायचा.
तर याच्यामध्ये खूप चांगलं निर्णय झाला, चांगला एक आपला ऐतिहासिक विजय झालेला आहे आणि आमची जबाबदारी वाढलेली आहे.
And that's why responsibility has increased even more.
आम्ही निर्णय आहेत की आमचा एकही निर्णय कागदावर राहिलेला नाही. मी त्या सगळ्या
None of our decision has stayed on paper. Everything has been implemented.
कुठली योजना आहे ती कार्यान्वित केली आहे आणि त्यामुळे जो लोकांचा विश्वास,
all the policies have been implemented to the best of its capabilities.
की काँग्रेस सरकार ज्या ठिकाणी असतील त्यांनी किंवा महाविकास आघाडी ज्यांनी ज्यांनी काही निर्णय घेतले, काही आश्वासनं दिली ती पाळली नाही.
People know that the Congress government or the Mahavikas Aghadi government have basically named a lot of schemes and policies but have not fulfilled them. Be it in Rajasthan, be it in Telangana, Karnataka or even in other states. They made claims, they got elected to power and then they basically went to the center asking for money for those same schemes. We did not do that.
पांघरून पाहून आम्ही ते आम्ही अंतरून पाहून पाय पसरले आणि ज्या योजना आम्ही केल्या.
We acted within our limits. All the policies that we named were something that we knew that the state government was capable of giving it to the people, and that is why all of them have ended up being so successful. We followed all the guidelines and all the rules of all the central agencies. We did not violate anything.
आम्ही नियोजन करायचं ते केलं आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना लोकांनी खोटं ठरवलं. ते आम्हाला म्हणाले
this is exactly why the people have proved them wrong. They asked us where are we bringing the money for the Ladki Bahin Yojana. But on the other hand, they copied our own Yojana and introduced it in their manifesto. So where do you bring the money from? After that, people realized that they are just claiming, they are just criticizing, but then they cannot really act. But Mahayuti, on the other hand, is a trustworthy government. Everything has been transparent in Mahayuti.
लोकांच्या दरबारामध्ये आम्ही गेलो आणि लोकांना काम आवडतं, लोकांना विकास पाहिजे, लोकांना कल्याणकारी
people like work, people want policies, people like social welfare policies,
प्रयत्न केले यामध्ये
and that is what we have tried to give it to them.
खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सपोर्ट मिळाला. 10 वर्षामध्ये मी तो आकडा
huge support.
मनमोहन सिंग प्रधानमंत्री होते. 10 वर्षात राज्याला त्यांनी 2 लाख कोटी दिले. पण यावेळी
when Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, he gave us 2 lakh crores. But in the last 10 years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given us 10 lakh crores to the state.
डेव्हलपमेंट साठी जे आहे, मग ते एअर कनेक्टिव्हिटी असेल, वॉटर कनेक्टिव्हिटी,
there's a lot of development projects that have happened, be it about air development, be it about air connectivity, water connectivity or even road connectivity.
मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सपोर्ट केला आणि
all of our projects were supported by the central government, and that is why we could take this state or put the state on the path of development.
याच्यामध्ये मत नाही, आम्ही लोकांची मन जिंकलेली आहे.
We did not just win their votes, but we also won their hearts.
विश्वासावर
For us, their trust is more important.
काही सांगा आणि नंतर
trust is second to none.
अशा प्रकारचं काम आमच्याकडून झालं नाही आणि त्यामुळे आम्ही काम करणारे लोक आहोत, कार्यकर्ते आहोत.
We are the people who would work.
24/7 काम केलं. जेव्हा जेव्हा
we are the ones who work 24/7.
मागे आम्ही उभं राहिलो, त्याला वाऱ्यावर आम्ही सोडलं नाही आणि त्यामुळे जो सर्वसामान्य घटक
whenever the people needed us, we did not leave them hanging. We try to help them as much as we can and stand behind them.
एक पाठीराखा सरकार,
this government is the one which stands behind the people. It gives justice to all the common people.
ताकदीने उभं राहणार सरकार आहे. जसं
it stands with all its full force behind the people.
राहिलं तसं आम्ही जनतेच्या मागे उभे राहिलो आणि म्हणूनच आम्हाला हा असा प्रचंड दैदिप्यमान हा विजय मिळालेला आहे.
And because of all of these reasons, we've received this huge victory.
या विजयाचं श्रेय जे आहे आमच्या मतदारांना देतो, जनतेला देतो.
We give the credit of our victory to the people, to the voters, to the volunteers and the workers of all of our three parties.
जे काही काम आहे या जनतेच्या हितासाठी करणं एवढंच आमची जबाबदारी आहे. त्यामुळे
Now we are very aware that we have to work very hard in the future. And finally, I would like to say thanks to all of you.
आणि आता इथून पुढे तुम्ही खऱ्या चांगल्या बातम्या दिल्या तर तुमचा TRP वाढत जाईल. आमचे प्रकल्प जे आम्ही सुरू केले त्याच्या बातम्या द्या. लोकांच्या फायद्याचे जे प्रकल्प आहेत त्याच्या बातम्या द्या.
वाचाळवीरांच्या बातम्या देऊ नका.
देवेंद्र जी, एक सवाल ये है कि महाराष्ट्र में पिछले कुछ समय से जाति जाति में लगातार एक दंगा फैलाने की कोशिश हो रही थी. क्या स्थिर सरकार को लेकर के मैंडेट है क्या? दूसरा, वोट जिहाद शब्द आपने इस्तेमाल किया था, इस बार भी ऐसी कोशिश कई जगहों पर हुई थी, उसको कैसा जवाब?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, सब समाज को साथ में लाने वाली जो बात प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कही थी, महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने उसको रिस्पॉन्ड किया है और महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाजों ने एक साथ मिलकर एक बड़ा मैंडेट हमको दिया है. मुझे लगता है कि आज निश्चित रूप से जो लोग तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करना चाहते थे, जो डिविजिव पॉलिटिक्स करना चाहते थे, उनको करारा जवाब जनता ने ही दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात को लोगों ने यहाँ पर एक्सेप्ट किया है.
आप दोनों को लेकर के आरोप लग रहे थे बार बार, आप दोनों के लिए साथ की लड़ाई थी शिवांगी ठाकुर फ्रॉम जी न्यूज, एका जी और अजित पवार जी की नकली है. क्या आपको लगता है आज के बाद ये आरोप अब जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है, आपकी ओर से क्या जवाब दिया जाएगा? क्योंकि असली और नकली का फैसला
जनता ने दिखाया ना. अभी आपने पहले ही बोल दिया ना.
नहीं, आपकी ओर से जानना चाहते हैं क्योंकि देखिए बार-बार
नहीं, देखिए जनता ने आज बता दिया है. असली नकली में मैं जाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की विचारधारा वाली जो शिवसेना है, शिवसेना भाजपा की गठबंधन वाली जो शिवसेना है, एक विचारधारा वाली शिवसेना आज लोगों ने तय कर लिया है. कौन है? मैंडेट दिया है लोगों ने आज. अभी तो मुझे लगता है वो तो अभी उनको तो हम कैसे रोकेंगे, वो तो और कुछ ना कुछ बोलते रहेंगे. लेकिन जनता की अदालत में जाने के बाद उनको भी दिखाया है और हमें भी दिखाया है. ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था. जब अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको. वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है. अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था. तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है. ऐसा कैसा है? तो ये तो देखिए, यही तो मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जनता ने पूरी तरह, मैंने पहले भी कहा था कि पूरी तरह थंपिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी. ये पूरा लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है ये पूरी तरह. अभी ये जनता ने भरपूर दिया है. अभी उनको उनकी जगह दिखाइए. अरे भैया, अभी हम लोग अभी तो आंकड़े भी आने के अभी चालू है ना. काउंटिंग चालू है. अभी होने के बाद हमारी तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी. हमारे जैसे आपको बताते हैं, जैसे हमने सीटों का बंटवारा हुआ, हमें कोई मतभेद हमारे में नहीं थे. आज भी कोई मतभेद नहीं है. हम हमारे वरिष्ठ और हम लोग बैठ कर उसके ऊपर निर्णय
बच्चे हैं नई सरकार को लेकर के, तो क्या कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास?
अरे हमें करो ना,
कब तक दावा पेश करेंगे गवर्नर के पास? क्योंकि अब 26 तारीख जो है वो डेट पिछली बार हुआ था, 5 साल पूरा होगा।
समय पे सब बराबर होगा।
पहले तो तीनों पार्टियां अपना अपना नेता चुनती है, अभी रिजल्ट ही आने का है। रिजल्ट आने के बाद सारे एमएलए को बुलाना पड़ता है, अपने अपने पार्टी का नेता चुनते हैं, उसके बाद ये प्रक्रिया होती है। आप बिल्कुल चिंता मत करिए, तीनों पार्टियां साथ में बैठकर और अठौली जी का भी मशवरा हम लेंगे और इसका निर्णय करेंगे।
महाविकास अघाड़ी में दादाजी होटल बुक किए थे, वहाँ पर एमएलए को रखा जाएगा।
तो ये जनता ने तय किया है ना,
पर एक कमेंट
जनता ने इतना भरोसा दिखाया है, अभी हमें जिम्मेदारी बढ़ गई है। हाँ, तो फिर वही तो पब्लिक जनता ने दिखा दिया है, जनता ने पूरा विश्वास दिखाया, तो हम पूरे विश्वास के साथ अभी काम करेंगे।
सीएम साहब 3 होटल महाविकास अघाड़ी ने बुक किए थे,
हमने एक भी मीटिंग नहीं करी थी, हम लोग शांत बैठे थे।
हमने मीटिंग भी नहीं करी थी और होटल भी बुक नहीं किया था, क्योंकि हमें मालूम था थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलने वाली है।
उनके आवश्यकता पड़े तो उनके होटल हम मांग लेंगे,
उनकी बुकिंग हम ले लेंगे। नाही, बरेचसे झालेत ना, काँग्रेसचे मोठे बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि काय काय पृथ्वीराज चव्हाण, बहुत से लोगों का हुआ है।
संजय राऊतची बरोबर आहे।
चला आता 2 प्रश्न मराठीत घेऊ आपण, महाराष्ट्रात बसलोय आणि मग संपू। 2 प्रश्न मराठी।
अरे जाने दो ना, एक ही सवाल है क्या? आपका सवाल खत्म हुआ? सवाल खत्म?
असं म्हणतात की बॅलेट पेपरवर निवडणुका घ्या, ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय माहीत नाही मान्य नाही।
पुन्हा एकदा तुम्हाला विचारतो, संजय राऊत कोण?
ईव्हीएमचा निर्णय मान्य आहे।
The Mahayuti alliance partners all in one frame with Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar. You have Ramdas Atavale also in that picture there, and the BJP workers, of course. Well, Eknath Shinde just a while back said that it's the opposition's fake narrative that has been decimated, and our development work seems to have worked, and also the credit goes to the Ladki Behan Yojana that seems to have worked in the favor of the Mahayuti here. All right, who becomes the chief minister next? On that also, when the question was asked to Eknath Shinde and also Devendra Fadnavis, they said they're going to take they're going to speak to Ramdas Atavale also, and they are going to speak to everybody else in the Mahayuti, and the suggestion, the opinion of every leader will be taken. And they burst into laughter there. Sajjan, isn't that what really happened? Just a while back, we've seen, these visuals that have come in, and also the press conference that was just held. Well, it's all.
Sajjan, a word from Shehzad Poonawala. Shehzad, ek hai to safe hai. I can see that prominently displaying on your T-shirt as well. When is Prime Minister Modi expected at the BJP headquarters?
Very soon, perhaps by 6:30 or 7 p.m. And given that there'll be hundreds and hundreds of people here, it might get a little delayed, but it will happen this evening.
Okay.
But having said that, Maria, thank you. Ek hai, safe hai is not just on my T-shirt. It's on the lips of every Maharashtrian. It's on the lips of every Indian. And I think those who wanted to take the support of those politicians who do appeasement, I think they have been rejected roundly and soundly.
Okay, but Shehzad, ek hai to safe hai came into this entire political discourse in Maharashtra only towards the last leg. You entered this election campaign with Ladki Behan. Why is the party not giving enough credit to Ladki Behan and the Behnas of Maharashtra who were responsible for this victory?
You know, unlike the MVA, we are neither fighting over the CM post, neither are we fighting over credit. But the fact of the matter is, Maria, and you are a now very seasoned journalist, you know that Narendra Modi means pro-incumbency. And Sajan is sitting here, he'll tell you that before this, the intellectuals would talk about anti-incumbency. But Modi jab se aaya hai, third time NDA government at center, गुजरात में गवर्नमेंट रिपीट, मध्य प्रदेश में रिपीट, हरियाणा रिपीट, उत्तराखंड रिपीट, उत्तर प्रदेश रिपीट, महाराष्ट्र रिपीट, गोवा रिपीट. ये रिपीटेशन के पीछे व्हाट इज द कॉमन फैक्टर? That common factor is called Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi's PDA is performance, delivery and aspiration. This PDA gives us and powers us in every election, and therefore 2.5 years we have done spectacular work in the Maha-Yuti government. But that is overall taken forward by the vision and leadership of Prime Minister Modi, and that is why we have delivered this great victory in Maharashtra. By the way, not a single party in the opposition has enough seats to get LOP position, by the way. And in fact, even the three parties together have not got more seats than our Eknath Shinde's party.
All right. And Sajan, well, it's of course the women who've rewarded the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, the OBC consolidation that seems to have worked. The farmers have also voted in large numbers, we do believe, in Maharashtra. All these factors combined have given the Mahayuti a clear edge over MPA.
Yeah, the Mahayuti really, I mean, kind of, I am surprised by the degree of mandate, not by the direction of mandate. That was very much clear. And women were the X factor, that was also evident, but it seems that women as a X factor, pull factor, ended up, I mean, pulling entire household along with them. So, along with the Ladli, it seems the Ladlas also got, I mean, pulled along. Otherwise, this sort of a mandate and reward was not, I mean, expect this is historical.
Yes, yes.
I've never seen before. And to the Congress spokesperson, you know, of course, you'll be looking at the India bloc victory in Jharkhand. And of course, it's a landslide there. A big thumbs up to Hemant Soren. But ma'am, the concern would be that it is not the Congress which is responsible for these results. Here it is Hemant Soren. So, yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, you know, when you were talking about Maharashtra and Jharkhand after the Haryana elections, if you remember, most people were saying that the Congress party needed to give more space to the regional parties. And of course, since it's easier to target the Congress party, now, of course, this question is going to be raised that in Jharkhand, it is not you.
Targeting Congress party, ma'am. Nobody is targeting Congress party. We are just asking questions to you as a Congress spokesperson. Please.
I'm also asking you, answering your question in my own way. There's no issue with what you are asking. We believe in democracy and you can ask us any questions. But what I'm saying is that the Jharkhand win is a great win. And of course, when we talk about Maharashtra, we do need to introspect and do need to see why we were not able to counter the narrative of divisiveness that the BJP had really put forward so strongly and aggressively in the campaign. We kept giving a positive campaign to the people of Maharashtra, and we did believe that people were going to vote against the Katenge Batenge, and because unity in diversity is what we believe in. However, there are a lot of questions that are going to be raised, but we are definitely going to see why we were not being able to counter the Maratha and OBC divide that the BJP was creating, or the tribal and Dhangar community divide that they were, you know, creating. And of course, a very major question is also going to be raised on the people's names that were removed from the voting list and voters list, and we should have worked harder on that as well. So it's all for us to kind of work out where we went wrong and how we can do it better.
Front. All right, Shehzad. Shehzad wants to respond to that. Shehzad, before I go to the other guests.
Jharkhand also. Let me finish about Jharkhand.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Jharkhand, we must not forget, because there also the Ghuspetia narrative which the BJP tried to set did not work. And of course, people did recognize that the tribals were being targeted over there. And if you see Jharkhand, everybody was saying that the BJP under Dr. Raman earlier was there, and now again they would be coming back because people did seem to feel that the narrative of Ghuspetia was working, but clearly it did not work. And Hemant Soren, who is again a brand icon for the cutting of Ghuspetia kind, did not work.
Okay.
Did not work.
Okay.
So, you know, if you look at that, so our Yojana worked. And one last point is that what we said in Maharashtra is what we said in Jharkhand. Only difference was that in Jharkhand, our government was in place and it is going to be in place. And we were able to implement our scheme for women also very well, and along with all the other schemes. But in Maharashtra, obviously, it did not work for us.
Okay,
so we'll have to
let the BJP spokesperson respond now. Shehzad, go ahead. The opposition also, leaders have said today that the Mahayuti has gone on to do some gadbad and stolen votes. It's the theft of votes in Maharashtra. How do you respond to that narrative?
I just hope that the Congress spokesperson will be as courteous as I was and I heard her out, so she won't interrupt me. Look, first of all, it is so hypocritical that the verdict in Wayanad is fine, EVM is fine there, EVM is fine in Jharkhand, EVM is fine in Bengal, EVM is fine in Punjab, EVM is fine in Jammu Kashmir, EVM is bad in Haryana, EVM is bad in Maharashtra. So this sounds more like a person who has L written all over him and is somebody who puts constitution below the Parivar Tantra, puts Parivar Tantra above constitution Tantra. That having said aside, now let me come to the larger issue. Look, analyze both the alliances, the India alliance and the ND alliance. The BJP is a positive booster for its allies. It takes its allies along. The BJP's strike rate, for instance, in Maharashtra is a healthy 85%. The others are 70, 60% are allies. Whereas the Congress party is a liability. In Haryana, it was a liability for itself. In Jammu Kashmir, it's a liability. In Jharkhand, it's a liability. Wherever Congress goes, it becomes a liability for people. Point number one. Point number two, Rahul Gandhi has lost his 89th election. How many more times are we going to relaunch Rahul Gandhi? That the larger ecosystem has to answer. So 89th election, Rahul Gandhi, 13th after Bharat Jodo Yatra. And thirdly that I want to say is that, look, this alliance was always, the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance was always based on convenience. They never really had anything solidifying them, any common plank. Even now, they don't accept Savarkar as a great leader. You ask the spokesperson of Congress. So therefore, people saw through that and people stood by the development work we've done in the last 2.5 years.
I'll just go to the Congress spokesperson in just a bit. Let me go across to senior journalist Jayant Manikar also with us on the broadcast. Yeah, Jayant, if I could bring you in. With the messaging driven by Rahul Gandhi also in this election, that is also going to come into question because of the rejection that is being faced by the Congress party by the people of Maharashtra.
Yeah, it's a fact. Congress needs introspection, and particularly I feel this in 2019, the alliance that was between Congress and NCP got Shiva Sena. I think that particular
at the moment, we'll just come back to you.
Okay, thank you. What is your planned project? Thank you.
Priyanka Gandhi who's won by a huge margin in Wayanad. She's even crossed the vote margin that her brother had received in the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Mr. Manikar, go ahead with the point that you were making.
So, Uddhav Thakere's entry in with Congress and NCP was, it seems, not liked by the people of Maharashtra, because from 1989 till 2019, the people of Maharashtra were aware about only a Shiva Sena BJP alliance, but the three parties, Khichdi or whatever it is called, three parties Mahavikas Aghadi, 2.5 year rule, and then the chaos, whatever it has happened, it is not liked at all. And so I can say that the first assembly election after the Uddhav Thackeray split from BJP, Maharashtra people have shown that which Shiva Sena is real Shiva Sena. Okay, there will be another
All right,
question.
Mr. Manikar, absolutely. We'll come back to you in just a bit. My colleague Marika also now joins us on the broadcast. She has a special guest on the broadcast with her.
I'm going to go straight to Robin Sharma, who's joining us live. Robin Sharma has been the campaign strategist for Mr. Eknath Shinde and the entire Shiva Sena. Robin, congratulations to you. You would be among those rare strategists in the country today who would have a near 100% strike rate.
Thank you so much, Madhya, for having me today on NDTV. Yes, it's a great day today. The results are as per expectation. We are relieved that our hard work has paid off finally.
What do you think worked for the Shiva Sena? Mahayuti, we'll talk about it in a bit, but Shiv Sena and Mr. Shinde.
I think Shiv Sena, it's all about Eknath Shinde ji. His mass appeal, the way he worked hard, his initiatives of welfare schemes and keeping welfare and development balanced, and Latki Behna. I think the way he worked hard, campaign, he reached out to places during the campaign where no CM in the past did. And he did highest number of election meetings. He also went about to campaign on BJP seats and NCP seats. So the coordination of alliance, I think for Shiv Sena, it's all about Eknath Shinde ji.
Okay, and Robin, if we were to talk about how this entire campaign panned out, 6 months ago, all of you were not really hopeful. I mean, I did not have a conversation with you, so I can't say much. But BJP certainly did not bank much after the debacle of sorts it faced in the Lok Sabha polls to now. What changed in 6 months?
I think the fear of loss that we have felt during Lok Sabha, that fear has motivated us to work hard, do course correction, and do whatever is necessary to bring the alliance back on track. We were very well organized, well planned. Our preparedness, we were ahead in comparison to Maha Vikas Aghadi, in terms of planning, in terms of preparedness, in terms of coordination, in terms of campaign strategy. So I think Lok Sabha results have helped us to be on our toes and not let ourselves become complacent and work hard till the last vote is polled.
And in terms of Ladki Behan, there has been a lot of emphasis on it. Is that really the X factor in this election, ensuring the kind of landslide that you are seeing?
Definitely, because Ladki Behan was not just an announcement. We have given, women have received 7,500, 7,500 rupees in their account. That too during some major festival. We have seen the data that how these women have started spending this money on themselves, taking care of themselves, especially women who are suffering from anemia. They have started the enrollment in schools have gone up, and they have also started saving money for themselves. So you see, if you look at the statistics, if you look at the feedback that we have received from women, they have a lot of trust that we will deliver. So the money that they have received, 7,500, this is first time they have received in Maharashtra. No, they have not received any such a big amount in the past. So that really helped us. That Ladki Behan gave us the fillip in the to the campaign that we started doing after Lok Sabha elections.
Okay, and and in terms of the Maratha factor, how much of that really helped? Because the Chief Minister himself was from the Maratha community, so he was able to reach out to Jarange Patil in many ways to ensure that he doesn't really become this big figure in the run-up to elections. He was neutralized in many ways.
See, whether it is Maratha or any caste for that matter, one quality and one extraordinary feature and positives of Eknath Shinde ji is that he reaches out to people. He believes in having conversation with people. He believes in having dialogue with people. So he always had a dialogue with Manoj Jarangi Patil. He always was in discussion, always reached out whenever there was a need, and always try to convince people that trust me, that I'm doing everything in my capacity to ensure that reservation happens. Now, there are certain legal restrictions, but still, I think the people at the end of the day decided that, okay, among all the options, it is better that we trust Eknath Shinde ji and Mahayuti Alliance compared to Mahvikas Aghadi. So I think for Maratha, at the end of the day, it's all about trust, who you trust the most, because it's not as simple as we see.
Okay, then how much of this last 2.5 years of governance made him reach out to people to say, trust me, I have delivered, we can do good governance in future as well?
Yes, so if you remember, I think once the election was announced, within 24 hours, we released our report card. And in that, we described and we mentioned all the parameters, whether it is economy, whether it is social justice, whether it is various initiatives and schemes. We presented to people what we did in the last 2.5 years and what Mahvikas Aghadi did in first 2.5 years of their governance. So it was very out in the open. Data is for public consumption. They're taken from authentic sources, government sources. So anyone can go and validate whether it is right or wrong. So within 24 hours, we were able to present a report card. And Eknath Shinde ji and Deven ji and Ajit Dada all said it, that this is the first time that in Maharashtra that is happening, that we are going to elections with our work. You decide. If you believe that we have worked, then you give us the mandate. But you decide, because we believe we have done it and this is our report card in front of you. And we are accountable to present our report card as a public and elected representative.
Okay, my last question to you. It was a hyper-localized election, Robin. 288 mini battles, that's what it was called. In the absence of an overarching narrative, what do you think played as an important factor? Do you think it was equally important to have good candidates? And that's where the Mahayuti perhaps had the edge.
Yeah, I think Mahayuti, if you go back in time, you go back a couple of months before the election, you'll see Mahayuti leaders having a lot of dialogues and conversation on seats, coordinating on seats compared to Mahvikas Aghadi. The top leadership was always hands-on, sitting and discussing each and every seat, sitting which candidate suits which party, where which symbol suits which seat. So all those combinations were worked out. So we were well ahead in terms of planning. And apart from, of course, state narrative was there that this government has delivered, it is more trustworthy. There is a hard-working CM who is working almost 21 hours or 18 hours a day, 18 to 21 hours a day. And then there is Mahvikas Aghadi, where there is a competition that who will become CM. So that confusion and lack of narrative, I think, helped us, because at the end of the day, people decided to go with something which is more systematic, more structured, and more clarity and trust. So I think in terms of seats, I think the credit goes to leadership of Mahayuti.
All right, Robin Sharma, congratulations to you. You can have a relaxed evening and go on a little break. Thank you so much for joining us and speaking to NDTV.
Thank you.
On that note, we are slipping into a short break. After the break, we have a big newsmaker lined up for you. It's a surprise, so don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. how to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
And we have a very special newsmaker joining us from Mumbai. Amrita Fadnavis is live with us. Banker, singer, someone who wears multiple hats. Also, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis's wife. Amrita Fadnavis, we'll connect with her in just a bit again. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just tweeted about the results. He says, I thank the people of Maharashtra. NDA's pro-people effort resonate all over. I thank people across various states for blessing NDA candidates in the various bypolls. That's what his reaction is to overall bypoll results. With regards to Maharashtra, he says development wins, good governance wins. United, we will soar even higher. Heartfelt gratitude to my sisters and brothers of Maharashtra, especially the youth and women of the state, for a historic mandate to the NDA. This affection and warmth is unparalleled. I assure the people that our alliance will keep working for Maharashtra's progress. Jai Maharashtra. That's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted minutes before he heads to the BJP headquarters for that celebration, almost a protocol of sorts, or tradition I should say, which has been followed at the new BJP headquarters ever since Prime Minister Modi arrived in New Delhi in 2014. There are celebrations after every assembly election win. When there is a loss, of course, there is a great degree of introspection, retrospection, analysis which goes into it. But what we are seeing here is a day of celebration for the BJP, a result like no other coming in from one of the most influential states of India. Aditi, a quick word before we bring in Amrita Fadnavis.
Of course, there's joy and there's celebration, but do you sense a slight sense of a slight shadow, a slight anxiety on the faces of all the people whom we are seeing on the screen? Who is going to become the chief minister? There is, there's a slight wariness that I can see on the face of the man who has led the government to victory, Eknath Shinde, as well as Sharad Pawar, as well as Ajit Pawar, as well as Fadnavis ji. But
United we soar. That's what Prime Minister is saying. I think he has been very careful in his choice of words. He's talked about it as NDA ki victory, not as much as talking about BJP per se. Okay, we have our newsmaker joining us now. I'm going to go straight to Mumbai, where Amrita Fadnavis is joining us. She is a banker, actor, singer, someone who wears multiple hats. Also, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis's wife. Amrita Fadnavis, a big day for you and the people of Maharashtra. How do you look at the verdict?
Today, the verdict has been phenomenal. People of Maharashtra have stood by development, have stood by good governance, and you can see the result which has come out with flying colors for BJP and Mahayuti.
So you see this as a victory of the BJP and Mahayuti, and how much of the heavy lifting was done by the BJP in particular, given that in this alliance, the strike rate of the BJP is 85%, ma'am?
Yeah, this has never happened in the past, and this is unforeseen. This has been unforeseen. I think so. Every Karyakarta went out to the grassroots. Every Karyakarta worked hard every single day. Devendra ji worked. Every leader of BJP worked. Our Ladli Behnas were always there with us, and they showed their love this way. Our brothers were there for us because they saw a governance which was for development. And all the false narratives which were thrown in by the opposition during Lok Sabha have also been cleared off. So it's a result of this whole joint effort by the party members, by the cadre, by the leaders, which has shown us these kind of phenomenal results.
Since you spoke about Ladki Behan, we have seen a surge in women voters in Maharashtra, and many say that that was because of the announcement of Ladki Behan Yojana. Why do you think women have emerged as the supporter for Mahayuti in this election?
Modi government or state government under Mahayuti has always worked for women in terms of policies and in terms of supporting women. So Ladli Behan was just one of them. We have so many of them. We have Maji Kanya Bhagyashri, Sukanya Samriddhi, Lek Ladki, Vidwa pension. We have 50% rebate in ST travel. We have Annapurna Yojnas, and there are so many such Yojnas which are pro-women. I think so, starting from triple talaq to these kind of Yojnas, everything was for women by the BJP. So I think so this had to be there. Women had to support BJP.
And women-centric development, do you think that's the key here perhaps? Because
yes,
of this victory?
The bill for the first time for women in parliament was also passed by Modi ji. So the way they support women, naturally women will always love this party and support this party.
Okay, and overall when you look at the support which has come in for Mahayuti has not only come in from certain pockets, is pan-Maharashtra. And the mandate is never seen before in Maharashtra's history.
So that's what it is like, bhuto na bhavishya. Ye kabhi na hua hai, na kabhi hoga. I'm sure aisa hoga if they continue with this kind of governance and these kind of policies. And I'm very happy that the people have voted for development, have voted for Modi ji's good governance, have voted for Maharashtra's prosperity.
And, the fact is that Mr. Devendra Fadnavis was the face of the BJP in Maharashtra in these elections. Of course, this was a united Mahayuti which went in for this election. How do you look at the role of Mr. Devendra Fadnavis and his campaigning?
He has worked hard for this mission. He has given it all for this mission. And I'm happy that all his people stuck to him in good times, bad times, because of which this result is what we can see. And I think so, the mission of his life is serving Maharashtra and nation, and it will continue irrespective of the position or the post which he gets.
Yes, and we have seen the highs and lows. I mean, in 2014, he was the chief minister, then he went on to become the deputy chief minister. There is a huge buzz around him again, whether, and particularly among the cadres who are saying that given the kind of strike rate that the BJP has, and given how it is the dominant player in this election and in this victory of Mahayuti, he should return on the chief minister's chair. What are your thoughts?
I think so. We all wish best for Maharashtra. Whatever best for Maharashtra should happen, and that decision will definitely be taken by the parliamentary board, by the party leaders, and everyone will follow their decision. And that would be the best for Maharashtra.
Okay, so you tell me, I mean, as someone who has been, a spouse of the former chief minister and then the deputy chief minister, how has the performance of the BJP been, and what kind of efforts do you think the party put in these many years in Maharashtra?
I think so. Let's just compare our Lok Sabha results to our results today. The false various the false narratives which they had put in, they have been washed off, and that is because of the work which the grassroots Karyakarta of the party has done. They have gone every house and cleared so many doubts. The infra development which the Mahayuti has brought in, the transparent governance which has been set forth compared to how it was governed before. There are many such factors, including, as we discussed, Ladli Bahin, Ladki Bahin, and other policies and yojanas which were very beneficial, have been beneficial to women. So I think all these put together, it's a win-win situation.
Okay, how has the last 12 hours been? I'm sure a lot of anxiety for you. And how do you look at the next 24 hours?
Yeah, this was the biggest anxiety regarding how the performance would come out, how the voting pattern would turn out to be. And now we are all relieved. I would sleep today. That's what I can say. I had sleepless nights since the last 3 nights. But now today is the day where we can have we have a sigh of relief. So I'm very happy. And regarding tomorrow, there is no pressure because it will be in the best of solutions for everyone, for everyone, whatever whatever will be decided.
Okay, now tell me, my final question to you. This is regarding this landslide victory. Did you anticipate this? And I'm sure you would have been aware of what are the talks which is happening in the inner circle. As the spouse of Devendra Fadnavis, what was the chatter like, in the sense that did this kind of victory, and was it really even in the back of mind that is this a possibility?
Possibilities can never be ruled out, but on the higher side, they did expect a 120, and the lower side, as we know, around 100. And this has gone definitely beyond expectations, and very happy about this phenomenal victory. It has shown a new roadmap to Maharashtra, a roadmap of development, a roadmap of good governance, a roadmap which will take Maharashtra to different levels in coming days.
All right. Amrita Fadnavis, a thought on your husband and his hard work?
I would just like to say that I'm proud of the way he worked all through these days. I'm proud of how the party Karyakartas worked through these days and joined him for his mission Maharashtra, which is accomplished today. I feel very happy, and I have no words to express my happiness.
And the fact is that Devendra Fadnavis is not known to be talking much. He's a man of few words. So what was his first reaction to this victory?
I can just say that he's happy, and he's meeting people, and he's enjoying his moment at this point of time.
All right. Congratulations, Amrita Fadnavis, and thank you for speaking to NDTV and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
Namaskar.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
People deliver decisive mandates. People keep faith in incumbents in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. It's a Mahayuti landslide in Maharashtra, saffron surge which completely drowns Mahavikas Aghadi. Eknath Shinde says that opposition's fake narratives have flopped. Celebrations erupt as NDA set to sweep elections in Maharashtra. Saffron wave stuns Mahavikas Aghadi. Who will be... And Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's stunning debut in Wayanad. She surpasses her brother's margin of victory. Big win for India bloc in Jharkhand as voters reject NDA's infiltrators campaign. Hemant Soren defies anti-incumbency, set to win another term in Jharkhand. TMC's massive sweep in first polls after RG car case. TMC wins 3 seats, leads in 3. And what a day it has been. The Janta, that is Janardhan, has clearly said that be it in Maharashtra or in Jharkhand, there is no chaos. They won't give a mandate which will be about hung assemblies. They want to vote for governance. They want to vote for Ladki Behan and Maiya Samman. I mean, these two schemes have brought back the incumbents in both these states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. A decisive victory for Mahayuti with the BJP leading in Maharashtra. A total of 230 plus for Mahayuti in Maharashtra. 57 for India bloc in Jharkhand. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving at the BJP headquarters in some time from now. An interesting tweet there put out by him where he says that this is a victory for NDA. He says development wins, good governance wins, united we will soar even higher. Heartfelt gratitude to my sisters and brothers of Maharashtra, especially the youth and women of the state for this historic mandate to the NDA. This affection and warmth is unparalleled. I assure the people that our alliance will keep working for Maharashtra's progress. Jai Maharashtra. That's Prime Minister's tweet. Even as in an hour from now, he heads to the BJP headquarters. We have Professor Sandeep Shastri and Aditi Fadnis here in the studio. First thanks is to the women. He says, heartful gratitude to my sisters. Aditi?
Well, that's, that's not unnatural. That's quite expected. But whether that heartfelt gratitude is to his sisters or it's to the current Chief Minister, I mean, he accepted Deputy Chief Ministership despite having been Chief Minister in the past. I understand that's not unnatural in Maharashtra, where Chief Ministers have accepted to become members of Cabinet. But now what happens? Who will, obviously the Chief Minister will be the person who claims the credit for this victory, and on that basis he will be made Chief Minister. So who will it be? There's not too much time left because it's going to be, day after tomorrow is the swearing in. It has to be held. It's a constitutional requirement.
Yes.
If you look at the Prime Minister's statement, he's endorsing what has helped the BJP win several times, the youth vote and the women vote. both these segments of the voters have been complimented by the Prime Minister, and there is no question of doubt that these two segments have had an important role to play in the victory of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Just as I presume these segments have had a role to play in the victory of the JMM-led alliance in Jharkhand. I think election after election we are finding that women as a segment of the voters are playing a decisive role, just as are younger voters, those below the age of 30, who constitute quite a big chunk of the voting population. So I think the specific thank you to women and to youth
in particular
was very much in place, because that is the flavor of the day in many ways.
We will analyze Jharkhand as well, because I think that's also in a way rejection of this entire politics around the CBI and the ED. People of Jharkhand have said that they would have rather faith in their leader rather than someone who has gone to jail.
State assembly elections are increasingly being fought on very much localized issues. And the campaign of all the alliances in the two states have been specifically on local issues. If you see what the BJP campaigned on in Maharashtra and what they campaigned on Jharkhand are two very differently distinct set of issues. In Jharkhand, they campaigned on the question of tribal areas and the infiltration there and the changing of the composition of tribal areas, whereas the JMM stuck to its agenda of appealing to the tribal vote, even seeking a religion status for the tribal practices. And it's very clear that in Jharkhand also, the vote was split between the tribal and non-tribal vote segments, with the JMM doing very well in the tribal area and the BJP doing well in the non-tribal area. And the JMM, I think, had the advantage that the Congress got votes in the non-tribal area also, which accounted for the type of victory that their alliance has been able to achieve in the state of Jharkhand.
Okay, let's connect to Radhika as well, who is joining us from the Mumbai BJP headquarters. But before that, there was a press conference that was done by Mahayuti to showcase the united victory, saying that this is a joint effort of all the three political parties, which was led by Eknath Shinde, because he was firmly seated in the middle, while flanked by Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis. Those images we don't miss. Clearly,
I don't know whether he was hemmed in or flanked by.
Absolutely, flanked by or hemmed in. Let's see. But for the moment, let's listen in to what the three leaders jointly said, and then we'll go straight to Radhika.
ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था. जब अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको. वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है. अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था. तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है. ऐसा कैसा है?
आज महाराष्ट्र में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है. और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है, और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं।
लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे गेम चेंजरच ती योजना झाली। अंडर करंट असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले, कारण एवढ्या प्रचंड बहुमताने, म्हणजे मी तर जसा राजकारणात आलोय तसं 222 आणि 225 महायुतीला किंवा कुठल्याही आघाडीला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तरी कधी असं यश मिळालेलं माझ्या तरी पाहण्यात नाही, माझ्या तरी ऐकवत नाही।
Let me go straight to Radhika, who's joining us live from outside the BJP headquarters. You know, Radhika, on 26th is when the term of this present Maharashtra Assembly ends, and that is the reason why there has to be that rush in forming the government. What are you picking up in Mumbai?
Right, I'm not able to hear you. It is very loud here. I'm outside BJP headquarters and you can see Devendra Fadnavis there along with Bawankule. A cake cutting ceremony is going on at this point. Several other top BJP leaders also present. Devendra Fadnavis, man of the moment at BJP headquarters, celebrating the victory. Of course, he did address people just a while ago and also took a press conference along with Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. Spoke about how this is a win against fake narrative, an unprecedented victory of sorts. BJP winning almost every seat except a few. He says fake narrative has been busted and defeated in the state of Maharashtra. This is nothing but a blessing of citizens of the state of Maharashtra. Ladki Behan scheme and several such schemes for farmers, women, youth really worked wonders as far as Mahayuti is concerned. So yes, this is a huge day for the BJP, for Mahayuti. Celebrations going on. You can see dhols, drums, saffron all around the BJP office in Nariman Point. Those are the drummers there. They've been at it since this afternoon and several thousands of BJP karyakartas in and around this particular place. Saffron flag, BJP flag all around the podium erected just to celebrate the victory. You can see Fadnavis's pictures, posters being flashed by people here. It is a huge moment for BJP, of course, and Fadnavis also thanking Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah, JP Nadda and several top leaders of the BJP. Of course, this is in a way vindicating the position of BJP and Mahayuti particularly, especially after the Lok Sabha defeat. We know for a fact that it was a massive defeat for the BJP, for Mahayuti, after which this is certainly a comeback, and the man behind that is none other than Devendra Fadnavis, who has made this possible for the BJP and for Mahayuti, of course. So not just Devendra Fadnavis, but also Eknath Shinde. Under the chief ministership of Eknath Shinde, multiple schemes were launched. Development is at the fulcrum of it all, is what the leaders have been saying. From coastal road to metro projects to several other infrastructure projects in Mumbai and Mumbai metropolitan region, definitely making lives of people easier, which is what led to the victory of this kind, is something that the BJP and several other Mahayuti leaders have been reiterating since this morning. So yes, a landslide, unprecedented victory, and in a way, this vindicates the position of the BJP, of the Mahayuti, and also in a way gives clarity on perhaps the identity battle, survival battle and prestige battle that we've been talking about since 2019 as far as Maharashtra's political landscape is concerned. And somebody is giving me jalebi. Thank you so much. So yes, this is indicative of the joy and relief as far as the BJP camp is concerned. So jalebi is finally being distributed at the BJP headquarters. Huh?
Thank you so much for joining us and getting us all those pictures there. A big victory sign being flashed by all those leaders of Maharashtra. This is of the BJP. Aditi, a word on Devendra Fadnavis. Let's discuss his rise and rise in the BJP, the highs and lows at the same time. I can see Dr. Shama Mohammed join us. We also have Tuhin Sinha. Welcome on this broadcast. Yes, Aditi, a word on Devendra Fadnavis.
So Devendra Fadnavis rose from the RSS. We know that. His relations with Nitin Gadkari, who is also from Nagpur, so is he from Nagpur, were not very, how shall I put it, not very cordial. But he pressed on ahead and he has emerged as one of the most important leaders in the BJP now. There was a time when Pramod Mahajan, when he stitched up the alliance between the Shiv Sena and the BJP, BJP leadership was felt it was kind of crippled by the dominating personality of Shiv Sena. And Shiv Sena and Balasaheb Thackeray's stature was such that he could do parallel deals with various people, including Sharad Pawar, to the detriment of the BJP. So it was kind of playing both sides against the middle. After Balasaheb Thackeray passed away, that factor was no longer there, and politics emerged in a very different way. And Devendra Fadnavis arose as one of the younger, more clean leaders in the BJP, but he is not universally acknowledged as everybody's leader in the BJP. Quietly, BJP leaders, I spoke to many who have become MPs, quietly they do accept that he is the only person who can keep the BJP together.
In Maharashtra?
In Maharashtra. But there are others who also believe that he is not equipped for the job, including Pankaja Munde sometimes.
Yes, Professor Sandeep Shastri, some jalebi is being made in the BJP office there.
I think it's important to remember that his roots have been in local governance. He served as mayor of the city and did reasonably well and then rose in the ranks. The fact that he served as a chief minister for a term and then decided to accept the deputy chief ministership because of an arrangement which the BJP wished to make, and today in hindsight that arrangement has stood them in good stead, allowed them to focus on a Maratha leader when they did not have the numbers that they have today. And of course, today is a very different occasion when the BJP has done so well in leading that coalition. It may be a little difficult to sidetrack now the expectations of a leader from within the BJP to head the new government in the state.
And Congress contesting on 101 seats. It has managed 17. There is a massive setback for the Congress party, of course, for the entire Mahavikas Aghadi. Dr. Shama Mohammed, will there be introspection, or will the entire spotlight will be about celebrations in Wayanad for a victory which was almost given?
No, definitely there will be introspection. It's a very bad loss for us. I truly agree. But I just want to say 2 to 3 points. One is that this Batega, Katega, I was just watching the former CM Devendra Fadnavis saying that Ek Hai To Safe worked. Then it should have worked in Jharkhand. Jharkhand, there was a landslide for JMM Congress. There, the polarizing speeches given by him and
Let's dip into that, and I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Shama Mohammed.
सरकार ने जनहित के काम किए उसकी वजह है
अपोजिशन लगातार ईवीएम की बात कह रहा है
बेबुनियाद
All right, you heard from Piyush Goyal. We'll try and connect with that soundbite again. Yes, Dr. Shama Mohammed, go ahead.
So, Himanta Biswa Sarma, Yogi Adityanath, and of course the Home Minister of India talking about Guspete and the despicable ad last which they released, spewing hatred onto Muslims. So that did not work. In both states, what worked was Ladli Behna. And we did not overcome it in Maharashtra like what we did in Telangana and in Karnataka. Our guarantees were released very late. and we should have released it much before. And also, let me tell you, I'm not blaming the Election Commission, but last time in 2019, it was October, when the Maharashtra elections were held along with Haryana, they postponed it saying that, you know what, we have to do J&K and you need security. But when you want to go in for one election, one poll, one nation, one election, you would have security issues in Chhattisgarh, Punjab, West Bengal. So you'll need to take care of it. So that was prolonged for the simple reason. And the other excuse they gave was festivals. Festivals, you know, in the beginning of the month. So that helped, like 3 months to 4, they could give the Ladli Behna scheme or Ladki Behna, in which in their account, more than 6,000 rupees have come in. So the women were really taken in by it. And we did not overcome that by showing that we are giving you 3,000, much more, and we've done it in Karnataka and in Telangana. So we did not do that. So of course, I think this is the two important things which
All right, before I bring in Tuhin, a word from Aishwarya Jain, who is joining us from BJP headquarters, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive in some time from now. Aishwarya, you know, as reporters who cover the BJP, we have seen these celebrations happen way too often. You know, it was only a few weeks ago in Haryana, after Haryana victory, and now Maharashtra, which is making Prime Minister arrive here.
Well, and that gives a lot of confidence and morale booster for the Karyakartas who had been doing their job, spending time for the party for so many months, and therefore the reason perhaps such a massive gathering already out here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, where in different from different areas of the national capital, in fact from outside as well, we've been told, from Telangana to Uttar Pradesh to Maharashtra, from every part of the country, the Bharatiya Janata supporters have gathered over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. We have been told at 6 p.m. the Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda will be arriving, and at 6:30 p.m. Prime Minister will be arriving at the BJP headquarters and addressing the Karyakartas after that landslide victory in the state of Maharashtra. But let me show you a quick glimpse of what's happening around at the BJP headquarters. The SPG already in place because of the security protocol for the Prime Minister. The security arrangements are in line, and on the other side, such massive screens had been set up for Prime Minister and the other top leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party will be arriving soon. Apart from it, large number of Karyakartas had already gathered over here and waiting for the Prime Minister to see him speak on this massive victory. Remember, his tweet as well also came, thanked thousands of people who had supported this time for the Bharatiya Janata Party. A tremendous one, in fact, for the BJP, such a mandate that they have also not thought of. But certainly at 6 p.m. we've been told BJP President first will be arriving, and later top leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, including union ministers, and post that Prime Minister will be arriving very shortly. But these Karyakartas certainly enthusiastic and now very much confident after this victory for the upcoming polls as well.
But yeah, you know, we have seen few months ago, after the Lok Sabha victory, when the Prime Minister arrived, he was relatively somber, and that the mood changed soon after when we saw the Haryana victory and now Maharashtra victory. It's only the BJP which has turned the table completely on the opposition, sending that message that brand Narendra Modi is strong and it continues to dominate the political discourse. But talking about Maharashtra in particular, Aishwarya, can we expect a decision to be taken in terms of the observers who will be sent to Maharashtra for the legislature party meeting today itself? Because it will be a race of sorts to form the government in the next 48 hours.
Well, certainly, and 25th is what we have been told, 25th November, the sources have stated that there would be a legislative party meeting in Mumbai, and tomorrow all the leaders will be rushed as far as the observers are concerned from national capital, and they will be holding meetings tomorrow itself. A core group meeting will be held tomorrow in Mumbai, and the sources have also confirmed that on 25th of November there will be a party legislative meeting and a leader will be elected. Of course, who will be the chief minister, a big question. Top leaders will be sitting and doing a manthan over it, but certainly there had been phone calls that had been made with top leaders amongst each other, and now of course the observers who will be appointed very soon by tonight or by tomorrow morning we will get to know about who will be the observers who will be sent to Bombay, where they will be holding crucial meetings. And certainly because time is very less, before 25th they have to elect a leader. A legislative party meeting has to be called, and therefore the reason perhaps these decision has to be take as the soonest.
Right, Aishwarya, I'll come back to you in just a few minutes. Let me bring in Tuhin Sinha as well. Tuhin, as someone who is in Bombay at present, a leader of the BJP, there are reasons to celebrate. We can see Devendra Fadnavis carrying that huge, it's called Gada, right?
Gada.
Gada at the BJP headquarters.
Good evening, Maria. I'm in fact in Delhi, just came out of the party office. So yes, it's an absolutely historic day, an unprecedented win. And if you just look at the cumulative strike rate of the Mahayuti partners, 81% plus. And if you look at the other side, somewhere they are languishing in the vicinity of 17%. That pretty much tells you the story of the election. I'm someone who in the last 2 weeks has been sticking his neck out. Of course, I've been saying it's going to be 160 plus and possibly 180 plus, but nobody anticipated the magnitude of this win. And this in some ways reminds me of the massive win of JDU, BJP combined in 2010, if you recall, in Bihar.
Quickly, a word on Hemant Soren, his wife Kalpana. All of them are doing a press conference now. Let's go full frame to that.
Well, Hemant, I wouldn't know why Hemant Soren is not doing a press conference, but, yes, as far as we are concerned, I'm a bit surprised by the results of Jharkhand. The issues of...
Okay, let's listen into Hemant Soren now, please. Just hold on to your thoughts there, Tuhin.
थोड़ा सा सब शांति बनाए रखा जाए. बहुत उत्साह उमंग का माहौल है. आज झारखंड विधानसभा का चुनाव परिणाम घोषित होने का दिन है. सुबह से ही लेकर अभी तक कई लाख मतों का गिनती हो चुका है और प्रत्याशियों का भी जो परिणाम है उनको बता दिया गया है और कुछ जगहों पर अभी गिनती चल रही है. आप सबको मालूम है कि इस राज्य में इंडिया गठबंधन और एनडीए के बीच में ये चुनावी प्रतिस्पर्धा चली और इंडिया गठबंधन का बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन होता दिख रहा है और राज्य की मतदाता को इस राज्य के आधी आबादी को, नौजवानों को, महिलाओं को, पुरुषों को, किसानों को, मजदूरों को, सभी जाति धर्म के लोगों ने जो मतों का उपयोग किया है, इसके लिए मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं. और लोकतंत्र का इस महापर्व को बहुत ही उत्साहपूर्वक लोगों ने मनाया। विशेषकर हमारे राज्य की आधी आबादी महिला समूह जिन्होंने बढ़ चढ़ करके हिस्सा लिया, लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में एक अहम भूमिका निभाई। नौजवानों ने, जिन्होंने पहली बार अपना मत डाला होगा, उन लोगों ने भी इस लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने में अपनी भूमिका निभाई। और इस प्रतिस्पर्धा में जितने भी लोग चुनावी मैदान में थे, उन सभी को भी मैं बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं, जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र की ताकत को जन जन तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया। और पूरा परिणाम आने का हमें इंतजार है। और वो परिणाम घोषित होने के बाद हम लोग आगे की कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो हमें जानकारी मिली है आपके तरफ से भी और कई आधिकारिक सूचनाओं के माध्यम से भी, जो इंडिया गठबंधन का प्रदर्शन रहा है वो बहुत बेहतर रहा है। लगभग 56 प्रत्याशी हम लोगों के जीते हैं और 24 एनडीए गठबंधन के लोगों ने जीत हासिल की है, जो लगभग 2/3 के बराबर हम लोगों के हिस्से में आता है। कुछ जगहों पर शायद रिकाउंटिंग की खबर आ रही है और कुछ जगहों पर बहुत मार्जिनल वोट में निर्णय होने के आसार दिख रहे हैं। उन सभी सीटों पर भी हम लोगों की नजर है और अबुआ सरकार का एक इतिहास झारखंड में गढ़ने जा रहा है। आप लोगों ने पहली बार, मुझे लगता है, ऐसा चुनाव देखा होगा और ऐसे लोकतंत्र की परीक्षा को हम लोगों ने सफलतापूर्वक पास किया। और आप सबको भी मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार, शुक्रिया कि आप सब लोगों ने राज्य की गतिविधियों को देश की जनता और राज्य की जनता तक पहुंचाने का काम किया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और कुछ बातें कांग्रेस प्रभारी जी साहब की तरफ से भी हम और जो अभी अभी मुझे जानकारी मिली है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी बधाई के संदेश हमें भेजे हैं। मैं उनका भी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं।
चलिए,
Hemant Soren there, talking about the factors that led to his victory. man of the moment, someone who was incarcerated for a few months, then returns on the political horizon of Jharkhand. In his absence, it was his wife who held together the party. We saw that rebellion of sorts which was done by the man he chose as his successor. And then we saw how events played out. But first up, let's also listen into what Piyush Goyal, Union Minister and also a Member of Parliament from South Mumbai, had to tell Radhika at BJP office in Mumbai.
What do you attribute this victory?
Well, this is a victory of the good governance and public welfare that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has consistently given the people of India. It is a victory of the good governance of the Mahayuti government and the confidence people had that the future of Maharashtra is safe under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
The Chief Minister, are there going to be disputes about that?
Okay, a brief soundbite there by Piyush Goyal, of course, talking about the governance model, one issue which played out certainly in favor of the BJP in Maharashtra, because people have given a thumbs up to Prime Minister Modi's infrastructure push, which we have seen across Maharashtra, not just in certain pockets or, in Mumbai, because I took that entire, road, Mumbai, from Nagpur to Mumbai highway, and you could see several pockets of development across Maharashtra. I think Maharashtra is one of the most developed states in the country. A word now on Hemant Soren's wife. I think Kalpana Soren deserves a lot of credit than she's getting at the moment now.
Yeah, she's a very, I've heard her speeches, she's a very well-spoken person. And in a certain category of tribal women, she is absolutely an icon. I mean, all tribal girls, many tribal girls want to be like her. Because she's educated, she is articulate, she has great clarity in how she speaks. So yeah, she's quite a
firebrand.
And
surprisingly, the larger calculation of the BJP was that in Hemant Soren's absence, the entire party will collapse, and you have Champai Soren jumping over to the BJP. But here is the woman who not only held the party together, there is a rise of a new political leadership in Jharkhand and in JMM.
They often say in moments of adversity, you have the rise of a new leadership. And when their leader was in jail and their government still was running, I think she took a major role and was behind the scenes looking after all developments. And even today, in the press conference, you see her next to her husband and guiding him in some ways on certain issues, those staying very much in the background.
Okay, Tuhin, while you have lots to celebrate in Maharashtra, but there is a lot of lessons also from loss in Jharkhand.
Well, yes, certainly. The issues which we had raised, the issue of illegal migration, which I was there in Jharkhand, and even I thought was echoing not just in the area of Santhal Parganas, but across the Kolhan region, across, the cities of Ranchi and Jamshedpur. Somehow that has not worked. Somehow, even the corruption thrust, it's a fact that Hemant Soren had run one of the most corrupt governments in the history of Jharkhand, but even that didn't seem to cut eyes. So yes, we will introspect on the reasons for a defeat. In fact, that's the core difference between BJP. When we don't do well, we very clearly say that yes, there is a need for introspection, and we bounce back like we did post June 4th. But today, if you ask Congress leaders about the Maharashtra performance, most of them would first abuse Adani, then the election commission, and then talk about the performance. So BJP as a party is very cognizant that about its strengths, about its weaknesses, and I think we are going to bounce back very soon in Jharkhand as well.
All right, Tuhin, continue to be with us. I would request our studio guests to stay with us as well. We are slipping into a short break. At 6 p.m. is when the celebrations would begin at the BJP headquarters. All spotlight will be on the Prime Minister as he delivers the victory speech to the Karyakartas of the BJP.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made polls.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
It's a web of frauds, calls, luring emails, threatening messages. Cyber frauds have cast their net wide and everyone is at risk. We track the victims, their horror stories as they get conned online, extorted and robbed of their hard-earned money. How to identify a cyber fraud and how to stay cyber safe. What are your options? Fraud.con, NDTV initiative for cyber safety. Only on NDTV 24/7.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on.
From Vidarbha to Konkan to Marathwada to Mumbai, from West Maharashtra to the North Maharashtra, it's a tsunami for the Mahayuti, where they have swept all regions. It's not one region only which has voted for the Mahayuti. It's a pan-Maharashtra endorsement of this governance model and the model of what the Prime Minister believes in. Multiple factors, one would say, Aditi, for this victory, but we are looking at Vidarbha. 62 seats in all, NDA winning 50, up 13. Konkan, 39 seats in all, BJP and Mahayuti leading in 35. Across Maharashtra, you know, there is a lead of 13, 14, 11. The only region where they have minus is Mumbai.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes, so out of 36, NDA has won 22, they're -1 in Mumbai.
So in Mumbai, the strategy was that you pit the Shiv Sena against the other Shiv Sena on the premise that you need a thorn to take out a thorn. So clearly that strategy has not been as successful, because you were saying they're down 1.
Yes, they're down 1.
Has not been as successful as it was, and I don't know, the BMC elections will probably be held in another 6 months. So we have to see now which.
And are you also of the opinion, as Professor Shastri has been saying, that it will be difficult for the BJP leadership to explain that why should they settle for a non-BJP chief minister?
Sure. I mean, obviously, of course. BJP fought the largest number of seats. It was,
they have won the largest number of seats.
They won the largest number of seats. It has a very high strike rate. So, I mean, it's no rocket science that they should become chief minister.
They should get the chief minister's chair.
But they should, but they will. Now the should and will question, I think, comes in. While in terms of the electoral performance, in terms of the alliance politics, it looks as if the BJP should get the leadership. But if the BJP has some larger national calculations which they make, and the need to give up the leadership to their junior partner becomes important for them as part of that national plan, then of course you may have them persuading.
But Professor Shastri, the BJP in this victory has sent a message to both Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu that Prime Minister Modi's brand is very, very strong and it continues to be strong. So even if they are thinking to go haywire, they really do not have that option anymore.
I think more important is Bihar, where the situation is very much like Maharashtra, where the larger number of seats are with the BJP,
and
but the leadership is with the JDU. So what they do in Maharashtra will in a way set the tone in the event of their being in a position to form a government later in Bihar. Otherwise, because if the model of the largest party having the leadership is set in place in Maharashtra, it would be then natural that the same model is copied when if the situation so arises in Bihar, that the NDA will form the government.
I think if the BJP had got 100 seats in the election, its approach to the other partners would have been quite different from what it is today.
That's right.
I think it had a plan in place for a 100-seat performance. Now the question is
132 out of 149. I mean, that's a 90% strike rate.
So that is pretty impressive. And with 132, do you really need your alliance partners anymore? You don't.
45. So that means another 14 seats. So either NCP or Shiv Sena can be enough.
And assuming that it is BJP who becomes the chief minister, and predictably Shinde goes into a huff, but the question is, where will he go in this kind of a house? He can't go anywhere. It's not like it was in 2019 when Uddhav Thackeray had the choice of going across to the other side. So, I mean, Shinde and Ajit Pawar can either like it or lump it.
And only relief, perhaps yes, sir.
There is a likelihood that Shinde would either be accommodated in a senior position at the central government or asked to accept deputy chief ministership with key portfolios. I think something would be done to assuage him if they are able to push the argument of the largest party having the chief ministership.
Because they still need him for the BMC. Without him, it will be very difficult for. I mean, BJP does not have that kind of a presence in the local area. And BMC is very, very important.
Absolutely.
Both optically as well as in terms of resources and in terms of the clout that you exercise.
And the only relief that Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction has, that Aditya Thackeray has won from Worli. Overall, their performance has been extremely dismal.
They were just a while ago in single digits. I don't know if they have moved back to double digits.
So, Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray is at 21 now.
Okay.
And overall, the entire MVA, of course, is down and out. They are party number 4 in the entire Maharashtra Assembly, with the BJP at 132, the Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde at 55, NCP of Ajit Pawar at 41, and of course Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray is at 21. But the biggest relief would be Aditya Thackeray winning from Worli.
And also the fact that they have won more seats than the Congress in the state.
Yes, and the biggest loser though is NCP Sharad Pawar, just about 10 seats.
Well, other channels I just got to know are saying that it could be 9, which is possibly,
I think it's being constantly revised.
Yeah. Which is possibly the most disastrous defeat.
For someone for whom it is being seen as the last electoral fight, last election, because he's 84, he's going to turn 84 next month. It's not really the kind of farewell that Mr. Sharad Pawar would have wanted.
Well, it's interesting because, I mean, don't get me wrong, he is the maker of modern Maharashtra. He has, I mean, his contribution to the creation of Maharashtra as we see it today can never be underestimated. And as a party person, as a person who has built up institutions and parties, he is also a very towering figure. And we must give him his place in history for that. In fact, the Prime Minister at one of his birthday meetings or felicitation meetings also said that Sharad Rao, you are the true son of Maharashtra.
Yes.
But
there was a massive celebration that happened in Vigyan Bhavan.
Also earlier in
on his
Pune.
75th birthday, yes.
But that said, I think, there is a time, and there is, in Hindi literature we call it Desh Kal Vatavaran. There is a place and a time for everything. And this is not a good time for Sharad Pawar.
In a sense, the factors of a succession battle seem to have taken over, and
Yes.
decisions which were made even by the people were possibly linked to that.
I would really wait and see whether Yogendra Pawar and Rohit Pawar have won or not, because I think
Yogendra Pawar hasn't won.
Yogendra Pawar has lost because
Ajit Pawar
Ajit Pawar and you know, it's really interesting how the wheels turn in politics. So thank you so much for joining us, Aditi Fadnis and Professor Sandeep Shastri. We are slipping into a short break. News and updates will continue on NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you
Vinodji, this kind of mandate has never been seen in the history of Maharashtra. You know, 230 is something that perhaps NDA or Mahayuti also did not calculate or estimate. From where did these seats come?
In the last 5 years, the way politics was deteriorating in Maharashtra, the basic persons behind there were Sharad Pawar ji, Uddhav ji, and Congress leaders. Maharashtra is of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Shahu Phule Ambedkar, Savitri Bai. They will not accept this deterioration of politics, so they have punished the people who have done it.
But what about the Chief Minister's chair? Is it settled, or will there be talks around it? You have functioned as a senior party functionary in Delhi. You know the minds of the party leadership. You know the minds of Mr. Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi, and also BJP President JP Nadda. Do you think the Chief Minister's question is still open, or is it decided?
I think Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Dada, and our central leadership, they will sit together. They had discussed this before the elections also, and now after the result today, they will have a meeting and they will come out with a final decision, which will be out by a day or two.
Since you are saying that it could be all settled in a matter of 2 days, because the fact is that the tenure of the Maharashtra Assembly comes to an end on 26th, sir. Do you think you'll be working against time to ensure by 25th perhaps the question of Chief Minister is done and settled?
I think the way mandate is there, it is very much clear, and we as three parties have good understanding. They will sit together, discuss together, and come out with a decision in a day or two.
Amrita Fadnavis is joining us. She is a banker, actor, singer, someone who wears multiple hats, also Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis's wife. Amrita Fadnavis, a big day for you and the people of Maharashtra. How do you look at the verdict?
Today, the verdict has been phenomenal. People of Maharashtra have stood by development, have stood by good governance, and you can see the result which has come out with flying colors for BJP and Mahayuti.
So you see this as a victory of the BJP and Mahayuti, and how much of the heavy lifting was done by the BJP in particular, given that in this alliance, the strike rate of the BJP is 85%, ma'am.
Yeah, this has never happened in the past, and this is unforeseen. This has been unforeseen. I think so. Every Karyakarta went out to the grassroots. Every Karyakarta worked hard every single day. Devendraji worked. Every leader of BJP worked. Our Ladli Behnas were always there with us, and they showed their love this way. Our brothers were there for us because they saw a governance which was for development. And all the false narratives which were thrown in by the opposition during Lok Sabha have also been cleared off. So it's a result of this whole joint effort by the party members, by the cadre, by the leaders, which has shown us these kind of phenomenal results.
Since you spoke about Ladki Behan, we have seen a surge in women voters in Maharashtra, and many say that that was because of the announcement of Ladki Behan Yojana. Why do you think women have emerged as the supporter for Mahayuti in this election?
Modi government or state government under Mahayuti has always worked for women in terms of policies and in terms of supporting women. So Ladli Behan was just one of them. We have so many of them. We have Maji Kanya Bhagyashri, Sukanya Samriddhi, Lake Ladki, Vidva pension. We have 50% rebate in ST travel. We have Annapurna Yojnas, and there are so many such Yojnas which are pro-women. I think so, starting from triple talaq to these kind of Yojnas, everything was for women by the BJP. So I think so this had to be there. Women had to support BJP.
And
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a
Decisive mandates in the final electoral contests of the year. People keep their faith in incumbent governments in both Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand. In BJP and NDA allies as Mahayuti sweeps elections in Maharashtra. Saffron wave stuns Sakadi. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde says opposition's fake narratives have been defeated. All eyes now on who will be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis, who stars in BJP's biggest win in the state, says decision on the CM face will be taken jointly by the alliance partners. Mega celebrations at BJP headquarters in New Delhi. Shortly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address party workers on the party's historic win in Maharashtra.
And Priyanka Gandhi's stunning debut in the Wayanad bypolls. Priyanka Gandhi surpasses her brother Rahul Gandhi's win margin. Meets Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge shortly after her victory. All three Gandhis now will be sitting in the parliament for the first time. Meanwhile, in Karnataka bypolls, Congress wins all the 3 seats.
Meanwhile, Hemant Soren, Chief Minister of Jharkhand, tides the anti-incumbency wave and retains hold over Jharkhand. Historic win in the state of Jharkhand by Hemant Soren.
After the setback in Lok Sabha polls, comeback by BJP in Uttar Pradesh. BJP wins 7 out of the 9 seats in UP in a big boost to the Yogi Adityanath government. Akhilesh Yadav says now the real struggle begins. Right, and we'll cut across live now to Ajit Pawar, who's addressing a press conference.
प्रत्येक जिल्ह्याच्या ठिकाणी संविधान भवन बांधण्याचा निर्णय झाला. अशा गोष्टी त्याच्यात झाल्या. मी मायनॉरिटीला सांगत होतो की आम्हाला सगळ्यांना न्याय द्यायचा आहे. आम्ही शिवशाहू फुले आंबेडकरांच्या विचारधारेशी संबंधित आहोत. आम्ही भेदभाव करणार नाही आणि ह्या पद्धतीने आम्ही लोकांच्या समोर गेलो. लोकांनी ते स्वीकारलं आणि प्रचंड बहुमत दिलं. प्रचंड म्हणजे प्रचंड बहुमत. इतकी जबाबदारी आमच्यावर वाढलेली आहे. त्याबद्दल तमाम मतदार बंधू भगिनींना, महायुतीच्या सर्व घटक पक्षांना, नेत्यांना, कार्यकर्त्यांना, उमेदवारांना सगळ्यांना मी मनापासून धन्यवाद देतो. जे पराभूत झाले त्यांच्याशी पण अनेक उमेदवारांशी मी बोललो. खचून जाऊ नका, पुन्हा आपण उमेदीनं पुन्हा संघटना त्या भागामध्ये मजबूत करू आणि मोठ्या उमेदीनं लोकांच्या समोर पुन्हा जाऊ. आणि मी आपल्याला जसं सांगितलं तसं आमची जबाबदारी आता फार वाढलेली आहे. आम्हाला आर्थिक शिस्त किंवा तुम्ही बघितलं विरोधक आमच्यावर काय टीका इतकी खालच्या पातळीवर करायची. वाचाळवीरांची संख्या वाढलेली होती. रोज 9 ते 10च्या दरम्यान एक भोंगा वाजायचा आणि इतकं काहीतरी खालच्या पातळीवर टीका टिप्पणी चालायची. तुम्ही पत्रकार मित्रांनो कालचा दिवस आठवा. काय एकदम सगळे काही जण विरोधक तर हवेतच होते. आम्ही आपलं गप्प टीव्हीवर बघत होतो. आम्ही कुणी तुमच्याशी संपर्क साधला नव्हता. त्यांनी हॉटेल काय बुक केली, विमानं काय बुक केली, हेलिकॉप्टर काय बुक केली आणि सगळीकडे माणसं काय पेरली आणि लगेच तुम्ही इकडे घेऊन या, लगेच तिकडे घेऊन या. काही म्हणजे अंदाज पण त्यांना आला नाही. अंडरकरंट एवढा जबरदस्त होता. आणि माझं स्वतःचं मत आहे, तुम्ही मतदान पण वाढलं. लाडक्या बहिणींनी आमच्यावर विश्वास पण टाकला. लाडक्या बहिणींना दिलेला शब्द पण आम्ही पाळला आणि शब्द पाळतील असा एक विश्वास माझ्या लाडक्या बहिणींना सगळ्यांच्या मनामध्ये बसला. आणि 3, 5, 7.5 हॉर्सपॉवरच्या मोटरचं जे बिल माफ केलं तो एक शेतकऱ्यांच्या मध्ये खूप चांगला युवा युवतींच्या बद्दल देण्याचा निर्णय 6,000, 8,000 आणि 10,000 घेतला. तो एक चांगला निर्णय घेतला. सतत मी सांगत होतो की केंद्र सरकार ज्या विचाराचं आहे त्याच विचाराचं राज्यात सरकार आलं तर आपल्याला प्रचंड निधी आणता येईल. मोठे मोठे आपल्याला मार्गी लावता येतील. राज्याचा सर्वांगीण विकास करता येईल. ते लोकांनी
and the funds do not become a problem.
आणि प्रचंड अशा प्रकारचं बहुमत.
People realized it and then they supported us by giving us the youth mandate.
ऐका, त्यामध्ये एका ना अजित पवार, राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टी आणि माझी सगळी असणारी टीम म्हणजे सगळे आमचे मान्यवर आणि एकनाथराव शिंदे आणि त्यांची टीम आमच्या दोघांच्या दृष्टीने ही निवडणूक फार महत्वाची होती. आमच्या पुढच्या भवितव्याचा प्रश्न होता. आम्हाला लोकसभेला जो फटका बसला त्याच्यात तिघांनी सावरलं. आम्हाला प्रफुल्लबाईंनी, भुजबळ साहेबांनी तिकडनं एकनाथरावांच्या सगळ्या टीमनी सगळ्यांनी साथ दिली. संघटनेने लोकांनी साथ दिली आणि सगळ्यांनी ही निवडणूक आम्हाला मध्ये 6 नंबरला अजित पवार जाणार, काहीच त्यांचं राहणार नाही. आम्ही 41 उमेदवार निवडून आले. 4-5-6 उमेदवार माझे अतिशय कमी मतांनी गेले आणि त्या
They said 41-1.
पर्सेंटेज चांगलं मिळालं. तीच गोष्ट
We got a good percentage on our side.
एकनाथरावजींच्या बाबतीमध्ये घडली. आम्हाला
He was true for the Indian
जात
national
काय
side.
एक जागा लोकसभेला एक जागा आम्ही आमच्या मनाला सांगायचो, माझ्या आमदारांना सांगायचो, बाबा 5 वर्षापूर्वी काँग्रेसची पण एक जागा आली. आज सगळ्यात जास्त
In Lok Sabha, we got one seat. Back then, I used to tell my workers and all my MPs that 5 years ago, even Congress had gotten just one place in Lok Sabha, but now their tally has increased to 40.
स्थापन केलं. असं चालतं, खचून जायचं नसतं. आपण जाऊ.
I tried telling them that we cannot take this setback too seriously. We need to make a comeback. We need to try hard again.
तर बारामतीमध्ये अशी पंचायत केली होती. सगळे माझ्या विरोधात, सगळे म्हणजे काही माझ्या बहिणी माझ्या बरोबर होत्या. माझा
all of the people were
परिवार माझ्या बरोबर होता. मूळ म्हणजे बारामतीकर होते. तुम्हाला आश्चर्य वाटेल, मी
some of the family members with me, but most importantly, all the Barabatikars stood by me.
मायनस असताना मी ते मायनस भरून काढून माझ्या बारामतीच्या मतदारांच्यामुळं, कार्यकर्त्यांच्यामुळं, सहकाऱ्यांच्यामुळं सगळ्यांनी आपण उमेदवार समजून झोकून दिलं. 1,16,000 मी लीडवर आहे. म्हणजे 48,000 भरून काढून 1,16,000 कुठं माझं लीड गेलं. म्हणजे मला तर पुन्हा त्या बारामतीकरांना सॅल्यूटच ठोकायचं आहे. परंतु आता त्यांना सॅल्यूट ठोकतो.
Back in the Lok Sabha when I lost 48,000. Now my lead has gone up by 1,15,000. That's a good thing which makes me salute the Barabatikars.
घेतला नाही, काही नाही. मी कामाचा माणूस होतो. विकास मी त्या ठिकाणी केलेला होता आणि त्या विकासाला
They know that I am a man of work. I work for progress and development. They trust
करताना विकास हाच मुद्दा मांडून लोकांच्या समोर गेलो.
My only agenda is that of development. That is all I talk about when I go to people.
हम एक है तो सेफ है. मी लोकांना म्हणायचो हम एक है म्हणजे इथं असणारे सगळे आपण एक आहोत, तर आपण सेफ आहोत. ह्याच्यात काय चुकीचं होतं. परंतु जसं सबका साथ सबका विकास
about एक है to say, I looked at as a slogan for unity, where all of us present are one, and that's the only way we could make a progress. It's very similar to Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas.
Well, NCP Sajid Pawar there, also the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, making it clear that it is his party that holds the legacy of NCP, and he's saying that, you know, the opposition tried every effort to mislead voters, but voters knew what was in their interest. The Mahayuti, as we know, is headed for a landslide victory in what seems like an impressive reversal of its recent setback in the Lok Sabha polls, in which it won just 17 of the state's 48 parliamentary seats.
Now, the ruling alliance is set to return to power with a considerable mandate. It's winning over 225 seats in the 288-member assembly in Maharashtra based on early leads. Having flipped at least 105 assembly segments it had lost to the Mahavikas Aghadi candidates just months ago in the Lok Sabha elections.
Well, it's celebration time for the BJP. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has thanked workers of the party and also voters of both states, Jharkhand and Maharashtra. He's going to be in BJP headquarters very soon to speak to party workers. It is a joyous time for the BJP. First, the Haryana win, and of course now the Maharashtra win. And this one is an impressive one, with the BJP itself performing so well. The question that arises now is who will become the Chief Minister of the state. Well, Devendra Fadnavis himself has said that parties will sit together and decide the name.
ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था. अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं. उनको वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है. अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था. तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है. ऐसा कैसा है?
आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है. और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है। इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहाँ पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया। सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं।
What do you attribute this victory?
Well, this is a victory of the good governance and public welfare that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has consistently given the people of India. It is a victory of the good governance of the Mahayuti government and the confidence people had that the future of Maharashtra is safe under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
The Chief Minister, are there going to be disputes about that?
Well, Anuj Raite, my colleague, joins us from outside Varsha, the Chief Minister's residence in Maharashtra, and also Aishwarya, my other colleague, joins us from outside the BJP headquarters where the Prime Minister is expected soon. Anuj, to you first, lots of action today. You know, those optics of leaders sitting inside Varsha, Devendra Fadnavis completely owning this victory. You know, the man is showing that in his body language. Clearly, the BJP is also sending out a message there. But of course, Mr. Shinde has proved his utility, and it won't be easy to, in some ways, give him anything which is, you know, lesser in stature than the Chief Minister's position.
You know, this victory for Mahayuti is a great news for all the three partners, because we see that after the Lok Sabha elections, all the three of these major leaders in Maharashtra were put on a back foot in some way or the other, and a couple of them, at least, or rather, especially Ajit Pawar, was put on the fight for lifetime, right? Everyone talked about the fight for survival when it comes to Ajit Pawar. But then all three of them have not just passed this litmus test, but have passed this with some flying colors. Talking about Devendra Fadnavis first, there was a lot of question mark about the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis, not just after the Lok Sabha election, but after, you know, the 2019 election result, when he failed to convince Uddhav Thackeray to form the government, and that led to, you know, the formation of the MVA. And later we saw that when Shiv Sena was split, you know, a lot of the blame for it was also given to Devendra Fadnavis. It did impact his image a lot across the state, or at least that is what the perception was created by the then, by the then stronger alliance that was the Mahavikas Aghadi. Later we see that after the loss in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, he even asked the High Command to let go of his duty so that he can focus on the election. And he has indeed worked very hard, not just from Mumbai, but also from the ground, where he made sure that all the workers of not just the BJP, but also the RSS are spread across those regions, which costed the Bharatiya Janata Party a lot. And when I talk about these regions, I mean the Western Maharashtra region, you know, the Marathwada regions and all of these places. When you talk about Eknath Shinde has had the best track record in the last 2.5 years. Even when they lost the Lok Sabha elections, we saw that Eknath Shinde was the one who had very good strike rate of 45, which was the best amongst the Mahayuti partners. And he also is the fourth biggest partner of the NDA, or rather the third biggest partner of the NDA if you take the Bharatiya Janata Party out of it. But when you talk about Ajit Pawar, for him it was the most important test. We see it was not just about the existence of his party, but also about his own seat in Baramati, where a lot of question marks were asked, and a lot of people were doubting whether he'll be able to defeat his nephew, Yugandhar Pawar. But he did that in quite some style. And now he's definitely put a stamp to his administrative qualities and also his qualities as a politician.
Okay. Aishwarya, we'll come back to you in a bit. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details. Nalin Kohli, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court, and also part of the BJP, joins us. Thank you, Mr. Kohli, as always, for speaking to NDTV. What are your big takeaways, sir, from this impressive victory? Also, congratulations on the BJP's victory. But the question that people are asking, why did people of Maharashtra not vote this way just 5 months before, during the Lok Sabha elections? What really changed in the last 5 months?
I think, Vasudha, you've covered elections a long time. I've been around also for a long time. If this kind of analysis is easy armchair analysis, because we've seen several elections now over the last 2.5 decades that I've been with the BJP, which is that during the same time, if you have Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha together, often the results are diametrically opposite. So I don't think you can read a Lok Sabha and a Vidhan Sabha compulsorily in the same thing. Sometimes there is a commonality, sometimes there's not. What's the big takeaway is that Maharashtra has given a historic victory to the BJP and its allies. Each one of the partners has done exceptionally well. The BJP has an almost 90% strike rate in its seats. The Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde group, has a strike rate of just under 70%. And Mr. Ajit Pawar's strike rate in terms of winning the seats is just over 70%. Contrast that with the three constituents on the other side. The Congress party barely has about 20% strike rate, losing 80%. Mr. Sharad Pawar's party has a strike rate of 10-12%. And approximately Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's party holds the same kind of numbers. So they've been trounced. That means that the messaging that was going from the BJP compared to the messaging of the other side, the BJP's messaging has gone home and people have come out decisively across all regions of Maharashtra, which is a big point because often in Maharashtra, the different regions throw up different results.
Right.
All regions of Maharashtra, they've come out and voted clearly for the BJP and its alliance partners. Second, if I look at the by-elections, in the by-elections, again, the BJP has done very well. In Uttar Pradesh, 7 out of 9. In Assam, 5 out of 5. In Rajasthan, if I recall, it's, I think, 5 out of 7. In Bihar, it's 4 out of 4.
Right.
So broadly, we have really done well in the by-elections. Now comes the question of Jharkhand. In terms of vote share, we've got the highest. Now, that's not translated into seats. So the analysis that will be required now is that despite having the highest vote share, what is the division of votes costing us or the non-inclusion of a certain segment of votes with us? And the BJP has always been a fast learner from its mistakes. And I think finally, the most important is that the leadership that we have in the center, that is under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in terms of his messaging and his credibility, which is what our governments in the state are following, that's resonating consistently from 2013 when he was the prime ministerial candidate and from 2014 when he's been incumbent.
Right.
So all in all, it's a very good day.
Yes, Mr. Kohli, also what can we expect in Maharashtra now that BJP has this impressive performance on its own? It does not need allies the way it needed them just a few months ago. Tell us what can we expect in the next few days because BJP is clearly in the driving seat now. It's going to call the shots. What can we expect?
So Vasudha, first, I think for the BJP, it's important that not just as our messaging has gone, the people, and we thank them, the voters have resoundingly put that faith. And I think in Maharashtra, what the voters and the citizens of Maharashtra can expect is a good governance model that's going to build on the double engine model that we have. Second is, I think, on the leadership, I think Devendra Fadnavis has just spoken very eloquently and your channel has carried it. I think in terms of the BJP and its allies, we have gone into this election together. And the BJP has even earlier in the national level, in 2014-19, despite getting clear majority ourselves, we have respected our alliance and respected our alliance partners and continued with it. So why should that difference be seen in any way? Those who are trying to build a narrative on that, if I may say so, trying to fish in waters that are very calm and still and have no trouble at all.
Right. Mr. Kohli, of course, there are very few days to go now for the Mahayuti to actually spell out the details in terms of who will be the chief ministerial face, or if there are going to be any significant changes from what the arrangement was going into the elections. And we have also seen that, you know, there were certain hiccups that both the Mahayuti and the MVA felt in terms of managing the rebel factor. That was something that we saw in the run-up to the elections. But now post-elections, are there any hurdles that you expect to encounter leading up to the final swearing-in ceremony, which will take place most likely next week?
No, I don't think so. Because even if I would look at the pre-election stage, in every election, the number of aspirants will always exceed the number of seats. And there will be a certain set of people who, in that emotive moment, tend to then declare their candidature beyond the party line. But often, over a period of time, they return to the party fold.
Right.
And we recognize that eventually that was a decision in haste and a decision out of personal ambition taking over. Second, no question of hiccups, because we have a clear majority, in fact, a historic mandate, and the focus, it has to be and will be, is about serving the people with a developmental model. This is an opportunity for Maharashtra to build on the double-engine government. Right. After all, Mumbai is the financial capital of India. Maharashtra is a very, very important state. It has historically been development and other things. So I think it's a good opportunity. I think it's going to be smooth sailing. If at all I see hiccups and coughs on the other side.
Right. And even if there are hiccups, Mr. Kohli, we will not get to know, because BJP is like that. Thank you, Mr. Kohli, for speaking to NDTV. Over to my colleague Aishwarya, who is reporting from outside the BJP headquarters, where the Prime Minister is expected soon. Aishwarya, tell us, what can we tell our viewers about when the Prime Minister is expected at the BJP headquarters, and what are the arrangements like?
And also, I just want to add, Aishwarya, you started your day with jalebis. Are jalebis still coming around at the BJP headquarters there?
Well, since morning we have been eating jalebis. Karyakartas are distributing those jalebis to each other because it's a resounding victory that the Bharatiya Janata Party got in the state of Maharashtra, and certainly they had not even predicted the margin that they have got this time. I'm at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected shortly to arrive, and along with him would be senior leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party, including Union Home Minister Amit Shah and others as well. Let me show you quick visuals of what's happening. Karyakartas in large numbers have gathered over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters. We see after each and every elections, this is a precedent where Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself arrives at the BJP headquarters in the evening and addresses the nation, addresses those Karyakartas who had worked hard for the party, and now certainly it is just few moments away when Prime Minister will be arriving. That's a grand stage that has been set up, in which it has been written महाराष्ट्र एवं झारखंड के विधानसभा चुनाव और अन्य राज्यों में हुए उपचुनावों में अभूतपूर्व आशीर्वाद देने के लिए जनता का आशीर्वाद और ढेरों शुभकामनाएं, and that's JP Nadda and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's portrait over there. On the other side, apart from all those Karyakartas who have gathered and waiting for Prime Minister to arrive over here, there is a long queue of leaders also, because very shortly we have been told that Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda would be arriving first. Apart from it, soon after that there would be senior leaders also who would be arriving, and therefore the reason to welcome these leaders at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters with bouquets and with flowers. These leaders have gathered because it's a resounding victory, a victory that certainly will be remembered for a very, very long time. And also this victory had boosted the morale of thousands of Bharatiya Janata Party supporters over, just not in the national capital but also around the country as well. There are several Karyakartas of the Bharatiya Janata Party. इस चुनावों का असर आपको लगता है आने वाले चुनावों पर भी पड़ेगा? इतनी बड़ी विक्ट्री को किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
ये बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज महाराष्ट्र में जिस सरकार बनी है, ये विक्ट्री है, ऐतिहासिक विक्ट्री है, और इसका असर पूरे देश में जाएगा। और जो लोग देश तोड़ना चाहते थे, जो देश में जाति पंथ मजहब को लड़वाना चाहते थे, ये उनके मुंह पे एक तमाचा है। जो देश को तोड़ो मत, देश को जोड़ो, चाहे हिंदू हो मुसलमान हो.
Enthusiastic workers over here at the BJP headquarters. In a short while, I can tell that the security is in line, and therefore the reason perhaps Bharatiya Janata Party JP Nadda would be arriving very shortly, and then Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address from the BJP headquarters in the national capital.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. We'll be tracking that Prime Minister's speech very closely. We also have Aditi Fadnes in the studio with us. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. We have Adil Singh Boparai from the Congress Party. We have Manisha Priyam, political analyst. We also have Hitesh Jain from the BJP joining us. Thank you, all of you, for being here. To you, Aditi, ma'am, first. I distinctly remember after the Haryana elections, Congress came out and said that, there's a problem with the AVMs and all that. At least for now, the Congress seems to have accepted, or at least is in the process of processing what really went wrong. How will you explain the big takeaways for the Congress party and the India bloc here? That's a difficult question to answer because the Congress was contested so many seats that seat by seat it's very difficult to understand why they lost. One thing is clear, that this election was being seen as a candidate principal election. But this kind of result does not suggest that people voted only for candidates. They voted for parties. So the party system is surviving, thriving, thank you very much. And individual people have not been able to influence the outcome as much as we thought they had. That's number one. Congress is part of that. The Congress as a party has been undermined and has lost a lot of ground in Maharashtra. I mean, much more granular research will have to be done to understand why people are holding such a grudge against the Congress for which they voted in such large numbers barely 6 months ago. I mean, the Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh were the two reasons why the BJP reported a subpar performance in the Lok Sabha election. So what has happened in the last 6 months that people have turned so bitterly against the Congress? Congress's strike rate, as Nalin Kohli was saying, and he's right, Congress's strike rate is very, very poor indeed.
This has been called their worst performance in the state.
Oh yeah, of course. And I mean, it's really difficult to understand. I did not go to the elections, did not go touring during the assembly elections, but I did go during Lok Sabha. And there I found the Congress very much present, fighting, and present in people's minds.
Absolutely.
So, what has gone wrong?
That's an interesting question. Susiben Shah of the Shiv Sena also joins us, but let me go to Hitesh Jain first. So, we've had conversations on this before also. Tell us, what really did the BJP or the Mahayuti get right? Because it's not that all the problems ended for people, but they chose to go with BJP and the Mahayuti, an alliance that many of them rejected just 5 months ago. They've all voted back the same alliance because in some ways they did feel voting for the MVA was in some ways, or do you think that was Lok Sabha elections and it cannot be comparable to the assembly polls?
Vasudha, I think people overanalyze the Lok Sabha election. The gap between both the alliance was far and few. I mean, it was like few percentage of votes and few lakhs of votes that separated both the alliance. There were certain seats which we lost by narrow margin, and people tried to read. I was listening to Aditi that as if there was a mandate against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Two things were very evident, even when we saw the vote share in the Lok Sabha and what we are seeing now. The brand Modi is intact, and the appeal of Prime Minister Modi was always intact and is intact now also. His slogan, basically, "Ek hai to safe hai," also made sure that people from all sections of societies, they came and turned around and supported Mahayuti. Now, second reason, there was a clear comparison available between the governance that took place in the first 2.5 years of MVA and the subsequent 2.5 years of Mahayuti. Now, what did one see? One see a lot of speed breakers during the MVA, them stalling all the project, Aditya Thackeray stopping the metro project in Mumbai, Uddhav Thackeray saying that we will remove the MMRDA. Mumbai doesn't need large infrastructure projects. Maharashtra doesn't need large infrastructure project. What was happening? There was a fake narrative of constitution, fake narrative of removing of reservations, fake narrative of when Maharashtra was #1 in the investment, the fake narrative of all the investments going to the other state. People realized that there was a lot of fake narrative that was spread, and ultimately, and what was the campaign, the third part, as against the positive campaign of Mahayuti, you had a negative campaign of NBA. There was no positivity in their campaign. Their campaign was that we will put a speed breaker on the projects, we will stop the developments, we will basically, they did not fight the election to win. It was only Mahayuti who was fighting the election to win. It had an agenda into the place. Now, let me also give you one simple example. Now, when we came with the Ladki Bahin Yojana, the MBA opposed it tooth and nail. They said Exchequer has no money. They went to the court to stall the scheme. Now, imagine after that, the irony is that in the manifesto, they go and they double and they say, we'll give you 3,000. Now, who's going to believe the credibility of such people? It is not like they said that the promise is empty. We have given the 5 installments, and their argument was that the state exchequer had no money. So when state exchequer has got no money, how are you going to pay 3,000 rupees to the, as promised? So people realized that it was only fake narratives that was being sold, and this fake narrative has been defeated. During the Lok Sabha also, make no mistake, BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party got 240 seats, which were more seats than the India Alliance together. The vote share in Maharashtra was also intact. The vote share of BJP was #1, and today also it is the same. The vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and if you look at the Mahayuti, it is the same. So basically, I think there was certain course correction that was required to be done, which we were able to look at the feedback to be course corrected.
I think we should give Adil Singh Boparai a chance to counter. Adil, what would you want to say? They are essentially saying that the MVA, they had a negative campaign in Maharashtra, which is what cost them.
Well, that statement is utterly false. It was the BJP which ran a campaign of batenge to katenge and dharm yudh. That was the BJP's campaign, a campaign of hate and divisiveness. They were playing tribals against non-tribals, OBC versus other castes. This was the BJP's campaign. And I will be remiss if I do not say that we were denied a level playing field. We were denied a level playing field in terms of the BJP's enormous access to monetary resources.
But let me just interrupt you. All the 75 seats, which was part of this direct fight between BJP and Congress in Maharashtra, specifically in Vidarbha, Congress won just 10, and it is BJP that is leading, or at least has won about 65 seats. So clearly, when it comes to a direct contest, be it Haryana, be it Vidarbha, there seems to be a problem. There seems to be an inability on the part of the Congress to counter the BJP.
I'll tell you what the difficulty is. The difficulty is that there is one industrialist who has put his weight behind the BJP, and the BJP has virtually become his spokespersons.
I will be very happy to continue with this campaign. They will continue losing up elections after elections.
Okay, let's go across to Manisha Priyam. Ma'am, your big takeaways from this result.
Don't be such a sore loser, for heaven's sake.
Okay.
Be gallant.
The fact of the matter is...
I'll come to you. Manisha Priyam, your big takeaways from this results, ma'am.
Why were the Maharashtra elections delayed? The problem is you don't want to discuss this objectively.
No, but the point is, why didn't you go earlier? Why didn't you not take it up with the EC earlier? Why did you not go to the court? Come on. Stop being a crybaby all the time. Come up with programs. Come up with manifestos. You search ahead. There is no program except for crime. Come on. Bhasma kar denge. Scrap kar denge. Besides that, do you have anything? Now, I'm so sorry that I have to talk to you like this, but this was the reason that you were finished.
All right, let Manisha Priyam answer the question that Vasudha asked. We'll come back to our political guests.
Adil and Susie, we'll come back to you.
We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Please, thank
Manisha
you.
ma'am, your big takeaways from the outcome today.
Which one do you want me to talk about?
Jharkhand, because
Jharkhand
we're talking too much about Maharashtra, so let's move to Jharkhand now.
Maharashtra is the state.
Very happy, sir. I thought I'll finally get a chance. If you permit, then I will speak. Otherwise, you all can have your word. I'm happy to keep my views to myself.
No,
if you agree, then I'll speak.
Manisha Priyam, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Maharashtra is a clear example of a very, very strategic campaign for the elections. Forget the campaign, strategic fighting of the elections. And I think it's been fought as a regional battle by the BJP. The Vidarbha, where the largest number of seats, almost 75 to 77, were head-on between the Congress and the BJP. And that's where the Congress lost the momentum to fight, the will to fight, be it so. And on the other side, a very strong portrayal of a performance of the government, as you could see in the Ladki Behan Yojana. We were getting an understanding, even in the Pune region, that almost 8% lead amongst women voters. So that meant that they had a strong strategy of fighting back with the Congress. And in the other regions, a very, very pro-women's development-led initiative. And what they did was that the BJP was not wasting time coming out in the media, in the social media, saying, countering any of the narratives around them, but fighting it straight away on the ground. Now, if you see this in the results, you finally see this as a slide that has happened, a landslide, but it was fought essentially on the ground, not visible above as much. In Jharkhand, on the other side, you find something very similar happens. You find that a government of Hemant Soren that had a lot of anti-incumbency going for it. Now, Hemant Soren goes to jail, and that's the rise of a woman leader called Kalpana Soren. A government that hadn't been known for doing very well then comes back on a Ladki Behan type of thing called the Maiya Samman Yojana. Now, Kalpana Soren, a very effective campaigner, the Maiya Samman Yojana, and she combines it with the notion of the Abua Raj. And what they do is they consolidate the tribal votes. Remember, Jharkhand has been able to retain what they did in the Lok Sabha. Not only that, after the 2019 Lok Sabha seats, elections, the BJP has not been able to win a majority in Jharkhand. They lost the 2019 Vidhan Sabha. Then in the Lok Sabha in 2024, the tribal seats, all 5 of them, were won over by the JMM Congress combined. And you see that being repeated on scale this time under a JMM-led leadership. And despite the fact that the BJP had been able to consolidate its house, it had got all its tribal leaders who had gone away from it, the Jharkhand Vikas Morcha under Babulal Marandi, or an Arjun Munda who had not done so well in the last Lok Sabha elections.
Right.
They also had Champai Soren with them. Now, even having all these leaders with them did not allow them to consolidate the tribal votes under them. So just as the Congress has to think of what happened in Maharashtra, the BJP has to think why the tribal card did not work for it. And as far as the JMM is concerned, they've also been helpful in getting the RJD getting 4 of the seats, CPI-ML, the left getting 2 seats. But also apart from tribal votes, you find that they've been able to dent the caste party, the AJSU, the Mahato leadership, which is also known as Kurmi leadership in other areas. So you have the scheduled tribes being combined with the votes of Jairam Mahato, who fought as a new leader. So Kalpana Soren and Jairam Mahato, 2 new leaders, call for a combine of a core scheduled tribe area, but a woman-led leadership that writes a new script, is able to fight back anti-incumbency, and you see the results that you see in Jharkhand.
Right.
So very mesmerizing as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Certainly the eyes of the world are towards Maharashtra, but a small state called Jharkhand also scripting its victory in its own way. So the election results are a jalebi for both the national political parties, much to think about, for the Congress even more so, because the only victory that is had is literally on the tailcoats of the JMM, haven't had done well at all in Maharashtra, and indeed in Jharkhand, the victory is that which is led by the JMM.
Right. Right. Let's also go across to Suzy Ben Shah now of the Shiv Sena. First of all, congratulations for the NDA victory in Maharashtra. What we also want to ask is, a lot, of course, has been said about, how the spotlight is on the BJP, because this is their record victory, record win in a way, or record performance in a way in Maharashtra that the BJP has seen. We've, of course, seen how throughout the entire campaign, they, of course, said that it was Eknath Shinde who was leading, the entire the NDA alliance, the Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra. What would you have to say about the fact that the spotlight is currently on the BJP, having notched up this massive performance in Maharashtra, and what does it mean in terms of the alliance dynamics going ahead before we actually see the NDA coming up with a declaration on the CM face in the state.
And just to add, ma'am, the CM's position has always been a bone of contention when it comes to Maharashtra. Alliances have been made based on that. Alliances have broken basically because people could not get to become this chief minister. So what is your expectation from the BJP that has done remarkably on its own in Maharashtra?
Good evening to all, and thank you for having me on your show. This is a Favicol Kajol, so there is no question of breaking. But congratulations to JMM on for forming the government again, and thank you so very much. Our sincere gratitude to all the people of Maharashtra, the voters of Maharashtra, who have resoundingly believed on the safety, security, and stability, and voted back Mahayuti on a historic win. And also to believe in the narrative, साथ रहेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो safe रहेंगे, एक रहेंगे तो नेक रहेंगे. Now everyone across Maharashtra, whether it be OBC, whether it be the Maratha, whether it be SC, whether it be ST, whether it be the farmers, women, have all believed in this narrative and voted together in the favor of Mahayuti. But what do I see as a real tectonic shift in this election is the woman power. The woman power, whatever class, creed, language they belong, they voted for development. They voted for people who support them. These Maha Vinash Aghadi, right, have always called it as aapko revdi diya, aapko, bheek di. It is not bheek. It is not revdi. It is sanman. Right. It is investment in what woman does. You see, once you empower women, especially economically empower women, it further reboosts the economy. That money will be used for better health, education. But yes, right. I would like to say, Hitesh Bhai might not agree, and congratulations to him also, my dear friend. But if you give it to a man, it would be a revdi. But if you give it to a woman, it goes towards better standard of living, better health, education. So this was understood by our CM Eknath Raoji Shinde, and he led it from front. It cannot be denied that all three leaders of Maharashtra, Ajit Dada, Fadnavis ji, believed in Eknath ji, and we all he led from the front as a leader. Absolutely. As far as I'm concerned, I'm from the Shiv Sena, and I do believe for the hard work that he put in, sleeping only for 3 hours, giving 14,000 crores to the farmers, to our.
Let me ask a question to Hitesh. And do you see a political realignment when it comes to this arrangement? One chief minister, two deputy chief ministers. Any intelligent person will say that there's no need for that arrangement right now. That there is probably just one chief minister that is necessary right now. How will the BJP look at something like this? Because it is always talked about alliance dharma, but coalition dharma, but then this is politics.
Well, I think it is too early for me to make any comments on this. As our senior leader, Shri Amit Shah ji, had always mentioned that post results, all the three leaders of Mahayuti, they will sit together and then they will decide everything. So I think we should leave it to the leadership to arrive at the right decision. But having said that, one thing I want to also make a point that Mahayuti contested together. The numbers tell you a story about how each party was supporting the candidates in every constituency. It was not like individual silos that were contesting, or it was individual leaders, but it was Mahayuti contested the election as one unit with all the three units supporting one another, rather than what we saw in NBA as to how they were they were playing the game. They were trying to pull the legs of one another and trying to show each person down. So that is where also lies the story. Vasudha, I also want to make one point. So many journalists are expressing as if this result is surprising. I don't think it was surprising. This result was actually very visible on the ground. When you were speaking to the people, you could get the sense of the kind of verdict that was going to come. But in this election, we also saw the section of journalists trying to peddle fake narrative regarding who is gaining the support and traction on the ground. People were trying to give the over-analysis of localizations and all. And people were trying to analyze not on the basis of what they were seeing, but what they were believing in their head. So I think one also saw the defeat of those fake narratives and a section of narratives who were trying to build the results on the social media. With due respect to Aditi ji also, I think there are so many journalists in Maharashtra, like, they were like, every time you speak, oh, there is this legacy of a certain leader, oh, this is a Purogami and all. They were not trying to
Mr. Jain,
see the
I
real
strongly
message on
resent your
ground.
imputation that I am
And
in
people
part
were
of some
trying to
kind
give
of
a
fake
different,
narrative.
narrative.
Please keep these opinions to yourself, not on TV.
Well,
I am not part of any fake narrative and I have never been on social media.
The fake narrative that was peddled on the ground.
That may have been so, but I was not part of it. You just mentioned me by name.
I'm saying
You just mentioned me by name.
I'm saying that there were so many sections of journalists who were trying to spread this. I'm not, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to put this charge.
I leave it there.
But I'm sorry. I'm putting it to, there were several senior journalists, I'm trying to say, who were trying to, if you look at their social media handles, and if you will look at their interviews, as if like the Mahayuti was going to face the rout and Mahavikas Aghadi was going to get 200
the
seats.
point has
This was
been
the kind of narrative that was being peddled in Maharashtra.
Absolutely. Yes, Mr. Jain, the point has been made, and we will move across now to the other state that we are looking at, Vasudha, which is of course Jharkhand.
In Jharkhand, the Hemant Soren-led JMM alliance has retained power, and of course it is leading in over 57 of the 81 assembly seats. That's as per ECI trends. And of course celebrations are there in Jharkhand, particularly in the Soren household. You can see the visuals there. And BJP-led NDA, which had campaigned with confidence, was leading in 21 seats, which of course the party has performed far below expectations. BJP's focus on issues like infiltration, specifically in the tribal heartland, Santal Parganas, of course, did not resonate as strongly as the JMM's tribal-focused appeal and public support for Hemant Soren in the midst of all his legal troubles.
राज्य की मतदाता को इस राज्य के आधी आबादी को नौजवानों को महिलाओं को पुरुषों को किसानों को मजदूरों को सभी जाति धर्म के लोगों ने जो मतों का उपयोग किया है इसके लिए मैं उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करता हूं। अब हुआ सरकार का एक इतिहास झारखंड में गढ़ने जा रहा है।
So before we go to the bypolls that were held across the country, Aditi Fadnes, also tell us your big takeaways from the Jharkhand elections, because really the Champai Soren factor doesn't seem to have worked. Absolutely. Before the election, in the run-up to the polls, during the campaign, the BJP was counting on the fact that in the Kolhan region, we know that Champai Soren is known as the Tiger of Kolhan. In the Kolhan region, which sends 14 seats to the assembly, in the last election, the BJP got 0. So they were expecting that he will bring at least the Kolhan region, if not more areas, to the BJP because of his inclusion. That has not happened. While he has won his own seat, I'm not sure what the tally is from the other Kolhan seats, but the BJP has not been able to perform as well. Right. So clearly there's a suboptimal tribal plus by getting Champai Soren in. Absolutely. Also, let's move to Punjab bypolls that took place today. This extremely high prestige battle between Amrita Waring versus Manpreet Badal. Manpreet Badal seems to have struck a victory there. And of course, the Aam Aadmi Party has made quite a comeback.
Exactly. 3 out of the 4 seats which went into bypolls in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party has in fact registered a win. And my colleague Gurpreet spoke to Amrinder Singh Raja Waring just shortly after the results came in. Of course, his wife Amrita Waring also spoke to NDTV earlier after losing out in the elections from Gidar Bahar. Let's listen in.
How you see this result overall in Punjab?
I think it's a
although we have won only one seat, even that is, you can say, the capital of Aam Aadmi Party in Barnala, where that sitting member of parliament and minister meet here. And Mr. Maan, he himself says that that is the capital, Barnala and Sangrur. And we won that seat. That's, I think, achievement for the Congress party. But in another 3 seats, we lost. We stood on second number. Reason being, last time, if we talk about Giddadba, and the vote percentage in Giddadba is 86% in 2022. And I got 50,000 votes something. This time the percentage is 80%, like 6% down. Then also I score 50,000 votes. That you can say that that means our cadre is there. It's not that our cadre is going anywhere.
Right, that was of course from Punjab that Gurpreet was reporting. Time for us to hit a short break, but stay tuned. More updates coming up on the other side.
कैशबैक है स्लो करते नहीं इम्प्रेस लाइफ हुई इजी कितना कुछ फ्री ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी ये भी फ्री वो भी फ्री कितना कुछ फ्री ओनली विद सिंगल आईडी गेट इट फ्री विद सिंगल आईडी कितने सारे ऐप से मुझसे जुड़े ब्रांड्स मेरे पास है सबसे बड़े Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Only with single ID. Get it free with single ID.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn rewards with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
हम ये चुनाव विकास के मुद्दे पर लड़ रहे हैं.
Let them come for an open debate with me. I've challenged Eknath Shinde multiple times.
Congress is in the worst situation in this state.
महायुति में भी इससे ज्यादा डिस्प्यूट है.
Everything is fair in love and politics.
वोट देने वाले ही जिताने वाले हैं ना.
So we worked on 4 options.
Welcome back. Maharashtra results are out. In fact, this is an impressive performance by the Mahayuti and of course BJP. BJP has managed to lead in more than 129 seats, 236 in all, and numbers are, we are still counting the numbers. But of course, this has been the worst performance by the Congress party. A lot of introspection needed. That's what leaders have come out and said. But most importantly, it is time to celebrate for the BJP. First, of course, the Haryana win, and then the massive, impressive win of the BJP when it comes to Maharashtra. In some ways, the blemish of 2024 Lok Sabha elections in which the party faced a setback both in Maharashtra and UP, in some ways has been forgotten, isn't it?
That's right, Vasudha. In fact, as we know that there's mega celebrations, of course, lined up at the BJP headquarters in the national capital after the Haryana win. Now, a big booster coming for the BJP in Maharashtra, where they have registered their most impressive record margin in a way that we have in fact seen coming in from the numbers which have come up in terms of leads from Maharashtra so far. We can in fact already there are speakers going up on at the stage
that's
there. in the
BJP's General Secretary Dushyant Gautam speaking. There are these general secretaries who have come in. They will be addressing the party workers one by one, and of course then JP Nadda, the party president, will speak, and then of course the Prime Minister will also be addressing.
Yes. So there, of course, you can see that there's, of course, celebrations right from Maharashtra to the national capital here in New Delhi, that the BJP.
Well, my colleague Maria Shakil is there with us. Maria, over to you.
Yes, and joining me now is an important newsmaker. I can see right there Praful Patel, senior NCP leader. Congratulations to you, sir. You have reasons to celebrate, lot of reasons today. From ensuring that the NCP joins Mahayuti to now. It has been quite a march for your party.
Well, I would say congratulations to the people of Maharashtra for having made the right decision and a very decisive mandate. It also gives us equally, that added responsibility of meeting the expectations of the people. But nonetheless, I think today is a day to celebrate and rejoice all the hard work of a very exhaustive campaign, and especially after the Lok Sabha elections, people had almost written off the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, and people were literally jostling for the next chief minister's post among the three parties. And the other side I'm not talking about our competition. And it was something, I think it's been proven now that the Mahayuti has won and is here to stay.
But Mr. Patel, more than writing off Mahayuti, they had certainly written off Ajit Pawar's NCP, because in Lok Sabha you could win only one seat. So after that, making this comeback in which your strike rate is roughly around 60%, what really changed in your party?
70%, my dear. 71%.
Okay, 70%. I stand corrected there, sir. So what really changed?
You see, Lok Sabha was a very different thing. First, there was already the BJP had sitting MPs. The Shiv Sena had sitting MPs. Therefore, it left us with only a few seats to actually contest. We were actually contesting 3 of our original seats. And the 4th seat was just, Dharashiv, Osmanabad was just added. Just because I think nobody really was, keen to contest. So out of our 3 seats, we won 1. Certainly, Supriya Sule winning was definitely looked upon by the people of the Maharashtra, or at least the media was judging it as some kind of a major setback for Ajit Pawar and the NCP. But I can be very categorical about one thing, that the Lok Sabha was a different election. And Baramati Lok Sabha was an emotional election. So it was, I could hear people talking then that in the Lok Sabha we will vote for Sharad Pawar. Therefore, read Supriya Sule.
Tai and Dada, yes.
And in the Vidhan Sabha, we will vote for Dada. And it's exactly turned out like that. Ajit Pawar also has won handsomely by more than 1 lakh of votes. So it vindicates the position, and whatever people were saying then, that they were torn between 2 Pawars. And that's exactly what happened. But coming to the point of the Mahayuti doing very well and NCP also doing equally well as a part of the coalition, the answer is lies in the fact that the Lok Sabha was never a benchmark. First for our party, because we were if you are contesting only 4 seats, out of which only 3 were your original seats, it really doesn't define what's our strength on the ground. And Mr. Pawar Saab's NCP won few of the 8 Lok Sabha seats, out of which at least 4 or 5, if we had contested, we would have probably won them, because the base of that constituency was either with this NCP or that NCP. So it was something which, but unfortunately, because there were sitting MPs, we didn't want to get into a fight over seats. Now, the Lok Sabha had 2-3 other issues, major issues. First major issue of the Lok Sabha was that we had the fake narrative of the constitution, and that it will be, changed, and reservations to SC, STs will be, abolished. And that was a fake narrative. Nobody really meant that. It was never on the cards. Nobody even had thought of such a thing. Was it ever discussed? But it went into, a kind of sank into people's minds. So it affected Maharashtra very, significantly, because for the first time we had Dalits, Adivasis, and also the minorities voting against the Mahayuti. The second big problem was at least 6-7 Lok Sabha seats were lost because onion prices had crashed. Earlier, all the 5 years, preceding 5 years, onion, soya bean, cotton, all were doing very well. It just was, bad timing, bad luck. Not that it would not have corrected, but in those 20 days of the Lok Sabha, it just went, significantly wrong and cost us those additional seats. And the third thing was that all three parties, we were also in an alliance just, around that time. Less than a year before the Lok Sabha polls came. And as a result, the three parties working on the ground was a little bit of a challenge, because culturally, at least the NCP has been very different from the BJP and the Shiv Sena in terms of the approach of the ground politics and the Shiv Shahu Phule Ambedkar philosophy, which we have been espousing all these years. We stood by that, and we still stand by that. So it took some time for the three workers of all parties to come together. This time, after the Lok Sabha, I think it was also, in a way, a wake-up call. And everybody decided that, no, we have to tighten our seatbelts and go for the election with full throttle. And we gave some fantastic schemes, I think, which were very popular. And it's not, these schemes are not, as people say that, this was just done to lure the votes. No. These schemes are to empower, especially for the women. I think we've empowered women, and they have responded with that same kind of zeal. The same thing we did with the farmers. They also responded. And the youth also were given very good schemes to empower them for, being able to stand on their feet. I think that also helped us.
Yes, I was traveling Maharashtra, and Ladki Behan did have a lot of resonance on ground. But Mr. Patel, the question of real NCP, do you think after managing the symbol and the party name, that debate gets settled this time around? Because the strike rate of Sharad Pawar, NCP, is really dismal.
See, the issue of the NCP in a way was settled right from day one, because if out of 53 MLAs, 43 MLAs chose to move this side, it was obviously that the party largely, most of it, was on this side. But of course, there were challenges, the election commission, the courts, and I think largely they have been overcome. I mean, there are some legal issues which are still there, but I think the biggest issue is always in the People's Court. And the People's Court has very decisively given the mandate to the Mahayuti and to our NCP. So I think from that perspective, the People's Court perspective is very well settled. And I hope now that, this kind of, there's no bitterness now. Okay, we are on our own, we go our way, they go their way.
Okay, but as someone who worked very closely with Sharad Pawar, he turns 84 next month. Many see this as his last election, last assembly election perhaps. Would you have wanted a better farewell for the doyen of Maharashtra politics?
See, personally, I have my highest respect for him, even today. It's a political stance I have taken, and I thought that, and I'm being very honest, that the development agenda of Prime Minister Narendra Modi has changed the landscape of this country. People may accept it, some people who don't want to accept it, like Rahul Gandhi, will continuously go on, do the bashing, but it doesn't resonate with the people. It's been proven time and again. In Maharashtra, the MBA was already in the midst of thinking who will be the next chief minister. That kind of, they had that kind of confidence. From where they got it, I don't know. But Rahul Gandhi or their leadership has completely been, I would say, rejected conclusively by the people of Maharashtra. And this victory, mind you, at least in my politics of 35 years as an MP, I have never seen this kind of a landslide victory. So there has to be something right. And there has to be something where the people also, because all the rhetoric, if you see Uddhav Thackeray ji, you see Sharad Pawar ji, you see the Congress, Congress doesn't have any real leader in Maharashtra. But whatever that motley mix of leadership, whoever they claim to be the leaders, they have no clue of what is happening on the ground. So my point is very clear that we are, in a space where we want to work for development. And I think Prime Minister Modi's work in Delhi and the Mahayuti's work in the last 6 months, actually Lok Sabha was just an aberration of bad timing for multiple reasons and fake narrative, which we unfortunately couldn't conquer. And now the three parties have understood the ground reality, have understood how to work with each other much more, I would say, engagingly. And I think the differences have been resolved largely by all the three leaders.
Last couple of questions to you, Mr. Patel. As someone who has worked with Rahul Gandhi as part of the UPA and now working with Prime Minister Modi as part of NDA, what difference do you find in their working style? Well,
I've not worked with Rahul Gandhi as such because he's always been a part of the UPA leadership and the mentorship, but not the Prime Minister. So, of course, we were always a separate party. So we were never really engaged with them on a day-to-day basis. Yes, we would engage as a UPA. But Prime Minister Modi, you see, you must acknowledge, he cannot be a leader, and he has increased his footprint of his party pan-India. Every state you see Bharatiya Janata Party and Prime Minister Modi so omnipresent. This was never the Bharatiya Janata Party of the past. So if he has to have something right, he has to have that, and it's good because you need a national party. You cannot have, even a Bharatiya Janata Party of the past was never a real pan-national party. It may have been in power for many years. Vajpayee ji was there, Advani ji was there. They did increase the footprint of the BJP a lot. But Prime Minister Modi has taken it to the next level. And that is something remarkable. And, in a democracy of 140 crore people, it's very easy to say, this or that about a person. But he has to have something in him for people to repose faith for the third time in a row. We are a genuine democracy. We are not some banana republic.
Okay, so will you now agree to join the Union Cabinet, Council of Ministers? Because you have not, you did not join it last time around when the swearing in happened.
Last time was a little different, but I can say I am not vying for any position. At the same time, I'm very importantly working to see that the Mahayuti is together and works well on the ground and in terms of the agenda of what we have set for ourselves. But the government part and the prime ministerships in Delhi or in Mumbai are not decided by me. They're decided by the Prime Minister. That's his prerogative, as also the prerogative of all the three parties here when they will join the government. So I am not going to say anything on that because it's purely the prerogative of the Prime Minister.
Last question. There's a lot of analysis around the fact that given the kind of emphatic victory that the BJP has had, it is the natural claimant to the Chief Minister's chair. Would you share this opinion? Because जनता के दरबार में भाजपा को क्राउन मिला है.
Well, इस बात को तो इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस कोलिशन की बहुत ही सशक्त और बड़ी पार्टी है और इसलिए उनका जो रोल रहेगा ये अहम रहेगा. वही तय करेंगे कि
बाकी का रोल क्या होगा,
लीडरशिप किसके पास रहेगा. हमारा जहाँ तक सवाल है, हमें हमारी जितनी भी मर्यादाएं हैं और जितनी हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है, दोनों को हम जानते हैं, उस हिसाब से हम कोई इसके दावेदार नहीं है। और हम हमारी जो भी भूमिका जो महायुति में तय होगी उसके लिए हम तैयार हैं। लेकिन जहाँ तक मुख्यमंत्री का सवाल है, पहले कल सभी पार्टीज अपने अपने नेतृत्व चुनेगी, विच इज वो समझ मतलब कोई ऐसी कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, क्योंकि तीनों पार्टी के नेता कौन बनेंगे ये कल स्वाभाविक एक विषय है। लेकिन इसके पश्चात क्या हमको बैठना पड़ेगा और नेचुरली भारतीय जनता पार्टी का गाइडेंस इसमें सबसे अहम रहेगा। और इस बात को भी इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नंबर अकेले के हम दोनों पार्टियों के मिलकर जो है उससे भी ज्यादा है। सो एकदम हम कोई ऐसी बातें न भी करें कि जो इस बात को नजरअंदाज करें। हम हमारी भूमिका और हमारी जो मर्यादा है इसको हम समझते हैं और उस नाते हम कोई मुख्यमंत्री के दावेदार नहीं।
Okay, so you're not a claimant for the Chief Minister's chair, as Ajit Pawar, NCP, is not. But Mr. Patel, is there a sense that there has to be a great degree of urgency in government formation because 26th is the last day of this assembly?
Well, surely it has to be done in the next 2-3 days. 3 days, I would say, maximum. Today is 23rd, so I think at least my party is meeting tomorrow morning with the MLAs who have been elected, and we will elect our leader, which of course before the election it's wrong to say, but at the same time we fought under the leadership of Ajit Pawar, so he will be the leader of our parliamentary party, legislature party, and so on will Mr. Shinde obviously be the leader of his party. And BJP, though it's a large party, it's a national party, I can't speak for them, but they did fight the election with Devendra Fadnavis as the poster boy. So as their face. So I'm sure it may end up with Devendra Fadnavis being their leader. And after that, I think that will all happen by tomorrow. So I think by tomorrow evening or day after morning or evening, we would have to finalize everything. And at least the 3 gentlemen who have to be sworn in will be at least complete before the deadline of 26th of this month when the assembly's term ends. So you will have to have a new chief minister and 2 deputy chief ministers, I presume, because I cannot presume what will come, but I presume in a coalition this kind of formula will be there.
That's a great degree of caution there by Praful Patel.
Because how can you come to a conclusion without talking to your partners?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's at least not fair. But I would say it would be a safe presumption.
All right. Praful Patel, pleasure speaking to you, sir. And congratulations on this victory of NCP. You have settled the legacy debate.
Congratulations to the people of Maharashtra. Congratulations to the people of Maharashtra.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for congratulating me on their behalf.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Praful Patel, NCP MP there, making some very valid, important points, talking about the 2024 Lok Sabha elections where the Mahayuti faced a setback in the state of Maharashtra, saying that that was an aberration of kinds, and what happened today, the historic mandate that the Mahayuti has today is the real sentiment on ground. That's what he's saying. Also admitting that the BJP, which with the highest numbers, of course, is in the driving seat. There are limitations, but of course there will be a collective government. Of course, there are many meetings that are going to happen in the next 2 days. Remember, the government has to be in place before the 26th of November. Over to my colleague Aishwarya, who is outside the BJP headquarters, where the PM is expected soon. BJP leaders have started arriving there. Also, we are joined by Anuj, who is joining us from Mumbai. Aishwarya, tell us what is happening in the BJP headquarters now.
Well, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda had already arrived at the BJP headquarters in the national capital, and shortly would be Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who would be arriving at the BJP headquarters to address hundreds of Karyakartas who have gathered at the BJP headquarters after the resounding victory that the Bharatiya Janata Party has got from the state of Maharashtra, as the poster clearly states, महाराष्ट्र एवं झारखंड एवं अन्य विधानसभा चुनावों के नतीजों के लिए जनता का हार्दिक धन्यवाद and आशीर्वाद. And there you can see the stage has been set to giant screens, and large number of BJP supporters have already gathered over here. Senior ministers like Arjun Ram Meghwal, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and arrived to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi after this huge victory, and they have also been lined up, and in a short while from now we've been told Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be arriving, but there you can see a lot of enthusiastic workers, dhol being played over here at the BJP headquarters. Since morning these are the scenes over here as far as the workers are concerned. They are quite motivated as far as the victory is concerned, and the protocol is set because of the leaders that have been arriving. So far it will be the Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be arriving very soon. SPG is on protocol as far as the security of Prime Minister is concerned, and he would be addressing the workers from here, the nation from here, as far as the victory is concerned. Now, what we have been also told as far as our sources are concerned, that it would be a short meeting that would also can happen soon after Prime Minister addresses the workers over here at the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, and from here on, they will be deciding as far as what would be the next strategy for the Maharashtra government formation, because of course as far as the legislative party meeting is concerned, they need to do that. Observers would have to be sent from the national capital, from the party headquarters, as well from the side of the Bharatiya Janata Party. You can talk to the alliance partners as well. Several कार्यकर्ताज over here enthusiastic. कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी की?
ये बहुत बड़ी जीत है महाराष्ट्र के अंदर, बहुत बड़ी जीत है ये, क्योंकि पहले से ज़्यादा है कहीं वोटों से जीतना, और ये तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो काम है वो देश में नहीं पूरे वर्ल्ड में उनका काम बोलता है.
ब्रांड मोदी बरकरार है, आपको लगता है?
बिल्कुल बरकरार है. आपने देखा ना यूपी के अंदर पहले 5 थी, अब 7 हो गई हैं. 9 में से 7 सीटें अभी मिली हैं योगी जी के, मोदी जी के नाम पे मिली हैं.
In the by-elections as well, Bharatiya Janata Party has done pretty well, and therefore the reason perhaps at the main stage where the poster is, it also states about the by-elections. As far as the poster is concerned, it clearly states Maharashtra एवं झारखंड के विधानसभा चुनाव और अन्य राज्यों में हुए उपचुनावों में अभूतपूर्व आशीर्वाद देने के लिए जनता का हार्दिक आभार. And there you can see posters of Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda and Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of our country. Of course, it is Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who has already arrived at the party headquarters, and very soon we are expecting Prime Minister to arrive shortly over here.
Right, stay with us, Aishwarya. We'll keep coming back to you, of course, especially when the Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters there. But let me also bring in my colleague Anuj Raite, who's joining us from Mumbai, and he's outside the BJP office in Mumbai. First of all, Anuj, are there parallel celebrations, I'm sure, which are happening at the BJP office there in Mumbai? And also, like we heard from NCP's Praful Patel, that there's going to be a meeting of the legislative party members tomorrow, and even Eknath Shinde has called a meeting of all his top leaders. Similarly, is BJP also following suit of having a huddle tomorrow? Because, of course, now the big question is, like, all the parties will, of course, be choosing their top leaders for the assembly. But these key huddles will, of course, lead up to that one question which everyone has on their mind right now about Maharashtra, as to who's going to be the CM pick.
talking about the parallel celebrations, it all started from Eknath Shinde's residence today. In the afternoon, we were there outside his house in Thane. From there, it moved to Varsha, where we saw a united face was put forth when all the three leaders from the Mahayuti took a joint press conference. There's a celebration there, went on for close to an hour and a half. And after that, of course, the celebrations moved here. While we speak right now, celebrations have ended here, and one can hear some dhol tasha. It is there right opposite this street where there is Barasaheb Bhavan, which is the official office, which is the office of Shinde Shiv Sena. So yes, we're expecting such scattered celebrations to take place all across the city and all across the state. Yeah, and the Mahayuti have got all the reasons to celebrate. It is not just a victory, but it is a huge victory that kind of shows the kind of influence that they've had on the people and on the state in the last few years. What becomes more important is that ever since the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, it is not that it was a very smooth sailing for the Mahayuti. There were several challenges, be it the Badlapur issue, be it the farmers issue, which is the most recent, and of course the most pertinent of that was the fall of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue. At every juncture, people, media, critics, and of course the opposition thought that that was the best chance for them to bring the government down or to attack the government so that they could never really make it back to the power. But then what we saw happen today is that the Mahayuti has defied all of these odds and has made sure that it comes back to power. As you said, tomorrow a series of meetings will be held across the city. Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar faction of NCP, Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde faction, and of course Bharatiya Janata Party will also be holding some key meetings. They will be getting all of their MLAs down here in the city, and these are more like the formality meetings which will take place just to make sure that they've got the support of all the MLAs who are victorious. At the same time, all of these meetings will also have an undercurrent of who is actually going to be the next phase of chief ministership. Although when you look at the numbers now, the BJP is close to 130 to 133, and they're just just a dozen of MLAs away from securing that magic number of 145, which for the longest period of time, for close to 4 to 5 decades, no party has been able to achieve. Of course, BJP has been the only party in the recent past which has come closer to it. So of course, as Prafulla Patel also said earlier, the other two parties would not really find themselves in any position to compromise. There was a scenario that was being thought of where if in case, Ajit Pawar faction gets close to 15 to 20 and the entire Mahayuti is in some sort of a, in some sort of a problem when it is close to 130 to 35, that is when the compromise would have been a little stronger. But that does not seem to be the case right now, because the Mahayuti is over 230, an unprecedented number here in Maharashtra, which makes it very clear that it is going to be Devendra Fadnavis in all likeliness who is going to become the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra for the third time. Second time being the 24 hours Chief Ministership which he held when Ajit Pawar became the Deputy Chief Minister, when the oath was taken early in the morning. One can expect that to come back. And Devendra Fadnavis has got a great record as an administrator, especially if you look at it from 2014 to 2019.
Right. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details. Action-packed days in Maharashtra. Coming up, also joining us now is Sanjay Kumar from the CSDS. We have Professor Sandeep Shastri from Lok Niti Network. We have Seema Malik from NCP, led by Sharad Pawar faction. We also have Anuja Kapoor from the BJP. And we have Mahima Singh from the Congress Party. Thank you, all of you, for joining us on this broadcast. To you, Sanjay Kumar, first. What does this mean for the BJP, this massive victory of the BJP in Maharashtra along with Mahayuti? Because, we have these understanding of the BJP, at least used to, that, BJP is highly urban party. It's also become an OBC party. But if you look at numbers here, 159 rural seats, 136 Mahayuti is either leading or has won. It's only on 20 seats that the MVA is leading or has won. So clearly a lot of changes there.
No, I think that was the story of BJP only till 2014 Lok Sabha elections. But if you look at the movement of BJP or the expansion of BJP, whether we are referring to the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and various state assembly elections during the last 1 decade. If you look at BJP's expansion, BJP has managed to expand enormously in the rural India, enormously in a big way among the Dalits, Adivasis and the OBC community. There is a lot of push for making inroads among the OBC community. So I think that's a saying of the past, that BJP is only a party of the urban middle class. It has gone beyond that much earlier than when we are discussing today, almost 10 years ago.
Right, sir. And your takeaways from the Maharashtra elections?
I think the takeaways for the political parties. One, I think the negative campaign and only and only negative campaign doesn't work in favor of the party, and that is why BJP could not do very well in Jharkhand, because if you look at the campaign of BJP in Jharkhand, it was all negative. all, and they were not offering anything positive to the voters. Same was the case with regard to Mahavikas Aghadi. If you look at the campaign in Maharashtra, only two issues were very, very dominant in the campaign, Samvidhan Bachao and caste census. Besides that, there was nothing positive they were offering to the voters. So I think one big message to the political parties is that, yes, if there is something which the ruling party has done bad, you need to criticize that. But at the same time, you also need to offer something positive to the voters.
Right. Sandeep Shastri, bringing you in now in the conversation. In fact, we met earlier in the day, much earlier in the day today when we were getting early leads. And now, of course, we have seen the kind of historic mandate that BJP has got in Maharashtra, especially with regard to Marathwada and North Maharashtra, which was supposed to be two regions in which it was the weak spot for them. But as far as the leads and the results are still trickling in, that we can see that they have actually made much bigger gains in these two particular regions. So what exactly do you think that, is it a case where BJP managed to course correct themselves in time after the Lok Sabha elections, or is it that MVA actually did not manage to put out a very comprehensive or compelling message?
I would say it's a combination of both the factors that you mentioned. The BJP, the NDA coalition made every effort after that setback in the Lok Sabha poll to do a course correction, focus on the government, focus on the welfare schemes. That was something that they did quite exceptionally well, it seems now. Secondly, and something we are not talking much about, if you look at the two alliances, the alliance where the BJP and the Shinde Sena and the Ajit Pawar faction were together, this alliance was much more well-oiled and worked to a clear strategy. Whereas if you look at the Aghadi, the three main parties there, the Congress, the UBT Sena and the Sharad Pawar NCP, were going in different directions. So
Shastri,
that made a critical difference.
Right. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we'll have to cut across live right now. Ramesh Chenithala of the Congress addressing a press conference.
He's the in charge of the Maharashtra for the Congress.
किसी को विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है ये क्या हो गया, कैसे ये परिणाम हो गया. हमारे महाराष्ट्र के 6 जो रीजन्स हैं, उधर के नेता लोग जो जीतने वाले तो पक्का जीतने वाले भी हजारों की तादाद में हार रहे हैं. कुछ जिले में ऐसे है कि हमारे एक भी सीट नहीं आ रहे. हम कैसे विश्वास कर सकते हैं? हमारे जो दिग्गज नेता हार रहे हैं, अच्छे अच्छे कैंडिडेट्स हार रहे हैं. महाविकास आघाड़ी का, एनसीपी का, शिवसेना का और कांग्रेस का 100% जीतने वाला कैंडिडेट्स हजारों की तादाद में हार रहे हैं. इसलिए कांग्रेस पार्टी इसके बारे में गहराई से पढ़ेंगे, जनता के सामने हम लोग जाएंगे. हमको महाराष्ट्र के जनता के ऊपर विश्वास है. इस परिणाम को महाराष्ट्र के जनता मेरे ख्याल से वो पूरी तरह मानेगा नहीं. हम इसके बारे में पूरी तरह जांच करेंगे और आपके सामने बुलाएंगे हम लोग. देखिए, हमारे प्रदेश कांग्रेस कमेटी के अध्यक्ष नाना पटोले जी, मेरे सकोली के बारे में बहुत सारे लोगों से बात किया. सारे लोग बोला ये हजारों की तादाद में महमूद से जीत जाएगा. अभी जीत रहे 108 से वोट से जीत रहे हैं. हमारे 8 बार जीतने वाले हमारे एलओपी भारत सब तोराट 8 बार जीत गया, कंटिन्यूस हार गई. माजी मुख्यमंत्री पृथ्वीराज चौहान हार गए. हमारे एलओपी बार बच गया. इसलिए हमको इस पे ऊपर शक है. हम विस्तार में पढ़ेंगे और जनता के सामने आएंगे. ये नतीजा महाराष्ट्र के जनता की मन की भावना के अनुसार नहीं है, ये मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ.
हिंदी मध्ये काही विचार असेल तर विचार. हिंदी, मी मराठी.
देखिए, हम लोग देखते हैं. अभी हमारा विस्तार में अभी तो परिणाम आया है. डेटा हमारे पास पूरा नहीं आया है. आंकड़े आने के बाद हम उसके ऊपर देखिए. सुबह तक हम लोग जीत रहे थे, सुबह के 10 बजे तक हम लोग 150 तक जा रहे थे, उसके बाद तो परिणाम उल्टा हो गया। इसके बारे में हमको देखना पड़ेगा, आंकड़ा देखना पड़ेगा, डेटा देखना पड़ेगा। डेटा देख करके हम आपके सामने आएंगे, मैं बताएं आप। नहीं, मैं पहले इसको डेटा पढ़ने के बाद हम लोग एक डिसीजन में पहुंच जाएंगे। उसका टाइम देखिए, अभी तक इलेक्शन कमीशन पूरा रिजल्ट पब्लिश नहीं किया है, वो देख करके हम विस्तार में उसके चर्चा करेंगे। टाइम है हमारे पास, प्रजातंत्र को बचाने के लिए हमको काम करना है। आने वाले दिनों में हम उसके ऊपर ध्यान देंगे और आपके सामने आएंगे। अपने No, that we will discuss in detail within this time. This is not the time to go into the details. We don't have get that all the details. No, definitely we will fight for the people of Maharashtra. महाराष्ट्र के जनता के हित को लेकर के हम आगे फाइट करेंगे। हम महाराष्ट्र के जनता के ऊपर हमारा विश्वास है, वो विश्वास पूरी तरह दिखाने के लिए हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे।
कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता सुबह से यहाँ आ रहे जा रहे हैं, उनका आरोप है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जो हारी है उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण महाराष्ट्र के प्रभारी रमेश चंद्र की है। उनकी स्ट्रैटेजी कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ कम पड़ गई है, जिसकी वजह से महाराष्ट्र में ये हार रही है। आप इस बात को स्वीकार करते हैं कि रमेश चंद्र?
बिल्कुल मैं स्वीकार करता हूँ। हार होते तो उसका जिम्मेदारी मैं हूँ, उसमें स्वीकार करने में क्या प्रॉब्लम है। बिल्कुल, पार्लियामेंट के चुनाव में सबसे ज़्यादा पार्टी उभर करके आया, तभी भी मैं स्वीकार किया था। अभी हारने का जिम्मेदारी मुझे पहले आता है, उसमें कोई दुआ नहीं है। यस, हाँ, तो पार्टी की बात है। अभी तो देखिए, अभी इलेक्शन कमीशन में पूरा आंकड़ा भी नहीं आया है, और देखते हैं। That is why I am surprised. I am surprised about the outcome of the assembly election. That is why we are going to go into the details. We'll study it, and then we'll come before the people. नहीं, आज तक पहले भी हमारे लोकसभा में हमारे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन के लिए हमारे पास संख्या नहीं था, फिर भी हमने फाइट किया, आप जो जानते हैं। सो कांग्रेस पार्टी और महाविकास आघाड़ी सरकार के नीतियों के खिलाफ जरूर लड़ेंगे। जनता के विश्वास के लेकर के आगे हम लोग हमारा संघर्ष जारी रखेंगे।
So that was Ramesh Shanidala, Congress leader, also in charge of Maharashtra, addressing a press conference and talking about how the Maharashtra mandate is completely unbelievable and that the party will take a call on approaching the EC after it studies the results. Remember that party stalwarts including Balasaheb Thorat, Yashomati Thakur and also Prithvi Raj Chavan, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, have lost elections today. Anuja Kapoor, Congress again, insinuating that the process was not fair. This is something that we saw even after Haryana poll outcomes came out. What is your view on this?
Jai Shri Ram and good evening. This is nothing surprising. It is just that when you take away the toy from a child, the child definitely wins, cries, and when the person is suffering from anxiety, that is ADHD, hyperactive also. The situation is like this because they have not worked on the ground, so that is why they are shouting and crying. I would also like to ask the same person that on 13 states and 46 Vidhan Sabha seats, How many seats have they won? You know, they are talking here also. What I would also like to see, because I have also a chart of there, we have won 26 seats. So where were you? From 46 Vidhan Sabha seats, which assembly seats, we have taken 26. Where are you in that? So just speaking like this in here does not make a good catch. It is better you accept your defeat, and this is the mandate of the people, the mandate of Maharashtra. I again, bow down in front of the whole Maharashtra people and say thank you to them that you have given your love to Modi ji, like in Lok Sabha, and now 6% more love has been given by the Maharashtra women who have come forward. No more the women have become a Rabari Devi syndrome, and they are coming forward. This is because of Modi ji's the schemes which have made them so independent, and they are coming forward. I see that the Ladli Behan has already been very popular with Maharashtra, and that has been an extensive approach towards the Antyodaya when we were talking about how BJP has taken Eknath Shinde and NCP together. That is the beauty of it. We have worked even if we were the deputy CM, we worked in totality with them during the seat distribution also. We did not behave like Rahul Gandhi, and that is, I think this is how it is. Then we also worked on the ground level where we talk about Panna Pramukh, that is the last category of a BJP area, where who is the first category in the BJP.
Right.
So I would say the pyramid starts from the
So
down,
hard work
then
pays
to
is
Modi
what
ji.
you're trying to say. Also, Seema Malik, would you agree with what your alliance partner is insinuating?
What? Actually, repeat the question. Actually, I'm not able to hear.
Seema Malik, would you agree with what your alliance partner, the Congress party, is insinuating with regard to how these results are completely unbelievable and they need more introspection? In some ways, alleging or making this claim that these results are not representative, and maybe the Congress party was not provided a level playing field, which is what a lot of Congress spokespersons have also said, and Rahul Gandhi has also said this.
See, ma'am, this day was not very good for us. So first of all, I would congratulate the BJP for getting such a grand victory. And the day was not good for us. We were not expecting something like this. And see, we are really disheartened, but we have not lost hopes or something. Nirasha hai, par hatasha nahi hai. And we fought the election with wholeheartedly, we worked hard, and then this type of results makes you, a little depressed. But you see, and then about those things, what the Congress people said, or I think these things will be decided by our senior leaders when they will do a meeting for the review. And say, you see, what I think is that the agenda of, the butting, cutting, it took over the real issues of the Maharashtra, and the Ladli Behan Yojana, which had, cash in the bank, the advance cash in the bank, it really worked for them, and it also took the real issues, and the agenda of Hindutva and all those things. I think they were the main reasons for all these things.
Right.
And see, I would like to say, like, I'm not in the mood of the debate today. But I'm telling you these things, and
right.
I'm all
right.
Right, Seema Malik there of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction. We also will go across to Aishwarya, who is still standing by at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Aishwarya, any update there? Any sign of Prime Minister Modi yet?
Well, we are reporting from the Bharatiya Janata Party headquarters, and we have been told that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be soon arriving over here and will be addressing the Karyakartas who have turned up in large numbers. Already Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP President JP Nadda, Arjuna Meghwal, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and other top leaders have arrived. And as you can see in the visuals as well, there had been a lot of people who have turned up. These are BJP Karyakartas who have been coming since the evening GP headquarters because they're quite enthusiastic after the resounding victory that the Bharatiya Janata Party have got in the state of Maharashtra, and now eagerly waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As every year we see how the party headquarters. At the party headquarters, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrives and gives and addresses to the Karyakartas as well. Of course, the Karyakartas had been really boosted after this massive victory that Bharatiya Janata Party have got, and now it has come down to who would be the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra. Of course, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who had the largest vote share and also the largest seat sharing as far as the alliance is concerned. But now over here at the BJP headquarters, what we can see is the visuals of also people who had been decked up. The flowers had been called in, bouquets had been also called in for the welcome.
Right.
Several other leaders as well of the Bharatiya Janata Party have gathered in large numbers, and they are also waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive.
The Prime Minister is expected soon. Amit Shah has already arrived there, Home Minister of the country. He has addressed the maximum rallies, public rallies in the state of Maharashtra, 15, and he also, Tanima, has the highest strike rate. All 15 constituencies have voted for Mahayuti candidates. So that's quite an accomplishment. Also, let me go across to Mahima Singh. Mahima, we spoke when the Haryana elections were on, and that was seen as time for introspection. Now there's another election which has come up. So two back-to-back defeats. How does the party see something like this? Because this clearly means some of the campaign themes, including caste census for that matter, and also other things, don't seem to be working really well for the Congress party when it comes to voters.
Jai Hind. First of all, Vasudha, let me extend my best wishes to the BJP because they have a tough road ahead to walk. Because you see, in Vidarbha and Marathwada, the regions where the BJP leaders could not even set their foot during this election, have now managed somehow to secure this victory, which I would like to call it is an eclipsed victory, which is why we are shocked. We are shocked because there was huge agrarian distress in the state of Maharashtra. I had gone to the ground and worked with the grassroots workers there. There was a huge sense of insecurity amongst the women after Badlapur-like rape incidents. There was huge distress amongst the people after the Shivaji statue, fell down. But yes, the fact of the day, at the end of the day, the BJP has won the state. So we extend our best wishes because also Ek Hai To Safe Hai is really going to be put to test now as we see the BJP chief minister coming to the helm. Now you are asking me what are the factors for the Congress, and I would respectfully also refer to Sanjay Ji's comments that he made earlier when he talked about a positive and a negative narrative. And I would rather remind the viewers and all of you on the panel also that in Maharashtra, if you remember, we had our manifesto was comprised of a Panch Sutra. The Panch Sutra that acknowledged the agrarian distress, that acknowledged the women's safety, that acknowledged the issue of unemployment, inflation, so on and so forth. Essentially 5 principles where we had guaranteed what we would. Of course, we are not incumbent and we could not bribe the women with Ladki Bahin Yojana like temporary relief as the BJP has done after delaying the elections. So defections, poaching, delaying the elections, everything has played to the tune of the BJP. People's issues have been lost, have been defeated, eclipsed by the BJP in this election. We shall introspect, and I would say, lambi hai gham ki sham, magar sham hi to hai.
All the best, Mahima.
Forward.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Okay. Sanjay Ji, one important question that I wanted to ask you. This is also a battle for survival, but it was also a battle for pursuit of power and legacy. What happens to parties like Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena and also NCP led by Sharad Pawar? Because these are veterans, but clearly they have lost this battle of perception.
Certainly, they have not only lost battle of perception, they have also lost the political battle. If you look at the vote share, the votes polled by these two political parties and the number of seats, clearly they have suffered a massive blow in these elections. But it would be very difficult for me to say that this is an end to these political parties. We have seen political parties downfall, and we have also seen political parties bouncing back. I think we have to wait for some more time to see whether parties are able to learn from the defeat, party cadre remain united, they go to the people, do a retrospection. If they are able to do that, I am sure in the coming election, BMC election is going to come next year, early next year. That's going to be another test. So I think very difficult for me to conclude, or I would not be willing to conclude that this is kind of an end to the Shinde, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar's faction of NCP.
Right. Professor Shastri, what about India bloc, because today even Mamata Banerjee has said that the Congress is completely incapable of taking on the BJP. We saw what happened in Haryana and also in Maharashtra. Whenever there's a direct fight between the BJP and Congress, the Congress falters.
I think the whole India coalition would require to re-strategize, because they have had in fits and starts victories and good performances. And similarly, there have been moments of challenge. And as you rightly said, whenever there is a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress, the India coalition seems to have a little faltering. When it is important state level players who are part of the key competition, the coalition seems to do better. So I think this is going to increase the pressure on the Congress party to be able to accommodate the other state level parties within the coalition, bring them into the debate, bring them into the dialogue, and that I think is the only way forward for the India coalition. If the major partner, which is the major anchor in a sense, which is the Congress, is able to take the others along and not necessarily dictate terms, which I think today it's not in a position to do, that is the way the India coalition needs to go forward.
Absolutely. So a lot of battles that the Congress will have to fight now.
Exactly. And let's also take a look at now some of the top reactions which are coming in from the newsmakers of the day, starting with Maharashtra.
ईवीएम का देखो, अभी झारखंड में ईवीएम अच्छा है क्या? झारखंड में, कर्नाटक में ईवीएम अच्छा था। जब भी अभी वो लोग पहले जब जीतने के बाद बोलते ईवीएम अच्छा है, इलेक्शन कमिश्नर अच्छा है, वो लोग तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक तो उनको सलाह मशवरा देते हैं उनको। वो जो यंत्रणा उनके बाजू से, मतलब उनके फेवर में रिजल्ट आते अच्छी है। अभी तो वोटर लिस्ट पे भी उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्शन लिया था। तो जब हार जाते हैं तो बोलते ये यंत्रणा खराब है, जीतते तो बोलते अच्छा है। ऐसा कैसा है?
सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, अजित पवार जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष है, और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं।
लाडकी बहिणा म्हणजे गेम चेंजरच ती योजना झाली। अंडर करंट असा का बहिणींनी दाखवला की मी सगळे उताने पडले, सगळे आडवे झाले, कारण एवढ्या प्रचंड बहुमताने, म्हणजे मी तर जसा राजकारणात आलोय तसं 222 आणि 225 महायुतीला किंवा कुठल्याही आघाडीला महाराष्ट्रामध्ये तरी कधी असं यश मिळालेलं माझ्या तरी पाण्यात नाही, माझ्या तरी ऐकवत नाही।
नहीं चला क्योंकि बेकारी तो कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती कि जो सेक्युलर होती है, जैसे बेकारी है, महंगाई है, वो सेक्युलर है। सभी को महंगाई की मार पड़ रही है, सभी को जो बेरोजगारी है वो सता रही है, तो ऐसे कुछ नहीं।
मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी और हमारी सरकार आएगी, ये हमको पूरा विश्वास था, पर ये उसके भी आगे जाकर ये जीत मिली है, बहुत ही अभूतपूर्व। और महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जिस प्रकार से हमारे ऊपर ये विश्वास बताया, उन्होंने एक प्रकार से जताया, इससे हमारी जिम्मेदारी बड़ी है और इस जिम्मेदारी को पूरा करने के लिए लोगों की अपेक्षा को सिंसियरली पूरा करना होगा और निश्चित रूप से हमारा नेतृत्व वो पूरा करने की कोशिश करता है.
Do you attribute this victory?
Well, this is a victory of the good governance and public welfare that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has consistently given the people of India. It is a victory of the good governance of the Mahayuti government and the confidence people had that the future of Maharashtra is safe under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi.
Who will be the Chief Minister? Are there going to be disputes about that?
Right. Staying on, we are still waiting, of course, for to catch the glimpse of Prime Minister Modi reaching the BJP headquarters, expected any time now. But going back to our guest now, Sanjay Kumar, you know, some of the trends that you were talking about, whether it was a negative campaign versus a positive campaign, which actually got dividends for the parties which have emerged victorious today. But also, if we talk about the other key trends which have emerged from these elections, one of them, of course, is clearly the X factor, which has been seen as the women's vote bank right from the beginning, both in Jharkhand as well as in Maharashtra. It's the welfare scheme centered around women, which has in fact resonated with the voters on the ground, and which is the reason why both places they have managed to beat anti-incumbency.
Yes, I think two big trends looking at the results of both the assembly election, Jharkhand and Maharashtra. One, welfare schemes are working in favor of the ruling party. It is working in a much bigger way now compared to what it used to be in the past. Second, welfare scheme targeted at specific groups are working much more sharply in favor of the ruling party compared to a welfare scheme which is for everyone or for different sections of people. And in that context, I am referring to the welfare schemes aimed at benefits of the women. So what is happening is that the schemes are giving benefits to one particular community, and in this case, the women voters, they are turning out to vote in much bigger numbers. They are getting excited about election. They are getting more interested in election. So they are turning out to vote in much bigger numbers, and they are turning out to vote in favor of the party which is giving them benefits. So it is a double benefits for the ruling party. Turnout is increasing. You are targeting one sections of the people, and then the welfare schemes are working in favor of the ruling party.
I think I'd just like to add a point to what Sanjay ji said. If you look at different elections, women voters have been, if I could use the word, a swing factor for certain parties winning in the last few years. And today I think is a classic example of that. Both in Jharkhand and in Maharashtra, different parties and different ruling parties have taken the benefit. Could I add one more point? I think the youth vote is also seen as being very critical in the victory of the Mahayuti in Maharashtra and the victory of the JMM in Jharkhand. The younger voters' aspirations is often reflected in the nature of the mandate. A final point, you look at the three by-elections in Karnataka. The Congress has won all the three, and a critical factor in a survey we did in one of those three by-elections was the women vote again. Those who saw themselves as beneficiaries of welfare schemes going out and voting in larger numbers for the Congress. So I think welfare schemes well implemented, programs targeted at youth and certain sections of society, when they work well, clearly the advantage goes to the party which is in power.
Absolutely. Sanjay Kumar, also Maratha factor and Marathi factor, these are two important factors when it comes to voters of Maharashtra. What do you think are the key implications of this results on these two factors, because BJP is sort of like really surging ahead with more numbers now?
No, about the Maratha vote, we did two polls for the Maharashtra Assembly election, one poll even before the elections were announced. And even in that poll, we got a sense that a very large number of Maratha vote was tilted in favor of the Mahayuti. And at that time, many readers and some of the commentators were also surprised that how come Maratha vote is shifted in favor of the Mahayuti when on the other side you have Sharad Pawar as such a tall Maratha leader. But I think Shinde has emerged as a very tall leader during the campaign. If you look at the last 6 months, he started as a very, very unknown person as the CM. But during the campaign, during last 1.5 years, I think he has emerged as a very formidable leader, a formidable chief minister. And the Maratha voters belonging to the Maratha community, they realize that their man is in chair. Their man is the chief minister. He would be able to help the Maratha community much more than a man who has been a Maratha leader, but he is just only in a position to make promises.
Right. Mahima Singh, to you, this is the question I asked Professor Shastri also. Do you see Congress party playing a pivotal role in India bloc alliance formations in future now? Now, next year it's just going to be Delhi and of course Bihar elections. It's not going to be that busy when it comes to elections. But what is the Congress party's plan when it comes to opposition unity now?
Vasudha, I was raising my hand, so first I'll make my point and then I'll come to your question. So number one is that, you see, I extended best wishes to the BJP, but it'll be very heavy on BJP's heart to extend congratulations to the India Alliance for our victory in Jharkhand and almost 13 by-election seats today. And when I talk about that, I was hearing earlier when Professor Shastri was talking about reimagination, re-strategizing by the India partners. I must say that in addition to that, a very important critical question to ponder over today is the lackadaisical conduct of the Election Commission of India. There are certain institutions that we consider as holy cows and we never question. I think that needs to change. Even today, the counting was very delayed, and for initial couple of hours, it did not begin at many seats. Now, coming to your questions, I must say that you have asked about the forthcoming strategy. I must say, Vasudha, that the Congress party's electoral pursuit, electioneering, has always been public-driven, public issues-driven, with the federal structure of our country at the very heart. That is how we are going to plan it. And yes, our spirits are not low at all. Right. It is a disappointment.
Anuja Kapoor, sure. Last word from you, ma'am. Would you like to respond to that?
I would only like to say that how is the Josh of Congress in Punjab? How are you feeling? And how is the, because Aam Aadmi Party is still winning in Punjab and you were trying to talk about it. So I would just say that, whatever you do, just be what you have to think and ponder on. We are also congratulating you for Jharkhand, but I would just like to tell you, don't be so heavy heart. Our vote share is the same. We were 33.8% in 2019. We are still at 33.26% in 2024. Right. So we are still the highest vote share in Jharkhand. I think you have to think on where are you who are falling down, right, and trying to, hide behind all the parties, the regional parties. NDA is strong and we fall not like you back on them. We stand strong, ek hain to safe hai, and that is where it is the BJP and NDA stands together.
Okay, thank you so much, Anuja. So the stage is all set for the Prime Minister to come and speak to party workers. Visuals there of party workers waiting for him with a lot of anticipation. The last time he was there, the BJP won a historic mandate in the state of Haryana, coming back to power and being the incumbent, the first incumbent to come back to power in a long time. And of course, visuals of Devendra Fadnavis and of course the Vijay Tilak ceremony happening there, and also Nitin Gadkari there, senior leaders of Vidarbh in Maharashtra, where the BJP has performed remarkably, and that's Chandrasekhar Bawankule, the BJP state president, and of course Amrita Fadnavis, the wife of Devendra Fadnavis, is also there.
Celebrations continuing in both Delhi and Mumbai as we speak in the BJP camps there. Prime Minister, of course, expected shortly at the BJP headquarters in the national capital, and the celebrations continuing in Mumbai as well. We'll head into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere. Lots of updates coming up on the other side.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth
and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Those are visuals from the BJP headquarters. The Prime Minister is going to be there soon. The last time he was there, the BJP had struck a historic win in the state of Haryana, becoming the first incumbent in many years to come back to power. And today is a historic occasion yet again, with the BJP performing extremely well in the state of Maharashtra, which is where the financial capital is. The Mahayuti all set to come to power after a resounding sweep in the state of Maharashtra. Those are the visuals of the convoy of the Prime Minister entering the BJP headquarters. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah was amongst the first people to arrive. He is one of the few BJP leaders who addressed the maximum rallies and, of course, had a strike rate of almost 100%. 15 rallies he addressed that, 15 on 15, all 15 seats went to Mahayuti candidates this time. The Prime Minister is going to speak to party workers soon and congratulate them on this massive win in the state of Maharashtra. Also speak to them about the efforts at coordination that the party made, and of course the corrective action that the party took when it came to this reversal, this massive reversal that we saw with respect to 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and of course the assembly mood of Maharashtra that looks completely different.
Yes, that's right. And Prime Minister there being welcomed by JP Nadda, the BJP president. He is the man who scripted this victory for the BJP and Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's personal charisma, as we have been talking about, the Modi magic remaining intact. It did take a little blip during the Lok Sabha, but election after election, be it the Haryana results and now the Maharashtra elections, the second largest state of India, where the BJP and the Mahayuti winning with a landslide, registering a victory it has never done so in the past. Certainly, a resounding victory, sending a message of what the BJP says. And the Prime Minister, minutes before he arrived at the BJP headquarters, put out a tweet in which he spoke about NDA. He said that this is about good governance winning, it is about development winning, and how united we will soar even higher. And then he went on to thank sisters and brothers of Maharashtra, especially the youth and the women of the state, because the messaging certainly from the BJP and the Mahayuti is that this victory of the party and the larger alliance has to do with the fact that the women of Maharashtra turned up in large numbers, and the Ladki Behan, which was seen as one of the vote catchers for the women of Maharashtra, actually yielded electoral dividends. The man of the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there being welcomed by the Karyakartas at the new BJP headquarters, And this is the place where in recent times there have been multiple celebrations. BJP winning multiple states. Of course, it starts in 2014 when Prime Minister Narendra Modi won the Lok Sabha, and then he went on to win 2019 Lok Sabha polls and winning 2024 Lok Sabha elections as well. He will be addressing the party workers and explaining the significance of these victories, but the BJP will be certainly doing introspection on its setback in Jharkhand, because that's where India bloc has swept with Hemant Soren leading that entire India bloc charge and sending that message that he can make a comeback after being incarcerated for close to a year. So now we will be waiting for Prime Minister's address. Let's listen in to what's happening at the BJP headquarters.
Gautam of the BJP General Secretary speaking there even as the Prime Minister is all set to arrive. We have a guest here today with us. Daniel Francis joins us. He is somebody who was instrumental, played a pivotal role in crafting the image of Eknath Shinde. Thank you, Daniel, for joining us on this broadcast. My first question to you, almost 2 years ago, nobody, in fact, a lot of us did not really know who Eknath Shinde was. In some ways, this whole image of being an accessible chief minister, a common man's chief minister, was instrumental in making him affable, making him a leader who was acceptable to various sections of the society. What really went into this process?
Eknath Shinde, as you said, not many people know about him outside Maharashtra, but was always known for being the most accessible, available, workers man, common man's leader. Till 2017 and 18, he lived in the same basti where he was born. Spent a lot of time in his constituency. He was always, working on the ground. And in fact, today, if you see the result, he was the debate of who's the real Shiv Sena is settled, because organizationally, the way he nurtured his party for the last 30, 40 years and gave all the credit to his leader. This is Eknath Shinde. It was not very difficult to build his image. That was because he's a real product, he's an honest product of who he is and what he stands for. And it was very easy to communicate. You give him a place to work and he can do wonders. He's a very natural and very sensitive politician.
Yes.
When he got the chief minister's chair. Yeah.
Yes. What was effective was also a very coordinated functioning of Mahayuti. We have live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the BJP headquarters. When Eknath Shinde spoke after the victory, he did talk about the role of Prime Minister Modi, the role of the central government, as much as he spoke about his own government. So that coordination, how much do you think that was about, that personal effort that was made by the Chief Minister?
The Chief Minister led this campaign with great dignity and as a strong and formidable ally, trusted ally of the BJP. He took everyone along, whether it was BJP or Ajit Pawar. And if you see, most of the welfare schemes that they launched in the state, and when they traveled across the states, all the three leaders were going and unitedly talking to women and launching these schemes. Most importantly, he did not, because he knows how to keep the coalition dharma. And basically a consensus builder, very democratic in nature. He brought everybody on board, all kind of voices, and did not get deterred by the criticism that came his way.
Right. And today, criticism particularly, Daniel, with regards to the number of seats. That why is the Shiv Sena contesting on lesser number of seats in comparison to the BJP? How did he actually convince his party workers regarding that?
He's a very, first of all, he enjoys the trust of his workers and his legislators. Second thing is that, the kind of pragmatism he has in politics is phenomenal. He does not have ego. He doesn't want to go 50-50, make a promise, make a promise in a bedroom, close doors, all these things he doesn't follow. He gives a word, he keeps a word. He concentrated on 84, 85 seats. He got around 58, 59 seats. We may get more also, some seats are in fight.
Right.
You know, and the BJP, it was a good strategy for the Mahayuti. It is not just Eknath Shinde's victory, it is Mahayuti's victory. And it was a good strategy to give BJP that kind of space. And we see the result for Mahayuti, it is phenomenal.
And do you think that this entire chat around who will be the next chief minister, because, you know, there was no announcement per se, although the poster boy of this election was very much Mr. Eknath Shinde.
Yeah,
a
the
quick
poster
response
boy.
on that, because JP
Yeah,
Nadda is about to speak.
I understand. The campaign was in the name and the face of the campaign was Mr. Eknath Shinde. Mr. Eknath Shinde did turn the tide around after Lok Sabha.
All right,
And
Daniel,
yes,
we really
yes.
have to hold you back, because we are shifting our focus to the BJP headquarters where JP Nadda is addressing the party workers.
मोदी जी आप आगे बढ़ो, मोदी है तो आज के इस विजय श्री के आभार कार्यक्रम में मंच पर उपस्थित हम सबके यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, हमारे रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी, गृह मंत्री अमित भाई शाह जी, और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में एकत्र आए देवी और सज्जनों, मीडिया के मेरे साथी और करोड़ों लोग जो इस समय डिजिटल दुनिया के माध्यम से जुड़े हैं, आप सब की ओर से आज के इस आभार कार्यक्रम में और विजयश्री के कार्यक्रम में मैं अपनी ओर से और आप सब की ओर से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं, स्वागत करता हूं। मित्रों, ये ऐतिहासिक दिन, ये विशेष दिन जो आज भारत की जनता ने, महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने और विभिन्न राज्यों के उपचुनाव ने जो संदेश दिया है, वह निश्चित रूप में जिस कार्य को, जिस साधना को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने देशवासियों की सेवा करने का संकल्प उठाया, उस पर फिर से एक बार जनता ने मुहर लगा दी है। इसके लिए विशेष करके महाराष्ट्र की जनता, विभिन्न राज्यों में उपचुनाव की जनता और झारखंड की जनता को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मित्रों, जब मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का अभिनंदन कर रहा हूं और आज सवेरे जब नतीजे आने शुरू हुए, तो हमें यह भी ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि कल ही प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने 5 दिन की यात्रा में नाइजीरिया, ब्राजील और गयाना से होकर के आए हैं और दुनिया में, देश में, दुनिया में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपनी छाप छोड़ी। और आप सबको जानकर ये खुशी होगी कि नाइजीरिया ने और गयाना ने आदरणीय मोदी जी को अपने सर्वोच्च सम्मान के साथ उनको सम्मानित किया है। ये हम सब के लिए गर्व की घड़ी है, गर्व का पल है, जब अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जगत में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की छवि और भारत की छवि को जो मोदी जी ने दुनिया में पहुंचाया है, उसको दुनिया ने भी माना है और उसको सराहा है। मित्रों, ये जो जीत पिछले आज के दिन महाराष्ट्र में मिली, उपचुनाव में मिली और पिछले दिनों जो हरियाणा में मिली, उसने ये तय कर दिया कि जिस बात को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने रखा, विकासवाद, गांव, गरीब, वंचित, पीड़ित, शोषित, दलित, महिला, युवा, किसान, इनको मुख्य धारा में शामिल करके आगे देश को ले जाना है, इस पर फिर से जनता ने मुहर लगा दी है। ये भी हमको ध्यान में रखना है। मित्रों, यह चुनाव इस बात का भी संदेश देता है कि जो लोग समाज को बांटने में लगे थे, बंटने और बटाने में लगे हुए थे, जो लोग गुमराह करने में लगे हुए थे, उनको मुंह की खानी पड़ी है और प्रधानमंत्री जी का विकासवाद, इसको फिर से देश ने सराहा है। कुछ दिनों से ये इंडिया अलायंस को भ्रम पैदा हो गया था कि वह जनता को संविधान के नाम पर, जाति के नाम पर, धर्म के नाम पर, तुष्टीकरण के नाम पर बात करके वो अपना उल्लू सीधा करेंगे, वो सत्ता पर काबिज होंगे, वो सत्ता के नजदीक पहुंचेंगे। ये भ्रम पैदा हो गया था। इस चुनाव ने और हरियाणा के चुनाव ने उनको जवाब दे दिया है और फिर से मैं कहूंगा कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियों को मुहर लगाई है। ये भी हमको ध्यान रखना है। मैं यहां ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि महाराष्ट्र का चुनाव, महाराष्ट्र का जनादेश हमें और यह भी हमको स्पष्ट बताता है कि महाराष्ट्र का जनादेश न कि सिर्फ हमको 2024 में मिला, जनादेश हमको 2019 में भी मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में मिला था। लेकिन उस समय उद्धव ठाकरे जी की सत्ता के प्रति लोलुपता, मोह और अवसरवादिता ने उस समय पीछे धोखा देकर उस जनादेश का निरादर किया था। और आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने फिर से आदर दे करके, उनको धक्का दिखा करके यह संदेश दे दिया है कि जनता मोदी जी के साथ है, महायुति के साथ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी शिवसेना के साथ है और हमारे एनसीपी के साथ है। मित्रों, आंकड़े ये भी बताते हैं कि अगाड़ी को, ये जो महाअगाड़ी थी, इसको भी संदेश दे दिया है। और जब मैं संदेश देने की बात कहता हूं तो मुझे कांग्रेस के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था लोकसभा के चुनाव के पश्चात कि ये परजीवी पार्टी है, ये बेल की तरह, लता की तरह किसी के साथ चिपक जाती है और जिसके साथ चिपकती है उसको भी सुखा देती है। इस चुनाव ने तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को खुद तो सुखाया ही सुखाया, परजीवी को, दूसरे को भी सुखा दिया। और जो अगाड़ी के नतीजे हैं वो इस बात को प्रमाणित करते हैं परजीवी के बारे में। मैं यहां यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके नेतृत्व में एक नया शब्द इजाद हुआ जिसे राजनीति में, जिसका उपयोग पिछले 70 साल नहीं हुआ था, क्योंकि 70 साल तक हम एंटी इनकम्बेंसी सुनते थे। आज हम प्रो इनकम्बेंसी सुन रहे हैं। और जब हम प्रो इनकम्बेंसी की बात कहते हैं तो गुजरात में 3 दशक तक कमल खिला है, कमल खिला है, कमल खिला है। मध्य प्रदेश में 2 दशक से कमल खिल रहा है और असम में, त्रिपुरा में, उत्तराखंड में, उत्तर प्रदेश में, गोवा में, यहां 2-2 टर्म, दूसरी टर्म भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी का और एनडीए का परचम लहरा रहा है। और महाराष्ट्र में भी इस बार रिकॉर्ड टूटा है, इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। मित्रों, मैं यहां यह भी बताना चाहूंगा कि बाई इलेक्शन में, उपचुनाव में, उसमें भी पहले हमारे पास सिर्फ 11 सीटें थी। आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 सीटें जीत करके आई और एनडीए 8 सीट जीत करके आई। 28 सीटें हम जीत करके आए हैं और वह भी देश का मूड बताता है, देश का मन बताता है, जिसको हमको हमेशा समझना चाहिए। उत्तर प्रदेश में 9 में से 7 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में गई हैं और कुंदरकी की सीट पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत करके आई और वहां परचम लहराया है। राजस्थान में हमारे पास 2 सीटें थी एनडीए की, 1 सीट बीजेपी की थी। आज राजस्थान में 7 में से 5 सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में गई। बिहार में नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में वहां सरकार चल रही है, वहां 4 सीटों पर चुनाव हुआ और चारों की चारों सीटें एनडीए ने जीत ली। ये हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, जिसमें से एक सीट हम पार्टी ने रिटेन की। वहीं हमारे जनता दल यूनाइटेड ने आरजेडी से 1 सीट बेलमगंज की, वो 32 साल बाद एनडीए के पक्ष में गई और जेडीयू के पक्ष में गई। और उसी तरीके से हमारे शाहबाद इलाके में जो दोनों सीटें आरजेडी के कब्जे में थी, दोनों ही जगह कमल खिला और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सीट। असम में हमने 5 की 5 सीटें उपचुनाव में जीत ली, एनडीए ने पूरी की पूरी सीटें जीत ली। गुजरात में 1 सीट का उपचुनाव था जिसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कभी जीती नहीं थी, उसको भी पहली बार जीत हासिल कर ली और उसको भी जीत लिया। मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और उत्तराखंड में हमने अपनी 1-1 सीट रिटेन कर ली। और इसी तरीके से हम ये कह सकते हैं कि सारी ताकत लगाने से, जो आप लोगों के सहयोग से यह जीत हम सब लोगों को हासिल हुई है। मैं अपनी ओर से और अपनी पार्टी की ओर से, जहां महाराष्ट्र की जनता को, जहां जहां उपचुनाव हुए वहां की जनता को और हमारे झारखंड की जनता को तहे दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं। वहीं मैं झारखंड में इस बात का विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि वहां का मत हमें विपक्ष में बैठने के लिए कहा है, हम वहां पर रचनात्मक विपक्ष की भूमिका निभाएंगे और देश को मजबूत करते हुए बांग्लादेशियों के खिलाफ जो वहां पर विषय चला है उसको हम अंतिम स्तर तक लड़ेंगे और उस बात को हम उजागर करेंगे। मित्रों, मैं अंत में सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को, जिन्होंने दिन रात एक किया, मेहनत की, अपने घर को छोड़कर महीनों चुनाव में लगे रहे और हर वोटर तक पहुंचने का प्रयास किया, आपकी मेहनत रंग लाई है। आपकी मेहनत के लिए आप सबको मैं अपनी ओर से और पार्टी की ओर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। और इसी प्रकार से हम मेहनत करते हुए पार्टी को मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आगे बढ़ाएंगे, यही मुझे कहना है। आप सब लोग आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन के लिए, वक्तव्य के लिए आतुर हैं। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय भारत।
धन्यवाद राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी का। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा, प्रार्थना करूं जिनको सुनने के लिए आप आतुर हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी
जो लोग महाराष्ट्र से परिचित होंगे उन्हें पता होगा कि वहां पर जब जय भवानी कहते हैं तो जय शिवाजी का बुलंद नारा लगता है। जय भवानी, जय भवानी, जय भवानी, जय भवानी। आज हम यहां पर एक और ऐतिहासिक महाविजय का उत्सव मनाने के लिए इकट्ठे हुए हैं। आज महाराष्ट्र में विकासवाद की जीत हुई है। महाराष्ट्र में सुशासन की जीत हुई है। महाराष्ट्र में सच्चे सामाजिक न्याय की विजय हुई है। और साथियों, आज महाराष्ट्र में झूठ, छल, फरेब बुरी तरह हारा है। विभाजनकारी ताकतें हारी है। आज नेगेटिव पॉलिटिक्स की पराजय हुई है। आज परिवारवाद की हार हुई है। आज महाराष्ट्र ने विकसित भारत के संकल्प को और मजबूत किया है। मैं देश भर के भाजपा के, एनडीए के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, उन सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, मेरे परम मित्र देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, भाई अजित पवार जी, उन सब की भी भूरी भूरी प्रशंसा करता हूं। साथियों, आज देश के अनेक राज्यों में उपचुनावों के भी नतीजे आए हैं। नड्डा जी ने विस्तार से बताया है, इसलिए मैं विस्तार में नहीं जा रहा हूं। लोकसभा की भी हमारी एक सीट और बढ़ गई है। यूपी, उत्तराखंड और राजस्थान ने भाजपा को जमकर समर्थन दिया है। असम के लोगों ने भाजपा पर फिर एक बार भरोसा जताया है। मध्य प्रदेश में भी हमें सफलता मिली है। बिहार में भी एनडीए का समर्थन बढ़ा है। ये दिखाता है कि देश अब सिर्फ और सिर्फ विकास चाहता है। मैं महाराष्ट्र के मतदाताओं का, हमारे युवाओं का, विशेषकर माताओं बहनों का, हमारे किसान भाई बहनों का, देश की जनता का आदरपूर्वक नमन करता हूं। साथियों, मैं झारखंड की जनता को भी नमन करता हूं। झारखंड के तेज विकास के लिए हम अब और ज्यादा मेहनत से काम करेंगे और इसमें भाजपा का एक एक कार्यकर्ता अपना हर प्रयास करेगा। साथियों, छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांच्या महाराष्ट्राने आज दाखवून दिले तुष्टीकरणाचा सामना कसा करायचा। छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज, शाहूजी महाराज, महात्मा फुले, सावित्रीबाई फुले, बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर, वीर सावरकर, बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, ऐसे महान व्यक्तित्वों की धरती ने इस बार पुराने सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए। और साथियों, बीते 50 साल में किसी भी पार्टी या किसी भी प्री पोल अलायंस के लिए ये सबसे बड़ी जीत है। 50 साल के बाद और एक महत्वपूर्ण बात मैं बताता हूं, ये लगातार तीसरी बार है जब भाजपा के नेतृत्व में किसी गठबंधन को लगातार महाराष्ट्र ने आशीर्वाद दिए हैं, विजयी बनाया है। और ये लगातार तीसरी बार है जब भाजपा महाराष्ट्र में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बनकर उभरी है। साथियों, ये निश्चित रूप से ऐतिहासिक है। ये भाजपा के गवर्नेंस मॉडल पर मुहर है। अकेले भाजपा को ही कांग्रेस और उसके सभी सहयोगियों से कहीं अधिक सीटें महाराष्ट्र के लोगों ने दी है। ये दिखाता है कि जब सुशासन की बात आती है तो देश सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा पर और एनडीए पर भरोसा करता है। साथियों, एक और बात है जो आपको और खुश कर देगी। महाराष्ट्र